Anyone who has raised chickens knows they're actually quite timid. They get scared by their own shadows even during the day. Even at night. Only dared to squat in the henhouse pretending to hatch eggs. And I, to prove that chickens are the ultimate creature in beast taming. He actually chose to form a contract with a hen directly. When I was carrying the million evolution points given by the system. In the beginner's dungeon, shout three-legged cloud treader with eyes below his feet. Golden feathers blaze, illuminating the heavens. Instantly, the hen transformed into a blazing golden clawed fowl. The newbie dungeon players were so frightened they didn't even stop to pick up the equipment dropped at their feet. Turned around and ran. Right now, I'm in a cheap rented room. Slurping up instant noodles too poor to even afford a sausage. The phone rang. A wealthy father on the run after his business went bankrupt. His voice was lowered to a whisper. Son, what profession did you awaken? I uttered the words beast tamer. The sound of a shattered glass cup came from the other end of the phone. Then, my father hung up the call. Turned around and went to surrender himself. At this moment, I was staring at the system loading bar stuck at 99%. Just as I was in despair. The divine beast taming system activated. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound with the divine beast taming system. The system binding gift package has been issued. Open it now? Open immediately. I rubbed my hands together, my face brimming with excitement. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 million evolution points for beast taming. I burst into laughter instantly. It's important to understand that the ranks of beast taming are typically categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, amethyst, stellar, abyssal moon, ancestral return, ancient, stellar monarch, and sacred king. And the legendary deities. This 1 million beast evolution points are enough for me to take off right here on the spot. Wish I could instantly sign a contract with the cockroaches and mice in the rental. My attribute panel shows, Profession Beast Tamer. Level LV1. Strength 5, Constitution 8, Speed 7, Spirit 20. Combat Power 8, Skills, Pact Magic, Summoning Magic. No beast owned, evolution points 10000000. As I was checking my stats. Suddenly the door was smashed open. Standing outside the door was Leo Royan, the campus belle I had pursued for 5 years. She looked down at me while wearing 10-centimeter high heels. He said, I heard your family has gone bankrupt. And you've awakened the beast tamer profession, which is extremely costly to maintain? This woman fawns over me in every way when I've got money. Now I am down and out. Yet puts on the air of an aloof goddess. I responded indifferently, that's right. What, you came here just to mock me? She tossed out 10,000 Federation coins and a cage containing an Ironclaw chicken. He said, take the breakup money and get the hell out of here. Go to hell. I slapped Lu Ruyan right across the face. How dare you disgust me? Don't you believe I'll just upload your sexy photos online? I remember she tried to get close to me. Posted quite a few private photos. Exposing this would undoubtedly be the most explosive news in Pingchang. Lu Ruyan panicked, fleeing in a flustered manner. While saying viciously, if you dare to expose those photos, don't blame me for being rude. I slammed the door shut with a gleeful heart. My first divine spirit has arrived. I shouted contract. Beast Tamer's innate skill activated. The strange talisman merged into the iron-clawed chicken's body. The contract was instantly completed. I could clearly sense the iron-clawed chicken's condition in my mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting your first tamed beast. Sending the contract reward legendary beast taming space. I was stunned when I saw the effects of the legendary beast taming space. Instantly overjoyed. Whereas an ordinary beast tamer's space is only about the size of a classroom. And mine became a vast island. The beast tamer can also dispel all negative effects inside. Next, I checked the information panel of the Ironclaw chicken. Ironclaw beast chicken. Iron rank. Level LV1, Strength 9, Constitution 15, Agility 20. Spiritual 11, requires 3,000 evolution points. This attribute is exactly as I expected. So without hesitation, I chose to evolve by adding points. In an instant, the metal-clawed chicken radiated with brilliant light. Its size instantly became comparable to that of a wolf. The feathers glowed red like fire, exuding an entirely different aura. Ding! Evolution succeeded. The iron-level beast Ironclaw chicken has evolved into the silver-level solar rooster. Although the attributes have increased dozens of times. But the next evolution requires 50,000 evolution points. But for someone like me with 1 million evolution points, don't care at all. He immediately opted for evolution again. Ding! Evolution succeeded. The silver-tier beast tamer's solar rooster has evolved into a golden-tier flame-feathered golden-eyed rooster. The fire-feathered golden-eyed chicken's body grew enormous. The rented space is almost overflowing. I quickly put it away into the beast taming space, pondering whether to allocate points for the next evolution. After all, evolving further requires 100,000 evolution points. At this moment, the system prompted, ding. The host can kill fierce beasts in the secret realm to obtain evolution points. My eyes filled with ecstasy as I led my beast into the secret realm. It can also enhance your level. Earning evolution points as a bonus, it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So I continued to evolve the flaming golden-eyed chicken. Ding! Evolution succeeded. The golden level fire feather gold-eyed chicken has evolved into an amethyst level crimson flame gold Talon fowl. At this moment, the scarlet flame golden claw bird's body was enormous. Flames burning all over the body. Its wings spanned a full 100 yards, blocking out the sky and sun, exuding a terrifying aura. It just evolves further. It requires consuming evolution fruits that cost at least 5 million and are priceless even if available. I check its information panel. Flameclaw golden Talon beast. Grade, amethyst. Strength 14291, Constitution 18640, Agility 11044. Spirit 7845, Combat Power 24567. Golden Claw Flame / Wings of Blazing Fire. Seeing these exaggerated figures made my eyelids twitch uncontrollably. This is already so overpowered at just level 1. Over 20,000 combat power. Keep in mind that the average ferocious beast in a beginner's dungeon only has a combat power of around 10. The big boss is barely over 100. With the crimson flame golden claw bird going in, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? At this thought, my breathing grew rapid. Eyes burning with passion. Can't wait to find out how many evolution points I'll get from clearing a rookie dungeon in seconds. Without much hesitation, Jiang Feng took a vehicle to the nearest beginner dungeon near him. A few guards stood watch at the entrance, checking the level and information of those entering the dungeon. After all, this was a dungeon designed for newcomers. If high-level players were allowed to come in and farm low-level players, the newbies wouldn't have a place to improve their strength. Jiang Feng presented his information card, swiped it through the scanner, and the device displayed approval. This dungeon was called the Twilight Cloud Dungeon, with a recommended entry level of 115. Upon entering, Jiang Feng felt a slightly humid breeze wash over him. Before his eyes stretched a vast, winding mountain forest, while the sky above perpetually maintained the hues of dusk. Hey, kid, saw you going in alone. Want to team up? You can just focus on picking up gear. A man spotted Jiang Feng entering alone and offered. Jiang Feng smiled and shook his head. No need. The secret realm is about to close. You guys should head out first. The secret realm is closing? The man looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't heard anything about this. But what happened next left him and his teammates utterly dumbfounded. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Feng summoned the sky-obscuring crimson flame golden claw bird from his beast taming space. Above the entire secret realm, it appeared as if another sun had risen. Everyone within the secret realm, along with the ferocious beasts, was startled. What on earth was happening? Had the secret realm malfunctioned, allowing terrifying beasts to tear through space and invade the lower-level realm? As the crimson-flamed golden clawbird lowered its head, Jiang Feng climbed onto its crest. Though the bird's body blazed with searing flames, they caused no harm to Jiang Feng, its master. Take flight. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a grin. The crimson-flame golden clawbird flapped its wings, unleashing a massive whirlwind that nearly uprooted the surrounding forests. The man and his teammates clung desperately to the trees to avoid being blown away. Watching Jiang Feng and the blazing giant bird grow distant, their eyes filled with utter shock. What the hell is going on? How can a veteran player enter the beginner dungeon? Only after the gale subsided did they slink away, their tails between their legs. Jiang Feng stood atop the crimson flame golden clawbird, soaring freely through the sky. Gazing down at the ferocious beasts in the mountain forests below, Jiang Feng commanded the crimson flame golden clawbird to unleash its skills. Skills, Golden Claw Blazing / Wings of Inferno. These two skills alternated, striking the mountains and forests like missile strikes. The explosions not only unleashed massive flames but also triggered violent tremors. Holy crap, look! What level of ferocious bird is that? Holy crap! A terrifying beast like this appearing in the novice realm? Run for your lives! What, mommy, I don't want to die yet. Many of the adventurers present wore expressions of sheer terror, abandoning any thought of hunting the beasts. All were frantic, scrambling desperately toward the dungeon's exit. But some observant adventurers noticed figures standing atop the massive fire-breathing beast. Wait, there's someone on its head. Hearing this, everyone looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief. As the crimson flame golden clawbird unleashed its abilities relentlessly, Muyu Forest was completely engulfed in a sea of flames, suffering immense devastation. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, standing atop the crimson flame golden clawbird's head, heard the announcement echoing in his mind. Congratulations! You have slain a level 6 poison horn lizard and gained 30 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 feathered forest fox. You have gained 60 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 14 mighty rhinoceros. You have gained 120 EXP. With each announcement, Jiang Feng's body glowed with the light of leveling up. His level skyrocketed. Not only that, but the gear dropped from slain monsters was almost entirely basic white-tier equipment. Though they were all low-tier and worthless individually. But the sheer quantity of these items added up to a decent sum. So-called white-tier gear only provided a slight boost to base stats, with no additional effects whatsoever. Equipment tiers include white, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, epic, and beyond. At that moment, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths of the Twilight Forest. A level 18 secret realm boss, the Greenwood Tiger, awoke from its slumber, startled by the commotion outside. It strode out of its lair with formidable presence, determined to annihilate the intruders. But suddenly, it saw a massive, fiery bird with a wingspan of 100 jang circling in the sky. The Green Forest Tiger trembled violently and fled in terror. But the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird unleashed its skill, Golden Claw Blaze Slash. Its claws, blazing with intense flames, sliced through the sky, hurtling straight toward its target. Where the Golden Claw Blaze Slash passed, ripples spread through the very fabric of space. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The small hill where the Green Forest Tiger hid was instantly obliterated by the strike, causing the earth to tremble and the mountain to shake. The flying debris crushed the Green Forest Tiger, the major boss of the Muyu secret realm, to death. While the resulting shockwave obliterated the surrounding lesser beasts as well. Congratulations on defeating the boss Green Forest Tiger. You have gained 500 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the level 11 Fang's Tooth Badger. You have gained 90 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the level 13 Leaping Monkey. You have gained 110 EXP. Warning, your level has reached 30, the maximum for first class advancement. You will no longer gain experience. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 Swiftwolf. You have gained 0 EXP. Chapter 4, Sweep complete, everyone shocked. A series of notifications flashed across the screen, and Jang Fong couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. This feeling of grinding monsters and leveling up was absolutely exhilarating. Sweeping through the entire secret realm. The Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird wiped out a whole pack of beasts with a single skill. Truly worthy of a purple crystal grade beastmaster, this power is insane. Open the information panel. Jang Fong commanded the system. Host, Jiang Feng. Class, Beast Tamer. Level, LV 30. Strength, 184. Constitution, 145. Agility, 137. Spirit, 119. Combat power, 341. Skills, Contract Magic, Summoning Magic. Beast, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird Purple Crystal Grade. Evolution points, 966,000. In less than 20 minutes, he had raised his level to 30. Such rapid leveling was unattainable even for scions of major clans with dedicated guardians. After all, even if those guardians tied ferocious beasts before their young masters to gain experience by slaying them, they'd still be too exhausted to lift a finger. However, Jiang Feng felt little excitement about his own information panel. The Beastmaster profession itself didn't offer particularly outstanding attributes. Some mages or swordsmen could boast exceptionally high attribute values. But Jiang Feng wasn't discouraged. After all, no matter how powerful they were, could they last even one round against his tamed beasts? Moreover, his evolution points had increased by 120,000. After deducting the costs of his first 3 beast evolutions, he had only around 840,000 points left. Now, his total had surged back to 966,000. All Jiang Feng could think to say was, damn impressive. He then turned his attention to the information panel of the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird. Beastmaster, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird. Grade, Amethyst. Strength, 34,291. Stamina, 27,640. Agility, 31,544. Spirit, 17,845. Combat power, 57,365. Skills, Golden Claw Blaze Slash, Wings of Blazing Fire. Next evolution requires 350,000 evolution points and 1 evolution fruit. This guy actually leveled up more than I did, Jiang Feng chuckled, unable to contain his delight. The Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird had reached level 35, and its combat power had once again skyrocketed. After checking the details, Jiang Feng proceeded to collect all the equipment scattered across the ground. Gather! With a sharp command, countless pieces of gear flew toward him. They then vanished into his spatial ring. He had purchased this spatial bracelet long ago. Fortunately, he had hidden it away, preventing it from being confiscated to settle debts. Otherwise, faced with this mountain of gear, he wouldn't have known when he'd finished picking it all up. However, the dropped gear belonged to him, others couldn't take it within a certain time frame. Most were basic items like plain swords, boots, wands, and animal bones. Only from defeating the Greenwood Tiger boss did he obtain a bronze quality short sword, which he estimated could fetch 10 to 20,000 gold. After Jiang Fong finished tallying his loot, he chose to exit the secret realm. The professionals lying on the ground playing dead or cowering tremblingly under trees finally breathed a sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they could still see traces of terror lingering in each other's eyes. That monstrous bird was terrifyingly powerful. It swept through the entire dungeon like it was nothing. The most terrifying part is that it's actually someone's tamed beast. To be able to tame or cultivate such a terrifying beast, just how formidable must that beast master be? Hearing this, the group sucked in sharp breaths, the chill nearly rising to the tops of their heads. Their bodies tingled with dread. Holy crap, when did Pingcheng get such a terrifying beast master? Whoa, what rank is that beast even? No clue, but I'd guess it's probably the legendary diamond tier, right? Not long after Jang Fong left the secret realm, a luxury car pulled up not far from the secret realm's entrance. A man and a woman stepped out, accompanied by a burly man. The woman was none other than Lu Yunxi, who had previously distanced herself from Jiang Fong. The man beside her was Zhang Lan, who had awakened as a swordsman. Swordsmen and mages were both considered noble professions in this world, ranking among the most revered occupations. Zhang Lan smiled at Lu Yunxi and said, "Yunxi, you've looked so preoccupied all this time. Can't you finally forget that kid Jiang Fong?" Lu Yunxi pursed her lips, saying nothing. It wasn't that she couldn't forget Jiang Fong. Rather, she feared that damn scoundrel might post her photos online. If that happened, her reputation would be utterly ruined. That was why she'd been restless all the way here, desperate to find a chance to retrieve the private photos she'd left with Jiang Fong. "Don't worry. With me by your side, that good-for-nothing won't dare bother you. If he does, I'll have someone break his legs." Zhang Lan smiled with confidence. He was the son of the Rock Mountain Guild's leader, and the guild was teeming with powerful fighters. Dispatching men to teach a down-and-out punk a lesson was as easy as pie. "Young Master Zhang, it's so good to have you by my side." Lu Yunxi cast aside her thoughts and replied with a light laugh. Those words instantly lifted Zhang Lan's spirits. The trio arrived at the entrance to the Muyu secret realm, just as they were about to step inside. They were stopped by the guard on duty. "The Muyu secret realm instance has been cleared out. Please return in 10 days after it resets." Hearing this, Zhang Lan looked utterly stunned. What? How could the Muyu secret realm have been cleared? After all, the Muyu secret realm was a beginner instance, strictly prohibiting party members above level 22 from entering. Even if a level 22 character managed to enter, they wouldn't possess the strength to completely clear the entire Muyu secret realm. What exactly happened? The burly man beside Zhang Lan frowned and asked. The guard on duty shook his head. Rumor has it a beastmaster summoned a terrifyingly powerful beast that wiped out the entire Muyu secret realm. Hearing this, Lu Yunxi felt an inexplicable twitch in her eyelid, accompanied by a vague sense of unease. A beastmaster? Zhang Lan was puzzled. He hadn't heard of any young master from the major families of Pingcheng awakening to the beastmaster profession. Chapter 5, The Second Beast, Hellhound. Inside the Pingcheng Exchange. Jang Fong unloaded all the gear stored in his spatial bracelet for sale. Upon seeing the mountain of gear piled up, the slender young lady at the exchange counter was instantly stunned. While the individual items weren't particularly valuable, the total worth of such a massive quantity easily reached hundreds of thousands, if not millions. After completing the inventory, the young lady handed Jiang Fong a bank card. That's 1,830,000 Federation credits in total. We look forward to doing business with you again. Jiang Fong accepted the bank card and thanked her. Earning over $1 million just from a basic dungeon instance? This money-making speed was unbeatable. Jiang Fong then inquired, "Do you happen to sell evolution fruits here?" Though he only had this million or so now, clearing a few more dungeons would easily cover the cost. Evolution fruits? The young female staff member pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Evolution fruits are always in high demand but scarce. They're typically only sold at auctions or obtained from extremely dangerous dungeons. All right. Jiang Fong nodded. It seemed he'd have to delay his plans for now and focus on completing his first tier quest first. After awakening a class, there were 9 stages of advancement in total. First transformation at level 30, second at level 60, third at level 90. And so on. However, certain rare classes could surpass the 9 stages. Examples include the Holy Spirit Mage, Necromancer, and Holy Dragon Knight. Check the first advancement quest. Jiang Fong instructed the system in his mind. Current quest, first advancement. Requirements, travel to the Dark Valley dungeon, defeat the Skeleton King boss, and obtain the Skeleton King's primordial power. Time limit, 3 days. Accept now? Note, failure to complete within 15 days of task issuance will result in failed class transition. No further transitions permitted for 3 months. Dark Valley? Jiang Fong froze for a moment. Wow, this sounds like a first-class dungeon, right? The monsters inside range from level 30 to level 60. If an ordinary player got this job change quest, they'd probably have nowhere to cry. Unless they shelled out a fortune to hire someone to carry them through this job change quest, they'd never break through to the first job advancement in their lifetime. But for Jang Fong, it was no big deal. Let's contract another beast. 2 beasts can clear the dungeon quickly. Jiang Feng's lips curled upward. He still had over 900,000 in used evolution points. After leaving the exchange, Jiang Fong headed to the Beast Pet Pavilion. This was the largest beast pet trading guild in Lin City. Every 20 levels allowed him to contract another beast. Entering the first floor exhibition hall of the Beast Pet Pavilion, hundreds of display cases housing beasts were arranged throughout the space. However, these were all black iron grade beasts. Bronze and silver grade beasts are housed on the second floor and above. Jang Fong casually wandered around the first floor before deciding to head up to the second or third floor. Ding! Rare beast detected. Host, please proceed to investigate. Hearing the system's voice piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. Approaching a transparent beast tamer box, he saw a small dog digging at the soil. The pup was entirely jet black, looking like a complete airhead. Had it not been for the system's alert, he might not have given it a second glance. Digging earth dog. Grade, black iron. Skill, digging. Price, 130,000 Federation credits. Jang Fong pondered briefly before selecting this earth digging hound as his second mount. He picked up the transparent box and walked to the counter to pay. After the transaction was complete, the receptionist returned his bank card. With a polite smile, she added, "Sir, we also offer complimentary contract rooms. Just turn right ahead to reach them." Inside the contract room, Jang Fong set the digging mutt down on the floor. Admiring its endearingly clumsy appearance, he gently tapped its head with a finger. Then he activated his skill, Contract. Mystical runes gathered at Jiang Feng's fingertip, swiftly merging into its body. Being a low-grade beast, the contract process was remarkably swift. In just a few blinks, the contract was complete. Jang Fong stored it within his beast taming space. Simultaneously, he examined its information. Beast, digging earth dog. Grade, black iron rare. Level, LV1. Strength, 16. Stamina, 12. Agility, 17. Spirit, 5. Combat power, 35. Skill, digging. Evolution points required, 10,000. Note, rare quality tamers trigger critical hits upon evolution. Critical effect triggered? Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation. He then merged his consciousness into the beast tamer's space, preparing to evolve it. Evolve! The moment Jiang Fong uttered the command, suddenly, the earth-digging dog's body underwent a tremendous transformation. Even the entire beast taming space was filled with strange phenomena. A dark cloud of mist swirled in the sky, billowing with demonic energy, intertwined with purple thunderbolts. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Fong couldn't help but inwardly gasp. This damn display was even more extravagant than the Crimson Flame Golden Claw bird's evolution. Whoa, was this the critical hit evolution effect the system had mentioned? Simultaneously, the purple thunderbolts struck the earth-digging dog in an instant. Infused with this terrifying power, its body began to swell wildly. Bones cracked and popped, muscles bulging like coiled dragons. Its skull gradually deformed, the frontal bone bulging high. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, resembling 2 burning hellfires from the depths of the underworld, radiating a heart-stopping aura of power. Upon its back, a pair of bone wings, ablaze with ghostly blue flames, slowly unfolded, their wingspan stretching dozens of zhan. Immediately, it opened its maw, unleashing a deep, majestic roar that reverberated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing across the heavens and earth. Screech! Even the crimson flame golden-clawed birds perched in the distance sensed unease, as if facing a formidable enemy. They spread their wings and began circling in the sky. Flames blazed fiercely upon their bodies, as if poised to engage in battle at any moment. Fortunately, Jang Fong promptly calmed the crimson-flamed golden-clawed birds with his mind. Otherwise, these 2 creatures might have fought to the death. What a terrifying aura! After evolving, this burrowing earth dog seems to have surpassed even the crimson flame golden clawbirds in rank. Jiang Feng's heartbeat quickened as he swallowed hard. Could this be the critical evolution effect the system mentioned? Let's check its current stats. Beast, hellhound. Grade, Mingyue. Level, LV1. Strength, 32,140. Stamina, 26,471. Agility, 25,012. Spirit, 19,274. Combat power, 64,340. Skills, Abyssal Soul Devourer, Shadow Clone Technique. Evolution requirements, 4 million evolution points and Bloodflame Inferno Fruit. Seeing the information of the colossal hellhound before him, Jang Fong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and shock. He never imagined it would be a moon-tier beastmaster. Its base stats at this level already surpassed those of a level 30 Crimson Flame Golden Claw bird. Truly a legendary tier beastmaster's mount. As far as he knew, even among the top beastmasters in the entire Great Yan Federation, those possessing a Mingyue tier beast could be counted on one hand. Now that I've contracted my second beast, I'll head out tomorrow to complete my first tier mission. Jang Fong grinned and stepped out of the contract room. He then headed to a foot massage parlor called the Path of Intention, where he selected 3 female technicians renowned for their exceptional skills. As he savored their passionate service, Jiang Feng's face radiated pure bliss. Chapter 6: The Rules. The next morning, Jiang Fong stepped out the door feeling refreshed and invigorated. He felt light as a feather. Being rich really feels great, Jiang Fong stretched lazily before hailing a cab to the Dark Valley dungeon. He hadn't slept well the night before, so he dozed off in the cab. When he opened his eyes, the cab had already driven to a desolate area outside the city. Kid, you've reached your destination. Die right here. Zhao Quan's lips curled into a chilling smile. Last night, young Master Zhang had instructed him that eliminating this kid would net him 500,000 Federation credits. To him, this 500,000 was practically free money. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, yet his face showed not a trace of panic. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the hellhound. The massive hellhound's mere presence brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing such a ferocious beast appear out of nowhere, Zhao Quan's face turned as white as paper. A foul-smelling liquid flowed from his crotch. He had been scared to death. Though Zhao Quan was a level 50 warrior, before this beast he felt as insignificant as an ant. Who sent you to kill me? Jang Fong remained seated in the carriage, his composure unshaken as he addressed Zhao Quan. You, how could you possibly contract such a terrifying beast? Zhao Quan stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Had he known this kid possessed such a terrifying beast, he wouldn't have accepted the mission for 50 million, let alone 500 million. Answer my question. Jiang Fong said, his expression devoid of emotion. Sir, I'll tell you. That damn Zhanlan asked me to handle this, promising me 500,000 as payment if I succeeded. Zhao Quan immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Hearing the name Zhanlan, Jiang Feng's eyebrow twitched. That bastard's father was the head of the Yenshan Guild, and he always acted with utter recklessness. But why would he want to kill me? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Once I complete the first tier quest, I'll go to the Rock Mountain Guild to demand the person. If they refuse to hand them over, then the Rock Mountain Guild has no reason to exist. With that thought, Jiang Fong flexed his fingers. The hellhound instantly obliterated Zhao Quan. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Quan was reduced to a skeleton. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the dry bones into a pile of dust. Dark Valley. This was a level 1 instance dungeon, several times more dangerous than the beginner's dungeon. The bosses found in the beginner dungeon would be nothing more than ordinary monsters here. At the entrance to the secret realm, a large number of adventurers had already gathered. Among them were not only second transition adventurers, but even some third transition professionals. Tyrannosaurus Squad needs one more member seeking a support or healer class. Follow my lead, young Master Zhou, and I guarantee we'll steamroll through this. Beauties get priority. A portly man decked out in expensive gear surveyed the crowd with an air of superiority. Entering the Dark Valley required a 5-person party, and his group was still 1 member short. Young Master Zhou is awesome. Our young Master Zhou is a level 65 Beastmaster. After 2 transfers, dealing with those ferocious beasts is as easy as slicing through butter. Hearing his teammates' flattery, Zhou Hao's lips curled into a wide grin. With a thought, he summoned a massive ice wolf. The moment it appeared, it drew the attention of everyone present, their faces lighting up with astonishment. Standing over 2 meters tall, its form was sleek and imposing, its entire body encased in a layer of crystalline ice armor. In the sunlight, it refracted a faint, icy glint. Its deep blue eyes resembled a cold, deep pool, radiating a chilling aura. A single glance felt like being plunged into a frozen wasteland, sending a chill down one's spine. Yet the ice wolf, which had seemed so formidable just moments before, suddenly became timid and withdrawn. As if sensing some dreadful presence. It tucked its tail between its legs and hid directly behind Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's eyes flashed with irritation. How could this stupid wolf turn into such a coward? After all, it was a silver-ranked beast tamer. Wasn't it just embarrassing him? Following the ice wolf's gaze, he saw a handsome youth approaching the entrance to the secret realm. But the secret realm's overseer stepped forward to block Jiang Feng's path, his expression impassive as he declared. Professionals who haven't completed their first transformation are not permitted to enter Dark Valley unless they're part of a party. This instance is unique. The western part of Dark Valley connects to a second-tier secret realm. With your current level, you'd be as good as an ant once inside. Hearing this, some nearby figures couldn't help but let out snide smirks. Most felt the young man was seriously overestimating his abilities. Going in alone with such meager strength? That's practically suicide. Is that so? But I'm actually quite special myself. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird from his beast taming space. The Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, letting out a piercing cry filled with overwhelming pressure. Like a blazing sun itself. Even the temperature at the entrance to the secret realm shot up by several dozen degrees. Holy crap, what rank is this beast? Holy crap, even a diamond-grade beast couldn't possibly radiate such terrifying aura. I heard a terrifying beast appeared in a newbie secret realm yesterday. Could this be it? Hell! It's so hot, I'm going to die from the heat. This is terrifying. A group of professionals stared wide-eyed, gasping in shock. Shouts of astonishment echoed continuously, filling the air. Even the dungeon manager wore an expression of disbelief, his gaze fixed on the crimson flame golden clawbird as shock lingered in his heart. So, can I go in now? Jang Fong asked with a calm smile. You can enter, the secret realm administrator replied, wiping sweat from his forehead, his face pale with fear. It was unclear whether the sweat on his forehead stemmed from the scorching heat radiating from the crimson flame golden clawbird or from sheer nervousness and fright. Originally, the secret realm's rules required a 5-person team to enter. But clearly, Jiang Feng was now the rule. The secret realm administrator hastily activated the teleportation array, allowing Jiang Feng and his beast to enter. Only after Jang Fong vanished into the teleportation array's light screen, mounted on the crimson-flamed golden clawbird, did the others breathe a sigh of relief. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that crimson-flame golden clawbird was simply too intense. It nearly left them gasping for breath. Even the third transformation experts present still felt a lingering dread. Before that terrifying beast, they felt as insignificant as ants. Just who was that youth? Not far away, Zhou Hao could barely stand, his eyes bulging in shock. As a beastmaster himself, he knew all too well that the terrifying beast they just witnessed was at least purple crystal grade or higher. Not only did Pingcheng lack a single beastmaster of purple crystal rank, even across the entire Great Yan Federation, such beasts were exceedingly rare. Moreover, contracting a purple crystal grade beast was extremely difficult. Without at least a 6th-tier cultivation base, one would never gain the beast's recognition. Yet here was a kid who hadn't even completed his first transformation, managing to contract a purple crystal grade beast. This utterly shattered his worldview. This kid must be some young master from a terrifyingly powerful family. Otherwise, such an achievement would be utterly impossible. Seeing the ice wolf cowering on the ground, trembling and tail tucked between its legs, Zhou Hao finally grasped the depth of its terror. Chapter 7, Sweeping the Dark Valley. Jang Fong had no intention of concealing his strength. After all, his tamed beasts were all at least purple crystal tier. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't. Better to unleash his full might. After all, only by advancing his strength rapidly could he keep the threats perpetually one step behind him. The more he hid his abilities, the more others would assume he was easy prey. Directly revealing his strength, however, would inspire fear and caution in others. The crimson flame golden clawbird's flight speed was astonishingly fast, reaching the depths of the dark valley in just over an hour. For ordinary people, even rushing at full speed would take half a day. Looking down upon the dark valley below, it resembled a deep, chasm-like fissure cleaved through its center. From the high altitude, one could see nearly 10,000 skeletal monsters within the valley, surging like a tidal wave. These skeletal warriors nearly filled every crevice within the valley, a sight that made one's hair stand on end. At that moment, some adventurers battling the skeleton monsters near the edge of the dark valley suddenly felt the air around them grow scorching hot, instantly drenched in sweat. One adventurer wiped his brow when suddenly, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky. He gasped in shock. Holy, look up! A meteor's coming down! Damn, no wonder it got so hot all of a sudden. Wait, that's a massive firebird. What the hell? There's a person standing on that firebird's head. Is that his mount? The group of professionals stared wide-eyed, especially when they saw Jiang Feng atop the crimson-clawed, golden-feathered bird. Their faces were filled with shock and dread. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the professionals' shocked murmurs, instead scanning the skeleton monsters for their information. Skeleton Warrior. Level 50. Skills, Bone Slash, Bone Spike. Skeleton Archer. Level 43. Skill, Shadow Barrage, Bone Arrow Piercing the Wind. Skeleton Mage. Level 48. Skills, Bone Inflammation Curse, Bone Cage Bind. Gu Ming merely glanced briefly to discern the information of these skeletal monsters. Suddenly, countless bone arrows shot out from the valley, swarming toward them in a dense barrage. Can't wait to become my experience points, huh? Jiang Feng's lips curled upward as he commanded, show them what you're made of. Screech. The crimson flame golden claw bird let out a piercing cry that rent the heavens. Its wings spread like a fiery cloud obscuring the sky. With a sudden flap, scorching flames plummeted like a meteor shower. The moment the bone arrows touched the flames, they were instantly consumed by the terrifying inferno. Boom! 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 The blazing inferno crashed into the dark valley. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The shockwave from the explosion radiated outward in concentric rings, obliterating every skeleton creature in its path. 41,021. 39,475. 65,715. The crimson flame golden clawbird unleashed its skill, blazing wings, dealing devastating damage. However, these skeleton monsters simply didn't have that much health to begin with. And after unleashing this skill, they actually owed him tens of thousands of HP. Congratulations on defeating a level 50 skeleton warrior. You gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 43 skeleton archer. You gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 48 skeleton mage. Gained 0 EXP. Damn it, all that monster experience points just wasted. Jiang Feng suddenly felt a pang of regret over all that wasted experience. So he summoned the hellhound, sending it down to claim its share of the experience. No sooner had Jiang Feng spoken than the summoning array flared with light. The hellhound's massive, sinister form materialized in the air. Then it plunged violently toward the valley below. Its massive form stirred up howling winds, causing the very void to tremble. The skeleton warriors sensed the impending danger, but their sluggish movements left them no time to evade. The hellhound crashed down into the midst of the skeleton warriors. A deep, thunderous crash echoed as the immense impact force erupted like a surging tsunami. The ground caved in, forming a deep crater as cracks spread outward like a spiderweb. The skeletal monsters were crushed outright, their fragile bones reduced to dust by the immense force, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the 100-strong skeleton horde was utterly annihilated by the hellhound's devastating strike from above. Hellhound level up by 10. Hellhound level up 17. Hellhound level up 26. With just one dive strike, the hellhound reached level 26. Leveling up is much faster when hunting high-level monsters. Meanwhile, the crimson flame golden claw bird had also surpassed level 40. In no time, the two beasts had whittled the skeleton monsters in Dark Valley down to a mere handful. The experience required for subsequent levels increased exponentially, and these few monsters were nowhere near enough for both of them to share. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng decided to send the hellhound to hunt monsters elsewhere first. No more competing for experience. Upon receiving Jiang Feng's order, the hellhound let out a deep snort through its nostrils. Then transformed into a black afterimage too swift for the naked eye to follow, charging off to hunt monsters elsewhere. The adventurers nearly wet themselves upon seeing Jiang Feng summon yet another terrifying beast. The terrifying crimson flame golden claw bird alone had already left them utterly horrified. Now, with the addition of a hellhound such an utterly terrifying beast of burden, they even began to doubt whether they were hallucinating. Chapter 8, The Skeleton King Boss? One-hit kill. Although Jiang Feng couldn't gain experience points now, he could gain massive evolution points from slaying the skeleton monsters, plus the equipment scattered everywhere from their drops. Thus, his mood was exceptionally high at this moment. Based on his knowledge of Dark Valley, once most of the skeleton monsters were slain, the Skeleton King would awaken. Now, only scattered, dismembered skeletons remained in the valley. Logically, the Skeleton King should appear soon, right? Jiang Feng guided the crimson flame golden claw bird closer to the valley floor. Instantly, the ground of the Dark Valley cracked and scorched under the bird's crimson flames. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The valley floor shook violently as a skeleton king over 10 meters tall rose from the ground like a towering spire. Its body was assembled from massive, thick black bones. Its skull resembled a massive black iron ball, with two pools of ghostly blue soul flames burning within its sunken eye sockets. Upon each shoulder, it bore a colossal bone blade several zhang in length, with broad, irregularly serrated edges. Die! The Skeleton King's voice sounded as if it were scraped from countless sharp white bones rubbing together, an excruciatingly piercing sound. Before the word had fully left its mouth, its massive frame took a single step forward, causing the valley to tremble. Simultaneously, it raised its massive bone blades, bringing them down in a sweeping strike toward Jiang Feng. Screech! The crimson flame golden claw bird let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped, and it burst forward in a flash, simultaneously unleashing its skill, golden claw blazing slash. In an instant, a light 100 times brighter than the scorching sun erupted, causing even the void itself to tremble. Simultaneously, the Skeleton King's information panel appeared before Jiang Feng's eyes. Skeleton King. Level, 60. Category, Boss. HP, 114,510. Defense, 43,015. Combat Power, 22,781. After reviewing its stats panel, Jiang Feng murmured in astonishment. Over 100,000 HP, and over 40,000 defense? Although the Skeleton King's combat power isn't high, its health pool was downright absurd, especially paired with such high defense. For the average person, defeating it would be quite challenging, a protracted battle of attrition. The question was how many strikes from the Crimson Flame Golden Claw it could withstand. Sensing the terrifying force approaching, the Skeleton King attempted to raise its bone blade in defense. In an instant, 3 golden claw marks, blazing with intense flames, sliced through the void with unstoppable momentum, carrying immense heat and frenzied power as they shot forward. Boom! The claw marks pierced straight through the Skeleton King's 2 massive bone blades, simultaneously melting its bones at an astonishing speed. 152,103. A terrifying crimson damage value erupted from the Skeleton King's body. This scene astonished Jiang Feng. He hadn't expected a single strike to deal 150,000 damage. And that was against the Skeleton King's astonishing defense and health pool. One skill instantly killed it? This damage output was truly off the charts. Even a third transformation shield warrior might not be able to withstand this blow. Scarlet Flame Golden Claw Bird has been upgraded to level 53. You have slain the Skeleton King and obtained the reward, Skeleton King's Primordial Power. Upon hearing the reward notification, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed. With this primordial power, I can complete my first advancement and continue leveling up. Scattered across the valley floor, treasures lay gleaming incessantly. Bronze-grade bone armor. Silver-grade skeleton necklace. Bronze-grade bone ring. Silver-grade skeleton staff. Jang Fong waved his hand, drawing them all into his spatial ring. Then there was the bone knife dropped by the Skeleton King. He hadn't expected it to be gold-grade. After roughly sorting through the loot, Jang Fong opened his quest panel. Current quest, First Transformation. Quest requirements: travel to the Dark Valley Dungeon, defeat the Skeleton King boss, and obtain the Skeleton King's Primordial Power. Quest status: ready to submit. Submit? Submit. Jiang Feng selected submit without hesitation. Current status updated. Congratulations on defeating a level 30 wild wolf. You have gained 2,365 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 35 swamp poison frog, earning 2,765 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 40 stone beast, earning 3,465 EXP. Congratulations! Your level has increased to First Transformation, level 35. Your level has increased to First Reincarnation, level 42. Your level has increased to First Reincarnation, level 50. Your level has increased to First Reincarnation, level 60. The second reincarnation quest has been issued. You have reached the level cap. Killing monsters will no longer grant experience. A series of notifications blared out, leaving Jiang Feng momentarily stunned. He had just broken through to the first transformation, yet instantly surged to level 60 of the first transformation? Looks like the hellhounds are spawning monsters like crazy on the outskirts. Jiang Feng felt a surge of excitement. Having more pets was pure bliss. Without lifting a finger, just standing there, his level skyrocketed. First, I'll go collect the dropped items. Can't let them go to waste, right? Jiang Feng grinned, riding his Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird toward the direction of the Hellhound's rampage. Chapter 9, Safely Return the Young Miss to the Bai family. Riding the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird. Picked up items dropped by monsters he'd summoned along the way. While simultaneously checking his information panel. Host, Jiang Feng. Class, Beastmaster. Level, 61st Job Advance. Strength, 1067. Constitution, 1152. Agility, 1,374. Spirit, 2,371. Combat Power, 2465. Skills, Contract Magic, Summoning Magic. Beasts, Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird Purple Crystal Grade, Hellhound Mingyue Grade. Evolution Points, 1,475,000. Current quest, Second Reincarnation. Quest requirements: travel to the Xuanjiao Bay Dungeon for second job advancement, defeat the Xuanjiao boss, and obtain the Xuanjiao Heart. Acceptance deadline, 3 days. Accept now? Note: failure to complete within 15 days of task issuance will result in failed class advancement. Reattempting advancement is prohibited for 3 months. Accept quest. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward. After completing the second job advancement quest, he could continue his breakthrough. Then he could contract one more beast. Currently at level 60 with a first-class transformation, he could already contract 3 beasts. He dared not imagine how many terrifying beasts he could contract once his level skyrocketed. Then, just sending any one of them into a dungeon would be enough to clear it with a single click. Beyond the Dark Valley's borders lay a second transformation desert dungeon. The bosses within this second transformation dungeon are monstrous beasts nearing level 90. And now, a fierce battle erupted deep within the desert dungeon. A 5-person party was locked in fierce combat with a swarm of venomous scorpions, each around levels 50 to 60. An elderly man in white robes chanted incantations continuously. As the incantation echoed, several fiery projectiles materialized before him, hurtling toward the venomous scorpions. The fire projectiles exploded with a thunderous roar within the scorpion swarm. The explosive force hurled numerous scorpions into the air, creating a vast vacuum zone. However, the sheer number of venomous scorpions was overwhelming. Those behind surged forward relentlessly, wave after wave crashing toward the squad. Their speed across the sand was astonishing. Within seconds, they had closed the gap, swarming back to fill the void. Their dense, swarming forms resembled a black tidal wave raging, surging, and unending. Even the third-tier elder wielding the blast of flames found the situation quite challenging. Having absorbed the power of the Shadow Core magic crystal, these venomous scorpions had not only grown stronger overall but were also overwhelmingly numerous. Damn it, these venomous scorpions are too much to handle. Elder Mu, should we retreat for now? A knight within the squad spoke with a look of apprehension, fending off the relentless tide of scorpions as he spoke. Just moments ago, a warrior beside him had managed to sever the head of one scorpion. He was still struck by its razor-sharp tail. Had his armor not been thick enough, that death blow would have pierced his chest. Though the armor had blocked the blow, it had shattered in the process. The stinger had also scraped his chest, drawing a trickle of blood. Soon his blood began turning pitch black, and his face grew deathly pale. The venom of the poison-spiked scorpion was rapidly spreading through his body. The young girl, protected within the group, urgently channeled her staff's power to help purge the poison from his system. Only after the scorpion's venom was suppressed did the girl wipe the sweat from her forehead. Her name was Bai Lingyue, the young lady of the Bai Group in Pingchang. She had come here to collect the Dark Core magic crystal essence for her second stage task. Unexpectedly, they encountered a crisis and were ambushed by a swarm of venomous scorpions. Bai Lingyue looked worriedly at Old Mu and said, "What should we do? Grandpa Mu, maybe we should leave first." Hearing this, Old Mu shook his head, about to speak. A colossal venomous scorpion slowly emerged, resembling a moving hill. Its body stood over 2 meters tall and stretched several meters in length. Its shell glowed a deep, dark purple-black, reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its enormous pincers resembled 2 razor-sharp giant scythes. As they opened and closed slightly, a chilling glint flashed. Its high-arching tail bore a venomous stinger as thick as an adult's thigh. Poison pooled at the tip, a mere scratch could cause instant death. Damn it, it's the venomous Scorpion King. The knight who had spoken earlier suddenly trembled, his expression turning horrified as he stared at the venomous stinger Scorpion King. This was an 87-level poison sting Scorpion King. Even Old Mu, who had been hesitating, couldn't help but startle upon seeing this venomous stinger Scorpion King. "Young miss, it seems I miscalculated this time." Old Mu sighed deeply. Though he was a level 93 triple transformed fire mage, he couldn't resolve the current predicament. Though the level 87 poison sting Scorpion King was lower level than him, its attributes were doubled, and with so many venomous scorpions present, a single third transformation mage like him stood little chance of turning the tide. "Grandpa Mu, we." Bai Lingyue stood pale-faced behind Old Mu. This time, she was genuinely terrified. Never in her life had she faced such mortal peril. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Mu spoke firmly, "Young lady, rest assured. I'll risk my old bones to get you out of here." The squad members' expression shifted instantly upon hearing this. "Master Mu, are you going to use that technique?" They knew Old Mu possessed a secret technique called the Burning Sacrifice. It involved sacrificing his own life force to temporarily amplify his power. Once Mu Lao activated this technique, he himself would likely be left behind. Master Mu was prepared to sacrifice himself to clear a path for them. "No, don't, Grandpa Mu." Bai Lingyue's eyes welled up with tears as she clutched Old Master Mu's arm, desperate to stop his sacrifice. Yet Master Mu wore a serene smile as he said, "Young miss, there's no need to pity me. My time was already running out." As he spoke, the aura around him began to surge violently, and flames already burned upon his body. Bai Lingyue frantically reached out, trying to smother the flames on Old Mu's body. "No, Grandpa Mu, I beg you, don't sacrifice yourself, what?" Yet these flames were not something she could extinguish. With a solemn expression, Old Master Mu turned to the other three, handing them a magical ring and instructing them. "Use this artifact to activate the defensive barrier, then rush the young lady out. Remember, you must bring her back to the Bai family safely." Hearing this, the three felt a lump in their throats, but they nodded resolutely. "Grandfather Mu, rest assured." But Bai Lingyue still clung tightly to Old Master Mu's robe, refusing to let go. Even as flames began scorching her delicate jade-like hands, she clenched her teeth and refused to let go. Grandpa Mu had watched her grow up. How could she bear to let him perish like this? "Miss, we must leave now," the knight urged Bai Lingyue. "If we linger any longer, none of us will escape." Yet just as they faced utter despair, a colossal beast dog engulfed in ghostly flames suddenly materialized behind the venomous scorpion. With a flash, its bone wings flapped, blazing with ghostly blue flames, propelling it forward in an instant. In an instant, it split into over a dozen duplicates, charging into the venomous scorpion swarm with murderous intent. This was its skill shadow clone technique. Before the hellhound, these venomous scorpions were as insignificant as ants, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 10, could that person be the master of this hellhound? What is that? The scene before them caused the group to unconsciously gap in horror. Even Old Mu frowned deeply, his eyes narrowing as he solemnly declared, "That is the hellhound." "What? It's the legendary hellhound? How is this possible? Why would such a terrifying beast appear in this second-tier instance? That venomous scorpion, so formidable moments ago, now lies beneath the hellhound's feet, as fragile as an ant." The group's expression shifted in shock as they instinctively swallowed hard. If it had only been the venomous scorpion, they might have fought their way out with all their strength. But now, with a legendary beast appearing, they feared they had no hope of escape. The venomous scorpion sensed the hellhound's abyssal, terrifying aura and instantly went on high alert. They swiftly adjusted their formation, raising their tails high, the deadly green glow of their venomous spines flashing menacingly. Then, like a surging tide, they charged toward the hellhound. The hellhound suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The venomous scorpions at the forefront were instantly scattered by the immense force, limbs severed and scattered. Next, the hellhound gently flapped its massive bone wings, unleashing a torrent of ghostly blue hellfire that cascaded down like erupting lava. It instantly engulfed a vast swath of the venomous scorpions, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Even the venomous scorpion king couldn't withstand such a terrifying assault. The desert now resembled the very depths of hell. Witnessing this scene, the group's eyelids twitched violently, their breathing becoming heavy and labored. In less than 2 minutes, the scorpion tide was decimated, leaving only a handful remaining. Suddenly, a clone of the hellhound charged toward them. Their hearts pounded in terror, and old Moo's robes were instantly soaked through with cold sweat. He urgently unleashed the Great Inferno explosion spell, directing it toward the hellhound's clone. Boom! The Great Flame explosion spell erupted with a deafening roar. A blinding light flared up like a miniature sun in the spot. The flames spread and expanded at an incredible speed, forming a massive spherical ball of fire several zhang in diameter. The surrounding sand and rocks melted instantly under the scorching flames, transforming into droplets of molten lava that flowed slowly. Yet the hellhound's clone shot out of the raging inferno like a black bolt of lightning, utterly unscathed. It's over. Old Moo's pupils contracted violently as shock surged through his heart. Before that hellhound's clone, he felt as weak and insignificant as an ant. They had already braced themselves for death. Yet the hellhound's clone swept past them entirely, charging toward the venomous scorpion lurking behind them. What is happening? It didn't attack us? The group snapped out of their shock, their clothes soaked through with cold sweat. The previous scene had nearly scared the living daylights out of them. Yet the hellhound's clone had completely ignored them? They couldn't make heads or tails of it. Regardless, they had narrowly escaped with their lives. Just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, a piercing, shrill cry suddenly echoed from the horizon. 100-foot-long firebird appeared above them. In that instant, even the air itself seemed to heat up, making them feel a wave of intense heat. Good heavens! Another terrifying beast? What on earth is happening in this dungeon? Grandpa Moo, look. There seems to be someone on that firebird's head. What? Could that blazing bird be his mount? The group gasped in hushed whispers, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. While everyone was still reeling, Jang Fong had already spotted the scattered remains of the venomous scorpions below and the items they had dropped. Indeed, the loot from monsters in the second-tier map far exceeded that of the first-tier map. After dispatching the venomous scorpions, the hellhound growled softly before retracting its avatar. Its size shrank to that of an ordinary dog, and it looked at Jiang Feng with an obedient expression. Could it be that man is the master of this hellhound? Old Moo, his expression shaken by the hellhound's sudden transformation, stared blankly for a moment. The others suddenly understood. No wonder the hellhound had charged at them earlier without harming them. It turned out to be that nobleman's beast. To simultaneously possess both a fiery beast of terrifying might and a legendary tier hellhound as personal beasts. Just how terrifyingly extraordinary must this master's identity be? The crimson flame golden claw bird descended low, and Jiang Feng leapt down from its head. He reached out to pat the hellhound's head, praising, "Good job, little guy." With a wave of his hand, he gathered all the items scattered across the ground. Especially the series of items dropped by the venomous Scorpion King. For example, Scorpion Carapace, Scorpion Venom Blade, Scorpion King Bao. Any single one of these could fetch 100,000 or more. Young friend, thank you for saving my life. Old Moo hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude toward Jiang Feng. Had this youth's beast not appeared, he would likely have perished in the ritual fire. Jiang Feng had not only saved his life but also aided the entire team and ensured Bai Lingyue's safety. We are from the Bai Group. This is Miss Bai Lingyue of the Bai Group. Old Moo introduced to Jiang Feng. Hello. Thank you for saving us. Bai Lingyue's face flushed slightly as she looked at Jiang Feng with a hint of embarrassment. She had expected the rider atop that fiery bird to be a dignified middle-aged man. Instead, she found a youth who appeared to be her own age. Moreover, he was exceptionally handsome, radiating an air of calm and natural poise. Especially when he stood atop the fiery bird, that youthful vigor and charisma made him utterly captivating. As the heiress of the Bai Group, she had naturally encountered many talented and outstanding young men. Yet compared to Jiang Feng before her, they were mere fireflies beside the bright moon. It was no trouble at all, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile, dismissing the matter. After all, it was merely a time when the hellhound was autonomously hunting beasts, and he had saved them incidentally. Young friend, here is my Bai Group VIP card. It holds 3 million Federation credits. Please accept this token of our gratitude and appreciation for your timely assistance. Old Mu presented the card with utmost respect. On one hand, it was to express gratitude for Jiang Feng's intervention. On the other, it was an attempt to forge closer ties with him. After all, one who could contract two such terrifying beasts must have connections reaching the heavens and extraordinary foundations. In that case, I'd be rude to refuse. Jang Fong chuckled lightly, accepting the VIP card without hesitation. After all, why refuse money handed to you on a silver platter? Chapter 11, Miss, with his support, your benefits are limitless. Seeing Jiang Fong accept his overtures without refusal, Old Mu felt a surge of secret delight. He spoke up. Might I ask for your assistance, young friend? Could you help my young mistress obtain the Core Demon Crystal Essence to complete her second transformation task? Should you agree to assist, my young lady will surely offer generous rewards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fong pondered briefly before temporarily sealing the earthbound hound and crimson flame clawbird within his god-tier beast taming space to rest and recover. The Bai Group was one of Pingqing's three major conglomerates, boasting immense wealth and extensive holdings. Originally, Jiang Fong had planned to have his two beasts sweep through this dungeon as well. While it wouldn't grant him experience points, it would allow both beasts to level up. Plus, there were plenty of dropped items to loot. Coming here was purely for restocking and leveling up his beasts. Helping them was merely a side task. If they could offer something he needed, that would be ideal. Then, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed as he inquired, I wonder if your Bai Group happens to have any evolution fruits for sale? Not long ago, the Bai Group did indeed acquire an evolution fruit. We plan to auction it off next month. Old Mu smiled and said, if you desire it, young friend, I'll speak to the young lady and have her gift it to you. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's expression shifted slightly as she tugged at Old Mu's sleeve. She then moved to the other side, hesitation evident on her face as she said, Grandpa Mu, that evolution fruit is incredibly valuable. While its market price is 5 million Federation coins, at an auction, it could easily fetch at least 10 million. This was clearly beyond her authority to decide as a gift. Moreover, using such a price solely as compensation was simply too extravagant. Old Mu spoke earnestly, Miss, while the evolution fruit is precious, if we can befriend this young friend, it's no exaggeration to say the benefits gained could be worth 1,000 or 10,000 times more than the fruit's value. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue still appeared hesitant. Old Mu could read her thoughts just by observing her expression. But he was a man of experience, well aware of the importance of winning Jiang Feng's favor. He patiently continued his explanation, Miss, while the evolution fruit is indeed precious, for that young friend, obtaining it is merely a matter of time. But if we extend our sincerity first and build goodwill, it would be an absolutely tremendous opportunity for our Bai Group. And as you know, father is gravely ill now. Though you are his favorite and most cherished youngest daughter. The majority of power within the Bai Group now rests in the hands of the eldest son. He has long regarded you as a thorn in his side. Should anything happen to the master, the eldest son will likely target you first. With this young friend's support and backing, no one within the Bai Group will be able to shake your position. Hearing Grandfather Mu's words, the hesitation in Bai Lingyue's eyes gradually faded, and she nodded earnestly. The eldest son of the Bai family was her half-brother, born to a different mother. From a young age, he had been flamboyant and dissolute, causing the patriarch to feel frustrated and disappointed in his son. Consequently, the eldest son harbored no affection for his half-sister. Indeed, he despised her. He viewed her as a threat to his position. Seeing Bai Lingyue's nod, Old Mu finally softened his expression and approached Jiang Fong. Young friend, after discussing it with our young mistress, she has agreed to offer the evolution fruit as your reward. Very well, Jiang Fong nodded with a smile. If you don't know where the dark core magic crystal essence is, I'll help you retrieve it. Bai Lingyue furrowed her beautiful brows and said, the shadow core magic crystal essence was snatched by the dungeon boss, the desert mad ape. If we delay any longer, it might be absorbed by it. Old Mu produced an electronic map and handed it to Jang Fong. When the desert mad ape seized the dark core magic crystal essence, I imprinted a tracking mark upon it. Its current location can be pinpointed on this map. Jang Fong took the map and quickly spotted a rapidly moving red dot on the digital display. After stowing the map, Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. You two wait here for a moment. I'll be back shortly. With that, he released the hellhound and the crimson clawbird. After a brief rest within the god-tier beast taming space, the two tamed beasts instantly replenished their previously depleted abilities. Jang Fong then instructed the hellhound to continue hunting fierce beasts to level up. In the blink of an eye, the hellhound vanished from the group's sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Fong mounted the fiery golden clawed bird's feathered back. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, it stirred up a whirlwind of sand and dust, nearly blinding the others. Before the dust could settle, the crimson-flamed golden clawed bird vanished into the horizon. Cough, cough. Bai Lingyue choked on a mouthful of sand, coughing for a long while before finally clearing her throat. A trace of worry then appeared between her brows. Grandfather Mu, what if we give him the evolution fruit, but he still doesn't wish to befriend us? Old Mu pondered for a moment before asking, Young miss, what do you think of that young friend? What do you mean? Bai Lingyue's face instantly flushed, her heart pounding wildly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke in a soft, sweet voice. He's quite handsome, and there's a confident charm about him. Heh, young lady, you must seize the opportunity with such a promising young talent. If we can cultivate his abilities, he'll be more inclined to strengthen ties with us. Old Mu stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's cheeks turned the color of ripe apples. She replied shyly. Grandpa Mu, a girl like me. I doubt he'd even notice me. She had always been confident in her looks, but upon meeting Jiang Feng, her heart had grown uneasy. Chapter 12, Special Skill, Life Control. Deep within the boundless desert, the desert mad ape's colossal, mountain-like form stood towering amidst the golden sands. Dozens of adventurers surrounded it, hunting this dungeon boss. The desert mad ape had already absorbed a trace of the Encore magic crystal essence. A surge of frenzied energy erupted within its body. It let out a deafening roar, its voice like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding sand dunes to collapse and slide. Its already formidable aura surged at a near terrifying rate. Its level skyrocketed by 10 ranks, reaching a staggering 98. Its muscles swelled like steel castings, veins bulging with explosive power. The desert mad gorilla, who had been about to flee, immediately turned its gaze toward the pursuing adventurers with a savage glint in its eyes. Its boulder-like fist, shrouded in sinister black magic light, lashed out violently toward the warrior who had arrived first. Boom! The warrior spat blood instantly, his body flying backward like a cannonball, smashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Before the others could react, the desert gorilla swung its fist again at the other charging adventurers. A fierce gale of wind roared in its wake. Though these warriors and swordsmen were clad in top-tier gear, they proved no match for the desert mad ape's suddenly surging power. They were sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into the yellow sand, feeling as if several bones in their bodies had snapped. Several mages, quick to react, cast protective shields around their comrades while simultaneously launching attacks at the desert mad gorilla. But the gorilla's fist, as massive as a mountain, shattered those shields effortlessly. The spells landed on the beast, causing only a momentary pause. Then it charged even more ferociously toward the rear mages, flinging them aside with a single swing. A man whose profession was shadow assassin, wielding a sharp short sword, seized the opportunity to strike from behind. Yet the desert gorilla's senses surpassed his expectations. With a swift backhand grab, it seized the man's body in its massive fist. With a furious roar, the assassin was crushed alive in its palm, reduced to a pile of flesh. Damn it! This desert gorilla's current strength is beyond what we can possibly match. Just by absorbing a bit of the Shadow Core magic crystal essence, its strength has increased so dramatically. Captain, what do we do now? Our attacks are like tickling it. If this keeps up, we'll all die here. Hold your horses. Everyone, try to distract it while I attempt to contact nearby professional reinforcements. At that very moment, a brilliant streak of flame suddenly streaked across the distant sky, hurtling toward us at breakneck speed. Before the flame's glow drew near, a scorching, overwhelming aura surged forth like a raging tide, causing the already scorching desert heat to surge even higher. Screech! Immediately, a shrill, piercing cry echoed across the sky, causing a stinging pain in the eardrums of everyone present. They looked up in astonishment to see a massive firebird looming before them. Its entire body was engulfed in raging flames, emanating an aura far more terrifying than that of the desert mad ape. Damn it, how did another terrifying bird like this show up? Damn it, one desert mad ape was already tough enough. Now this terrifying giant bird shows up? How are we supposed to fight this? We're done for. There's absolutely no hope now. The expressions of the adventurers were filled with terror, their voices trembling with despair. But one sharp-eyed female mage suddenly widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Wait! There seems to be a person standing on that firebird's back?" The other adventurers who caught the sight were equally stunned. What? That terrifying firebird is actually his beast? Good heavens, what level of mount is that? Regardless, we're saved. The desert mad ape, upon seeing the crimson flame golden claw bird, instantly sensed an unprecedented crisis. It let out a roar to the heavens. Without a second glance, it bolted away, kicking up a dust storm across the desert. Just one glance, and the desert dungeon's boss, the desert mad ape, fled in panic. Holy crap, who the hell is this guy? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, then they stared in disbelief at the fleeing desert gorilla. Just moments ago, it had been brimming with savage fury, yet now it scurried away like a timid mouse. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he fixed his gaze on the desert mad ape. Think you can run? Do you really think you can escape? At Jiang Feng's command, the crimson flame golden claw bird sprang into action. Its wings beat fiercely, flames surging wildly around its body, rapidly coalescing into massive fireballs before its chest. Immediately, the fireballs shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring, whistling toward the desert mad ape. The fireballs sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound and trailing long streaks of flame. The desert mad ape sensed the impending danger and tried to dodge, but the fireballs were simply too fast. It could only raise its thick arm to block. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the fireball detonated on the desert gorilla's arm. The immense force of the blast sent its massive body flying backward. The desert gorilla crashed heavily onto a sand dune 100 meters away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, terror filled its eyes. At that moment, the crimson flame claw bird's flames spiraled upward along its claw blades, coalescing into a fiery blade several meters long. A golden flame slashed down like lightning. With a sharp swish, the golden claw blaze slash struck the desert gorilla with pinpoint accuracy, instantly cleaving its massive body in two. As the desert mad gorilla perished, a shower of equipment exploded across the ground. True to its reputation as a second-tier dungeon boss, the rewards were indeed plentiful. Over a dozen multicolored lights rose into the air. Among them was a golden glow, a gold-tier item. Giant Ape Gauntlets Gold Grade, when equipped, unleashes a punch with 10 times your own strength. Golden Grade Giant Ape Gauntlets? Jiang Feng pondered silently. These gloves would be perfect for warrior-type adventurers. But for a beast master like himself, they were practically useless. Still, its value was immense, easily worth over 1 million Federation coins. You defeated the dungeon boss Desert Mad Gorilla and obtained a special skill reward, Life Control. Hearing the notification, Jang Fong immediately checked the skill out of curiosity. Special skill, Life Control. Description, Master of Living Beings. Summons creatures from all directions. Upon activation, forcibly controls all living beings within a 300-meter radius for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 3 days. Holy, this is insane. Jiang Feng's heart pounded wildly. This skill was utterly insane. For 60 seconds, a full minute, he could command every living being within 300 meters. And this skill's effects extend not only to ferocious beasts but also to humans. How is this any different from having your words become law? Regardless of your status or power. Within those 60 seconds of control. If I tell you to kneel, you kneel. If I tell you to lick, you lick. If I tell you to strip, you strip. Chapter 13, is Jang Fong the divine son of Great Flame? After collecting the Shadow Core magic crystal essence dropped by the Desert Mad Gorilla, Jang Fong swiftly rode the Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird to Bai Lingyue's location. Upon seeing the Dark Core crystal essence, Bai Lingyue immediately expressed her sincere gratitude to Jang Fong. Jang Fong merely smiled faintly in response. It was nothing. The reverence the others already held for Jang Fong deepened with an added layer of respect. Old Master Mukai smiled and inquired, "By the way, young friend, might I ask your name?" Jang Fong replied. "Then please join us at the Bai Group, young friend Jang Fong. We shall transfer the evolution fruit to you immediately," Old Mu said with great courtesy. Pingcheng, the city lord's mansion. A stern-faced, square-jawed middle-aged man sat upright in a large chair. His hair was streaked with silver, yet his eyes burned with intensity, radiating an aura of formidable power that sent shivers down the spine. His deep voice spoke slowly as he turned to an aide beside him and asked, "Have you ascertained the identity of that powerful beast tamer who recently appeared in Pingcheng?" "Yes, Lord Governor," the subordinate nodded and continued his report. "The beast tamer's name is Jang Fong. He is 18 years old. His family recently went bankrupt, and his father has already turned himself in and is now in prison. However, we've never been able to figure out how he managed to contract a purple crystal grade Crimson Flame Golden Claw Bird." Hearing this, the city lord's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. "It's only natural that we couldn't uncover the truth. Have you heard of Extraordinary Attributes, the Chosen One?" At these words, the subordinate's pupils dilated sharply. His eyes widened with utter astonishment as he asked, "Are you suggesting Jang Fong might be a chosen one?" Divine Chosen possess extraordinary abilities, capable of displaying immense power and innate talent. Those once hailed as chosen of the gods were all unparalleled geniuses in human history, superpowered beings of legendary renown. Commonly known as divine sons, they possess terrifying potential and received the highest honors from every nation. Consider this, the Great Yan Federation hasn't seen a divine child emerge in centuries. Other nations, relying on the existence of their divine sons, have repeatedly bullied the Great Yan and constantly seek opportunities to cause trouble. Their audacity stems from the very fact that Great Yan lacks a divine child. Though the Great Yan produces prodigies in abundance, they can only aspire to the heights of other nations' divine sons. After all, the chasm between divine children and prodigies is as vast as the heavens. If Jang Fong truly is a divine child, it would be the fortune and hope of the entire Great Yan. From that day forward, Great Yan would never again fear the encroachments of other nations. That's correct, though I'm merely speculating. As for the specifics, further testing is required. City Lord Li Qingzhou nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. For too long, Great Yan had been held in check by other nations. The people yearned desperately for the emergence of a divine son. His subordinate inquired with renewed vigor. "Lord City Master, should we announce Jiang Feng's identity and place him under protection?" Li Qingzhou shook his head, closing his eyes slightly as he replied, "From what I understand, those fellows have already infiltrated Pingcheng. If we rashly reveal Jiang Feng's identity, it could very well lead to his demise before his mission is complete. Our Great Yan cannot withstand such a blow. Hearing this, hesitation flashed across the subordinate's face. But even if we don't reveal Jiang Feng's identity, his formidable beast-taming abilities are bound to attract attention. Li Qingzhou waved his hand, retrieving a cloak from his spatial ring. Once worn, this cloak would render the wearer impervious to detection spells. Take this item to Jang Fong. From this moment onward, seal all records pertaining to Jang Fong and classify them as top secret. Yes, Lord City Master. The subordinate nodded respectfully. This was the only way they could protect Jang Fong now. After the subordinate departed, Li Qingzhou sighed, gazing up at the sky gradually darkening with gathering clouds. Jang Fong. I wonder if the ultimate fate of the Great Yan Empire will be decided by you? Upon arriving at the Bai Group, Bai Lingyue led Jang Fong into a lavishly decorated VIP lounge. A massive crystal chandelier cast bright yet soft light throughout the room. Exquisite tea sets and fresh, expensive spiritual fruits were arranged on the coffee table. Before Bai Lingyue could exchange more than a few words with Jang Fong, a commotion erupted from outside. You can guard against everything, but it's truly hard to guard against a traitor within your own home. Old Moo, where do you think you're going with next month's auction evolution fruit? I never imagined that you, Old Moo, who always seemed so honest and trustworthy, would now try to steal from the Bai Group? A slightly harsh and sarcastic male voice rang out, clearly intended to provoke Old Moo. Suppressing his anger, Old Moo replied in a deep voice, "Young master, I'm delivering this item on behalf of the young lady to a distinguished guest." Oh? I'd be curious to see which esteemed guest of the Bai Group this is for. The contempt in the man's voice was unmistakable. Who could possibly be worthy of such a precious gift? A loud thud echoed as the door was kicked open. A young man in an expensive gray suit strode in with a defiant look on his face. His gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Fong, standing beside Bai Lingyue. Jiang Fong was dressed in clothes worth no more than 200 yuan, and he wasn't wearing any valuable accessories. Apart from a somewhat handsome face, he appeared unremarkable. Then, Bai Yuezha, the eldest son of the Bai family, sneered with a mocking expression. Old Moo, you wouldn't be referring to that pretty boy by her side as your distinguished guest, would you? How laughable. The Bai Group is one of the 3 major conglomerates in Pingcheng. Since when would a pretty boy be considered a distinguished guest of the Bai family? Hearing this, Old Moo's expression darkened as he cautioned. Please watch your words, young master. Jiang Fong is a top-tier beastmaster. Should he become enraged, the entire Bai Group could face turmoil. Bai Lingyue's face also flushed with anger. How could she tolerate Jiang Fong being insulted like this? She immediately snapped, Bai Yuezha. He is not only my honored guest, but also a future honored guest of the Bai Group. Watch your tone. Oh ho, you little brat's gotten some nerve, speaking to me like that? Bai Yuezha stared at her with cold derision, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. That damn girl not only constantly opposed him but also dared to scheme to wrest control of the Bai Group from him. Once the old man was dead, she'd be the first one kicked out of the family. At that moment, Bai Lingyue showed no sign of flinching, her eyes narrowing coldly. The atmosphere between them instantly turned tense and confrontational. Had she not met Jiang Fong, she might have backed down 3 steps. But now, things were different. Tieha, throw that brat out. Let him know the Bai Group isn't open to just anyone. Bai Yuezha barked the order at a burly man with a scar at the corner of his eye standing beside him. Yes, young Master Bai. The burly man nodded, then turned to glare coldly at Jiang Fong. He was a triple transformed blade master, possessing brute strength not to be underestimated. Tieha, how dare you lay a hand on my guest? Bai Lingyue's delicate brows furrowed as she sprang to her feet, her voice sharp with rebuke. The man named Tieha merely sneered. My apologies, Miss Bai, but I only follow young Master Bai's orders. With that, he reached out to grab Jiang Fong by the collar, intending to yank him up. Yet Jiang Fong remained utterly composed throughout, even taking a leisurely sip of hot tea. Just as Tieha's hand reached out, Jiang Fong spoke in a calm tone. Kneel. The special skill, lifeform control, activated. Tai He and Bai Yuezha instantly felt as though mountains weighing 10,000 caddies had crushed down upon them. Thud. With a resounding thud, both men were forced to their knees. The impact even shattered the marble floor, leaving a spiderweb-like crack in its wake. This. Old Moo and Bai Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Jiang Fong had merely spoken a single sentence, and these two had immediately fallen to their knees? What on earth was going on? Chapter 14, This Jiang Fong is truly terrifying. Kid, what did you do to us? Fire nearly blazed from Bai Yuezha's eyes. He was the esteemed eldest son of the Bai family, the future helmsman of the Bai Group. Yet this brat had outmaneuvered him, forcing him to kneel before everyone. For the future head of the Bai Group, this was nothing short of a colossal humiliation. Kneel and bang your head on the ground a few times, then slap yourself hard across the face. As soon as Jiang Fong finished speaking, Bai Yuezha's veins bulged violently. This brat was practically asking for death. Yet in the next instant, his body moved of its own accord, slamming his forehead hard against the ground several times. His forehead split open, leaving a bloody mark on the ground. Then, as if his arms had a mind of their own, he lashed out at his own face with a series of sharp slaps. Smack! 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 A series of slaps echoed, swelling his own face. Beside him, Tai-he possessed even greater strength. His face instantly swelled, the pain feeling like ants gnawing at his skin. Only when the 60 seconds had passed did the two men regain control of their bodies. Who are you? Bai Yuezha's face no longer bore the earlier insolence, but instead stared at Jiang Feng in utter shock. Tai-he also stared at Jiang Feng in terror, scrambling backward as he retreated. This youth before them was utterly terrifying. A single command had compelled his body to obey. Had the youth ordered him to slit his own throat just now, he would have been utterly powerless to disobey. It was utterly terrifying. The thought sent a deep, bone-chilling shiver through Tai-he. Such power even a 6th-tier psionic mage couldn't achieve it. Even if he were beaten to death, he would never have imagined this youth to be such a terrifying existence. Didn't Miss Bai just say so herself? I'm merely her guest. Jang Fong grinned, then took another leisurely sip of tea. This skill of controlling living beings was simply exhilarating. Too bad it only lasted a minute. I am sorry, sir. I was blind to offend you. I apologize immediately. Forgive me. Fear completely overwhelmed Bai Yuezha. Trembling with dread, he scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply in apology to Jiang Feng. He dared not show Jiang Feng the slightest disrespect again, not even allowing a trace of hostility to stir within him. Since you know you're in the wrong, get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, Jiang Feng said with a smile, but the threat underlying his words was clear to anyone. Yes. Bai Yuezha fled the guest hall with Tai-he in tow, as if escaping. He feared that if he lingered even a moment longer, his life would be in jeopardy. Before leaving, he shot Bai Lingyue one last glance. Where on earth had this damn woman found such a terrifying figure to back her up? Jiang Feng observed the stunned expression on Old Mu's face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Old Mu, hand over the evolution fruit. Certainly, please accept it. Old Mu snapped back to his senses, nodding repeatedly with reverence. He hadn't expected that besides his two terrifying beast companions, Jiang Feng also possessed such dreadful abilities. Even as a 3rd-tier mage, he couldn't fathom how Jiang Feng had accomplished what he just witnessed. He then approached, carefully cradling an exquisitely crafted box in both hands. At that moment, Bai Lingyue's mind was also churning with shock, utterly stunned by the techniques Jiang Feng had just displayed. Such power was terrifyingly profound. Jiang Feng opened the box with eager anticipation. Inside the exquisite box lay a fruit roughly the size of an adult's fist. Its color was a deep, rich purplish red, like a perfectly ripe mulberry. Its overall shape was peculiar, with a smooth, delicate surface that radiated a warm, lustrous texture. It emitted a faint, peculiar aura. So this is the evolution fruit? Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as a surge of delight filled his heart. With this evolution fruit, the crimson flame golden claw bird would undergo another evolution. Its power would ascend to new heights. Jiang Feng closed the box and stored it in his spatial ring, intending to give the evolution fruit to the crimson flame golden claw bird to consume shortly. He then turned to Old Mu and Bai Lingyue, offering a light chuckle as he said, "Thank you, Miss Bai. You've done me a tremendous favor. If you ever need anything, I'll grant you one request." After all, Jiang Feng wasn't one to take advantage of others for free. Her request to obtain the Core Magic Crystal Essence was simply too trivial. Even if they later paid someone to obtain the Shadow Core Magic Crystal Essence, it wouldn't have required sacrificing an evolution fruit. Though Jiang Feng recognized their intent to win him over, this favor was indeed owed. Agreeing to assist them once would serve as repayment for that favor. Hearing this, both Bai Lingyue and Old Mu's expressions brightened. As Old Mu had said earlier, with Jiang Feng's backing, Bai Lingyue's position within the Jiang family would become unshakable. Thank you, Jiang Feng. From now on, you will always be an honored guest of both myself and the Bai Group. Bai Lingyue's face beamed with joy as she bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. No need to be so formal, Jiang Feng waved his hand and smiled. I hear the Bai family has numerous businesses. These are items and equipment I obtained from the dungeon realm. I'll leave their sale to you from now on. With that, he pulled a pile of items from his spatial ring. After all, they were useless sitting idle. Better to turn them into a string of warm numbers. Seeing the sheer volume of items, Bai Yueling was secretly startled, but she quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll buy them back at 20% above market price. I'll transfer the settlement funds to your account immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Feng shook his head. No need. Just the standard market price will do. In an office at Bai Group, a secretary was helping Bai Yuezha reduce the swelling on his face and bandage his wounds. Bai Yuezha's face was grim, traces of fear still lingering in the corners of his eyes. Tiaha, do you know how that kid managed to pull that off just now? Bai Yuezha demanded of Tai-he, who was treating the swelling on his face. He shook his head, his voice still trembling with fear. Young Master Bai, that man's power is terrifying. With just a single word, he could control our bodies. If he had ordered us to kill ourselves on the spot, we'd likely be corpses by now. Damn it. When did such a terrifying presence emerge in Pingcheng and so young at that? Bai Yuezha gritted his teeth and spat out a low curse. The rage burned within him, he forced himself to suppress it. Send someone to investigate this Jiang Feng. What's his background? If he becomes Bai Ling Yu's protector, the entire Bai group will slip completely beyond my control. He nodded firmly upon hearing this, then walked out. A short while later, he returned, his expression grave. Young Master Bai, I've exhausted every available resource, yet found no information on Jiang Feng. Hearing this, Bai Yuezha looked puzzled and furrowed his brow. Could it be he's using a false name? No, young Master Bai, I don't believe that's the case. He shook his head, his expression solemn as he continued. When I first looked into Jiang Feng, I could see his photo and age. But when I tried to dig deeper, it was as if someone had deliberately hidden the information. In the end, I couldn't even find his name. Hearing this, Bai Yuezha felt a sudden jolt in his heart. It seemed Jiang Feng's background was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 15, The Source of Divine Power. Pingcheng, Shanshui Manor. Shanshui Manor was one of Pingcheng's most exclusive and scenic villa communities. Perched atop a small hill, it offered panoramic views of the entire city. A stunningly beautiful real estate agent, with a figure that could be described as perfect, was enthusiastically showing Jiang Feng around a luxurious villa. She wore a form-fitting black business suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her waist was slender enough to fit in one hand, and her long legs appeared even straighter and more alluring beneath the black skirt. The saleswoman said in a sweet voice, Mr. Jiang, as you can see, this villa is unparalleled in both location and construction quality throughout all of Pingcheng. As she spoke, she guided Jiang Feng into the villa's interior. The spacious and bright living room featured a soaring ceiling adorned with a massive, ornate crystal chandelier. It does look quite spacious, Jiang Feng murmured with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. This place was far more luxurious than his own home before bankruptcy. And compared to the old, dilapidated rental he'd lived in before, that had been nothing short of a miserable existence. Now that he had money, naturally he'd move into a larger house and hire a few attractive maids to attend to his daily needs. That would be the life. Mr. Jiang, I hope you're satisfied with this villa? The beautiful saleswoman asked Jiang Feng with a smile. As she spoke, she slipped off her coat and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A hint of allure flickered in her eyes. Her behavior stemmed not only from Jiang Feng's striking good looks and well-built physique. More importantly, while hosting Jiang Feng, she needed to verify his personal assets. When she saw the Bai Group VIP card he presented, her eyes lit up. After all, in all of Pingcheng, those who possessed a Bai Group VIP card could be counted on one hand. When she checked the balance on his card, her eyes widened in astonishment. The balance displayed as a long string of numbers, leaving her momentarily speechless. If she could close a deal on a villa, even a few percentage points of the commission would amount to hundreds of thousands. Jiang Feng wasn't oblivious, he could easily read the saleswoman's thoughts. A smile touched his lips. This villa looks quite spacious. I wonder how the interior layout is. Alright, I'll take you to see the master bedroom right away. The saleswoman's heart leapt with delight as she hurriedly led Jiang Feng to the master bedroom. The master bedroom featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Through the glass, Jiang Feng could overlook the entire city of Pingcheng, enjoying an exceptional view. Mr. Jiang, if you're satisfied, why not sign the contract now? The saleswoman reclined on the plush bed, resting a contract against her waist as she spoke with a seductive smile. 1 hour later, Jiang Feng signed the property purchase contract with a firm stroke, then stretched lazily with a look of pure contentment. The profits he'd earned from these two side projects alone totaled tens of millions. Besides, money was merely a number to him. After the beautiful saleswoman left Jiang Feng's villa, beaming with joy as she held the purchase contract, a black sedan pulled up from a distance and came to a stop in his driveway. Two men stepped out of the car, their imposing presence immediately signaling they were no ordinary individuals. Given Jiang Feng's current strength, he naturally had no reason to fear hostile intentions. He promptly offered a polite smile. Gentlemen, what brings you here? Hello, we're from the city lord's mansion. We've come to deliver a few items to you. One of them, a burly man with a resonant voice, said with a smile. The city lord's mansion? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and nodded. Please come in. He didn't need to guess they had undoubtedly noticed his situation and come knocking. But Jiang Feng felt no concern. His formidable strength would sweep away any obstacles. My name is Lin Qingzhong, Minister of the Pingcheng Defense Bureau. This is my colleague, Su Tian. The burly man introduced their identities with a smile. Jiang Feng nodded and extended his hand amicably. Hello, Director Lin. After the handshake, Lin Qingzhong cut straight to the chase without further pleasantries. Jiang Feng, we've come to you today to share something of utmost importance. In this world, certain practitioners possess attributes and abilities that surpass ordinary humans. They are known as extraordinary gifted individuals. Those blessed with such extraordinary talents are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The entire Great Yan Federation boasts a population of over 1 billion, yet only a handful possess such extraordinary talents. Yet even these exceptional talents are merely considered quasi-divine sons. Achieving true divine son status is exceedingly difficult. While the Yan's neighboring nations produce a divine child nearly every decade, the Yan has gone nearly 3 centuries without one. For only by fusing with the divine source can one truly become a divine child. Lin Xingzhong's gaze grew profound as he continued, to obtain the divine source, one must ascend to the final level of the Great Yan Divine Tower. Originally, the next opening of the Great Yan Divine Tower was scheduled for 10 years hence. Yet now, the Yan Emperor is advanced in years and gradually unable to maintain parity with the other great nations. The other nations have long coveted the Yan's resources. Without new powerhouses to stabilize the situation, the Yan may face immense turmoil. Therefore, the Emperor has decided to open the Great Yan Divine Tower early. The rise and fall of the Yan Empire's destiny rests entirely on this endeavor. Upon hearing Lin Xingzhong's words, Jang Fong couldn't help but feel a pang of astonishment. So they regarded him as some sort of extraordinary being. While Jang Fong paid little heed to the title of Divine Son, he was deeply intrigued by the so-called Divine Source. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what exactly is the function of this Divine Source? Lin Xingzhong replied, as you know, practitioners in this world can only reach the 9th transformation at most. But after fusing with the Divine Source, one breaks through the level cap, gaining power that surpasses even the 9th transformation. What? Merging it allows one to break through the level cap? Jang Fong froze, his heart surging with excitement. If he fused with this thing, wouldn't he be able to keep leveling up indefinitely? As a beast master, he possessed an advantage others lacked. He could send his beasts into various dungeons and secret realms to level up for him. No wonder it dared to be called the source of divine power. Its effects were truly godlike. Jang Fong had made up his mind he would obtain this item at all costs. When will the Great Yan Divine Tower open? Jang Fong asked excitedly. In 3 months, Lin Xingzhong replied simply. Ha! Jang Fong nearly doubted his own ears. Though he'd heard the Great Yan Divine Tower would open early, he hadn't expected it to be this soon. Chapter 16, Evolution, Crimson Sky Burning Falcon. Alright, after all that talk, I should bring out what the City Lord prepared for you. Lin Xingzhong smiled, then retrieved several items from his spatial ring. First was a black cloak. Once you wear this cloak, practitioners at the 6th transformation tier and below will be unable to detect your information using scrying or other methods. As for the specifics, you can examine them yourself. Jang Fong picked up the cloak and examined it. Stealth cloak. Category, special item. Description, conceals the wearer's aura, prevents information detection, and locks onto the probe source. Required level, LV10. This item not only prevents detection by practitioners of the 6th transformation and below but also conceals the wearer's aura. It proves quite useful in certain special situations. For instance, it can be used to make a quick escape when encountering powerful foes or danger. Though in such situations, it's usually the opponent who ends up fleeing. If he donned this hidden breath robe and activated life force control, he'd truly exude the aura of an unparalleled master. Capable of thwarting the detection of 6th tier practitioners, this cloak of concealment was worth at least several million. Jang Fong then turned his attention to the other items, his eyes immediately lighting up. Retrospective Talisman. Type, special item. Description, absorbs 1 fatal blow for the user and restores them to peak condition. Required level, LV10. Usage count, 3. This item is a life-saving treasure absolutely unparalleled in the marketplace. After all, possessing it is like holding a personal lifesaver. Jang Fong then turned his gaze to the scroll beside it. His scalp instantly tingled with unease. Resurrection Scroll. Type, special item. Description, revives a living being that died within the past 3 minutes. Required level, 30. Uses, 2. With this resurrection scroll, even if your beast is defeated, you can quickly revive it. Absolute defense. Type, special item. Description, grants immunity to all damage for 5 minutes upon use. Usage level, LV30. Usage count, 3. Upon seeing these items, even Jang Fong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With these items, he basically didn't need to worry about his safety anymore. But Jang Fong couldn't help but shoot Lin Xingzhong a strange look. Just how afraid were they that he might bite the dust midway? They'd actually given him so many life-saving items. As if reading his thoughts, Lin Xingzhong explained with a light chuckle. As the quasi-divine heir of Great Yan, your safety is naturally our top priority. With that, he produced another token. This is a dungeon access pass. It grants you unrestricted entry to any dungeon realm within Great Yan, including those not open to the public. Should you require it, we can also assign elite guards to protect you personally. Hearing this, Jang Fong hastily waved his hands. No need. These life-saving items are more than enough for me to guard against danger. Even he, who loved freebies, felt a bit embarrassed accepting more. Lin Xingzhong continued, additionally, your identity and information have been classified as top secret. Only core figures within the Great Yan Empire have the authority to access it. Jang Fong hadn't expected such formal treatment. Lin Xingzhong added, your father is also under our covert protection. If you wish to see him, just let us know. Hearing this, Jang Fong hastily waved his hands. That won't be necessary. As long as he's alive, that's enough. After all, that deadbeat dad had vanished without a trace after the company went bankrupt, abandoning Jiang Feng completely. That left him hunted by debt collectors, nearly losing his life. Understood. Lin Xingzhong nodded, then produced his business card. My number is here. Should you require anything further, we'll do our utmost to assist and accommodate. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips suddenly curved upward. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? Lin Xingzhong inquired. Earlier, Zhanglan, the son of the Yenshan Guild's leader, hired someone to kill me. I've been too busy to deal with it. Anger flared on Lin Xingzhong's face. That bastard dared to target a quasi-godson of Great Yan. That charge alone is enough to lock him up for life. Rest assured, we'll handle this matter with the utmost seriousness and deliver a satisfactory outcome. After seeing Lin Xingzhong and his companion off, Jang Fong couldn't stop grinning upon seeing all the treasures in the room. But Jang Fong didn't forget his main task. After feeding the evolution fruit to the crimson flame golden clawbird within his beast taming space, with a mere thought, its attribute panel appeared before Jiang Feng's eyes. Scarlet flame golden clawbird. Grade, purple crystal. Level, 59. Strength, 53,271. Stamina, 41,257. Agility, 76,547. Spirit, 64,715. Combat power, 104,527. Skills, Golden Claw Blaze Slash, Wings of Blazing Fire. Evolution points required, 350,000 evolution points. Evolve. As Jiang Feng's words fell, the crimson flame golden claw bird's form abruptly transformed. Its form instantly transformed into a blazing inferno, radiating intense light. The searing flames churned and surged like raging ocean waves, spreading outward in relentless, successive waves. Boom! The flames exploded outward, their light stretching for hundreds of feet. A fiery bird of even greater size burst through the clouds, staining the sky crimson. Evolution complete. Scarlet flame golden claw bird crimson sky incinerator falcon. Current beast, crimson sky scorching falcon. Rank, starlight. Level, LV 59. Strength, 128,170. Constitution, 103,510. Agility, 153,241. Spirit, 114,527. Combat power, 214,527. Skills, Scorching Skyblaze Wave, Golden Flame Wing Slash, Burning Skyclaw Rip. Evolution points required, 850,000 evolution points and a lava core. Scarlet Sky Scorching Falcon. Jang Fong gazed at its form, now even more colossal than before, excitement flickering in his eyes. Especially its post-evolution stats nearly doubled from before. Plus, it gained 3 brand new skills. With its current strength, it could easily match a 5th-tier professional. While I have the time, I'll evolve another beast. Jang Fong focused his consciousness on a small depression within the beast tamer's space, where a lively loach was wriggling about. This was a rare beast he had discovered in the Bai Group's beast warehouse. Based on its species, it should be able to evolve toward the dragon lineage. Little guy, don't let me down. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to expend evolution points to trigger its transformation. Chapter 17, Void Rift, Beast Tide approaches. Current beast, Swamp Loach. Grade, Black Iron Rare. Level, LV 1. Strength, 10. Constitution, 15. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Combat power, 18. Skill, Swift Squeeze. Evolution points required, 10,000. Note, rare beasts trigger critical hits upon their first evolution. Jiang Feng looked at it with eager anticipation. Evolve me. As the words fell, the swamp loach's body abruptly transformed. A thick, rolling black mist erupted from its body, surging into the sky and forming a heavy, dark cloud. The once azure sky was instantly obscured by the ink-black cloud, turning gloomily overcast, punctuated by occasional muffled rumbles of thunder. Faced with this terrifying spectacle and the exaggerated evolution effect, to be honest, Jiang Feng was somewhat immune to it, having grown accustomed to such spectacles. As the dark clouds pressed down upon the city, an immense sense of oppression arose. Boom! The entire sky erupted with lightning and thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour. Blinding purple lightning bolts instantly ripped through the dark sky, illuminating it as bright as day. Roar! Beneath the deafening dragon's roar, Jiang Fong glimpsed a colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, weaving through the black clouds. Its dragon might radiated, its ferocious aura fully revealed. Evolution complete. Swamp Loach Abyssal Black Dragon. Current beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. Grade, Atavism. Level, LV1. Strength, 113,241. Constitution, 112,401. Agility, 133,241. Spirit, 124,527. Combat power, 213,000. Skills, Abyssal Dragon Might, Apocalyptic Dragon Flame, Dark Abyss Dragon Breath. Next evolution requirement, 1 million evolution points plus Chaos Green Lotus Seed. Holy, a throwback level? Jang Fong, who had remained composed upon witnessing the strange phenomenon, suddenly became wildly excited. His eyes widened in utter shock. A critical hit evolution into a regressive tier? At first, Jiang Feng had thought a critical hit evolution to Mingyue tier would already be quite good. Even if it fell slightly short, he could accept that. But he never imagined it would directly evolve into the primitive level. He actually possessed a true dragon as his beast companion. This was something he'd never even dared to imagine before. When he saw the Abyssal Black Dragon's stats, Jiang Feng's face broke into a huge grin. At just level 1, it already possessed over 200,000 combat power. Was this the power of a reversion level mount? Absolutely insane. Now he just wondered if he could experience the luck of a true Euro Royal. And instantly obtain a god-tier beast? At this thought, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a crooked grin. Within the beast taming space, under the overwhelming pressure of the Abyssal Black Dragon, both the sky-scorching falcon and the hellhound were filled with terror. This was the suppression of bloodline. After all, the dragon clan stood above all creatures, possessing overwhelming power. However, what gave Jiang Feng a headache were the items required for the Abyssal Black Dragon's evolution. 1 million evolution points? For him, that was merely a matter of clearing a few dungeon instances. But this Chaos Green Lotus Seed? He'd never even heard of it. Right, I should give Minister Lin a call. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed as he recalled Lin Qingzhong. But just as he was about to dial the number, suddenly, woo! A low-pitched alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire city of Pingchang. Jiang Feng's brow instantly furrowed. The alarm that had just sounded signaled a level 1 alert. As far as he knew, the last time it sounded was 100 years ago. It had signaled a city-devastating catastrophe. In that catastrophe, millions of citizens perished or were injured, leaving ruins and debris everywhere. Only through the combined efforts of powerful figures from several major cities, sacrificing countless elite warriors, was it finally quelled. Jiang Feng abruptly stood up and looked out the window. Above Pingching's sky, a massive fissure had abruptly appeared. Stretching 1,000 zhang in length, it appeared as though torn open by some inexplicable force. Countless blood-red lights flickered within the fissure, as if gazing greedily downwards. The entire populace of Pingching looked up in horror at the anomaly in the sky. It's over a void fissure. Someone sat down in terror, pointing at the fissure with a face twisted in horror. What? A void rift has reappeared after a century? Damn it, this time we'll likely relive the horrors of a century ago. People on the streets scrambled frantically toward the underground shelters. Void rift? Jiang Feng murmured, his brows furrowed. Based on prior knowledge, the catastrophe that struck Pingching a century ago was precisely caused by a void rift. Once the void fissure appeared, countless waves of beasts would descend at least in the tens of thousands. Even 5th or 6th tier practitioners would struggle to protect themselves. The city lord's mansion. Li Qingzhou's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Gathered around him were all the high-ranking officials of Pingcheng, each visibly tense and uneasy. This void rift appeared without warning, clearly the work of those beasts infiltrating from the neighboring nations. Words are useless now. With our current strength, we can't resolve this. We can only wait for reinforcements. Though the alarm has been sounded, Pingcheng's protective barrier can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes? Even if the strongest fighters from nearby cities rush here at top speed, it'll take 20 minutes. 5 minutes is enough to level our entire city. Damn it! What can we possibly use to defend against the void rift? With our current strength, it's like trying to stop a runaway train with our bare hands. The high-ranking officials murmured among themselves, their expressions grim. Enough! Li Qingzhou snapped, slamming his hand on the table to cut off the senior official's discussion. Hear my command, hold Pingcheng City at all costs and await reinforcements. His voice was resolute, betraying a determination to fight to the death. The city stands as long as we stand, it falls when we fall. At that moment, a senior official spoke up. Hasn't there been a powerful beastmaster in Pingcheng these past few days? If we could enlist his help, perhaps we could buy more time for our defense. Exactly. With his help, we could buy the maximum amount of time for reinforcements. But the moment the words left his lips, Li Qingzhou rejected the idea. No. We absolutely cannot rely on him to buy time. While Jiang Feng's beast control was indeed formidable, facing such overwhelming numbers of beasts would only lead to his eventual exhaustion and demise. While his intervention could indeed buy a little more time. But Jang Fong was a quasi-divine son. Sacrificing his life for this would bring consequences no less devastating than the destruction of the city. Therefore, he absolutely could not risk Jiang Feng's life to buy time. Li Qingzhou resolved not only to prevent Jiang Fong from fighting, but to send men to escort him away. He would rather sacrifice his own life to hold back the beast tide than drag Jiang Fong into this. Enough. Begin preparations to repel the beast tide now. We stand our ground to the death. Li Qingzhou waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. The high-ranking officials looked grim, but ultimately nodded in resignation, preparing to confront the beast tide. Once everyone had departed, Li Qingzhou turned to his trusted aide, Lin Qingzhong, and said, "Go assign men to protect Jiang Fong. Ensure he remains untouched by the beast tide. His safety concerns not only Pingcheng but the entire Great Yan." Chapter 18, No need to panic, I'll handle it. At that moment, the rift in the void had reached its limit. Countless ferocious beasts surged forth from the fissure, pouring down upon the mortal realm of Pingcheng. The scene was utterly terrifying, like the apocalypse had descended. A vast, dense swarm of ferocious beasts descended upon the city below. Boom! 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 Above Pingcheng, a white protective light barrier unfolded, holding the beasts at bay. The beasts, their eyes filled with savage fury, immediately launched a frenzied assault upon the protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, they had completely covered the entire shield. The entire city plunged into darkness and chaos. Oh no, with so many ferocious beasts, can Pingcheng really survive this disaster? How are we supposed to fight this? Even if the strongest fighters from nearby cities rushed here now, it'd be too late. Damn it, I don't want to die yet. At that moment, everyone swarmed toward the entrance of the underground shelter, jostling to get inside. In the blink of an eye, countless stampedes erupted. The surging crowd jammed the shelter entrance shut tight. Even as the official orderlies shouted themselves hoarse, nothing changed. Because everyone was now consumed by fear. At that moment, the Pingcheng broadcast sounded. Alert! All level 1 and above professionals in Pingcheng, please assist in defense and jointly protect our homeland. Alert! All professionals above level 1 in Pingcheng, please assist in defense and jointly protect our home. Alert! Though the broadcast sounded, most professionals were already trembling in terror at the sight. Utterly unable to muster any will to fight. The sheer number of these beasts was overwhelming, beyond belief. Even if they charged forward, it would be like a mayfly shaking a tree, nothing more than suicide. They saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Though fear filled every heart, some still chose to step forward in this moment of crisis. Grandpa Mu, won't you join us in escaping this catastrophe? Bai Lingyue asked anxiously. Old Mu looked up at the dense tide of beasts blanketing the entire sky above Pingcheng, but only shook his head and smiled. Heh, young lady, you should go with them into the underground fortress first. I've lived in Pingcheng since I was a child. To me, this city is my home. I'm old now. Fallen leaves must return to their roots. I cannot stand by and watch Pingcheng be destroyed like this. With that, Old Mu began setting up the formation. The moment the defensive barrier was breached, he launched his counterattack. Damn it, I'll have to fight to the death. Li Qingzhou hovered mid-air, his hair standing on end at the sight of the sky-darkening tide of beasts. Weak spots in the barrier had already allowed some ferocious beasts to slip through. The barrier's light was steadily fading, likely to shatter within 2 minutes at most. Lord Mayor, are we truly prepared to fight to the death against such overwhelming numbers? The accompanying high-ranking officials' voices trembled. Even they had never witnessed such a terrifying void fissure before. In this situation, forget about fighting back. A single encounter would likely leave them devoured without a trace. If they fled now, they might still have a chance to save themselves. Yet even in this critical moment, Li Qingzhou gritted his teeth and roared, even an ant can shake the heavens. Kill them! Instantly, a long sword materialized in his hand, and he swung it directly at the beasts that had breached the defensive barrier. Witnessing this, the others couldn't help but be moved. They were shaken by the city lord's fearless conviction. To draw the sword and face life or death, that is true valor. Gritting their teeth, they unleashed their energy and charged forward. Jang Fong raised an eyebrow, gazing up at the tide of ferocious beasts above. Scaled Claw Beast. Level 59. HP 24,574. Combat Power 12112. Wind Mushroom Beast. Level 45. Health 14,574. Combat Power 9112. Sacred Remains Fong Beast. Level 80. HP 2,014,570. Combat Power 158,013. Is this the level of a ferocious beast? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Aren't these creatures here to deliver experience points? Just as Jiang Fong prepared to strike, Lin Qingzhong hurriedly arrived. Jiang Fong, this place is dangerous. You must come with me to a safe location to avoid this catastrophe. After today, I fear the entire city of Pingcheng will be wiped from the map of Great Yan. Hearing this, Jiang Fong merely shook his head and chuckled lightly. No need to panic. I'll handle it. Screech. A piercing, shrill cry echoed through the air. The entire sky instantly burst into a dazzling golden light, as bright as the sun itself. This 10,000 zhang radiance instantly dispelled the darkness and chill enveloping the beast tide. A colossal bird with a wingspan nearing 200 zhang descended into the skies above Pingcheng, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Could it be that mighty beast master has intervened? The professionals of Pingcheng wore expressions of excitement and relief. With Jiang Feng's intervention, their fears began to dissipate somewhat, and they rallied to fight the ferocious beasts. Even the city's high-ranking officials wore expressions of delight. It seemed they weren't entirely without support. Only Li Qingzhou's expression grew heavier, not lighter. In his eyes, Jiang Feng's safety outweighed everything in Pingcheng. Pingcheng could be destroyed. Everyone could be sacrificed. But Jiang Feng, he could not die. Go! Jiang Feng commanded. Lin Qingzhong, who had just witnessed the crimson sky-scorching falcon appear with his own eyes, froze in shock. He never imagined Jiang Feng's beastmaster would evolve again in such a short time. Could this be what it means to be a beastmaster with transcendent attributes? It was utterly breathtaking. No wonder the city lord held Jiang Feng in such high regard. But he quickly regained his composure, his face once again clouded with gravity as he urgently spoke. Jiang Feng, even if your beast has grown stronger, it still can't withstand such a massive wave of beasts. The reason the Sky Rift has reached city-destroying calamity level is precisely because its numbers are overwhelming. Sending you in now would only result in your sacrifice for nothing. Jiang Feng, you have a much brighter future ahead. You shouldn't perish in this insignificant town of Pingcheng. Jiang Feng gave a non-committal smile. What he said was indeed true. But he didn't know his own current strength. Hellhound, go! Jiang Feng summoned another beast. The hellhound materialized from the void, unfurling massive skeletal wings and charging forward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The appearance of yet another terrifying beast sent shockwaves of awe and excitement through the crowd in Pingcheng. This is great. We're saved. As long as we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, we'll be safe. Indeed. That beast master is truly our city's savior. The moment the crimson sky-scorching falcon burst through the defensive barrier, countless ferocious beasts launched their attacks. With a flap of its wings, the crimson sky-scorching falcon unleashed a burst of flames, obliterating over 100 ferocious beasts in a single strike. Chapter 19, The Abyssal Black Dragon Turns the Tide. They swarmed in like a tidal wave, but before they could draw near, the terrifying flames engulfing the crimson sky-burning sky falcon instantly incinerated them. Yet the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Though they were swiftly annihilated, the beast tide still surged like a wave, enveloping the crimson sky-burning falcon and drowning its flames. On the other side, the hellhound unleashed its shadow clone technique, conjuring over a dozen duplicates. Though they had slain countless beasts, more continued to pour forth endlessly from the rift in the void. Witnessing this scene, the joyful expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned somber. Many among them bore severe wounds, nearly every person now marked with additional scars. Even Li Qingzhou, a fourth-tier cultivator, was now visibly exhausted. His sword-wielding arm had gone numb, and he was gasping for breath. There are simply too many beasts. It seems even those two powerful beast tamers can't hold them back. What should we do? Are we truly unable to defend Pingcheng? Don't lose heart, everyone. That beast master knew the terror of the void rift. He still chose to act boldly. If we give up now, wouldn't we be nothing but a bunch of cowards? Exactly. We may fall, we may perish, but retreat is not an option. Lin Qingzhong was burning with anxiety and urgently exclaimed. Jiang Feng, do you see? Your two beasts are powerful, but they're like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Retreating now is still possible. He had come here to fulfill the city lord's orders. That was to escort Jiang Feng to safety. This was the final task the city lord had entrusted to him before embracing certain death. If he failed to bring Jiang Feng to safety, how could he ever show his face in this world again? If I retreat now, Pingcheng's defensive barriers will shatter instantly. Jiang Feng shook his head. Then he murmured softly, emerge, abyssal black dragon. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed, shaking the heavens. A colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, surged skyward, radiating terrifying dragon might. That's a black dragon? Wait, this ancestral-level abyssal black dragon is actually the mount of that legendary beast master? To command a regress-level beast master is already the pinnacle of beast masters in Great Yan. Who exactly is he? Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the black colossus in the sky. An atavistic-level beast master? Even across the entire Great Yan, such masters could be counted on two hands. And that mysterious beastmaster actually possesses a super-tier ancestral-level beast. At that moment, every person present stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in utter shock. The abyssal black dragon circled in the air, surveying the densely packed wave of beasts surging toward them. Then, with a sudden roar, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching dragonfire upon the horde. Boom! Wherever the abyssal black dragon's breath passed, it swept away all the ferocious beasts in its path. This single strike claimed the lives of nearly 10,000 beasts beneath the terrifying dragon's breath. Abyssal black dragon level up to 20. Abyssal black dragon level up to 40. Abyssal black dragon level up to 60. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal black dragon's level skyrocketed to 60. Its emergence completely turned the tide of battle. Not only did the present professionals gape in astonishment, even Jiang Feng was shaken to the core. Truly worthy of its ancestral lineage, its power was utterly unearthly. Before Pingqing's defensive barrier could fully shatter, the surging beasts pouring from the void rift were already suppressed. The crimson sky-scorching falcon and the hellhound were no longer held back by the overwhelming numbers of beasts, unleashing their fury across the battlefield. In less than 3 minutes, the beast tide was nearly completely subdued. We did it! We won! We actually won! Yes! Not only did we survive, but Pingchang remains intact, no destruction or damage. That beast master is our absolute hero. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their eyes red with excitement. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. You have slain a level 90 winged beast and earned a special skill reward, symbiosis. Another special skill? Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He remembered how incredibly powerful the previous reward, Dominion of Beings, had been. But he had already used that skill yesterday. Otherwise, he could have simply ridden the crimson sky-burning falcon up there and manipulated those ferocious beasts to destroy themselves. Jang Fong then began examining this skill called symbiosis. Special skill, symbiosis. Description, passive skill. Transfers damage taken by the user to their tamed beast. Holy crap! Upon seeing this skill, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. It could actually transfer the damage he took onto his beast companion. This skill was far more powerful than any survival item. This wave of beasts unleashed by the Void Rift made Jiang Feng its biggest beneficiary. His crimson sky-scorching falcon had now reached level 114, while his hellhound stood at 121. The abyssal black dragon had even surged to level 134. However, since Jiang Feng hadn't completed his second-class quest, his own experience couldn't increase. Yet this wave of over 100,000 beasts dropped mountains of gear and various items, dazzling the eyes. Estimated value? At least tens of billions. On the other hand, what surprised Jiang Feng was that the experience from over 100,000 fierce beasts only elevated 3 of his tamed beasts above level 100. At that moment, Jiang Feng turned to Lin Xingzhong and inquired. By the way, Minister Lin, have you ever heard of the Chaos Green Lotus Seed? This seed was essential for the abyssal black dragon's evolution. Lin Xingzhong snapped out of his shock upon hearing this. The abyssal black dragon Jiang Feng had summoned moments ago was simply terrifying. An ancestral-level terrifying beast master. Even the top beast masters of the Great Yan Alliance likely possessed only a handful such creatures. Where on earth did Jiang Feng contract it from? Wait a moment. Was this Jiang Feng's extraordinary talent the ability to trigger super-evolution in beasts? As an official of the Great Yan Federation, he naturally knew about some of the extraordinary talents possessed by others. But Jiang Feng's ability was truly beyond the ordinary. It seemed highly likely he would become the next divine son of the Great Yan Federation in centuries. Lin Chang then pondered for a moment on the Chaos Green Lotus Seed Jiang Feng had mentioned. He searched his mind for quite some time but couldn't figure out what this Chaos Green Lotus Seed was. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm afraid I've never heard of it, but I know of a place where it might exist. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, where? The Great Yan Treasury. Lin Xingzhong replied. The Great Yan Treasure Vault housed countless artifacts and treasures from across the Great Yan Empire. And among them, the Chaos Green Lotus Seed Jiang Feng sought was highly likely to exist. However, to obtain items from the treasury, one must exchange them for merit points. Completing missions assigned by the Great Yan Federation to its professionals would yield the corresponding merit points. Chapter 20, The Great Yan Treasure Vault. As he spoke, Lin Xingzhong handed Jiang Feng another jade token, explaining. This is a merit token. You can connect to it with your psychic energy, and it will display the missions offered by the Great Yan Alliance. You can also view equipment, items, materials, scrolls, and more within the Great Yan Treasury. Typically, merit tokens are only issued to adventurers who have undergone a third transformation and had their identities verified. After all, these were missions issued directly by the Great Yan Alliance, requiring both capable and trustworthy individuals to undertake them. Although Jiang Feng was currently only at the first transformation level, he had just personally demonstrated his capabilities. Thus, granting him the merit token early was both reasonable and compliant. Thank you, Jiang Feng nodded with a smile, then used his mental energy to sense its properties. Soon, an interface resembling a professional's dashboard appeared before his eyes. Within the system taskbar, The top entry was unmistakably the mission to combat the Void Fisher. Mission: suppress the Beast Tide. Mission type: Grand Flame Federation exclusive. Description: repel the Beast Tide unleashed by the Void Rift above Pingcheng. Rewards: kill beasts below level 30 for 10 merit points, kill first transformation beasts for 50 merit points, kill second transformation beasts for 100 merit points, kill third transformation beasts for 1000 merit points, kill fourth transformation beasts for 3000 merit points. Seeing this mission, a flash of delight crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. His 3 tamed beasts had already wiped out so many ferocious beasts earlier, effectively serving as the main force in quelling this beast tide. Didn't that mean his merit points would skyrocket? But as Jiang Feng's gaze drifted to his merit points, he froze in shock. His merit points were barely over 30,000. What's going on? Jang Fong looked at Lin Xingzhong with confusion. Why are my merit points still under 30,000? Hearing this, Lin Xingzhong couldn't help but flash an awkward smile as he explained. Your merit points only began accumulating after you connected the merit token. Considering Jiang Fong had only just connected the merit token and already gained 30,000 merit points, that was an incredibly rapid rate of increase. Fine. Jiang Fong felt a bit downcast. Had he activated it earlier, he'd have at least several 100,000 merit points by now. What a waste of all those merit points. Damn it. Jiang Fong then opened the Great Yan Treasury and peered inside. Wanderer's Necklace. Type: item. Grade: gold. Suitable classes: mage, priest, beastmaster. Usable level: LV 60. Attributes: spirit plus 800, agility plus 200. Special effect: when equipped by summoning classes like beastmasters, increases summon creatures' combat power by 10%. Required merit points: 3,200. Only 3,000 merit points to exchange for $1 million gold tier item? Jiang Fong felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't expected merit points to be so valuable. It nearly made his eyes go red. Damn it. This was a huge loss. Jiang Fong continued scrolling down. After all, his goal was to see if the Chaos Green Lotus Seed existed within the Great Yan Treasury. Purple Cloud Soft Armor. Type: armor. Grade: gold. Suitable classes: any class. Available level: LV 50. Attributes: agility plus 500, defense plus 900. Additional effect: reduces 50% of attack damage from beasts below level 60. Required merit points: 4,300. Solar Essence. Type: material. Grade: unknown. Description: contains terrifyingly intense heat energy, usable for fire-type beast tamers undergoing tribulation. Merit points required: 200,000. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Beyond evolution and strength enhancement, the only other way for a beast to grow stronger is by undergoing tribulation. If they successfully pass the tribulation, their power will multiply several times over. However, not just any rank of beast can undergo tribulation. At the very least, it must reach the Manhwa tier to withstand a tribulation. Should the tribulation fail, the beast would perish instantly, and even the beastmaster would suffer severe backlash. With the aid of tribulation crossing materials, the success rate of the ordeal can be greatly increased. An ancestral level beast can endure 3 trials, like Jiang Feng's current abyssal black dragon. An ancient tier beast can endure 6 tribulations. Reaching the stellar tier allows it to endure 9 trials. Facing a stellar grade beast that has endured 9 tribulations, even a dozen top tier 9 transformation practitioners joining forces would be unable to suppress it. That is the true horror of it. Jiang Feng's eyes burned as he stared at the sun essence. I must find a way to obtain this thing. He then glanced at his merit points, which had surged to 50,000. Meanwhile, the beast tide in the sky had gradually subsided. Damn it, is that all there is? Jiang Feng's heart tightened with anxiety, fearing there wouldn't be enough beasts to slay. He immediately ordered the 3 beast tamers to charge toward the Void Rift, blocking the exit and slaughtering everything in their path. After all, these beasts were solid, tangible merit points. Yet only a few scattered beasts emerged from the Void Rift. This infuriated Jiang Fong. Damn it, weren't you swarming just a moment ago? Cuckoo was seething. Now you just stop? Not a single drop left? Abyssal Black Dragon, spit 2 dragon breaths into that Void Fisher. Jang Fong commanded the Abyssal Black Dragon. Roar! Upon receiving the command, the Abyssal Black Dragon instantly gathered its power. Then unleashed a torrent of dragonfire into the Void Fisher. Boom! Boom! A torrent of surging dragon's breath erupted, causing the entire Void Rift to tremble violently. At that moment, Jiang Fong watched his merit points begin to surge upward rapidly once more. Perfect! So it was hiding and didn't dare come out. A look of delight flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. If possible, he'd gladly send the Abyssal Black Dragon flying in to slaughter to his heart's content. But that was merely a fleeting thought. What lay beyond the Void Rift remained an unanswered question to this day. For those who ventured in, not a single one has ever returned alive. It could be said that the Void Rift was humanity's forbidden zone. Some say beyond the void fissure lies a domain teeming with countless ferocious beasts, or perhaps the lair of otherworldly creatures. At this moment, the void fissure was rapidly closing at a visible pace. Damn it! Jiang Feng fumed. If he could just get his beasts through the 9 tribulations, he'd have his beasts charge in and slaughter everything in sight. At that moment, powerful warriors from nearby cities are rushing to the scene. A massive thunderbird was soaring toward Pingcheng at breakneck speed. The 3 figures perched upon its feathered back wore solemn expressions. One of the men frowned deeply and said, "I never imagined Pingcheng would suddenly be struck by a void fissure. I wonder what the situation there is like now." Chapter 21, Second Tier Quest, Here I Come. An elderly man beside him asked in a deep voice, "What is the name of Pingcheng's city lord? What rank of cultivator is he?" "Master, the city lord of Pingcheng is Li Qingzhou, a 4th transition sword cultivator," the man replied. 5 minutes have already passed. Pingcheng is likely on the verge of falling to the beast tide's assault. A middle-aged woman shook her head with her eyes closed, letting out a sigh. Though the lightning bird was swift, it would still take 5 minutes to reach Pingcheng. In those 5 minutes, the entire city would likely be reduced to ruins. This won't do. We must hasten our journey, or it will be too late. The speaker was the elderly man from earlier, his gaze growing grave. He then cast another 7th tier spell upon the thunderbird beneath him, pushing its speed to its absolute limit. Whoosh! The enhanced thunderbird's speed increased tenfold, surpassing its natural limits. It streaked forward like a blur, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The elder, Zhou Yuanhai, was the foremost 5th transformation mage in Tianshui City. The swift flight spell he had just cast greatly increased the thunderbird's speed, but it also placed a significant burden on his own energy reserves. Yet with the situation growing critical, he could no longer afford to hold back. Pingcheng! Ahem! Zhou Yuanshan, momentarily drained from overexertion, cleared his throat. Surprisingly, the rift in the void had already closed. Below, only a few ferocious beasts remained, fleeing in all directions as they were hunted down by the professionals. "Senior Zhou, could it be that reinforcements from other cities have already resolved this crisis?" the man asked, his expression filled with astonishment. Zhou Yuanhai shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. But even I could not have stood against the beast tide unleashed by the void fissure. Moreover, they must have rushed here at full speed to quell the beast tide so swiftly and seal the void rift. Such feats could only be accomplished by 7th or 8th transformation experts." Just as they were about to seek answers, Li Qingzhou arrived with the high-ranking officials of Pingcheng, approaching them respectfully and saying, "Senior, we are deeply grateful for your timely reinforcement." Zhou Yuanhai waved his hand, his expression puzzled as he asked, "Has a 7th transformation expert already been here?" Hearing this, Li Qingzhou shook his head and smiled. "No, you are the first group of powerful individuals to arrive for support." Hearing this, the 3 were stunned, their expressions filled with profound shock. If they were the first to arrive, then who had resolved the spatial fissure in Pingcheng? Zhou Yuanhai's gaze sharpened as he looked at Li Qingzhou and the others behind him. Though these individuals bore injuries, the strongest among them was merely Li Qingzhou, a 4th transformation cultivator. "You resolved this void fissure?" Zhou Yuanhai asked, his expression filled with confusion. With only Li Qingzhou and his team of professionals, it was utterly impossible for them to resolve this crisis on their own. They must have deployed some extraordinary trump card. Li Qingzhou shook his head. "No, it was a beastmaster who resolved this trouble for us." "A beastmaster?" Zhou Yuanhai and the 2 behind him all stiffened in shock. To handle the beast tide of over 100,000 creatures unleashed by the void fissure? Even a 6th-rank beastmaster couldn't manage that. And to their knowledge, not a single beastmaster had reached the 6th transformation tier within the entire Great Yan Alliance. Even sacrificing every beastmaster under their command at any cost would prove impossible. Much less the single beastmaster Li Qingzhou had mentioned. Indeed. That beastmaster summoned a primordial-level abyssal black dragon, completely turning the tide. Otherwise, our Pingcheng would already be reduced to ruins. Li Qingzhou spoke with grave solemnity. Though he knew Jiang Feng's identity, he couldn't reveal it casually. "What? A reverted-type abyssal black dragon?" Zhou Yuanhai's eyes widened in shock, his own aura nearly slipping out of control. To have contracted a regress-level abyssal black dragon, such power was absolutely formidable. No wonder they could handle this beast tide. It seemed the Great Yan Federation had deployed its trump card powerhouse to wipe out this beast tide. However, Zhou Yuanhai quickly regained his composure and spoke up. "The appearance of this void fissure must have been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Have you found the mastermind yet? If we don't uncover them, another crisis may well erupt." Li Qingzhou nodded in agreement. "We're already investigating. They've always operated in the shadows, but if they dare stir up trouble again, we'll pinpoint their location immediately." At that moment, the communication token at Li Qingzhou's waist suddenly vibrated. A message appeared on the token. "Operation Purge commences. The Great Yan realm shall not tolerate foreign foes trampling its soil. Those who dare defy Great Yan shall be utterly annihilated. Simultaneously, the tokens worn by the others also received this message. Upon reading the message, all hearts surged with excitement. Had Great Yan endured foreign oppression for far too long? Was it finally time to stop holding back and strike back with full force? Those who had spilled blood within the Great Yan's borders would pay dearly for their crimes. At the same time, Jang Fong also received this message. Mission: purge all invading enemies. Mission briefing: eliminate all marked enemies lurking within the Great Yan Empire. Rewards: 100 merit points for each first-tier invader killed, 1,000 for second tier, 10,000 for third tier. Seeing this sudden notification, a flicker of delight instantly appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. This was another golden opportunity to earn merit points. However, eradicating these foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yan borders was no simple task. The challenge lay in locating these rats lurking in the shadows. Ding! Host detected accepting special mission. Upon breaking through to the second transformation, you will obtain the special skill, True Sight Eye. True Sight Eye perceives the identity, background, profession, and skill information of all individuals within a kilometer. Upon hearing the system's voice, a flash of delight lit up Jiang Feng's eyes. It was like a dream come true. With True Sight, he could now detect hidden enemies within a kilometer. Looks like my next priority is completing my second transformation quest. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he opened his second job advancement quest panel. Current quest: second job advancement. Requirements: travel to the second-class dungeon, Mystic Serpent Bay, defeat the boss Mystic Serpent, and obtain the Mystic Serpent's heart. Acceptance deadline: 3 days. Accept now? Note: failure to complete within 15 days of task issuance will result in failed class advancement. Re-attempting advancement is prohibited for 3 months. Heh, second job advancement quest, I'm here. Jang Fong immediately pulled out his phone to search for the location of the Xuanjiao Bay Secret Realm dungeon. Chapter 22, Do you truly think my Great Yan has no one? Is the Xuanjiao Bay dungeon located in Tianshui City? Jiang Fong found the dungeon's location. The distance to Xuanjiao Bay was too great even by car, it would take over a day. Forget it. Flying directly to Tianshui City on the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon will be much faster. Having made up his mind, Jiang Fong retrieved the concealing robe from his spatial ring and slipped it on. He then summoned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon and sped toward the direction of Shanghai City. At that moment, a reinforcement squad heading toward Pingcheng was ambushed midway. Who are you? Why are you ambushing us? A fourth-tier professional wielding a broadsword barked coldly at the black-clad figures surrounding him and his companions. The leader, a dark-skinned man, let out a cold, mocking laugh as he looked down on them and declared, Great Yan professionals, I advise you to cease resistance. Today, you will either die here or surrender to us and become slaves of our Cuckoo Kingdom. As the ancient saying goes in Great Yan, he who recognizes the times is a wise man. Surely you understand this principle, sir? Hearing this, the fourth-tier professional's eyes blazed with fury. You worthless scum! How dare you Cuckoo nationals set foot in our Great Yan? Do you not fear our mighty warriors annihilating you? The leader of the black-clad group laughed with utter contempt. Ha! Your Great Yan masters are likely too busy to help you now. After all, the void rift we unleashed in Pingcheng should keep them occupied for quite some time. Their people in Cuckoo created the void rift in Pingcheng precisely to ambush the elite warriors from nearby major cities as they rushed to provide support. They planned to ambush these reinforcing professionals midway, setting a trap to catch them off guard. This was a plan they had been plotting for a long time. What? The catastrophe in Pingcheng was caused by those beasts from Cuckoo Nation? The fourth-tier professional seethed with fury. That the people of Cuckoo Nation could commit such a heinous act. They were worse than swine. The other adventurers were equally enraged. How dare these Cuckoo Nation scum act so brazenly? How dare they come into the territory of Great Yan and commit such brazen acts of lawlessness? Great Yan professionals, I advise you to cease resistance for you stand no chance of victory. The leader of the black-clad group sneered. He had brought several ninjas and samurai at the peak of their fourth transformation. The Great Yan professionals before them stood no chance against such opponents. Suddenly, the leader produced several specially crafted collars. If you wish to live, put on these slave collars. Refuse, and you'll just die. Once these collars were fastened, their very lives would be held in the hands of the black-clad men. Should they resist in any way, the black-clad man could instantly reduce them to a cloud of blood mist with a single thought. With the Great Yan Emperor's lifespan nearing its end, nations coveting the empire began making their moves. Publicly, they applied pressure on Great Yan privately, they schemed behind the scenes. But to be the first to take the plunge, one must possess even greater audacity. Their so-called Emperor of Cuckoo Nation, however, sought to first enslave the powerful warriors of Great Yan. Then, they would directly invade the Great Yan Kingdom, launching a pincer attack from both inside and out. Slaves to you? Never. Not even in death. The fourth-tier professional spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva at the black-clad figure, his eyes brimming with contempt. As a Great Yan professional, there is only standing death, never kneeling survival. These beasts wanted him to be their slave? Utterly delusional. Damn it! Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The leader of the black-clad men roared, his face darkening. With that, several throwing knives flashed in his hands, unleashing a storm of projectiles toward them like a sudden downpour. The fourth-tier practitioner's expression hardened as he swung his blade to block. The professionals behind him also unleashed their skills to put up a stubborn defense. Simultaneously, they searched for an opening. If they could seize the right moment, they could break through the encirclement. However, the professionals from Cuckoo Nation far surpassed them in strength, and the Great Yan professionals quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Several fresh, bloodied wounds appeared on their bodies. They were now in a desperate state, yet their faces still bore an unyielding resolve. People of Cuckoo Kingdom, do you truly believe Dian has no one left to stand against you? The fourth-tier professional's eyes burned with resolve as his aura surged relentlessly. Fiery flames erupted from the broad blade in his hand as he swung it fiercely toward the leader of the black-clad figures. The strike carried immense power, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Even the air itself grew scorching hot. Yet the leader remained utterly unmoved, his eyes flashing with contempt. Ha, a mere insect dares to spout such nonsense? Let me show you the might of our Cuckoo Country ninjas. Ninja Art, Lightning Release. As the black-clad figure uttered the incantation, electric sparks instantly flickered around his body. A purple ball of lightning collided with the blazing blade aura of the fourth-tier professional in an instant. In that instant, the blinding light made it impossible to open one's eyes, and the powerful shockwave radiated outward. The fourth-tier professional was sent flying, slamming into the ground and leaving a massive crater. The other great flame practitioners were shaken by the force, their blood surging violently. They gritted their teeth and held their ground, seizing the opportunity to launch surprise attacks at the weak points of these Cuckoo Country ninjas. Yet the Cuckoo ninjas, working in seamless coordination, swiftly shifted formations and countered with fierce ninjutsu. Ice shards and wind blades flew everywhere, inflicting more wounds upon the Great Yan practitioners. The situation had reached a life or death crisis. Then, a searing crimson flame streaked across the sky. Everyone gasped in shock. The fourth-tier practitioner, who had barely managed to rise from the deep pit, saw a firebird streaking across the sky. Their hearts sank instantly. Could Pingcheng have fallen already? A look of shock and sorrow flashed in his eyes. This thought arose because the terrifying firebird was departing from the direction of Pingcheng. This could very well mean the city had fallen, and the beasts had begun spreading outward. He never imagined the situation had reached such a critical juncture. The other Great Yan practitioners felt an immense weight in their hearts. Could it be that heaven's mandate no longer favors Great Yan? The leader of the black-clad figures flinched at first, then a smirk spread across his lips. It seems the calamity of Great Yan is imminent. I'll give you one last chance, submit to my Cuckoo Kingdom, and you may yet scrape out a miserable existence. The fourth transformation practitioner propped himself up with his broadsword, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared. Stop spouting nonsense. Even if I die today, I'll drag you little devils down with me. With that, he drew a self-detonation stone, preparing to activate it. At that moment, the crimson sky-scorching falcon suddenly appeared before them, having traversed the distant sky in mere breaths. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the area within 100 meters, leaving them all gasping for breath. Chapter 23, No foreign enemy shall be tolerated within the Great Yan realm. At that moment, Jang Fong stood atop the crimson sky-burning falcon's feathered back. During the flight, he had sensed significant battle fluctuations emanating from this location. Thus, he directed the crimson sky-burning sky falcon to this location. The crimson glow emanating from the sky-scorching falcon was blindingly bright, like the sun itself. It nearly blinded them. When the fourth-tier practitioners saw a figure clad in black robes standing upon the falcon's feathered back, their faces were filled with utter shock. Since Jiang Feng wore the concealing robe, others couldn't discern his identity. Thus, the Great Yan practitioners had no way of knowing whether Jiang Feng was friend or foe. If he were an enemy, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. They could only silently pray that this powerful figure was indeed a Great Yan practitioner. Meanwhile, the ninja from Cuckoo Nation instantly paled with horror. This is a star-ranked ferocious beast. The leader in black was utterly horrified, and his men were gripped by terror. They then fled for their lives, scattering like birds and beasts. A beastmaster wielding such terrifying creatures was far beyond their ability to handle. Before him, they were nothing more than a swarm of ants wielding ninjutsu. Seeing the Cuckoo countrymen flee, the fourth-tier professional's heart leapt with joy. He realized this beastmaster was not their reinforcements. He urgently spoke up, "Senior, they are Cuckoo Nation agents attempting to ambush us professionals heading to Pingcheng for reinforcements. Please, Senior, eliminate these scum from Cuckoo Nation." Cuckoo Nationals? Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Without another word, he commanded the crimson sky-scorching falcon to attack. Boom! The crimson sky-scorching falcon's wings beat fiercely, unleashing the skill, heaven-scorching blaze wave. Raging flames surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the fleeing Cuckoo Nation soldiers. In the blink of an eye, several Cuckoo Nation ninjas were reduced to ashes amidst their agonized screams. You have slain a 4th transformation invader. Merit points, 30,000. You have slain a 4th tier invader. Earned merit points, 30,000. You have killed. The leader in black robes activated the ninja technique, substitution jutsu. A paper effigy took the fatal blow in his place. Had he been a second slower, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. His face was deathly pale, his heart pounding violently. This was the closest he had ever come to death in his entire life. My lord, Iori Genshiku, humbly offer myself as your servant. I beg you to spare my wretched life. The leader of the black-clad men hastily knelt to beg for mercy, his clothes already thoroughly soaked through with cold sweat. He produced a slave collar, preparing to present it to Jiang Feng. Oof. People from Cuckoo Nation aren't even worthy of being my dog. Jang Fong said expressionlessly. Originally, he had intended to complete his second stage mission as quickly as possible before eliminating these foreign enemies lurking within the Great Yan realm. But unexpectedly, he encountered this group midway. Eliminating them would also earn him merit points. Therefore, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't let these Cuckoo Kingdom people live. The next instant, the crimson sky-scorching falcon launched another attack, obliterating them completely. Senior, thank you for your assistance. 4th-tier practitioner Wan Shi raised his hand in a respectful salute toward Jiang Feng. Had this beastmaster not appeared in time, they would likely have ended up as corpses by now. No need to thank me. It was merely a small favor. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying indifferently, within the borders of Great Yan, there's no room for these traitors to act recklessly. Ruan Qi frowned again. Senior, I noticed you came from Pingcheng. How is the situation there? No need to worry. The void rift in Pingcheng has been sealed, Jiang Feng replied with a light chuckle. Hearing this, Ruan Qi felt a jolt of shock. He never imagined this powerful beastmaster could seal the void fissure so swiftly. Senior, this disaster in Pingcheng was instigated by those from Cuckoo Kingdom. Their aim was to launch a surprise attack while we were rushing to provide support, intending to turn us into slaves under their control. It's likely we weren't the only ones ambushed. Right now, many Great Yan practitioners are surely facing their covert attacks. We implore you, Senior, to extend your aid and rescue the others trapped in peril. Ruan Qi spoke to Jiang Feng with utmost respect. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Feng nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. The beastly actions of these so-called compatriots only deepened the killing intent in his heart. So this was the scheme these beasts had been plotting. Killing them would earn him merit points anyway. He might as well circle the area first and eliminate these treacherous, despicable Cuckoo nationals. Screech! With a piercing cry, the crimson sky-scorching falcon took flight, transforming into a massive streak of fire as it vanished. Only after Jiang Feng departed did Ruan Qi breathe a sigh of relief. On one hand, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the crimson sky-scorching falcon was simply too intense. On the other hand, with this senior intervening, those damned Cuckoo nationals wouldn't escape a single one. Tianshui City. Within the city lord's mansion. Smack! A man with a horse-like face, seated at the head of the table, slammed his hand down on the tabletop beside him, shouting in fury. Damn it! Why were all the ambushers surrounding Pingcheng wiped out? A timid-looking man beside him stammered. My lord, it said a powerful beast tamer intervened and eliminated all our men. What? The man with the horse-like face frowned deeply. This plan has failed. How am I supposed to face the divine envoy now? Please calm your anger, my lord. That beastmaster appeared out of nowhere, but he even sealed the void rift in Pingcheng. The man beside him pleaded fearfully. Hearing this, the man with the horse-like face said with a sinister expression, this person must be a deeply hidden powerhouse from Great Yan. We must eliminate him as soon as possible, or else it will cause endless trouble. But, given that beastmaster's terrifying power, killing him would be harder than climbing to the heavens. The man beside him replied with a troubled expression. Possessing power capable of sealing a void fissure, a catastrophe capable of leveling entire cities. What means could they possibly have to eliminate him? The man with the horse-like face also wore a grim expression, deep in thought about how to deal with that damned beastmaster. Just then, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized in the center of the hall, emanating an aura as terrifying as an abyss. The man with the horse-like face immediately knelt in reverence, bowing with utmost respect. Your servant greets the divine envoy. The phantom gave a slight nod. I have heard all. This beastmaster must be eliminated without delay. With a wave of his hand, a stone tablet engraved with the character Jin materialized before the two men. This artifact is called the Sealing Void Steel. Using this will seal the beastmaster's beast summoning space, preventing them from calling forth their beasts. Even if that fellow is a 7th rank beastmaster, without his beasts, a 4th rank ninja will be more than sufficient to take his head. Chapter 24, What brings the honored elder here? Upon seeing the divine envoy produce the void sealing steel, the horse-faced man and his men were all taken aback. This was a half-saint grade artifact. Who would have thought the divine envoy would go so far as to produce a half-saint grade artifact to eliminate that powerful beastmaster? But with this artifact in hand, that beastmaster was nothing more than fish on a platter, ready to be carved up. If you can eliminate this man, I shall petition His Majesty the Emperor to bestow rewards upon you. With these words, the divine envoy's apparition gradually faded away. Rest assured, divine messenger. Your servant will personally present the beastmaster's head before you. The man with the horse-like face pledged solemnly. Once the divine envoy's apparition vanished completely, the man with the horse-like face gazed intently at the Jinshu steel in his hands. This half-saint grade artifact could not only sever a beastmaster's beast summoning space but also suppress their power. It was undoubtedly a top-tier trump card. Screech! At that moment, a piercing cry echoed across the heavens. Jang Fong had already mounted the crimson sky-scorching falcon and arrived above Tianshui City. His sudden appearance immediately drew the attention and caused a stir among the city's populace. It was well known that the city lord had explicitly banned aerial flight within Tianshui City. Even riding tamed beasts was forbidden. Yet not a single guard within the city dared step forward to admonish Jiang Feng. The sheer pressure emanating from that fiery bird was almost suffocating. They dared not provoke this formidable power. The man with the horse-like face also immediately emerged from the city lord's residence to investigate the situation. 5 years ago, he infiltrated Tianshui City under the orders of the divine envoy. After assassinating the original city lord, he assumed the identity of Tan Tianshu, the new ruler of Tianshui City. Seeing that crimson sky-scorching falcon, its presence so immense it seemed to block out the sky while radiating overwhelming power, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Though he'd heard rumors of this formidable beastmaster's power, witnessing it firsthand still sent a chill down his spine. However, Tan Tianshu quickly steadied his breath, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He had been pondering how to deal with this man. Little did he expect this formidable beastmaster to appear directly on his own territory. Truly, heaven was aiding him. In an instant, Tan Tianshu moved swiftly, flying to Jiang Feng's side with a flattering smile. Esteemed senior, I am Tan Tianshu, Lord of Tianshui City. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I need to enter a dungeon to gather some materials. Jang Fong replied indifferently, then raised an eyebrow. What? Is there something you need? There was something off about this Tianshui City lord, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Not at all, Tan Tianshu chuckled awkwardly, his expression humble. I heard the crisis in Pingchang was resolved by a powerful beast tamer. I presume that person was you, senior? Jiang Feng nodded. Let's skip the pleasantries. I have urgent matters to attend to and won't keep you, Lord Tan. Ah, senior, please wait. I'll immediately arrange a banquet in your honor. I humbly request your presence. Tan Tianshu pleaded with a beaming smile. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Feng readily agreed. Tianshui City's cuisine was renowned throughout the Great Yan Empire, especially its seafood, which was truly exceptional. I'll come over once I'm done with my business. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly before mounting his crimson sky-burning falcon and departing toward the dungeon at Xuanjiao Bay. As the crimson sky-burning falcon swiftly vanished from sight, Tan Tianshu's expression darkened instantly. He barked orders to the person beside him, keep a close watch. Report any developments immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinate nodded and followed the direction the crimson sky-burning falcon had departed. East gate of Tianshui City. Here stood several teleportation arrays, flanked by stone tablets inscribed with the names of corresponding dungeons. These arrays allowed teleportation to various dungeon realms. Of course, using the teleportation arrays required payment, serving as one of Tianshui City's revenue streams. The spacious plaza was crowded with many adventurers. They huddled in small groups, calling out to recruit members for parties. Sumeru Deep Forest need one more level 70 tank. Wind Dragon Ruins, Wind Dragon Ruins. Seeking several hundred level veterans to join our party, any class welcome. Thousand Ravine Sandlands need a level 90 mage. Hey, you with the killer legs over there. Join our party, you get first pick of the loot. Hearing these shouts, Jiang Feng felt as if he'd stepped into a bustling marketplace. Due to his beastmaster's high level, he couldn't enter lower level dungeon realms. Therefore, he couldn't directly ride his beast through the teleportation array into the instance dungeon. Forcing a teleport would only cause the array to collapse. Only teleportation arrays for dungeons above the 4th tier level had no restrictions on the entering level. Thus, Jiang Feng recalled the crimson sky-scorching falcon into his beast space midway. Glancing at the stone tablet engraved with the Xuanjiao Bay inscription, Jiang Feng headed toward the teleportation array's location. The professionals waiting to form a party at Xuanjiao Bay froze when they saw Jiang Feng clad in his stealth-enhancing robe. Profession? Level? Combat power? Friend, need to join a party? If you come with us, you'll get 20% of the loot once we enter Xuanjiao Bay. One of the men approached Jiang Feng and struck up a conversation. No thanks. Jiang Fong shook his head and walked straight toward the teleportation array. Friend, the monsters in Xuanjiao Bay are tough and resilient. Going solo won't be worth the effort. Plus, entering the secret realm costs 600,000 Federation coins. How about this? I'll give you an extra 10% of the loot. The man remained persistent, trying to persuade him further. After all, Xuanjiao Bay was a notoriously difficult second-tier instance, rarely chosen by adventurers for grinding. But Jiang Feng paid him no mind, pulling out his token and stepping directly into the teleportation array. That's it, the secret realm pass. The others gasped in astonishment upon seeing the token Jiang Feng presented. Possessing a secret realm pass granted unrestricted access to any secret realm within the Great Yan realm. This item was extremely precious, one that money alone couldn't buy. After all, accessing certain special instances often required fees running into the tens or even hundreds of millions of Federation coins. This man's status was clearly extraordinary. The moment he stepped into the formation, Jiang Fong instantly felt his body enveloped by a current of air, a sensation of profound ease and comfort washing over him. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to the Xuanjiao Bay. Splash! Waves crashed onto the sandy shore, stirring up a refreshing sea breeze. Before his eyes stretched the vast, azure expanse of the sea. This was the outskirts of Xuanjiao Bay, inhabited only by low-tier ferocious beasts. Thanks to the pleasant scenery, even some professionals were enjoying the beach in cool swimwear. Particularly eye-catching were the curvaceous women in alluring swimwear splashing in the water and posing for photos. Jiang Fong even wondered if he had accidentally wandered into some beach resort. Chapter 25, A True Dragon? Wouldn't that be an ancestral-level beast tamer? Standing on the beach, Jiang Fong spread his arms wide, breathing in the refreshing sea breeze that swept across his face. Beyond the sea, is that freedom? After murmuring this with feigned profundity, Jiang Fong wasted no time. Come forth, crimson sky-scorching falcon. With a low command, violent ripples instantly surged through the void above him. This sudden commotion instantly sent the nearby adventurers into a panic. Boom! A searing, surging inferno erupted across the sky. Screech! A piercing, shrill cry echoed through the air. A firebird soaring from the surging flames obscured the sky. The temperature across the entire sea began to soar. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. He had once read in fantasy novels how mighty warriors could incinerate mountains and boil seas. Could he now emulate such feats with ease? Mounted upon the wings of the crimson sky-scorching falcon, it flapped its wings and darted deep into the Xuanjiao Bay. The icy seawater below was scorched into lukewarm water along its path. Vicious sea beasts hurriedly dove deeper into the ocean's depths. Bloodthirsty mad shark. Level, 76. HP, 93,000. Combat power, 88,510. Skills, Serrated Storm, Bloodthirsty Fangs. Giant Claw Crab. Level, 80. Health points, 183,000. Combat power, 74,510. Skills, Crab Claw Hammer, Guillotine Claw. Black-shelled Alligator Turtle. Level, 66. HP, 123,000. Combat power, 48,510. Skills, Spiked Carapace, Water Control. Come to think of it, since these turtle-type beasts have such thick health pools, wouldn't it be awesome to contract one as a beast companion? Upon seeing beasts like the black-shelled alligator turtle, a gleam of calculation flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. With his innate, symbiosis, skill, if he were to contract a beast with over 1,000,000 HP, his damage resistance would be absurdly tankier than even those 5th or 6th tier shield warriors. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Feng. Let's try out the burning mountains, boiling seas feeling first. Jang Fong commanded the crimson sky-burning sky-falcon to unleash its skill, burning sky-blaze wave. Screech! The crimson sky-burning sky-falcon immediately obeyed. Spreading its wings, the flames enveloping its body surged into a more intense, scorching heat. Even Jang Fong felt the searing warmth. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, boom! A wave of flame, as if capable of consuming the world, erupted toward the sea below. The once calm sea surface erupted in a colossal inferno. In an instant, the seawater boiled and evaporated. Scorching steam rose upward, making Jiang Fong feel as if he were standing atop boiling water. 183,571. 191,200. 175,410. Blood-red damage numbers kept flashing before Jiang Feng's eyes. Some sea beasts below level 70 were instantly annihilated. Since the seawater absorbed most of the attack's power, the damage inflicted was quite limited. Nevertheless, the spectacle of unleashing these skills was truly spectacular. Since Jiang Fong hadn't completed his second job quest yet, he gained no experience from slaying these beasts. Nevertheless, a considerable amount of equipment dropped. Especially the boiled marine beasts, which kept floating to the surface. The scene resembled a seafood buffet spread before his eyes. Jiang Fong reached out and scooped up a large crab, its shell glowing red hot. Though his earlier strike appeared devastating, it had actually inflicted little damage on the beasts gathered in the deep sea. Especially the dungeon's boss, the Xian dragon. Despite all the commotion, it hadn't even shown its face. What a coward. Holy crap, how did such a powerful beast master get in here? Yeah, anyone above the 4th transformation can't enter Xuanjia Bay. Even trying to force entry into the teleportation array would cause it to malfunction instantly. Wait, this terrifyingly powerful beast master seems to be just hanging around, blowing up fish for fun? Some professionals who had rushed to the beach to watch couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Some were curious how Jiang Feng had managed to enter the Xuanjia Bay instance. Others wondered what Jiang Feng was doing in this second-tier instance. If they knew Jiang Feng was merely here to complete his second transition quest, they'd likely be stunned into speechless shock. Running a second transformation dungeon with a level 100 beast to complete his own second transformation quest? They couldn't even begin to fathom it. Wasn't that like a max-level character diving straight into a beginner's dungeon to complete quests? By now, several speedboats were already racing toward this location, casting nets across the sea surface to haul up these fully matured ocean beasts. After all, Tianshui City was renowned for its delicious seafood. And the fully cooked carcasses of these sea beasts were even more valuable than the gear they dropped. Boss, if you want a farm here, you'd better summon a watertight beastmaster. The professional on deck advised Jiang Feng above. Though the Firebird's damage earlier was absurdly high, its actual effectiveness was quite limited. The beasts lurking in the deep sea held no fear of the flame's power. The seawater itself automatically nullified the flame's damage. As long as those oceanic beasts remained deep below, this beastmaster had no way to deal with them. Thank you for the reminder, Jang Fong replied with a polite smile. Earlier, he had merely tested the might of his burning mountains, boiling seas technique, so he hadn't summoned the abyssal black dragon. Otherwise, he would have already speed cleared this instance. Roar! A dragon's roar, heavy with authority, echoed through the air. The sky darkened with gathering storm clouds, punctuated by muffled rumbles of thunder. Then, a colossal dragon of unknown length coiled and soared from the dark clouds. Then it plunged into the sea, sending up massive waves. Wave after wave erupted violently, nearly capsizing the speedboats. Is this a dragon? No, the overwhelming pressure radiating from it isn't that of a water dragon, it's a true dragon. A true dragon? That would make it an ancestral-level beast tamer. Good heavens! Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the unfolding spectacle. With the emergence of the abyssal black dragon, the entire sea surface erupted in earth-shattering waves. As if it were the true ruler of these waters. The professional seafood harvesters were terrified out of their wits, revving their speedboats to full throttle as they raced toward shore. Beneath the waves, the Xian dragon, startled by the dragon's might, was terrified out of its wits. Though it was a dragon-like creature, its veins carried only a faint trace of dragon blood. Compared to a true dragon, it was little more than a lowly minion. Before the black dragon could flee, the abyssal black dragon incinerated it with a single breath of dragonfire, exploding into a pile of materials and equipment. Among the loot was the very item Jiang Feng needed to complete his second stage quest, the Heart of the Mystic Serpent. You have a quest to submit. Submit now? Submit. Jiang Feng answered without hesitation. Chapter 26, Predecessor, what do you mean by this? Second job advancement quest completed. Acquired special skill, Eye of True Sight. Current status updated. Upon hearing the notification sound, Jiang Feng glanced at his profession panel. Class, Beast Master. Level, second job advancement, level 60. Strength, 12,300. Stamina, 9,400. Agility, 8,550. Spirit, 15,400. Combat power, 13,200. Skills, Sovereign of all living things, Symbiosis, Eye of True Sight, Contract Magic, Summoning Magic. Beasts, Abyssal Black Dragon, Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32,410,000. I've already broken through to the second transformation. Another 30 levels up, and I'll be able to contract another beast. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Moreover, he had now acquired the new skill, True Sight's Eye, allowing him to detect the hidden enemies lurking within the Great Yan realm. Those invaders of the Great Yan would resort to all manner of disguises to conceal their true identities. Items, skills, and equipment all possessed such concealment effects. Perhaps among the unremarkable figures on the streets, some concealed invaders lurk. Low-level concealment techniques were easily detected. However, advanced concealment techniques can only be detected through high-level eye techniques, appraisal skills, or special artifacts. Now, with the True Sight Eye and identity that sees through all illusions, these invaders stand before Jiang Feng as if they were naked. Moreover, the True Sight Eye's perception range is truly extraordinary, capable of detecting hidden individuals within a kilometer. Slaying these intruders would yield massive merit points, allowing him to stock up at the Great Yan Treasury. That would allow his strength to leap forward once more. First, let's test the True Sight Eye's effectiveness. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as he activated the skill, True Sight. A faint golden glow flickered between his eyes. Jiang Feng's gaze swept across the shoreline, landing on the people gathered on the sand. Soon, their information became crystal clear to him. Name, Ji Bo. Class, Mage. Level, second job, level 77. Nation, Great Yan. Strength, 8,200. Stamina, 7,600. Agility, 5,400. Spirit, 13,000. Combat power, 14,000. Name, Du Zaitan. Class, Warrior. Level, second job advancement, level 77. Nation, Great Yan. Name, Junji Sato. Class, Ninja. Level 95, third job advancement. Affiliated nation, Koku Nation. Name, Meichuan Koko. Class, Ninja. Level 92, third job advancement. Affiliation, Koku Nation. Who would have thought Koku Nation had so many invaders? They've even infiltrated the dungeon's secret realm. Upon seeing their information, Jang Fong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What surprised Jiang Feng most, however, was the individual named Sato Junji. It seemed he had been present alongside the Tianshui city lord when the latter welcomed him. From the very beginning, Jiang Feng had sensed something inexplicably off about that Tianshui city lord, Tan Tianshu. Now it seemed highly likely that this man was problematic. At this thought, Jiang Feng's gaze darkened. If Tan Tianshu truly was the hidden intruder they'd been talking about, then executing him without evidence, it would inevitably trigger a major upheaval. These men were clearly sent by him to keep tabs on me. Inviting him to dinner was likely nothing more than a trap. But soon, a flicker of calculation crossed Jiang Feng's eyes as a countermeasure formed in his mind. He possessed several life-saving gadgets himself, combined with his symbiotic skill, which allowed him to transfer damage onto his beast companion. The likelihood of them posing a threat to him was practically negligible. To be cautious, Jiang Feng still intended to further test the capabilities of symbiosis. At that moment, the abyssal black dragon unleashed its skill, instantly wiping out a vast swath of monstrous creatures in the deep sea. A series of notification sounds rang out in succession. Congratulations on defeating a level 75 monster mouthfish. You have gained 6,370 EXP. Congratulations on defeating an 81 level man-eating octopus. You have gained 8,400 EXP. Congratulations on defeating an 86 level deep sea squid. You have gained 9,621 EXP. Congratulations on defeating. Soon, a faint white glow began to flicker around Jiang Feng's body as his experience points steadily climbed. His level skyrocketed. In less than 2 minutes, every single monster in the entire Xuanjiao Sea had been wiped out. After all, a regress level abyssal black dragon over level 100 could obliterate hordes of monsters with a single fart, let alone when it used skills to clear the area. The sea surface was now littered with a dense cluster of materials, equipment, items, and more, all obtained from slaying those monstrous creatures of the ocean. Silver and gold tier items glinted brightly, momentarily dazzling Jiang Feng. But to Jiang Feng, these items were merely accumulated odds and ends. The equipment and materials from the previous wave of beasts from the Void Rift had already desensitized him completely. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Feng swept all these items into his spatial ring. But the ring was already packed to the brim, nearly overflowing. Jiang Feng couldn't be bothered to collect the worthless items. When I head out later, I'll find a merchant guild and sell off half of this stuff first. Having made up his mind, Jiang Feng recalled the abyssal black dragon into his beast taming space. He then mounted the crimson sky-scorching falcon and flew toward the shore. Spotting Jiang Feng riding his beast toward the shore, several Cuckoo Country ninjas lurking among the crowd immediately prepared to leave and report the sighting. After the commotion earlier, their suspicions about Jiang Feng only deepened. This beast tamer clad in a dark robe was clearly no ordinary high-tier beast tamer. This individual was likely one of the Great Yan Empire's quasi-divine heirs, a prodigy of extraordinary talent. This news must be reported to the Lord immediately. Just as they prepared to depart, the crimson sky-scorching falcon soared overhead. Elder, what do you mean by this? Several Cuckoo Country ninjas looked at Jiang Feng with fear etched on their faces. Come with me, Jiang Feng said coldly. Before they could refuse, the crimson sky-scorching falcon's sharp talons had already seized them. Senior, what do you want? If it's money, we'll give you everything we have. Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled, but his smile carried a hint of coldness. Stop pretending in front of me. You Cuckoo countrymen really do love putting on a show. Hearing Jiang Feng expose their true identities with a single remark, terror flashed in their eyes as cold sweat broke out on their bodies. Their disguise was supposedly cast by the divine envoy himself. Even high-level professionals couldn't see through it. Yet this beastmaster powerhouse had seen through their identities at a glance. What astonishing insight! Chapter 27, Very well, I shall now send you down to reunite with your kin. Senior, please spare our lives. We swear we'll never set foot in the Great Yan territory again. Sato Junji pleaded desperately to Jiang Feng. Oof. You Japanese scum have committed countless atrocities within our Great Yan borders. Your crimes deserve no mercy. And now you think a simple plea for mercy will get you back home? Jang Fong raised an eyebrow, his expression cold as he stared at them. If they hadn't still held some value to him, they would already be corpses. Then, Jiang Fong produced the slave collars he had confiscated earlier and sneered coldly. I'll give you two choices, die, or wear this. The few Cuckoo nationals were instantly terrified. They knew the power of these slave collars. Once fastened, their very existence would be held in the palm of their captor's hand. It was the very device their country used to enslave Dian professionals, yet today it would become the instrument of their own enslavement. You have 3 breaths to decide. After that, death. Jiang Feng declared. Exchanging glances, they erupted into action in that instant. They immediately unleashed the mid-tier ninjutsu, shadow-killing array, determined to fight Jiang Feng to the death. Bastards! Our noble bloodline of the Great Cuckoo Nation will never bow to you, vile Great Yan scum. Sign. In the next instant, their forms dissolved into a murderous black mist. Launching a surprise attack on Jiang Feng, perched upon the back feathers of the crimson sky-burning falcon. This brat hasn't even reached the 3rd transformation stage. If we strike him by surprise, victory isn't impossible. Then they would surely receive the divine messenger's reward. Facing their sudden onslaught, Jiang Feng's expression remained utterly calm, even tinged with amusement. Boom! Before the dark mist could even reach him, it was incinerated into ashes by the crimson sky-burning falcon's flames. You have slain a 3rd transformation invader. Merit points, 10,000. You have slain a 3rd-tier invader, earning 10,000 merit points. You have slain. However, Jiang Feng spared one life. He sneered coldly at Sato Junji. You've seen the consequences of defying me. I'll give you one last chance. Sato Junji, utterly terrified, stammered. Senior, I'm willing to become your loyal servant. Please spare my life. With that, he obediently slipped on the slave collar. The instant it touched his neck, the collar emitted a faint, mysterious glow before vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng felt a peculiar sensation arise within his mind. This sensation not only contained the power to freely control the life and death of others, but also the ability to sense whether anyone harbored ill will toward him. Should he dare harbor any ill intent, a single thought would be enough to strike him dead instantly. I ask you, Jiang Feng inquired, is Tan Tianqiu, the lord of Tianqiu City, one of your Cuckoo Nation's people? Through the restraining power of the slave collar, he could sense whether this man was lying. If he dared to lie, there would be no need to spare him. He would simply convert him into his own merit points. As for Tan Tianqiu's true identity, Jiang Feng could simply use his true sight eye to verify it once he left. Sato Junji's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. That's correct. With that confirmation, Jiang Feng cut straight to the chase. Speak. How does he plan to deal with me? Sato Junji replied fearfully, reporting to you, Senior, the divine envoy has already deployed the half-saint grade artifact, the Jinshu steel, which can seal off your beast taming space. A semi-saint grade artifact? Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes. That damn divine envoy was actually willing to bring out a semi-saint grade artifact to deal with him. And one that could sever his beast control space, no less. They're really willing to go all out to eliminate me. Fortunately, he had captured and interrogated these individuals beforehand. Otherwise, he might have fallen into this trap. As long as I keep my beast riding outside, that so-called semi-saint level Jinshu steel won't do me a damn thing. Alright. I imagine your companions down below are feeling rather lonely. I'll send you to join them now. With that, Jiang Feng focused his intent, activating the slave collar's power to eliminate him. The people of Cuckoo Country weren't even worthy of being his dogs. Just as Jiang Feng prepared to depart, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! Rare Beast Master detected nearby. Host, please proceed to investigate. Hearing this, Jiang Feng froze in surprise. Most of the dangerous beasts within the Xuanjiao secret realm had already been exterminated. Where could he possibly find a beast to tame? However, following the system's guidance, Jiang Feng actually discovered a beast egg on an inconspicuous little island in the sea. The island had been nearly flattened by the crimson sky-scorching falcon's abilities. Yet the beast egg stood there, perfectly intact. Truly a rare beast mount detected by the system. Jiang Feng immediately checked its information. Mystic turtle egg rare quality. Grade, gold. After shedding his stealth cloak in an unoccupied area and exiting through the teleportation portal, he arrived at the largest exchange in Tianqiu City, where he sold off some materials, equipment, and items. With a quick flip, he made a tidy profit. Not much, just over 1 billion Federation credits. Seeing the balance on his card grow into a long string of numbers again, Jiang Feng couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upward. Next, Jiang Feng purchased several items that could conceal his aura, along with materials to level up his beast. not to conceal his own aura, but for his own beast companions. The entire haul cost him less than 10 million Federation credits. During the transaction, Jiang Feng also learned of a significant event. In 10 days, the Purple Moon Trading Guild would hold an auction, where prominent practitioners would auction off rare and valuable items. These items were typically unavailable on the open market. Most importantly, Jiang Feng heard that among them was the evolution fruit required for the hellhound, the Bloodflame Inferno fruit. Securing this item would grant him a second ancestral level beast companion. It was hard for Jiang Feng not to be tempted. Later, Jiang Feng brought the black tortoise egg to an incubation chamber. While he could wait for the Xian turtle egg to hatch naturally, a professional incubation chamber could significantly speed up the process. Normally, it would take several months to hatch successfully, but in the incubation room, it could be accelerated to as little as half a month. If one sought even faster results aiming for hatching within days, that risked causing unknown developmental issues for the beast's future growth. Though Jiang Feng wished for the egg to hatch sooner, he didn't want to compromise its foundational development. Inside the incubation chamber, Jiang Feng noticed a delicate young woman. Her delicate frame clad in a brown bear print apron, a gentle smile on her face. She was carefully feeding some newly hatched little beasts. The moment he saw her, Jiang Feng felt slightly dazed. It wasn't because she was beautiful, but because she was his high school classmate, Su Wanru. When my family went bankrupt, everyone distanced themselves from me. Only the girl before me lent me money when I was at my lowest. Most importantly, Su Wanru and I were really just ordinary classmates. Yet she chose to extend a helping hand when I needed it most, without expecting anything in return. Chapter 28. Fine, I'll sell it to you for 100 billion. Jiang Feng? Su Wanru was slightly surprised to see Jiang Feng. Yeah, didn't expect to see you in Tianshui City. Jiang Feng's eyes crinkled with a smile as he walked toward her. He remembered her awakened profession was incubator, but hadn't expected to encounter her in Tianshui City. I'm working at my cousin's place, Su Wanru replied with a faint smile. But what brings you to Tianshui City? For some reason, she sensed a distinct change in the aura Jiang Feng now exuded. He radiated an indescribable calmness and confidence. He was practically a different person compared to before. I'm here on business. Jiang Feng replied casually, then produced the black turtle egg. Help me hatch this beast egg. Sure. This should be your first beast companion, congratulations. She smiled as she accepted the black turtle egg Jiang Feng handed her. Su Wanru used her inspection tool to determine the egg's grade. She knew Jiang Feng's current circumstances acquiring a beast egg must have been no easy feat. Species, black tortoise. Grade, gold. Yet the moment she saw the gold grade, Su Wanru's eyes widened in astonishment. A golden grade beast egg was worth at least 1 million Federation coins. She had assumed Jiang Feng would bring a black iron grade beast egg. But never in her wildest dreams did she expect it to be gold grade. Jiang Feng, this is a gold grade beast taming egg. Where did you get it? Su Wanru looked at Jiang Feng with genuine astonishment. After all, Jiang Feng's family had gone bankrupt, leaving him deep in debt he couldn't even afford food. So when she saw how pitiful he was, she lent him some of the money she had saved up. She never expected to get it back. After all, everyone has their share of misfortune and setbacks. But now, Jiang Feng had produced a gold-grade beast egg worth hundreds of thousands of Federation coins. How could this not astonish her? Just got lucky, found it in a dungeon, Jiang Feng said with a light chuckle. Really? Hearing this, Su Wanru's face flashed with surprise and envy. Finding a gold-grade beast egg in a beginner dungeon wasn't impossible. But the odds were minuscule, as unlikely as winning the lottery. If Jiang Feng truly had obtained this golden grade beast egg, then it could only mean his luck was off the charts. Still, Su Wanru couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for Jiang Feng. After all, a beastmaster without a beast joining a raid party is essentially just an errand boy. Having a gold grade beastmaster's egg would greatly aid Jiang Feng's growth. As he spoke, Jiang Feng took out a mage necklace and presented it to Su Wanru as repayment for her previous favor. Oh, and about that money you lent me last time, I still haven't paid you back. Consider this mage necklace as my token of gratitude. This mage necklace not only boosts mental power but also rapidly restores both mental and physical stamina. Accelerating the hatching of beast eggs was an extremely mentally taxing task for an incubator. However, Su Wanru shook her head in refusal, smiling as she said, Jiang Feng, this mage necklace looks quite valuable. You should keep it for yourself. After all, the costs of incubation and the resources needed for a beast's later growth are extremely expensive. I'm working here now and earn a decent monthly salary. You can repay me later when you're able. Golden tier beasts far surpass silver and black iron tiers in power, but the resources required for their cultivation also dwarfed those needed for silver and black iron beasts. Thus, she declined Jiang Feng's offer. Jiang Feng chuckled, no need to be so polite. I have thousands of pieces of this type of mage equipment. Just take it. His words carried an air of immense wealth and generosity. Yet this was Jiang Feng deliberately trying to keep a low profile. Su Wanro giggled softly but remained adamant in her refusal. Jang Fong didn't press the matter. When paying with his card, he displayed a staggering balance that left Su Wanru utterly speechless. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. Only then did she snap out of her shock. So Jiang Feng really hadn't exaggerated earlier. But she couldn't fathom how Jiang Feng had suddenly become so wealthy. Just then, a man and a woman walked into the store. The woman was a young lady dressed exquisitely, Su Wanru's cousin. The man was handsome, yet his brow carried a hint of superficiality, clearly the result of excessive indulgence in wine and women. Wanru, young Master Zhao has come to see you again, Su Wanru's cousin said with a smile. The young Master Zhao she mentioned was no ordinary figure. His name was Zhao Jinpeng, son of the vice president of the Tianshui City Beastmaster Association. Yet Su Wanru remained utterly indifferent toward Zhao Jinpeng. And who might this be? Zhao Jinpeng suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Feng. Even before entering, he'd noticed the young man chatting and laughing with Su Wanru. He wanted to find out who this kid was. How dare he compete with him for a woman? This is my classmate, Jang Fong, Su Wanru introduced. Hearing this, Su Wanru's cousin's eyes widened in surprise. And quickly pulled Su Wanru aside to whisper. Wanru, is he the bankrupt young master from your hometown of Pingcheng? Hearing this, Su Wanru felt both amused and exasperated. After all, she had just seen over 1 billion yuan in Jiang Feng's bank account. That was far more money than he had before his family went bankrupt. Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly advised. Wanru, let me give you some advice. This Zhao young master isn't just any ordinary guy. He's had his eye on you for ages, but you've never given him the time of day. While Mr. Zhao may not be as dashing as Jiang Feng, we shouldn't judge solely by appearances, inner qualities matter more. And with Jiang Feng's family in such debt, you absolutely cannot go to him, understand? Su Wanru frowned. Cousin, I truly have no feelings for Mr. Zhao. If you keep saying this, I'll just find another job. As the two chatted, Zhao Jinpeng suddenly spotted something in the incubator behind Jiang Feng. A golden-grade mystic turtle egg. His eyes lit up instantly. He had also awakened as a beastmaster and was planning to contract a high-defense beast. He never imagined he'd encounter one right here. I'll take this black tortoise egg. Go inform its owner whatever the price, I'll pay it. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Fine. 100 billion Federation credits, I'll sell it to you. Chapter 29, Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. This black tortoise egg is yours? Zhao Jinpeng frowned. Su Wanru stepped forward urgently and said, Zhao Jinpeng, this mystic turtle egg does indeed belong to Jiang Feng, but I advise you not to provoke him. Her latter remark sounded like she was defending Jiang Feng, but in reality, it was also a warning to Zhao Jinpeng. After all, Jiang Feng was now worth billions, and even Zhao Jinpeng's father, as the vice chairman, would have to be a bit more courteous. Yet to Zhao Jinpeng's ears, those words took on a different meaning. With a flick of his thoughts, he summoned a level 52, gold-grade snow-silver fox. The fox's presence instantly cooled the entire incubation hall. Kid, if you don't want to be carried out on a stretcher, hand over that mystic turtle egg to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Jinpeng's eyes were filled with coldness as he spoke. But the moment the words left his mouth, the snow-silver fox, which had seemed quite formidable, bared its teeth at Jiang Feng. As if sensing some terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Feng, it immediately curled its tail and cowered on the ground, its expression timid. This scene stunned both Su Wanru and the other person who had been about to intervene. Zhao Jinpeng was equally stunned by the snow-silver fox's reaction. What they didn't know was that Jiang Feng carried traces of the aura belonging to both the abyssal black dragon and the crimson sky-scorching falcon. Ordinary people might not be sensitive to the aura on Jiang Feng. But the snow-silver fox, a golden-grade beast, could detect the scent with remarkable clarity. That terrifying aura pressed down on it, nearly suffocating it. Its blue-silver eyes were filled with fear. Attacking Jiang Feng was out of the question. It couldn't even bring itself to look him in the eye. This was the overwhelming pressure emanating from a top-tier beast tamer. Having lost face in front of the others, Zhao Jinpeng felt his cheeks burning as if he'd been slapped. He immediately kicked the snow-silver fox hard, snarling. Useless thing. Get up. Yet the snow-silver fox remained sprawled on the ground, not daring to move an inch. This scene was too much for Su Wanru to bear. She shouted, Zhao Jinpeng, stop it. Beasts were partners who fought side by side with their tamers. But Zhao Jinpeng was treating his own beast so brutally it was utterly outrageous. Seeing this, Jiang Feng remarked indifferently, how much is your beast worth? I'll buy it. Hoof. If you truly want it, I'll sell it to you for 10 million. Can you even afford that? Zhao Jinpeng sneered coldly. This snow-silver fox had humiliated him so thoroughly that he could only salvage his pride elsewhere. Yet Jiang Feng held a Federation card between two fingers and simply uttered two words, swipe. This single phrase left Zhao Jinpeng, Su Wanru, and the others stunned once more. Spending 10 million on a single gold-grade beast was clearly not worth it. More importantly, did Jiang Fong actually have 10 million? Even after the transaction completed, Zhao Jinpeng still felt a sense of unreality. Though his earlier words had been somewhat impulsive, he never imagined this kid was actually loaded. Upon receiving the transfer, Zhao Jinpeng realized Jiang Feng's background was far from ordinary. His earlier arrogant demeanor vanished instantly. He then cast the contract-breaking spell, severing his bond with the Snow Silver Fox. Fearing Jiang Fong might change his mind, he quickly made up an excuse and left. Watching the trembling Snow Silver Fox, Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Jiang Fong hadn't purchased the Snow Silver Fox merely to humiliate someone. Rather, he had used his true side-eye to uncover the fox's extraordinary secret. Snow Silver Fox Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. Rank, Gold. Level, 52. Strength, 7,741. Stamina, 6,654. Agility, 8,441. Spirit, 9,454. Combat Power, 25742. Skills, Ice Spike Piercing, Ice Flame Power. A beast tamer with Divine Beast Bloodline possesses immense potential and no level restrictions. This means that with sufficient experience, it can even reach level 999. Once it breaks through to the Ancestral Return tier, its growth rate will undergo a qualitative leap. Other beasts require various rare breakthrough materials to advance. But this beast needs none. It evolves continuously simply by leveling up and fusing its Divine Beast Bloodline power. Without activating its Divine Beast Bloodline, it would be indistinguishable from ordinary beasts. Had Jiang Fong not possessed the true side-eye, he likely wouldn't have detected its hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. Jiang Fong then used the contract technique to bind this Snow Silver Fox. Currently, he could only contract 4 beasts. To contract the Mystic Turtle, he would need to complete the 3rd transformation quest. However, activating the Snow Silver Fox's hidden Divine Beast Bloodline required one more thing. That was the Divine Spirit Source. Yes, the very Divine Spirit Source that allows practitioners to break through level restrictions, the very thing countless people covet. But the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Talents wouldn't open for another 3 months. Frankly, Jiang Fong was already growing impatient. After storing the Snow Silver Fox in his beast taming space, Jiang Fong prepared to confront the imposter city lord, Tan Tianqiu. Seeing Jiang Fong about to leave, Su Wanru's cousin hurriedly flattered him with a smile. "Young Master Jiang, won't you stay for a meal?" "No, thank you. I already have plans." Another time, Jiang Fong waved his hand and left the incubation hall. After Jiang Fong departed, Su Wanru's cousin turned to her with a teasing look. "No wonder you never fancied Zhao Jinpeng. Turns out you had your eye on Jiang Fong all along. But you'd better seize the opportunity soon, or you won't even get a chance to ask him out for dinner later." Hearing this, Su Wanru's face flushed slightly. "Don't be ridiculous, cousin. Jiang Fong and I are just ordinary classmates." After donning his stealth cloak, Jiang Fong summoned the crimson sky-scorching falcon and sped toward the city lord's mansion. Within the city lord's residence courtyard, a table laden with exquisite delicacies awaited. Tan Tianqiu immediately led his men forward to greet Jiang Fong. Upon entering the courtyard, Tan Tianqiu chuckled, "Senior, please return your beast to the beast space. Otherwise, the flowers, plants, and ponds in my courtyard will all be scorched dry." Hearing this, Jiang Fong promptly returned the crimson sky-scorching falcon to his beast space. As he watched the crimson sky-burning falcon disappear into the beast space, a fleeting, icy glint flashed in Tan Tianqiu's eyes. A beast master without a beast is nothing but fish meat to be carved up at will. Tan Tianqiu respectfully invited Jiang Fong to take a seat. Around the table sat several women dressed in light, revealing attire. Lifting a cup of aged wine, Tan Tianqiu laughed heartily. "Since you've graced Tianqiu City with your presence, as its ruler, it is only my duty to extend hospitality. Come, this cup of wine I toast to you." Jiang Fong remained unpretentious, surrounded by women on both sides. He waved his hand dismissively. "No, thank you. I prefer tea over wine." "My apologies for the presumption, senior. Please forgive my rudeness." Tan Tianqiu quickly apologized. "What kind of tea does the senior prefer? I'll have someone brew it immediately." "Have someone buy me a bottle of iced black tea," Jiang Fong said. Hearing this, Tan Tianqiu's eye twitched. He promptly ordered someone to fetch it. Chapter 30. Are you that confident you can kill me? After the meal and drinks were finished, Jiang Fong casually pinched a handful and felt a soft, elastic texture. Seeing this elder so unguarded, Tan Tianqiu couldn't help but start scheming. If a man was greedy for wealth and lustful, then one could seize upon his weaknesses and make him serve one's purposes. Now that this powerful beast tamer was in his grasp, killing him would be as easy as turning over one's hand. But if he could recruit him to serve His Majesty the Emperor, he would surely receive even greater rewards. "You truly have a generous spirit, senior." Tan Tianqiu flattered with a smile, then clapped his hands. "I've prepared some gifts in advance as a token of my sincerity. I humbly request you accept them, senior." Several women of delicate beauty then stepped forward, each holding items of considerable value. Jiang Feng's gaze swept over them, and he was instantly taken aback. Yuanling Mystic Pill. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Description, consuming this grants 2 million experience points. Fire Source Orb. Type, item. Available level, LV1. Description, enhances fire attribute Beastmaster prowess upon consumption. Water Spirit Stone. Type, item. Usable level, LV1. Description, enhances water attribute Beastmaster prowess upon consumption. Pyroxene Stardust. Type, staff weapon. Grade, dark gold. Suitable class, Beastmaster. Available level, LV60. Attributes, Spirit plus 25,000, Constitution plus 15,000. Description, attacks inflict both fire and rock elemental penetration effects, increasing Beastmaster damage by 20%. Lord Tan is truly generous. Since you insist, I'd be rude to refuse. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile as he prepared to stow these items away. Hold on, to accept these gifts, Senior must first agree to one condition. Tan Tianxiu raised his hand, and several women immediately stepped back. What demand? Could it be you want me to defect to your cuckoo kingdom? Jang Fong asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. Hearing this, Tan Tianxiu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Jiang Fong to have seen through his true identity. But he quickly regained his composure, his expression unreadable as he replied. Let's be straightforward. Since you've seen through my identity yet still attended this banquet, it shows there's still potential for negotiation between us. With the Jinshu steel granted by the divine envoy in his possession, he had no fear that Jiang Fong could stir up any trouble. He was merely a fish in the palm of his hand. If you wish to recruit me into your cuckoo nation, I have only one condition, Jiang Fong said with a faint smile. Tan Tianxiu's eyes lit up. What condition? A top-tier beast tamer like you, we'd agree to anything. Simple. Your cuckoo kingdom must submit to the Great Yan Alliance and become its vassal state. Then I'll consider becoming the governor-general stationed in Cuckoo. Jiang Fong popped a grape into his mouth, chewing it contentedly. Tan Tianxiu's face darkened instantly. Suppressing his anger, he growled. Senior, don't joke like that. I'm negotiating with you in good faith, otherwise, you'd already be a corpse. Oh, are you threatening me? Jiang Feng's brow held a hint of amusement. Tan Tianxiu snorted coldly. I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. Today, you either surrender to Cuckoo Nation or die here. The moment his words fell, Jiang Fong felt a powerful sense of danger wash over him. Before he could even react, a dagger coated in poison was pressed against his throat. Yet Jiang Feng's gaze remained unflinching. You're so confident you can kill me? At this, Tan Tianxiu laughed as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Ha! Do you really think you have any chance of escaping? You rely on your powerful beast control, don't you? I'll give you a chance, go ahead and try summoning it. In the next instant, space warped in Tan Tianxiu's hand, and a stone tablet radiating an arcane aura materialized in the void. The tablet was roughly the size of a palm, jet black as ink, engraved with an ancient, intricate inscription of the character, Jin. Ha! Jiang Fong couldn't help but scoff. Is this the extent of your people's intelligence? Do you truly believe I came to this banquet unprepared, knowing your identity? Tan Tianxiu shook his head. It seems you have no intention of submitting. Today, you shall perish here. 333,500. You have entered a poison state, sustaining continuous damage of 50,000 HP per second. Symbiosis skill activated. Damage you would have taken has been transferred to your beast, Abyssal Black Dragon. What? Tan Tianxiu's eyes darkened. He hadn't expected Jiang Fong to survive this fatal strike unscathed. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar filled with overwhelming might echoed from the distant sky. A black dragon hundreds of feet long soared through the clouds, racing toward them. Another massive hellhound, its skeletal wings spread wide, charged through the air. All the practitioners in Tianshui City watched the two terrifying beasts above, a chill running down their spines. Soon, they realized these two beasts were heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Tan Tianxiu's heart sank. You knew all along that I possessed the Jinshu steel. Surprised, aren't you? Jiang Fong chuckled lightly. All thanks to the men you sent to spy on me. If not for their tip-off, I wouldn't have known you also possessed a half-synced great artifact capable of sealing a beastmaster's space. Otherwise, I might have actually fallen into your trap. Tan Tianxiu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Today, I will destroy you here, no matter what. With that, his fifth transformation aura surged skyward. He stepped into the void, a colossal specter materializing behind him. It was the legendary demon of Cuckoo Nation, the Yaksa Ghost. Its face was grim and terrifying, radiating a vicious aura. Wielding a massive steel fork, it charged toward Jiang Fong, accompanied by a raging gale. Boom! The Yake's steel fork slammed into the ground, blasting a crater several meters deep. The entire city lord's residence shook violently, buildings collapsing in an instant, sending dust swirling through the air. However, Jang Fong immediately activated the item, Absolute Defense. For 5 minutes, it granted immunity to all damage. Before the dust could settle, the abyssal black dragon pierced through the haze, its massive form coiling above the city lord's residence. Jang Fong stood atop the abyssal black dragon's head, looking down at Tan Tianqiu and the Yaksha demon behind him. Yaksha demon. Level 135. HP 563,000. Combat power 280,510. Skills: Ghost Slaughter / Azura Chain / Ghost Shadow Flash. Description: a special summon entity possessing the power of immortality. A special summoned entity with the power of immortality? Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he murmured softly. This was the first time he'd ever encountered a summoned creature with such an ability. If he could harness it, it would make for a formidable combat asset. Chapter 31, Slaying. After sensing the terrifying aura of the abyssal black dragon and the hellhound, Tan Tianqiu's heart lurched in terror. All fighting spirit drained from him, and he immediately fled toward the city gates. He had completely miscalculated this time. He never imagined this man would possess an absolute defense, a tool that could be called a super-grade lifesaver. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as he commanded the abyssal black dragon and hellhound to lock him firmly within their attack range. Had they engaged him directly within the city walls? If the two beasts' attacks were even slightly misdirected, they could destroy most of Tianshui City. Outside the city walls, however, there was little cause for concern. With the suppression of the Jinshu steel lifted, Jiang Feng summoned the crimson sky-scorching falcon. The three beasts launched their assault upon Tan Tianqiu and the Yaksha ghosts behind him. The Yaksha demon had barely raised its steel blade when it was instantly obliterated by the terrifying impact, dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Though the black mist continuously gathered and reformed. Under the relentless onslaught of the three beasts, it had virtually no room to resist. Tan Tianqiu attempted a final act of defiance, only to be nearly incinerated by the abyssal black dragon's dark dragon breath. He barely survived by expending several resurrection scrolls in quick succession. Damn it, you forced my hand. Tan Tianqiu's eyes blazed with hatred and fury as he sacrificed the Yaksha demon he had painstakingly cultivated for years, unleashing the violent poison forbidden art. Once unleashed, the violent poison prohibited technique would corrode everything within thousands of meters with intense venom. Any living being touched by even a trace of the toxin would be poisoned in an instant. Even 6th tier, or even 7th tier practitioners, would be powerless against it. A vicious grin twisted Tan Tianqiu's face. Even if you survive, your beast will perish here. Once a beastmaster's beast perishes, the beastmaster themselves would suffer severe backlash. Even if he couldn't kill Jiang Feng, crippling his beast would be a major victory. Boom! As the Yaksha ghost self-detonated, corrosive poison mist hissed through the air. It then swept outward like a tidal wave. Sensing the danger, the three beasts immediately positioned themselves in front of Jiang Feng, attempting to block the incoming poisonous mist with their skills and physical bodies. Yet against this bizarre poisonous mist, their attacks proved largely ineffective. Soon, the hellhound's body became coated in the dreadful mist. Its skin began to rapidly rot, and its vitality visibly waned. Even the primordial level abyssal black dragon found its hard dragon scales rapidly corroding under the fog's influence. Seeing this, Tan Tianqiu let out a shrill, derisive laugh. Ha! You brought this upon yourself. He then crushed a special talisman stone, awaiting the divine messenger's rescue. Shrouded in the concealment of his mystic cloak, Jiang Feng's face betrayed no trace of panic. He activated absolute defense once more, granting immunity to all damage for 5 minutes. He promptly summoned several beasts into his beast taming space. Under the amplifying effects of the beast space, the toxins within them were purged in a mere second. Jang Fong then commanded the abyssal black dragon to inhale all the toxic mist into its body before recalling it into the beast space. The abyssal black dragon instantly opened its massive jaws, generating a powerful suction that drew the entire toxic haze into its belly. Afterward, within the beast space, the abyssal black dragon healed once more. Even if the abyssal black dragon couldn't withstand the toxins, Jang Fong had a resurrection scroll to bring it back to life. What? How is that possible? No ordinary beastmaster could ever possess such power. Tan Tianqiu's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at the scene before him. He couldn't comprehend how Jiang Feng's beast could be healed in an instant. After all, the venomous curse he had cast was so potent that even a 7th-rank priest couldn't purge or cure it. This near-monstrous ability was truly terrifying. Though he'd encountered many beast tamers, none had ever instantly healed their beasts like Jiang Feng. At that moment, Tan Tianqiu's eyes were filled with utter panic. Why hasn't the divine messenger come to save me yet? Have I been abandoned? As a terrifying dragon's breath erupted, Tan Tianqiu could only perish completely in utter despair. Jiang Feng gathered his focus and drew the spatial ring toward him. Yet he did not depart. Instead, he gazed calmly toward a certain point in the void. Since you've already arrived, why not reveal yourself? Within the void, though no figure was visible, an information panel appeared. Name, Komodo Shinzo. Class, Shadow Soul Binder. Level, 288, 9th Transformation. Affiliation, Cuckoo Nation. Upon seeing this information panel, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat, yet he forced himself to remain outwardly composed. Showing any sign of fear could provoke the other party into attacking. Only by feigning composure could he make the other party mistakenly believe he still held trump cards, deterring them from acting rashly. Though his current strength was formidable, it meant little against a 9 transformation professional. As the words fell, a faint ripple rippled through the void before fading into complete stillness. The one who vanished was none other than Kukugwo's divine messenger. His face now darkened with gloom as he suppressed the murderous intent surging within. He never expected this beastmaster to be able to perceive his presence. Even among fellow 9th rank practitioners, as long as he did not actively reveal his aura, no one could possibly detect his presence. This man must possess some astonishing hidden card. Had he attacked Jang Fong directly just now, and failed to kill him in one strike? It would likely draw the attention of the powerful within the Great Yan Imperial Palace. Not only would his own position be exposed, but it could directly trigger a full-scale war between the two nations. With the Yan Emperor still alive, being the first to declare full-scale war against the Great Yan Kingdom would only allow the other nations to reap the benefits. What puzzled him, however, was Jiang Feng's cultivation level. Though Jang Fong wore a mystic robe that concealed his information, rendering it unreadable to those below the 6th transformation. Yet with his 9 transformation strength, Miyamoto Shinzo could naturally see through Jiang Feng's true information at a glance. Yet upon seeing Jiang Feng's stats, he was stunned. A second transformation at level 90, yet possessing 1 ancestral level beast and 2 Manhwa level beasts? How was that possible? It was common knowledge that ordinary beast masters could only evolve their beasts 1 grade higher with each advancement in rank. A tier 2 beast master, at best, could only evolve their beast to the diamond tier. Yet this second tier beast master actually possessed a reverted ancestor grade beast. Even those blessed with extraordinary attributes couldn't possibly display such monstrous talent. After a moment's contemplation, a chilling glint flashed in Miyamoto Shinzo's eyes. This boy must not be spared. He must find a way to eliminate him swiftly without revealing his own identity. Only after confirming the man had departed did Jang Fong exhale deeply. But for the Cuckoo Nation to dare cause such a brazen disturbance within the borders of the Great Yan Empire, they truly think the Great Yan has no one. The thought sent a chill through Jiang Feng's eyes. Once his strength was sufficient, he would personally lead an army of tamed beasts to crush that island nation. Then, Jang Fong took out the items from Tan Tianqiu's spatial ring and examined them. Temple of the Void. Category, Divine Artifact. Grade, 9th tier. Usable level, LV60. Primordial Spirit Mystic Pill. Water Spirit Stone. Fire Source Pearl. Marrow Cleansing Spirit Fruit. But what truly captivated Jang Fong was the staff, Scorching Rockstar Shatterer. It could boost beast taming damage by a staggering 40%. Consider the Abyssal Black Dragon's current combat power already exceeding 400,000. If it were to gain an additional 40%, without factoring in the monster's defense for now, it can deal nearly 600,000 damage. Moreover, the skill damage would be even higher, easily one-shotting any boss below level 150. After defeating Tan Tianqiu, he also earned tens of thousands of merit points. Only then did Jiang Fong suddenly remember he hadn't checked what his 3rd transformation quest was. Current quest, 3rd job advancement. Quest requirements: travel to the level 120 Wilderness Night Mountains, defeat the boss Wilderness Night Lord, and obtain the Shadow Core. Time limit, 3 days. Accept now? Note, this quest can be upgraded to a class advancement quest for 500,000 evolution points. Note, advancing to a class advancement quest will significantly increase the difficulty of subsequent tasks. Host, please choose carefully. Upon seeing this prompt, Jiang Fong froze in place. Holy crap! This can be evolved? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fong chose evolution with a delighted expression. After all, evolution points were the last thing he lacked. Typically, only after reaching the 5th or 6th transformation did one have a chance to trigger a class advancement. After advancing, not only would skill cooldowns be reduced and various skill bonuses enhanced, but also grants additional special skills unique to the advanced profession. For instance, a dual blade warrior had a chance to evolve into a berserker, gaining astonishing enhancements. Ding! Evolution successful. Current quest, Class Advancement Spirit Master. Requirement, possess an ancient tier spirit beast. Quest duration, unlimited. Chapter 32, utterly purge the invaders. Spirit Master? Jiang Fong paused in surprise. This advanced profession certainly sounded more prestigious than beast tamer. The only requirement was to possess an ancient tier spirit beast. For Jiang Fong, the difficulty of this mission wasn't particularly high. Jiang Fong picked up the Great Flame token and checked his merit points. Merit points, 234,130. To purchase the Chaos Green Lotus Seed as evolution material for the Abyssal Black Dragon, he still needed 600,000 merit points. It seemed like a huge gap, but for Jiang Feng, who possessed the true side-eye, it was nothing. Any foreign enemy lurking within the Great Yan realm could have their identity exposed by him. Earning over 600,000 merit points was merely a matter of a few extra days. Just as Jang Fong prepared to mount the Abyssal Black Dragon and depart, a colossal aura abruptly descended, rippling through the void like waves across water. A fissure suddenly split open in the void. An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, stepped out slowly from within. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed instantly, preparing for battle. So I'm still a step too late? The white-haired elder scanned the surroundings, his brows slightly furrowed. He sensed the presence of a 9-turn cultivator from Cuckoo Kingdom appearing in this area. Though it lasted only an instant, his keen senses had still caught it. Yet he had arrived a step too late. Seeing Jiang Feng's tense, battle-ready expression, the white-haired elder chuckled softly, stroking his beard as he said, "Young friend, there's no need to be nervous. I mean you no harm." At the same time, Jiang Feng used his true vision to scan the old man's identity information. Name, Qi Daoming. Occupation, Holy Law Enforcer. Level, 9 transformations 290. Affiliation, Great Yan Alliance. Jiang Feng's eyelid twitched. Another terrifying 9th transformation powerhouse. Under the vast, ocean-like aura emanating from him, Jiang Feng felt utterly insignificant. Moreover, this Saint Lawbringer profession, much like the Shadow Soulbringer of Cuckoo Nation's Miyamoto Shinzo, was entirely unfamiliar. It must be another specialized advanced class. Greetings, senior, Jiang Feng bowed slightly, offering his respects. Qi Daoming smiled warmly, waving his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. By uncovering the true identity of Tianshui City's ruler and eliminating him, you've effectively removed a potential threat for our Great Yan. It was merely my duty, Jiang Feng replied with a calm smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Qi Daoming nodded slightly, his face brimming with admiration as he looked at Jiang Feng and said, "The position of Tianshui City Lord is currently vacant. Would you be willing to take it?" Hearing this, Jiang Feng froze. He had never considered holding any official position after all, unfettered freedom was what he truly pursued. While the perks of ruling a city were undeniable, the responsibilities were equally weighty. At this moment, Jiang Feng's sole focus was on rapidly enhancing his beast-taming prowess. "I appreciate your kindness, senior, but my ambitions lie elsewhere." Jiang Feng shook his head, politely declining the offer. Hearing this, Qi Daoming was somewhat surprised. After all, Tianshui City was a metropolis with a population of millions. The perks of ruling Tianshui City were self-evident. Countless individuals would fight tooth and nail to attain that position. This indifference to power and prestige in Jiang Feng earned him a newfound respect in Qi Daoming's eyes. "In that case, I shan't press you further. This is the Great Yan Royal Order, granting you authority over all resources within Tianshui City." Qi Daoming waved his hand, an especially crafted token appeared before Jiang Feng. At that moment, the professional practitioners watching from afar also gasped in astonishment. Possession of the Great Yan Royal Order granted temporary command over all city resources and affairs in any city. It essentially elevated one's status by 3 ranks, meaning even the city lord would have to obey its commands. The sheer weight of the Great Yan Royal Decree was evident. Only the Great Yan Inspector could possess such a token. "Thank you for your esteem, senior," Jiang Feng said, his eyes brightening as he expressed his gratitude. With the Great Yan token in hand, eliminating hidden enemies within the Great Yan realm would become far easier. Moreover, he would be staying in Tianshui City for several days anyway, awaiting the commencement of the auction. Tianshui City. Jiang Feng stood atop the city's tallest skyscraper, surveying the bustling metropolis below. Golden light swirled within his pupils. Amidst the throngs of people coming and going, he could discern the identity of every single one with crystal clarity. Jiang Feng had already ordered the entire city sealed off, entry permitted, exit forbidden. He intended to thoroughly purge the invaders hiding within the city. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Feng summoned the hellhound. The hellhound could alter its size at will. So the once fearsome hellhound now stood beside Jiang Feng, resembling an ordinary little black dog. "Go. Deal with these intruders." Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile as he gave the command to the hellhound. In the next instant, a pool of black, mud-like substance appeared beneath the hellhound's paws. And its form swiftly vanished into the black mud. On the street, Yudai Ishida hid in a shadowy alleyway. His mood was extremely agitated at that moment. With Tianshui City now sealed off, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He turned to look at the 2 bound women behind him, his eyes flashing with a savage glint. His profession was that of a blood sacrificer, one who absorbed blood to enhance his own power. He drew a dagger that reeked of countless lives, bringing it to his lips and licking it. "Rest assured, I'll make sure you die painlessly." Though the bound woman's mouth was taped shut, terror filled her eyes. She kept making muffled sounds. For she saw a blood-soaked moss suddenly appear behind the man. You think begging for mercy will save you? Oh my, the more terrified you are, the more pleasure it brings me. A savage grin spread across Ishida Udai's face. But before he could act, darkness engulfed his vision. The hellhound bit straight through his head. Then its body vanished into the black muddy swamp. Defeated 3-stage invader. Earned merit points, 10,000. On the rooftop of the skyscraper, Jiang Feng's eyes remained utterly unruffled. Merely third-tier practitioners utterly incapable of reacting to an attack from a 100-level Ningyue Great Beastmaster. Simultaneously, clones of the hellhound appeared throughout Tianquo City. The hellhound's rampage sparked panic and chaos. Yet, since a professioner's stats became visible upon death, Jiang Feng's merit points steadily increased as invaders from various nations fell one by one. Defeated a third transformation invader. Merit points, 10,000. Fourth-tier invader slain. Merit points earned, 30,000. Killed a third-tier invader. Merit points, 10,000. Defeated a second-tier invader. Merit points, 5,000. In less than 10 minutes, all hidden invaders in the vicinity were completely eliminated. Over 300,000 merit points were directly acquired. However, among the 7 major foreign powers, the number of invaders lurking within the Great Yan realm was by no means small. These invaders are truly a treasure trove. Immediately afterward, Jang Fong summoned the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon, which began circling above Tianquo City. Under the overwhelming aura of this formidable beast, the invaders from various nations felt profound dread. They never imagined their seemingly flawless concealment could be so easily exposed. Within less than an hour, every single intruder within Tianquo City was purged. The golden glow in Jiang Feng's eyes gradually faded. His merit points finally reached over 900,000. Chapter 33, Professional Advancement Master of Spirit Control. Jang Fong immediately used his merit token to examine the treasure list of the Great Yan Treasury. Chaotic Green Lotus Seed. Type, Material. Description: born in the primordial chaos before heaven and earth were separated, the Chaos Green Lotus can be used for beast evolution and aids practitioners in comprehending the laws of the universe. Merit required, 950,000. Exchange. Jang Fong, his face aglow with excitement, exchanged for it. In an instant, a strange light flickered. A seed of the Azure Lotus, imbued with primordial chaos energy, materialized in Jiang Feng's palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fong sent it into the beast taming space for the abyssal black dragon to consume. Once it evolved into an ancient tier beast, he too would achieve his professional advancement. His consciousness entered the beast taming space. After the abyssal black dragon swallowed the Chaos Green Lotus seed, Jiang Fong immediately expended 1 million evolution points, commanding, begin evolution. In the next instant, the sky transformed. Countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, filled with thunderous roars that shook the heavens and earth. The abyssal black dragon plunged into the storm, weaving through the thunderbolts as its form underwent a profound transformation. Its black dragon scales now gleamed with a tungsten-like metallic sheen, appearing utterly indestructible. Boom! A colossal thunderclap reverberated. And within its blinding light, a colossal black dragon nearly 1,000 feet long thrust forth its majestic head. Evolution complete. Abyssal Black Dragon, Abyssal Dragon King. Current Beast, Abyssal Dragon King. Rank, Ancient. Level, LV 134. Strength, 633,241. Constitution, 582,401. Agility, 573,241. Spirit, 594,527. Combat Power, 743,000. Skills, Overwhelming Dragon Might, World-Destroying Dragon Breath, Abyssal Storm. Evolution points required for next evolution, 2 million evolution points and Soul of the Dark Abyss. Over 700,000 combat power? The moment he saw the combat power figure, Jiang Feng's eyes widened in shock. Is this how absurdly powerful ancient tier beast masters are? This combat power of over 700,000, combined with that blazing rock Starbreaker staff. The combat power would skyrocket to an entirely new dimension. Even facing a 7th tier professional, he wouldn't flinch. You have a quest to submit. Jiang Fong opened his interface once more. Current quest, Class Advancement Master of Spirit Beasts. Requirement, possess an ancient tier spirit beast. Quest status, submittable. Task duration, unlimited. Submit. Jiang Fong felt a surge of impatience. Class advancement complete. Class, Spirit Master. Level, 3rd transformation, level 90. Strength, 48,300. Stamina, 44,000. Agility, 39,550. Spirit, 58,400. Combat Power, 53,200. Skills, Sovereign of All Life, Symbiosis, Eye of True Sight, Command Spirit Control, Summoning. Beasts, Abyssal Black Dragon, Crimson Sky Scorching Falcon, Hellhound. Evolution points, 32,410,000. A new skill has been added. Jiang Fong scrutinized the newly added skill description. Command Spirit Control. Effect: inscribe the character command in the void to forcibly bind any living creature as a beast. The weaker the creature's state, the higher the success rate. Cooldown: 30 days. Upon reading the skill description, Jiang Fong nearly froze in shock. This skill bears some resemblance to the Life Dominator, yet the difference between them is worlds apart. You see, the sovereign of living beings merely controls creatures for a short time. Command Spirit Control, however, forcibly binds spirits into contracts, turning them into one's own beasts of burden. Wow. Doesn't that mean if I just head straight into a dungeon or secret realm, I could directly contract the boss? This beaver? This skill is downright overpowered. The only downside is the long cooldown. The Zhao family. Zhao Jinpeng informed his father, Zhao Zhenrui, about selling the snow silver fox for 10 million. He had expected his father to offer a few words of praise. But to his surprise, upon hearing the news, Zhao Zhenrui's hand holding the teacup began to tremble, and his face darkened instantly. Dad, why do you seem upset? I sold that snow silver fox for a full 10 million. Zhao Jinpeng looked at his father with a puzzled expression. I'll beat the hell out of you, you good for nothing. Zhao Zhenrui roared in fury, slapping Zhao Jinpeng hard across the face. Smack! That snow silver fox isn't just any ordinary beast. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into getting it for you as your beast companion? That snow silver fox had originally been obtained from a hidden dungeon. After thorough research by the Beastmaster Association, it was discovered that the snow silver fox appeared no different from ordinary beasts on the surface. But in reality, it very well might possess the bloodline of a divine beast. The implications were so monumental that the discovery had to be kept absolutely confidential. Since the method to successfully awaken the divine beast bloodline within the snow silver fox remains unknown. Therefore, he decided to bring it back and have his son form a contract with it first. As for activating the divine beast bloodline, that could be studied gradually. He never imagined that good-for-nothing would dare sell the snow silver fox behind his back. Zhao Jinpeng clutched his face, stunned by the slap. He immediately retorted defiantly. What's so extraordinary about it? It's just a gold-grade beast. 10 million could even buy me a diamond-grade beast. Zhao Zhenrui roared angrily, that snow silver fox carries divine beast blood. I never told you before precisely because I feared others coveting it. And now you've gone and sold it outright? Are you trying to drive your father to his grave? At those words, Zhao Jinpeng's expression froze. What? Divine beast bloodline? He had actually sold a beast with divine beast bloodlines. The thought made him want to slap himself. Zhao Zhenrui barked, whoever bought it, you go get it back right now. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Zhao Jinpeng nodded and hurriedly left the Zhao residence. Jiang Feng. So you knew all along that the snow silver fox was no ordinary beast. How dare you take advantage of me? Just wait until I deal with you. His eyes flickered with anger, his heart boiling with resentment. Soon, he led his men straight to Su Wanru's hatchery shop. They immediately blocked the shop entrance. Though he didn't know Jiang Feng's current whereabouts, Jiang Feng's mystic turtle egg remained in the hatchery. Zhao Jinpeng, what are you doing? Seeing Zhao Jinpeng's aggressive demeanor, Su Wanru frowned and demanded. Zhao Jinpeng shot her a cold, hard look before ordering his men to forcibly seize the incubating black turtle egg. Su Wanru immediately stepped forward, blocking their path and shielding the black turtle egg. What are you doing? This is Su Xian's beast egg. How dare you seize it? Zhao Jinpeng snorted coldly. That brat dared to pick up my leftovers? I'll teach him a lesson. Not only will I confiscate this black-shelled turtle egg, but I'll also make him personally deliver that snow silver fox to me. With that, the group forcibly pulled Su Wanru aside and seized the black-shelled turtle egg. Then, without a backward glance, they departed. Su Wanru, her face etched with worry and tension, hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed Jiang Fong. Chapter 34, The Otherworldly Realm, Legacy of the 10 Transformation Powerhouse. Hello, Jang Fong, it's bad. Something's happened. Su Wanru's panicked voice came through the phone. Jiang Fong raised an eyebrow. What happened? Zhao Jinpeng snatched your mystic turtle egg, and he demands you personally deliver the snow silver fox to him, Su Wanru said nervously. Hearing this, Jiang Fong remained remarkably calm. Alright, he said flatly, I understand. With that, he hung up. He then summoned the crimson sky-scorching falcon to head toward the Zhao residence. In less than a minute, the crimson sky-burning falcon descended above the Zhao residence. Zhao Zhenrui, sensing its formidable aura, was startled and hurried out to greet it respectfully. Welcome to the Zhao residence, esteemed guest. I am Zhao Zhenrui. I had intended to represent the Beastmaster Association in welcoming you earlier. It must be noted that as a 5th-rank Beastmaster, the strongest beast he had ever contracted was merely diamond grade. Yet this Beastmaster clad in dark robes possessed not only 2 Manhwa tier beasts, but also a primordial tier beast. This figure was likely at least a 7th rank, or even an 8th rank powerhouse. No need for formalities. Someone stole my beast egg, and I've come specifically to settle the score. Jiang Feng's voice betrayed no emotion whatsoever. Yet upon hearing these words, Zhao Zhengrui jolted violently. Who dared to snatch the beast egg of such a terrifyingly powerful beastmaster? Did they not even know the meaning of death? Immediately, Zhao Zhengrui's expression turned solemn as he exclaimed. I never imagined such a thing could happen. If there's anything we can do to assist you, senior, please don't hesitate to command us. We shall spare no effort. Jang Fong remained silent, as if waiting for something. This left Zhao Zhengrui somewhat perplexed, but he dared not press further. Yet, inexplicably, a vague sense of unease began to take root in his heart. Upon returning home, Zhao Jinpeng saw his father drinking tea with a man clad in a dark robe. His eyes widened instantly, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. He had seen the dark-robed powerhouse before, a top-tier beast tamer possessing ancestral-level abilities. Moreover, he had ruthlessly purged the invaders lurking within Tianshui City. This was the very idol he admired. He never imagined such a revered powerhouse would be sitting down to drink tea with his own father. If he could share this story, he'd feel incredibly proud. Dad, I've done everything you asked. That guy will deliver the snow silver fox to our doorstep within 2 days. Zhao Jinpeng declared excitedly, his eyes darting occasionally toward the powerful figure clad in the dark-colored robe. Plus, I've got his black-shelled turtle egg stashed away at the hatchery. You know, if that kid could recognize the snow silver fox's extraordinary nature, then the black turtle egg he's after definitely isn't some ordinary beast egg either. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengrui's expression froze, and his hand gripping the teacup began to shake violently. A storm of turmoil surged within his heart. Earlier, this beastmaster had mentioned someone had stolen his beast egg. He had assumed the beastmaster had come to the Zhao family seeking aid. But now it seemed he had come to demand accountability. Even with his strong heart, he couldn't withstand such a shock. In that instant, Zhao Zhenrui's face drained of color. He immediately snapped at Zhao Jinpeng. Shut your mouth, you ungrateful son. Get down on your knees this instant. Hearing this, Zhao Jinpeng froze in place once more. Why did his father react so violently every time he tried to talk to him? Dad, why are you losing your temper again? Did I do something wrong? Zhao Jinpeng felt a surge of resentment. If you don't kneel now, I'll break your damn legs. Zhao Zhenrui roared, his face flushed with fury. Overwhelmed by his father's authority, Zhao Jinpeng swallowed his resentment and knelt. Jang Fong, seated nearby, spoke up. As you instructed, I personally delivered the snow silver fox to your doorstep. What now? As he spoke, he summoned the snow silver fox from his beast taming space. The moment they saw the snow silver fox, both father and son of the Zhao family's eyes widened in shock, their expressions filled with profound emotion. Zhao Jinpeng's face twisted with terror. In disbelief, he reached out a trembling hand and pointed at Jiang Feng. You're Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng promptly pulled back the hood of his concealing cloak, revealing a youthful, handsome face. This can't be possible. Upon seeing the true face of this formidable beast tamer, even Zhao Zhengrui nearly popped his eyes out of shock. This man, who looked barely 20, was actually a 7th-rank beast tamer? Such a rate of growth was truly unprecedented. Unheard of. Your Excellency, I beg you to spare my son's life. He did not know your identity and thus offended you. Zhao Zhenrui immediately pleaded for his son's life with trembling fear and reverence. After all, he had only this one child. This snow silver fox is yours as a gift, and the Shin turtle egg shall be returned as well. Furthermore, my Zhao family is willing to offer 30 million as compensation. Furthermore, I can offer you the spot in the Beastmaster Association for entering the... As he spoke, he delivered a kick to Zhao Jinpeng, forcing him to produce the black tortoise egg. The force of the kick was brutal, snapping his son's spine clean through. He knew that if he didn't act decisively now, by the time Jiang Feng intervened, his son might not survive. Zhao Jinpeng let out a pained howl before tremblingly producing the black tortoise egg. However, Jiang Feng paid it little mind, instead growing curious about the alternate dimension Zhao Zhengrui had mentioned earlier. This so-called alternate dimension bore similarities to dungeon realms, yet the differences were stark. An alternate dimension was a special space opened by a great power, distinct from a dungeon realm. For one thing, they might be domains forged by powerful beings to preserve their legacies. They could also be places used to seal away those bizarre and powerful beasts. Creating such a realm demanded at least a 9th transformation peak-tier powerhouse. Considering the nature of the alternate space, Jiang Feng spoke calmly. I'll let this matter slide this time. But if he dares to harass my classmates again, don't blame me for reducing him to a pile of ashes. Thank you, sir, for your magnanimity. Zhao Zhenrui bowed deeply to Jiang Feng with gratitude. Now, tell me about this otherworldly space. Jiang Feng sipped his tea and prompted. Hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui replied earnestly. According to our investigations, this alternate dimension appears to have been created by a 10th-tier professional. It also contains his legacy. However, we are still uncertain of the exact profession of that powerful individual. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered. A 10th tier professional. That's a superpowered being capable of conquering the cosmos, regardless of their class. The legacy they leave behind is invaluable to all practitioners. Zhao Zhengrui continued, this alternate dimension is exceptionally unique. It only opens once every 10 years. Over the years, while some treasures have been obtained from it, the discoveries have grown increasingly scarce. However, everyone knows the true treasures within that alternate space remain undiscovered. For deep within that realm, a shroud of mist obscures the path, causing those who venture in to lose their way. If you could obtain the legacy within, you would reap immense rewards. Chapter 35, The Auction Begins. After Zhao Zhengrui's detailed explanation, Jang Fong finally learned that dozens of factions, large and small, were participating in this alternate space expedition. According to the rules, each faction could only send 3 people for exploration. Typically, this consisted of a powerful figure from the faction or group, accompanied by a rising talent from their ranks. Most crucially, the alternate dimension was completely isolated from the outside world. If anything happened inside, those outside would remain completely unaware. This meant entering the space carried a high risk of ambush. Without evidence, there would be no way to prove it. Thus, sometimes people themselves are more deserving of vigilance than the potential dangers lurking within. But this danger was nothing to Jiang Feng. After all, only practitioners at the 6th transformation tier or below could enter this alternate dimension. Now that Jiang Feng possessed an ancient tier Abyssal Dragon King, handling 6th tier practitioners was as easy as handling foot soldiers. In truth, the plan to invite Jiang Feng to this upcoming alternate dimension was planned from the moment he first appeared in Tianshui City. They had participated in several otherworldly space expeditions before, but the treasures they obtained were few and far between. Members entering the realm were frequently ambushed. Thus, their repeated failures had earned them constant ridicule and scorn. Now, members of their association had even grown resistant to this alternate dimension. After all, stepping inside was like walking into a trap. Under such circumstances, no one would willingly go. Now, finding a powerful beast tamer to represent the Tianshui City Beast Taming Association in this alternate space expedition. Not only would it bring fame to the association, but they could also receive a share of the rewards. If Jiang Feng could obtain the inheritance of a 10th tier powerhouse, even a mere fraction of it would bring them immense benefits. However, there were still about 10 days left before the alternate dimension opened. During this interval, Jiang Feng indulged in some leisurely exploration, immersing himself in the local customs and culture of Tianshui City. Before long, the day of the Purple Moon Merchants auction arrived. Outside the auction hall of the entire Purple Moon Merchants Guild, a long queue had already formed. Most of these people were 2nd or 3rd tier professionals. Those of 4th tier strength and above were heading toward the VIP entrance. Among them were not only professionals from Tianshui City, but also many powerful individuals from other cities. After presenting his VIP invitation, a slender receptionist respectfully escorted him to the highest tier VIP suite, designated as the Tian class. Sir, this is VIP suite number 3. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. With that, the receptionist gently closed the door and departed. Wow, the VIP lounge at the Purple Moon auction is truly extravagant. Jiang Feng surveyed the entire gilded and glittering suite, murmuring his admiration. Not only were the floors covered in expensive animal skin rugs, but every piece of furniture was inlaid with gilded trim, radiating opulence. Above the entire auction hall, clusters of dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, illuminating every detail of the space. Below, the main hall's 2,000-plus seats were nearly filled with auction participants. After waiting less than 10 minutes, on the auction podium, a woman in a purple qipao glided gracefully onto the stage. Her figure was voluptuous, her features strikingly beautiful. Her curvaceous figure complemented her enchanting face, subtly creating an indescribable aura of allure. Welcome, everyone, to the auction hosted by the Purple Moon Trading Guild. I am your auctioneer for today, Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran offered a faint smile, her voice utterly captivating and enchanting. As the voice fell, the atmosphere throughout the auction hall grew somewhat heated. Passionate gazes swept over her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. They longed to see through her form-fitting cheongsam, to glimpse her perfectly alluring figure. Some young, impetuous professionals even found themselves instinctively wiping away drool. In their minds, they fantasized repeatedly about taking her right then and there, whipping her mercilessly. The mere thought of such a scene sent their blood racing. Facing the gazes around her, Lu Yanan seemed utterly unfazed. A captivating smile graced her face as she raised a hand to signal calm. I trust everyone is eager to begin. Please maintain your composure, the auction commences now. Inside the VIP box, Jiang Feng, reclining on the plush sofa, murmured with admiration. A woman like this would be the top star among top stars at any club. A woman like this must be incredibly smooth. On the auction podium, the first item up for auction was a marrow-cleansing spirit fruit obtained from a high-level dungeon. After Lu Yanran gave a brief introduction, Bidding calls erupted throughout the entire hall. After all, the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit offered immense benefits for warriors and other melee classes. Starting at 800,000, the bid quickly soared to 2 million. Later on, bidding was primarily driven by VIPs in the private boxes. While the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was indeed potent, it held limited practical value for Jiang Feng. After a fierce bidding war, it was finally sold for 2,600,000. The subsequent items up for auction were somewhat more ordinary. Over 3 hours had passed. Lu Yanran flashed a charming smile. Next up are the grand finale items of this auction, 6 pieces in total. Esteemed guests, please seize this opportunity. Immediately, a delicate-looking female staff member approached her, carrying a golden tray draped in red cloth. As Lu Yanran extended her delicate, jade-like hand to lift a corner of the cloth, every eye in the auction hall was instantly drawn to the scene. First item up for auction, the Bloodflame Inferno Fruit. Starting bid, 100 million Federation credits. The cloth was lifted, revealing an exquisite jade box resting on the golden tray. Lifting the lid revealed a blood-red fruit the size of a palm. Bloodflame Inferno Fruit. Many professionals gazed at the crimson fruit with burning eyes. Consuming this Bloodflame Inferno Fruit could potentially awaken rare ultimate talents. It could also elevate a practitioner's skill level to its highest tier, dramatically boosting combat prowess. Legend tells of a fire mage who, after consuming one, awakened the special talent skill Lord of the Flaming Abyss. From then on, he became a legendary figure, a formidable powerhouse whose name reverberated throughout the Great Flames. Soon, the crowd swarmed like bees to honey, launching into a fierce bidding war. 350 million. 65 million. 780 million. Bid after bid echoed through the room, with the final offers coming exclusively from VIP guests in the exclusive lounge. At this point, the professional bidders in the main hall could only stare in disbelief. 3 billion. A clear voice rang out from VIP room number 3. In an instant, the entire auction hall fell silent. All eyes turned unbidden toward the box where the voice had originated. Chapter 36, Entry Credentials to the Legendary Secret Realm. The guest in box number 3 offers 30 billion. Any higher bids? Lu Yanran's face softened into a smile as she scanned the auction hall. However, no one continued bidding. 30 billion was a staggering sum for most 4th tier and even 5th tier practitioners. Moreover, consuming the Bloodflame Inferno Fruit did not guarantee the awakening of a special talent skill. If it failed to awaken such skills, its effectiveness and value would be drastically diminished. Paying 30 billion for an uncertain possibility seemed an exorbitant price. And this was merely the first of the grand finale auction items. Who knows if better treasures might appear later? If they missed out on later treasures because of this item, regret would come too late. Thus, the auction hall remained eerily quiet. Beyond that, many were curious about the group or faction behind the day number 3 VIP box. After Lu Yanran asked 3 times, she brought down the auction hammer with a resounding thud. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box Tian number 3 for securing the Bloodflame Inferno Fruit. Shortly after, a gracefully composed female staff member brought the Bloodflame Inferno Fruit over. Sir, this is the Bloodflame Inferno Fruit you won. Jang Fong took out his Federation card and handed it over. After the card was swiped, Jang Fong summoned the shrunken hellhound. He then tossed the Bloodflame Inferno Fruit directly to it. Woof! The hellhound leapt up excitedly and swallowed it whole. The female staff member stared in stunned silence for a long moment. A Bloodflame Inferno Fruit worth 30 billion just fed to a dog? How extravagant! She had heard before that beast tamers were a money-burning profession. But she never imagined it would be this extravagant. 30 billion was enough to sustain her for over a dozen lifetimes and it was gone in an instant. What is it? Do you need anything else? Jang Fong asked with a light chuckle, looking at her. No, nothing. The female attendant's face flushed slightly before she turned and left. Jang Fong turned to look at the hellhound, which was licking its lips. Its face still wearing an expression of lingering satisfaction. Return to the beast taming space and begin your evolution. Jang Fong smiled, storing it back into the beast taming space. Then spent evolution points to initiate its evolution. However, Jang Fong didn't immerse his consciousness into the beast taming space. Instead, he kept his gaze fixed on the auction podium, specifically, the mouth-watering pair of legs. No, wait, he meant the final item up for auction. The second grand finale item was an extremely rare, top-grade spiritual herb. The third item was a set of dark gold equipment for the assassin profession. The fourth item. When the final item was auctioned off, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Even 5th and 6th tier professionals were stirred by it. For what was being auctioned was the entry token to a legendary dungeon. Jiang Feng's gaze also fixated on a faintly glowing object on the auction podium. Dull glow holy amber. Type, item. Usable level, LV 100. Item description, entry credential to the lost sacred land, the Tianyuan secret realm. Upon reading this description, Jang Fong raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Legendary tier realms not only offer a chance to drop legendary tier equipment and items. Their bosses also have a certain chance to drop epic tier items, or even artifact fragments. Its preciousness speaks for itself. The moment it appeared, all the major conglomerates participating in the auction began bidding fiercely. The starting bid was set at 10 billion. Yet within mere minutes, the bidding soared to 10 billion. This clearly demonstrated their determination to secure this legendary secret realm entry credential at any cost. As the price spiraled higher, a gruff voice boomed from the Tianzi number 6 box. 150 billion. This legendary secret realm's entry past the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps claims it. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Mad Lion Mercenary Group ranked among the top 10 mercenary groups in the entire Great Yan Territory, rumored to have an 8th-tier powerhouse at its helm. Upon hearing this, numerous corporate factions fell silent. After all, they had openly declared their identity. Continuing the bidding would inevitably invite their retaliation in the future. It was well known that any mercenary group ranked among the top 10 in the Great Yan realm possessed formidable influence that could not be underestimated. At that moment, Lu Yanin on the stage couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Such a public declaration of identity violated the auction rules of the Purple Moon Merchants Guild. Her gaze shifted to an elderly man clutching a cane in the corner of the auction hall. The old man gave a slight nod, then rose to his feet, tapping his cane lightly on the floor several times. The entire auction hall floor trembled in response. His aura erupted without restraint, instantly filling the auction hall with an overwhelming sense of dread. Whoa, a 7th transformation expert. The professionals present, sensing this overwhelming aura, all sucked in a sharp breath. The old man spoke slowly, his voice commanding respect without a hint of anger. The auction rules of the Purple Moon Merchants Guild dictate that only price matters, not identity or background. Should this occur again, the faction behind the offender will be permanently barred from participating in any Purple Moon Merchant Guild auctions and added to our blacklist. Upon hearing this, the man from the Mad Lion Mercenary Group who had spoken earlier merely snorted coldly and remained silent. Yet, after a long pause, bidding ceased entirely, not only in the main hall but even within the VIP boxes. This left auctioneer Lu Yenran momentarily at a loss. After all, the entry credential to this legendary secret realm was worth at least 200 billion. If it were to be sold for a reduced price of 15 billion, word of this would inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Purple Moon Merchants Guild. Even though Elderly had just made a show of force to intimidate the crowd, it couldn't dispel their lingering apprehensions. They still feared the Mad Lion Mercenary Group might seek revenge in secret. Yet if they withdrew the entry credential from auction, the Purple Moon Trading Guild would face even greater public backlash. Lu Yanan's delicate brows furrowed tightly, finding herself in a difficult position. While others trembled before the fierce Lion Mercenary Group's might, Jang Fong felt no fear. Just as he was about to bid, a crisp, familiar female voice rang out. 170 billion. The voice came from the Tianzi number 9 VIP box. The owner of that voice was none other than Bai Lingyue of the Bai Group. Originally, she hadn't dared to bid, but after hearing Jiang Feng's voice earlier, she found the courage to call out the price. She knew the Beastmaster who had appeared in Tianshui City, though others might not recognize his identity. But she knew it was Jiang Feng. After all, even if one paid to secure the entry credentials to the legendary secret realm, the monstrous beasts within possessed formidable power. Successfully conquering this legendary secret realm would demand astronomical resources. If they could secure Jiang Feng's participation in conquering this legendary realm, it would be easily conquered. Chapter 37, Entering the Alternate Dimension. After the auction concluded, Bai Lingyue led Old Mu to find Jiang Feng, who was preparing to leave. Seeing Jiang Feng's handsome, refined features, Bai Lingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. With a shy smile, she said, Jiang Feng, it's been a while since we last met, yet your beast riding prowess has improved so tremendously. Master Mu chuckled, young friend, your prowess has reached a level I can only dream of. Jiang Feng glanced at Elder Mu and chuckled lightly, you flatter me. Haven't you also broken through to the 4th transformation, Elder Mu? Old Master Mu's face flushed slightly at the remark. He had lived most of his life, only recently breaking through to the 4th transformation. Yet Jiang Feng had already reached the 3rd transformation and was on the verge of the 4th. Compared to him, it was truly like a firefly next to the moon. Jiang Feng, I've secured the entry credential for that legendary secret realm. May I invite you to join the expedition? Bai Lingyue blinked her large, sparkling eyes, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Jiang Feng. Though Jiang Feng had mentioned owing her a favor last time, she didn't want to exploit that debt to get him to join. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod. I can, but it might take me some time. After all, he needed to enter the alternate dimension to see if he could obtain the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse. Hearing this, Bai Lingyue's face lit up with delight. She quickly agreed, alright, I'll wait for you. As the two conversed, Jiang Feng noticed numerous professionals nearby focusing their attention on them. Each harbored their own motives. After all, the allure of the entry credentials to a legendary tier secret realm was simply too great. Many had already begun to covet it. The members of the Mad Lion mercenary group, in particular, were eyeing the situation greedily. Yet despite their intentions, they dared not make a move here. For one thing, a 7th-rank powerhouse was present at the auction. Moreover, within Tianshui City itself, there was a top-tier beastmaster. If the commotion grew too loud, even their mercenary group's leader would struggle to contain the situation. Therefore, they planned to conceal their identities and intercept the entry credentials to the legendary secret realm en route. At this moment, Old Mu clearly sensed their intentions and frowned, saying, "Might we request your escort for a portion of the journey?" If Jang Fong couldn't escort them, they might not even make it back to Pingqing safely. "Certainly, it's no trouble at all," Jang Fong replied with a light chuckle. At that moment, the evolution information for the hellhound appeared before his eyes. Evolution complete. Hellhound Infernal Hound. Current beast, Nether Hound. Rank, Ancient. Level, LV 121. Strength, 433,241. Stamina, 482,401. Agility, 513,241. Spirit, 474,527. Combat power, 583,000. Skills, Inferno Blaze, Soul-Shaking Terror, Earthbound Prison. Next evolution requirement, 2 million evolution points and Netherflame Crystal. Upon seeing the evolution information before him, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile. Now possessing 2 ancient tier beasts, even 7th tier powerhouses would avoid him at all costs. Yet Jang Fong couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. An ancient tier beast was already the strongest rank on the surface. As for stellar tier beasts, since the profession of beastmaster first emerged, they had only appeared once or twice. If he could evolve them into stellar grade beasts, even 9th transformation powerhouses would have to make way for him. But to obtain the evolution materials, one might only find them in legendary tier or higher dungeon realms. Secret realms of this caliber are rare even across the entire Blue Star. To enhance their power now, the only option is to undergo tribulation. Each successful tribulation would cause their stats to skyrocket exponentially. Upon reaching the outskirts of Tianshui City, Jang Fong distinctly sensed dozens of tails following him. They had followed him all the way from the auction to the city's outskirts. With a flick of his thoughts, Jang Fong summoned the 3-headed hound of the netherworld. Roar! The colossal form of the underworld hound materialized over 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. Its muscles bulged, and the vertical pupils in each of its 3 heads burned with the flames of the nether prison. It radiated a bone-chilling, terrifying aura that struck fear into all who beheld it. Upon seeing the underworld hound, Bai Lingyue and Old Mu were suddenly startled. This was an ancient great beast. They gaped in stunned silence, utterly speechless. In their eyes, Jang Fong was nothing short of a monstrous prodigy. The professionals lurking in the rear, poised to strike in the shadows, nearly froze in terror upon seeing the underworld hound. With an ancient great beast guardian protecting it, who would dare to make a move? A single swipe of that hellhound's paw could send them to their deaths multiple times over. Even Lu Xiong, captain of the Mad Lion mercenary group, couldn't help but swallow hard. Cold sweat soaked through his back, soaking his shirt. Many mercenaries harboring ulterior motives immediately scrambled to retreat toward the rear. Seeing the crowd thinning, a member of the Mad Lion mercenaries' eyes lit up with delight. "Captain, they've all been scared off. Should we proceed?" With so many gone, their competition would be significantly reduced. Smack! Lu Xiong slapped his speaking teammate across the head, roaring, "If you want to die, don't drag us down. That's an ancient tier beast master, a single roar could kill you." Hearing the words ancient grade, the teammate's eyes widened like a cow's. An ancient tier beast. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. That's considered the strongest rank of beast master on the surface. Lu Xiong frowned deeply. No wonder they dared defy the might of the Mad Lion mercenary corps. They had a top-tier beast master boss backing them. Though the Mad Lion mercenaries boasted countless strongmen, a single ancient tier beast could single-handedly take on their entire mercenary group. "Captain, but the commander has given us a direct order. We must obtain the entry credentials for that legendary dungeon." Lu Xiong shook his head and sighed. "For now, our only option is to find a way to join their expedition into the dungeon." 2 days later, Zhao Zhenrui led Jiang Feng to a secluded chamber within the Beastmaster Association. Here stood a teleportation array, guarded by 2 third-tier Beastmasters. Passing through it would lead directly to that alternate dimension. Upon activation, the array patterns below emitted a burst of light. A gray vortex then coalesced above the formation. Wispy gray mist spread from it, and within mere blinks, the entire room was shrouded in a hazy gray haze. "Sir, please," Zhao Zhenrui said respectfully, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. "MHM." Jiang Feng nodded and stepped into the vortex. Zhao Zhenrui followed closely behind. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Jiang Feng found himself in a world shrouded in mist. Visibility was extremely low, barely exceeding 2 meters. Attempting to probe the surroundings with psychic energy proved extremely taxing on his mental reserves. At that moment, Zhao Zhenrui produced a pointer device to guide their direction. Jang Fong immediately summoned the crimson sky-burning falcon, hoping to dispel the fog. Hawk! A piercing cry echoed through the air. The crimson sky-burning falcon flapped its wings, unleashing waves of roaring flames that swept outward like a tidal surge. Wherever the mist touched the flames, it sizzled and evaporated into thin air. Once the view cleared, Jiang Feng discovered numerous skeletal remains scattered about, their flesh long since decayed. Zhao Zhenrui explained from the side, these are likely all adventurers who lost their way in the mist. These professionals, now reduced to dry bones, had either lost their way or fallen victim to others' treachery. After all, in such a place with extremely limited visibility, encountering an ambush made it difficult to react in time. Chapter 38, Ouyang Yue. Within the misty space. A pair of eerie eyes watched the adventurers entering the strange space from the shadows. Haha, the ones entering this space this time are stronger than the previous ones. Ha! There's even a Manhwa flying mount. Devouring it would surely boost my power exponentially. At that moment, Jiang Feng, riding atop the crimson sky-burning sky falcon feather, furrowed his brow. Through the falcon's senses, he sensed someone lurking in the shadows. Just as he prepared to use his true vision eye to investigate, however, he detected nothing. Have they already left? Jiang Feng murmured to himself. Sir, is something wrong? Zhao Zhenrui asked from the side, puzzled. Jiang Feng shook his head. Nothing. Just a feeling of being watched. Though I sense vaguely that whoever is watching us doesn't seem human. Hearing this, Zhao Zhenrui's expression turned thoughtful before he spoke. It's said that the structure of this alternate space is exceptionally peculiar. Souls cannot depart after death here. Perhaps those observing us are the adventurers who perished in this place before. But these souls are likely unconscious wandering spirits, posing no threat to us. Hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He hadn't expected this alternate space to be capable of trapping souls. A group made their way toward the center of the mist. At the center of the crowd stood a blue-haired woman clad in a slightly loose mage's robe. A pair of fair, slender legs peeked out from beneath the robes, appearing tantalizingly alluring. She was Ouyang Yue, the prodigal daughter of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. She had awakened the rare Holy Ice Mage class. She also possessed extraordinary attributes, ranking among the quasi-gods of Great Yan. Accompanying her into this alternate dimension were 2 fifth transformation powerhouses from the Ouyang family. Should she acquire the legacy of a 10th-tier powerhouse within this realm, they would have a greater chance of conquering the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies and obtaining the Source of Divinity. As for the others around them, they were fellow adventurers encountered along the way who chose to journey together. After all, greater numbers within this misty realm increase the odds of discovering treasures and legacies. Look! There seems to be a mystic spirit ice lotus up ahead. A cry of surprise erupted from within the group, a finger pointing toward a spot within the mist. All eyes immediately turned to the indicated spot. Within the mist, a flower shimmering with dazzling colors appeared and disappeared intermittently. The mystic spirit ice lotus was an extremely precious material, capable of significantly enhancing a practitioner's attributes. The team members' eyes burned with excitement as they hurried toward the misty area, eager to claim the mystic spirit ice lotus. Wait! At that moment, Ouyang Yue, who had been walking through the mist, abruptly halted her steps and scanned the group. Her delicate brows furrowed as she silently counted the number of adventurers present. Uncle Lin, have you noticed there seems to be an extra person in our group? Ouyang Yue asked the middle-aged man beside her, her expression tinged with suspicion. Originally, the small squad had only 9 members, but now there was one more person. And it had happened without them noticing. At these words, the group froze momentarily, then began counting each other. To their astonishment, they discovered there truly was an extra person. Suddenly, a cloaked professional charged toward the Xianling Ice Lotus. His figure quickly vanishing into the mist. Quick, stop him. He must be trying to claim the mystic spirit ice lotus for himself. Several members of the group, their expressions urgent, immediately gave chase. Yet from within the mist, only a series of agonized screams echoed out before all sound ceased. Ouyang Yue immediately drew her staff and launched an attack at the mystic spirit ice lotus. Countless ice blades surged forth like a raging ice dragon. Yet the attack had no effect whatsoever. The middle-aged man known as Uncle Lin couldn't help but frown, his voice solemn as he said, "Let's go check the situation first. Everyone stay alert." The others nodded and proceeded forward for a short while. They found nothing unusual, not even a trace of the group that had entered earlier. Instead, the mystic spirit ice lotus maintained a steady distance from them. Like a mirage. Oh no! Lin Bo seemed to realize something, his expression abruptly darkening. We must have entered a confusion array. No matter how far they walked, they were essentially treading water. A confusion array? Ouyang Yue's delicate brows furrowed. She hadn't even realized when they'd entered it. If they couldn't extricate themselves from the maze in time, this entire group might never escape this alternate dimension. Uncle Lin, do you have any idea how to get out? Ouyang Yue pinned her hopes on Uncle Lin. Lin Bo's expression turned solemn. This maze was set by at least a 5th rank array master. To destroy the array, we must first break its array eye. The problem was, finding the array's core within this thick fog would be no easy task. At that moment, an eerie, chilling voice echoed through the air. Ha ha ha! You cannot escape. Surrender and become my blood offering. As the words faded, the black-robed figure who had been lurking in the mist stepped forward. A pungent, foul stench of blood clung to his form. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue unleashed her skill once more. In an instant, countless ice blades coalesced before her, sweeping toward the cloaked figure like a violent storm. Yet the cloaked figure merely raised a hand to block. A black celestial disc appeared in his grasp, deflecting every single one of her attacks. Break! Lin Bo roared, unleashing a thunderous punch that shook the very air, instantly shattering the incoming ice blades. Simultaneously, the fist's momentum roared like a fierce tiger, tearing through the ice blades and sweeping toward the cloaked figure. The others unleashed their own skill attacks simultaneously, closing in to deny him any room to evade. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, the cloaked figure instantly transformed into a swift shadow, dodging with blinding speed. Simultaneously, a dagger stained with blood appeared in his hand, darting toward them with deadly speed. So fast! Ouyang Yue's heart jolted in alarm as she channeled another spell through her staff. In the blink of an eye, a thick wall of ice crystallized before her, blocking the cloaked figure's assault. Yet the cloaked figure's speed was truly too swift, eluding even the naked eye. Within moments, the ice wall was laced with jagged edges before shattering into countless shards. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Bo and another 5th transformation expert immediately unleashed their full power, aiming to strike the cloaked figure down in one blow. Boom! Amidst a violent explosion, the cloaked figure was forced back. But the cloaked figure merely emitted a shrill, mocking laugh before vanishing into the mist. This man is truly bizarre, not only an array master, but also an assassin. Lin Bo exhaled heavily, his voice thick with apprehension. He had never heard of anyone awakening 2 professions simultaneously. And to master both to such a formidable degree. He was truly a formidable foe. Chapter 39, Ice Dragon Storm. Just then, a swarm of wailing specters surged out of the mist. They clawed and snarled, their bodies radiating a thick aura of death. The group instantly tensed up. After all, they weren't priests and couldn't effectively counter such entities. However, they had prepared items like holy water to ward off the specters. The black-robed figure from earlier transformed into a dark afterimage, charging toward them. His target was clear, Ouyang Yue. Seeing the danger, Lin Bo immediately planted his back foot, channeling all his strength into his fist. His body tensed like a drawn bowstring before launching himself forward with tremendous force toward the black-robed figure. Boom! The punch unleashed immense power, creating a deafening sonic boom. The black-robed figure was instantly reduced to a pile of debris under the force of that punch. Everyone marveled at the formidable strength of this 5th-rank fist master. Seeing the black-robed figure vanquished, Ouyang Yue instinctively exhaled in relief. The remaining wandering spirits were troublesome, but not insurmountable. What the others failed to notice, however, was that as the black-robed figure exploded, a wisp of black mist slipped into Lin Bo's body. Before long, Lin Bo's face contorted in agony, his expression twisted with struggle. His body began to shake violently, convulsing uncontrollably. Uncle Lin, what's wrong? Ouyang Yue's expression betrayed a hint of worry as she reached out to grasp his arm and inquired. Suddenly, Uncle Lin's expression turned sinister, his face darkening into a chilling, terrifying grimace. Ha ha ha! A 5th-rank fist master, huh? Far stronger than the decaying corpse I possessed. His gaze then abruptly fixed on Ouyang Yue, his eyes burning with intensity. I never expected you to be a transcendent being. I want your body. With that, he prepared to strike at Ouyang Yue. His name was Ruan Yuan. In life, he had been a necromancer. After becoming lost here, to avoid perishing in such a manner, he directly cast a secret spell to extract his soul. By sheer accident, he even awakened a unique talent, the Undying Soul Master. Here, he could devour wandering souls and practitioners trapped in this alternate dimension to boost his own level. Additionally, he had a chance to acquire the talent skills of the consumed adventurers. After an unknown span of time, he grew weary of his existence within this alien realm. But escaping was impossible in his current soul state. The only way out of this hellhole was to forcibly possess another adventurer's body. Unfortunately, the fusion between these practitioners and his soul was weak. At best, he could maintain possession for a few hours before the host's physical body collapsed under the strain. Even if he managed to forcibly take control, the body would steadily decay, transforming into a state neither human nor ghost. Through repeated experiments, he discovered that only those with extraordinary attributes, perhaps a divine blessing, could allow him to perfectly fuse with a body and regain physical form. As for gender? For someone who'd been a wandering spirit for who knows how long, it was utterly irrelevant. Yang Yue's heart jolted in alarm, and she hastily cast defensive spells. With a flick of her staff, several thick ice walls instantly solidified before her, while her body swiftly retreated backward. Facing these defenses, Yuan merely smirked with disdain, raising his fist to strike. Quick, attack together. Uncle Lin has been possessed by that creature. We must find a way to restrain it. Yang Yue urgently shouted to the other professionals. Hearing this, the others reacted swiftly, immediately unleashing their skills to attack. Cage of 1,000 trees. A wood element mage unleashed a binding spell, causing countless thick vines to burst from the ground and entangle Yuan within their grasp. Think this will hold me? I advise you to simply become my blood offering. Yuan let out a savage laugh and slammed his fist into the vines. Boom! Under the force of his brutal punch, the vines shattered into pieces, sending fragments flying in all directions. The wood mage spat blood, reeling from the devastating blow. Immediately after, Yuan's figure darted like a shadow, lunging violently toward the other professionals. His speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he snapped the necks of several of them. Some attempted to use resurrection scrolls, but Yuan merely smiled grimly before unleashing his soul-devouring technique. He forcibly extracted the soul from the fallen adventurer, then proceeded to drain every last drop of their vital essence. Licking the blood from his lips, Yuan declared with relish, quite the tasty supplement. The battle was becoming a complete rout, leaving only Yang Yue standing. Uncle Lin, wake up! Yang Yue shouted at Yuan, as if trying to rouse Uncle Lin from his trance. It's useless. His soul is already under my control. No matter how loud you scream, it won't make a difference. Yuan chuckled evilly, snapping Yang Yue's incoming ice blade in his hand. I advise you to hand over your body willingly. Perhaps I might even grant you a quick death. At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Yang Yue's eyes. Dream on! Ice Dragon Storm! With a low command, Yang Yue raised her staff high, unleashing a colossal surge of frigid energy from within her. This extreme cold seemed capable of freezing everything, causing snowflakes to crystallize in the air. Temperatures plummeted, whipping up a towering blizzard around her. Is this the power of a transcendent talent? Yuan's face burned with fervor and desire. His toes curled, propelling him skyward as he charged toward Yang Yue with a fierce strike. Roar! The roar of an ice dragon echoed across the heavens. From within the raging blizzard, a majestic ice dragon hundreds of feet long emerged. The ice dragon charged toward Yuan, carrying terrifying might. Though she was only at the 3rd tier level, once this technique was unleashed, even a 5th tier powerhouse would find escape impossible. Under this strike, Yuan was instantly swallowed by the ice dragon. Miss, no. Hearing Uncle Lin's faint voice, Yang Yue's heart tightened instantly. She hurriedly retracted the attack's power. Ha ha ha! Yuan unleashed a punch from within the ice dragon's body. Unable to withstand such force, it shattered from the dragon's head all the way to its tail. You've shown me the terrifying potential of a transcendent talent. If I could control your body, I'd unleash power far beyond what you've demonstrated. Yuan declared with a greedy, excited gleam in his eyes. Even inheriting the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Yet just as Yuan was about to move against Yang Yue, a look of agonizing struggle twisted his face. Miss, flee, he managed to force out from his throat. Then, a crack instantly appeared within the space. Damn it! How can you regain control of your body? Yuan's expression abruptly turned furious. He hadn't expected this bastard could actually reverse-read his memories. Chapter 40, Call me an insect? Let me see your true strength. At that critical moment, Yang Yue gritted her teeth and launched an attack at the rift. Boom! An ice dragon, formed from wind and snow, enveloped her slender form as she charged toward the fissure. Damn it, you won't escape! Yuan roared from where he stood, his face contorting into a savage, menacing grimace. Countless black mists instantly surged around him, the wandering souls he had imprisoned. Yet his body acted like a vortex, relentlessly sucking the wandering spirits attempting to escape back into his being. Lin Bo, who had been struggling, was also among them. Then his form transformed into a dark shadow, darting urgently toward Yang Yue. At that moment, Yang Yue raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes still red. Yet she must seize this chance, Lin Bo's sacrifice to free her at the cost of his life. Along the way, some adventurers who saw the ice dragon carrying the fleeing woman all avoided them. They had come seeking treasures in the air, not to get entangled in others' feuds and risk getting burned. When they caught a clear glimpse of the woman's face, astonished whispers erupted among them. Wait, that woman looks familiar somehow? Whoa, now that you mention it, I remember she's Yang Yue, the Yang family's prized daughter. But wait, aren't those pursuing her the Yang family's elite warriors? What's going on here? Could it be internal strife within the Yang family? At that moment, a well-built man clad in golden armor narrowed his eyes, calculating silently. If he rescued her now, not only could he win Yang Yue's favor, but he might even capture her heart. With just one move, he could win the beauty's heart. Such an opportunity was not something he would pass up like the other professionals standing by. In the next instant, he summoned a heavy sword with a flick of his wrist and launched an attack at Wang Yuan, who stood behind Ouyang Yue. "Miss Ouyang, I, Wang Chang, come to lend you my strength." Seeing someone come to her aid in her moment of peril, Ouyang Yue's heart stirred. She hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for your assistance, friend. I shall remember this favor." Behind her, however, Wang Yuan snorted with disdain. "Hoof! An insect dares to obstruct me?" He raised his fist and unleashed a punch, its fist imprint carrying countless wandering souls, violently striking the incoming heavy sword. Boom! The heavy sword trembled violently under the impact. Then it flew backward, carrying a fierce gust of wind as it hurtled toward Wang Fugue. "Holy crap, he's that strong?" Wang Chang's pupils dilated in shock as he frantically activated various artifacts to defend and counterattack. Yet he still nearly got sliced in two. His legs went weak, and he nearly wet himself. Clearing his throat, he stammered, "Sorry, Miss Ouyang. I just remembered something urgent. I won't bother you any longer." With that, he fled the scene. Ouyang Yue's face darkened, but she refused to sit idly by and wait for disaster. Just then, the mist within the space suddenly burst into violent flames, rapidly spreading outward. Immediately, a massive crimson-flamed bird engulfed in fire appeared before her eyes. The blazing giant bird radiated terrifying heat, causing even the ice dragon she had conjured to melt at a visible pace. A Minghui-tier beast? Ouyang Yue froze in shock, never expecting a Minghui-tier beastmaster to appear within this alternate space. But she quickly snapped back to reality. The only one who could save her now was this beastmaster before her. She must seize this lifeline before it vanished. "Please, honored elder, lend me your aid. I shall offer generous recompense." At that moment, Wang Yuan let out a cold, mocking chuckle. "I was planning to deal with her first before coming for you. But since we've met here, I'll send you both on your way together." In his soul form, ordinary attacks could scarcely harm him. Even the fiery flames of a crimson-flamed giant bird, a Minghui-tier beast, couldn't touch him. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyebrow arched as he recalled the earlier sensation of being watched. He immediately activated the true sight eye to scan this man's information. Under the scrutiny of the true sight eye, all concealment becomes futile. Name, Wang Yuan, soul state. Class, Necromancer. Level, 210, 6th reincarnation. Strength, 171,200. Constitution, 240,600. Agility, 151,400. Spirit, 331,000. Combat power, 390,000. Jang Fong immediately ordered the crimson sky-scorching falcon to attack. With a flap of its wings, countless dense flames plummeted toward Wang Yuan like meteors. Boom! 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 Countless fiery meteors plummeted, causing the entire space to tremble. Wang Yuan, however, abandoned his physical form entirely and attacked Jiang Feng in his soul state. Ignoring the meteor fire assault, the ethereal Wang Yuan emitted a shrill, maniacal cackle, declaring with unbridled arrogance, "Tremble, mere insect. Before my might, you have no choice but to be devoured." His mood was exhilarating. He relished watching others struggle before him, their faces twisted with terror. This sensation brought him immense satisfaction. The sensation of controlling another's life and death was incredibly exhilarating. Zhao Zhengrui, standing beside Jiang Feng, trembled visibly and gasped. He's transformed himself into an undead soul. To deal with such an existence, only a saint priest of the 5th transformation or higher could purify it. Otherwise, any attack unleashed against him would be utterly futile. Jiang Feng's face remained calm and composed as he spoke softly. "You call me an insect? Well, I'd like to see just what strength you possess to back up such arrogant words." The next moment, Wang Yuan's expression changed abruptly. For Jiang Feng had already summoned the underworld hound. The Hades hound held absolute dominance over undead creatures. What? Damn it! It's a regress-level Hades hound. Wang Yuan stared in stunned disbelief as the underworld hound charged toward him. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. This kid looked barely 20 years old, yet he possessed not only a Minghui-tier crimson sky-burning falcon, but also a regress-level nether prison 3-headed dog? This was beyond all reason. Had the world changed so drastically while I'd been away? Have beast tamers become this monstrously powerful nowadays? Forgive me, sir. I was rude earlier. I apologize. No, I'd gladly serve you as a beast of burden. Please spare my worthless life. But Jang Fong had no intention of sparing him. The 3-headed hellhound lunged forward, snatching the soul form Wang Yuan into its jaws. Spare me. If you'll let me live, I can lead you to the inheritance site in the alternate dimension. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart stirred slightly. He silently commanded the underworld hound. The Hades hound immediately ceased its assault on Wang Yuan, though reluctance still flickered in its eyes. To the hound, Wang Yuan's soul form was like a precious tonic. A single bite would allow it to absorb that rich, plump soul energy. Much like humans savoring dumplings delighting in the thin wrapper and rich filling. If you deceive me, you should know the consequences. Jiang Feng's calm words were followed by the underworld hound's sudden snarl and bite, sending a wave of agony through Wan Yuan. His face twisted with terror as he desperately protested, "I would never dare deceive you, my lord. Truly, I have been trapped in this strange space for decades and know every detail of it inside out." Chapter 41, The Floating Pagoda Divine Vessel, Saint Tier Grade. Very well, then lead the way. Jang Fong nodded slightly. Within this strange space, finding the legacy of a 10 transformation powerhouse would be nearly impossible without a guide. Though he had Wan Yuan lead the way, Jang Fong did not release the three-headed hound of the netherworld from its mouth. After all, while Jang Fong possessed the true vision eye, he lacked the ability to read minds. He couldn't guarantee the creature wouldn't lead him into some perilous forbidden zone. "Thank you for your assistance, sir. I am Ouyang Yue of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. This life-saving favor will be repaid with generous hospitality from my clan." Ouyang Yue bowed deeply in gratitude. Though she was astonished by Jiang Feng's youthful appearance, her heart was filled with even greater awe at his terrifying prowess. A Manhwa tier and a primordial tier beastmaster, such a formidable beastmaster was undoubtedly one of the few in the entire Great Yan Empire. Therefore, she dared not show him the slightest disrespect. "No need to thank me. It was nothing," Jang Fong remarked, glancing at her. This woman was exceptionally beautiful, with a figure that could be called perfect. Especially those long, fair legs peeking out from beneath her wide robes, tantalizingly visible. However, Jang Fong currently held no interest in women, so he immediately instructed Wan Yuan to lead the way. Seeing Jang Fong depart so decisively, Ouyang Yue was momentarily taken aback. After all, with her looks, any man would be stunned upon seeing her. She had expected Jang Fong to try to get closer to her, but it seemed he had no such intentions. This thought brought a bitter smile to Ouyang Yue's lips. No matter how captivating she might be, how could she possibly compare to the legacy of a 10 transformation powerhouse? Nevertheless, upon seeing the direction the crimson flame giant bird had departed, Ouyang Yue paused to consider for a moment before deciding to pursue it with all her might. Regardless of whether she could uncover the legacy of a 10th tier powerhouse, she was determined to find an opportunity to personally deal with the murderer who had killed Uncle Lin. Guided by Wan Yuan, a colossal palace gradually emerged from the mist before their eyes. Outside the palace perimeter, numerous professionals had already been circling the area for quite some time. Rumor had it that the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse lay within a magnificent palace. Yet each time the alternate dimension opened, the palace's location would appear randomly. Even if a professional who found the palace last time mapped its location, by the time they re-entered the alternate space, the palace had vanished without a trace. Thus, encountering the inheritance palace depended heavily on one's own fortune. "Sir, we've arrived. This is the site of that 10th tier powerhouse's legacy." Wan Yuan pointed at the palace before them, his face filled with reverent awe. Jang Fong surveyed the entire palace, examining it with his true sight eye. Futu Immortal Vessel. Grade, Sacred. Usable level, LV 100. Skills, Void Shuttle, Void Obliteration Cannon. Ha! This palace is actually a saint-grade artifact. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Truly befitting a 10 transformation powerhouse, even this palace is a sacred-grade artifact. If he possessed this floating pagoda divine vessel, wouldn't he be able to traverse the starry skies at will in the future? Upon seeing this inheritance palace, Zhao Zhenrui's face flushed crimson, his expression brimming with excitement. This was the inheritance palace left behind by a 10 transformation powerhouse. To inherit its legacy would grant unrivaled dominance. Many practitioners gathered around the palace gasped in shock upon spotting the crimson flame giant bird and the three-headed hellhound in the sky, immediately adopting a battle-ready stance. A primordial level beastmaster and a moon level beastmaster. Such a display was terrifying enough, and it also highlighted that these two were no ordinary figures. Yet at that moment, sharp-eyed experts recognized Zhao Zhenrui standing beside Jang Fong. "Hey, isn't that Zhao Zhenrui, the vice president of the Tianshui City Beastmaster Association? When did the Tianshui City Beastmaster Association acquire such depth? Regardless, we'll have to instruct our operatives to avoid provoking anyone from the Beastmaster Association from now on." Hearing the murmurs below, Zhao Zhenrui wore an expression of pure enjoyment, even straightening his posture slightly. However, Jang Fong paid no heed to the stares, instead turning to ask Wan Yuan. "You've been here so long, do you know how to obtain the inheritance within?" Hearing this, Wan Yuan hurriedly replied, "Sir, to obtain the legacy of that powerful being, one must undergo a trial." "Trial? What kind of trial?" Jang Fong raised an eyebrow. Wan Yuan explained, "Within the palace lies a spirit sword. This sword has developed sentience and now serves as the guardian of this inheritance chamber. The first step to obtaining the inheritance is gaining the recognition of the sword spirit. But with your strength, Lord, gaining the spirit sword's approval should be a breeze." As he spoke, a barely perceptible, sinister smile flickered in Wan Yuan's eyes. His earlier words had been nothing more than flattery directed at Jiang Feng. For the spirit within that divine sword possessed immense power. Even an 8th transformation cultivator would find no advantage against it. Even though he possessed 2 terrifyingly powerful tamed beasts. Beasts and summoned creatures were barred from entering the inheritance palace. A beast master unable to summon his beasts attempting to enter the palace and gain the sword spirit's recognition? That's nothing but a pipe dream. He'd likely be instantly annihilated by the sword spirit the moment he stepped inside. Should the beastmaster perish, the tamed beasts would suffer severe damage as well. That would be the perfect moment for it to turn on its master. Boom! At that moment, a violent collision echoed through the air. A man of the 5th rank warrior profession was violently hurled out. Put! The 5th tier warrior spat blood, his body covered in multiple bloody wounds. Damn it, so close. He forced himself to his feet, steadied his stance, and quickly retrieved a recovery potion from his spatial ring. The other practitioners outside immediately approached him with curious expressions, asking, "So close to what? Did you almost gain the sword spirit's recognition?" No, the 5th tier warrior shook his head, still shaken, and sighed, "I was this close to dying." Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Though I knew life's hardships early on, I still dream of soaring through the clouds. Let me give it a try." A 6th transformation rock mage cast over a dozen high-tier defensive shields upon himself. Then stepped into the void, soaring toward the palace interior. All eyes turned expectantly toward the rock mage, wondering in their hearts if he could succeed. It was said that enduring the sword spirit's assault for just 5 minutes would earn its recognition. The reason for this rumor? Because to date, no one had ever lasted 5 minutes under the sword spirit's onslaught. Yet in less than a minute, the 6th tier rock mage was blasted flying. The dozen or so high-grade shields enveloping his body shattered completely. He was knocked unconscious, barely clinging to life. Compared to the 5th transformation warrior earlier, his situation was even more dire. Witnessing his pitiful state, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in horror. All eyes now turned to the 2 figures standing atop the crimson sky-burning sky falcon's back. Chapter 42, Forced Contract, 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit. Jang Fong immediately commanded the underworld hound to advance toward the palace. Unexpectedly, the underworld hound vanished in a flash, only to be flung back by the palace's protective barriers. So beast tamers can't enter? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. The spectating professionals who witnessed the scene couldn't help but look on with a sigh. If beast tamers couldn't enter, then it would be utterly impossible for a beastmaster to gain the sword spirit's recognition. Even if this powerful beastmaster's 2 beasts possessed formidable strength, the fact remained that the beastmaster himself was weak. At that moment, Jiang Feng turned his gaze toward the practitioners below and spoke. "Is there anyone willing to accompany me into the inheritance palace? I can offer some treasures as reward." He made this proposal because he needed someone up front to draw attention and absorb damage. He wanted to test his unique skill, command spirit control, from the rear. However, his words were met with a moment of silence. The reason was simple enough: entering the inheritance palace carried significant risks for them individually. Not to mention having to carry a liability inside. If this young beastmaster were to meet his end inside, they would likely be held accountable. Though they knew little of Jiang Feng's origins, his imposing presence suggested considerable backing. "I'm willing to go in with you." A crisp female voice rang out, drawing everyone's gaze toward its source. The speaker was Ouyang Yue, who had arrived riding an ice dragon from the rear. Several high-level professionals were quite surprised to see Ouyang Yue appear. After all, they were somewhat familiar with the prodigy of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. "Agreed." Following Ouyang Yue into the inheritance palace, Jang Fong saw a long sword suspended mid-air. Its design was unique, its blade radiating a blue glow while bearing intricate, profound inscriptions. 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit. Grade, Special. Level, 280. Skills, 9 Extreme Sword / Primordial Mystery / Status, Ownerless. Seeing this level 280 sword spirit, Jiang Feng's eye twitched involuntarily for a moment. Recalling the 2 who had managed to escape alive just moments ago, it seemed this sword spirit had shown them mercy after all. The instant Ouyang Yue saw the blue-hued long sword, every muscle in her body tensed. Her lips pressed tightly together as her heart pounded uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this azure blade surpassed anything she had ever felt from any powerful being. Even Jiang Feng's ancestral-level beast seemed insignificant in its presence. At the palace entrance lay a sword mark. The moment one stepped over it, the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit would interpret it as a challenge and launch an attack. At that moment, Ouyang Yue gritted her teeth and stepped over the line. In that instant, she unleashed her most powerful skill, Ice Dragon Storm. She had researched beforehand, though the sword spirit was formidable, it would not unleash its full power against challengers. Otherwise, those entering the inheritance palace would face certain death. The sword spirit primarily tested one's inner resolve. Only those possessing decisive and fearless hearts might earn its recognition. Thus, facing the formidable sword spirit, she embraced a fighting spirit of desperate resolve. Yet before a blink could pass, Ouyang Yue's ice dragon storm instantly shattered. A scion sword beam, carrying a terrifying aura, pierced through the void and stabbed toward her forehead. In that instant, the azure blade glint grew larger and larger within her pupils. In the blink of an eye, it would pierce her forehead. Fear flooded Ouyang Yue's heart, a primal, instinctive terror. At the same time, there is the fear of failing to gain the recognition of the sword spirit. This fear is multifaceted and complex. She came to this otherworldly realm bearing her family's hopes and her own longing. Even Lin Bo had lost his life along the way for this cause. So she also carried the weight of Lin Bo's sacrifice for her. You are unqualified. The sword spirit uttered the words with a hint of stiffness. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue's face turned as white as paper, her body trembling. Immediately, the sword spirit's aura surged, poised to deliver a devastating blow to Ouyang Yue. Self-destruct, Jang Fong murmured, activating the skill, life control. The words echoed like a divine whisper. Before the words faded, the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit not only halted its attack but began to tremble violently throughout its entire blade. Its aura became chaotic, and explosions echoed from the blade's surface. What is happening? Ouyang Yue, witnessing this scene, instantly widened her eyes in utter shock. A single sentence had triggered the self-destruction of such a terrifying sword spirit. What kind of terrifying existence was this youth before her? In that moment, deep reverence filled Ouyang Yue's heart. The 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit struggled violently, yearning to resist, yet it seemed bound by the very laws of heaven and earth. It could only obey Jiang Feng's command and proceed with its self-destruction. Such godlike power even its original master had never possessed it. Next, Jang Fong traced something in the air with his fingers. A vivid character appeared before Ouyang Yue's eyes. It was the character Yu, written in a sweeping, dragon-like flourish. Above it swirled an aura of boundless majesty. This was Jiang Feng's special skill acquired after advancing his profession, Imperial Edict Spirit Command. After all, the sword spirit had developed sentience, and in a sense, it could be considered a living being. Of course, it must be acknowledged that Jang Fong had also taken a gamble here. However, he did not immediately cast the decree upon the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit. After all, the weaker the living being's state, the greater the success rate. He essentially waited until the very last second before unleashing it upon the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit. The character in the void instantly magnified dozens of times, bearing down upon the sword spirit. With the decree unleashed, the sword spirit, which had been on the verge of reclaiming control before it could strike Jang Fong, it was once again bound by a force akin to the laws of heaven and earth, and was now being forcibly compelled to acknowledge this human as its master. The 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit still struggled violently, like a fierce beast unwilling to be captured. Do me a favor first. Jang Fong smiled at Ouyang Yue, who stood frozen nearby. Oh, okay. Ouyang Yue snapped back to her senses, her expression turning grave as she unleashed the ice dragon storm once more. This time, her eyes held no trace of fear, only an unyielding resolve to fight. Roar! Under the relentless onslaught of the ice dragon's fierce assaults, the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit's struggles grew weaker and weaker, finally fading into stillness. Meanwhile, new information appeared on Jiang Feng's status panel. Forced contract with the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit established. You have obtained a new beast, 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit. Chapter 43, The Holy Sovereign of Lanyun. 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit. Rank, special grade. Level, LV 280. Strength, 1,650,000. Constitution, 1,200,000. Agility, 1,500,000. Spirit, 1,100,000. Combat power, 1,900,000. Skills, 9 Extreme Sword / Primordial Mystery / I never thought it would actually work. Jang Fong narrowed his eyes slightly, a gleam of sharpness flashing within. Seeing the sword spirit's absurdly high stats panel, his heart surged with excitement. Over 1 million in combat power, that was likely enough to rival ancient tier beast tamers after their tribulation. With his current trump cards, he could even hold his own against a 9 transformation expert. Below the 9th transformation realm, an 8th transformation practitioner who could last 3 minutes under his command would already be considered a formidable powerhouse. Invincibility truly felt as lonely as snow. As Jiang Fong raised his fingertip, a subtle thought flashed through his mind, and the 9 Extremes primordial sword moved with the precision of an extension of his own arm. This spectacle left Ouyang Yue utterly speechless. Her exquisite, beautiful face was etched with utter shock. Had this youth actually contracted the sword spirit within the Hall of Inheritance? Good heavens! Was this truly something a human could accomplish? What terrifying prowess! Who exactly was he? Could he possibly be the incarnation of a deity? Yang Yue's mind raced, frantically considering every possible explanation. Born into one of Tianjing's most prestigious families, she had seen and experienced much since childhood. Yet she had never encountered anyone possessing such immense power before. She had once believed that her extraordinary talent would allow her to look down upon others. Yet before Jiang Feng, she felt utterly insignificant. A faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips. "Thank you for your assistance. You've passed the first trial of the inheritance hall." "Ha?" Yang Yue froze in surprise, then shook her head with a wry smile. "No need to console me. The sword spirit already said I failed." "Is that so?" Jang Fong raised a finger, summoning the sword spirit. He examined it closely and asked, "Little sword, did you just say that?" Hearing this, the sword spirit promptly waved its blade, facing Yang Yue. "You passed." A flicker of surprise and delight flashed in Yang Yue's eyes. But she quickly realized. Now that he controlled the sword spirit, who could possibly pass this first test? Pass or fail, wasn't that entirely up to his word? Jiang Feng looked at the sword spirit. Since the first trial is passed, what about the second? The Nine Extremes primordial sword spirit immediately replied, "The second trial is called Star Abyss Judgment." As the words fell, a chaotic halo emanated from the blade, tracing a galactic path across the void. When the Holy Sovereign Lan Yun journeyed through the boundless star seas, he sealed 3 celestial beasts from beyond the realms within the illusory light spirit realm. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the entire Hall of Inheritance suddenly shook violently. The dome transformed into a dazzling celestial map, countless stars beginning to flow in reverse. Yang Yue felt the ground beneath her feet turn transparent. Looking down, she saw the boundless starry sea surging beneath her soles. The Holy Sovereign of Lan Yun? Jiang Feng's face lit up with curiosity. Was he your previous master? The name alone sounded extraordinary. Yet he had never heard of this title or any related legends. Indeed. The Holy Master of Lan Yun was once a 10 transformation sword cultivator. I was created by him after his profound comprehension of the sword path, the sword spirit replied. Hearing this, Jiang Feng slowly nodded thoughtfully. To be able to create something possessing sentience. This individual's power has reached an utterly transcendent and terrifying realm. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the rift in the void. A colossal claw encased in dark purple crystalline armor tore through space. Its claw tips alone thicker than palace pillars. When the colossal creature fully emerged, Yang Yue's legs went weak. Her beautiful eyes filled with terror. It was a star-spanning colossus stretching a full kilometer in length, its spine bristling with hundreds of ghostly blue bone spines. Each tip pulsing with a black hole vortex that seemed to devour stars. This is the star beast? Yang Yue instinctively retreated behind Jiang Feng. Compared to the ferocious beasts found in various dungeons and secret realms, the one before them was utterly staggering. She didn't believe she had the strength to defeat this cosmic beast. The star-devouring demon Cohen had once consumed 7 cultivation planets. The sword spirit emitted a clear, resonant hum. Though this projection possesses only 30% of its true power, its might remains terrifying. Facing this star-devouring demon Cohen, Jiang Feng's eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, a faint, almost imperceptible excitement and thrill flickered within them. Merely a projection could unleash such an abyssal aura of terror. What kind of overwhelming power would its true form unleash? He was particularly shaken upon hearing that the star-devouring demon Cohen had consumed 7 planets. If he could contract several of these cosmic beasts as mounts, he would undoubtedly reign supreme across this vast star system. The sword spirit beside him, observing and sensing the emotions radiating from Jiang Feng, found it utterly incomprehensible. After all, any ordinary practitioner encountering a true star beast would display fear and a heavy heart. Yet his master, instead, felt nothing but delight. By the way, what exactly does cultivation planet mean? Jiang Feng inquired of the sword spirit. He had his own theories, but wasn't entirely certain. The sword spirit replied, as the name suggests, a cultivation planet is one that gives birth to sentient beings capable of cultivation. Each planet's cultivation laws and realms differ. Some harness magic, others utilize spiritual energy, and so forth. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he silently speculated. He just didn't know if he'd ever encounter one of those cultivation planets from the mystical continents. Still, he surmised that within this vast sea of stars were celestial bodies numbered in the trillions upon trillions. Such mystical planets must surely exist. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Feng inquired again, "Can you handle this star-devouring demon Kuan?" Of course. When the Holy Lord of Lan Yun encountered this severely wounded star-devouring demon Kuan, it was me who slew it. The sword spirit shifted its form, seeming rather pleased with itself. Then I'll leave it to you. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. How come this sword spirit felt increasingly human-like? 9 extremes, primordial obliteration. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow-colored beams, each containing a distinct aura of law. The golden beam was unmatched in sharpness, the azure glow brimming with vitality, the violet lightning shattered all laws. The nine-colored radiance interwoven the void, forming a chaotic millstone. Wherever it passed, even space began to collapse. Just as the demonic koan was about to unleash its stellar breath, the multicolored millstone pierced the devouring core between its brows. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed across the starry sea. The demonic koi's colossal body suddenly stiffened, its dark purple crystalline armor flaking away inch by inch like rock weathered for 10,000 years. Yang Yue didn't even see what happened. When she saw starlight erupting from the beast's body, transforming into a Milky Way ribbon that coiled around Jiang Feng's side. Has the second one appeared too? Jang Fong stood with his hands behind his back, watching the silvery white tentacles protruding from the void rift. It was a colossal beast resembling an octopus, each tentacle covered in dimensional fissures. This is the void rift beast. Clang! The sword spirit suddenly split into 10,000 blades. Each sword shadow pierced precisely into the spatial nodes along the tentacles. As the sword spirit's true form unleashed the 9 extreme sword slash, the entire trial space plunged into an eerie silence, all dimensional rifts simultaneously solidifying. Then, like shattered mirror surfaces, they exploded with a thunderous crash. The rift beast emitted a piercing shriek, only to vanish along with the shards of space. The 9-headed star-devouring serpent, the last to appear, had yet to unleash its ferocity. 9 celestial rivers forged from the primordial mystery pierced through all 9 of its heads. The sword spirit hovered amidst the stardust where the colossal beast had disintegrated. After the 3 celestial beasts were shattered, the starlight radiating from their bodies vaguely revealed the phantom of the Holy Lord Lan Yun wielding his sword to cleave stars in years past. It was a man with rugged antennae protruding from his head, clad in flowing white robes. He turned and lifted his gaze toward Jiang Feng. In that instant, it felt as though they had traversed countless star rivers, their gazes meeting across the cosmos. Chapter 44, I accept this heavy burden. Yang Yue stood utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sight. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this shadowy figure before her was intense. Yang Yue, who had always been the center of attention, couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of insignificance welling up within her. Master of spirit control. The voice of the holy sovereign of Lan Yun was weathered and hoarse, instantly discerning Jiang Feng's profession. Yet a hint of puzzlement lingered in his eyes. Even a spirit master couldn't possess such extraordinary abilities. Moreover, he could see that Jiang Feng hadn't even reached the 4th transformation level yet. To have subdued even my own life-bound sword spirit, it seems this era has given birth to an extraordinary being. Lan Yun Shengju couldn't help but sigh in admiration. You flatter me, senior, Jiang Feng replied with a calm smile. Simultaneously, he used the true sight eye to scan the man's information. Name, Mo Lan Yun Shadow Image. Class, Sword Cultivator. Level, LV 433. Spirit? Combat power, unknown. Over 400 levels? Jiang Feng hadn't expected his level to be this high. The holy sovereign of Lan Yun looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes brimming with admiration for the younger generation. Yet a hint of regret soon flickered in his gaze. After all, the youth's profession had nothing to do with the way of the sword, making him unable to receive his legacy. You must have witnessed the might of the stellar behemoth earlier. Lan Yun Shengju continued, in the boundless cosmos, countless such star beasts exist. They grow stronger by devouring planets and all forms of energy. Should they reach Blue Star, the entire planet would face imminent peril, perhaps even cease to exist. Beyond Blue Star, Supreme Masters have erected a cosmic Great Wall to defend against these threats. Lan Yun Shengju was one of them. Yet after battling a powerful and bizarre star beast, he ultimately fell. In his final moments, he created a separate dimension, entrusting his legacy to this space. Though you are not a professional swordsman, your abilities are extraordinary. If you are willing to take on the responsibility of guarding the starry sky Great Wall, I will entrust you with every treasure I have acquired throughout my life. As for the sword tradition, you shall find a worthy successor to carry it forward. But if you lack the courage to face the star beasts, I shall forcibly erase your existence and await the next challenger. The tone of the Holy Lord of Lan Yun grew increasingly solemn. Guarding the starry sky Great Wall was of utmost importance. For the starry sky Great Wall stands as the most vital defense line of the entire Blue Star. It determines the safety of all life on Blue Star. This weighty responsibility could only be entrusted to the fearless. Even when facing the most terrifying cosmic beasts, they dare to raise their swords in defiance, fearing neither life nor death. Rest assured, senior. I accept this responsibility, Jiang Feng nodded. He was quite intrigued by the star beasts. Especially the mightiest ones. Very well. The Holy Lord of Lan Yun nodded in satisfaction. To respond with such decisiveness after witnessing the star beast's might. Sufficient proof of his courage and resolve. Lan Yun Shengju waved his hand, and several treasures landed before Jiang Feng. Pointing to an ancient-looking token, he explained, this is the Star Realm token. When the Star Realm Great Wall faces crisis, it will glow. Simply channel your mental energy into it, and it will transport you to the starry skies. At this point, the Holy Master of Lanyun paused briefly. Of course, even if you do not actively initiate the transmission, it will forcibly transport you to the starry sky. Hearing this, Jang Fong couldn't help but inwardly imagine the awkwardness if it transported him to the starry sky while he was bathing or in the throes of passion. However, the second artifact instantly caught Jiang Feng's attention. Life Course Hourglass. Type, Item. Grade, Near Divine. Description: the hourglass flows with chaotic stardust, temporarily distorting the flow of time. It can reverse 1 minute of time. Usable level, LV90. The fate-tracking hourglass can reverse 1 minute of time? Jiang Fong felt his breathing quicken. He never imagined a treasure capable of reversing time could exist. Though a minute might not seem long, it could prove invaluable in critical moments. This item was far more powerful than the time reversal talisman. If one found themselves in mortal peril with no escape, even restoring their peak condition might prove futile. But by reversing time, one could choose to avoid entering the perilous situation altogether. It also allows one to evade certain fatal injuries and attacks like curses. Omniscient Professional Mask. Type, Item. Grade, Near Divine. Description: when worn, allows the wearer to disguise themselves as any class daily and gain that class's basic skills. Required level, 90. Oh? It can actually disguise you as any profession? That's rather interesting. Jiang Feng picked up the Omniscient Profession Mask, carefully examining its appearance and information. While not as powerful as the Fate Sandglass in practicality, it could deliver unexpectedly effective results in certain special scenarios. 10,000-year Frozen Ice Marrow. Type, Item. Grade, Epic. Description: enhances Ice Elemental Practitioner's mastery over frost power. Usable level, LV90. This item isn't particularly useful to me. Jiang Feng pondered briefly before presenting it to Ouyang Yue as a token of gratitude. Ouyang Yue's eyes lit up and she hurriedly thanked him. For her, this was undoubtedly a treasure that could enhance her strength. Young one, the task of guarding the starry sky Great Wall is now entrusted to you. The Holy Lord of Lanyun extended a finger, imprinting a legacy mark upon Jiang Feng's brow. This is my true legacy. It will unlock all the treasures I left behind on the ancient planet Manhwa. With that, his spectral form gradually faded away. Along with him, the surrounding scene also began to dissolve. Simultaneously, the entire alternate space began to crumble, as if disintegrating. The practitioners within were all struck down with shock. Could it be, the legacy has already been claimed? Outside the Hall of Inheritance, the practitioners were equally stunned. The Beastmaster and the prodigy from the Ouyang family had just entered the hall. One of them must have obtained the inheritance. But after much deliberation, they all concluded that Ouyang Yue was more likely to have obtained the inheritance. After all, a Beastmaster without a beast was practically powerless. Ruan Yuan, clutched by the jaws of the underworld hound, wore an expression of utter dread. He hadn't expected the Beastmaster to survive. But how could he possibly escape now? As the inheritance hall gradually collapsed, Jiang Feng and Ouyang Yue emerged from within. All eyes turned to them with curiosity. A wave of restlessness swept through their hearts. After all, the inheritance of a 10 transformation powerhouse held an irresistible allure. Hold on. Let us see the treasures inside. A 6th-tier berserker suddenly spoke up, his massive axe gathering a crimson tornado. By activating his class skill, Blood Rage Ritual, his power would surge to the peak of the 7th tier. The other adventurers, too, harbored ill intentions, adding in unison. Exactly. A 10th-tier powerhouse's treasures are bound to be extraordinary. If you two know the rules, you should share some of the goodies. Hearing this, Ouyang Yue stepped forward, her expression cold. If you wish to avoid trouble, gentlemen, I suggest you all retreat. Don't come looking for a beating. To the others, these words were nothing short of a blatant provocation. While this Beastmaster's beast was formidable, facing so many opponents would inevitably prove taxing. Moreover, whatever happened within remained unknown to the outside world. Even if those two beasts were formidable, their sheer numbers might still give them an edge. Sorry, I don't understand any rules. All I know is that I am the rule. As Jiang Feng's words fell, the sword spirit's overwhelming aura surged skyward. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the berserker, severing his head from his body. Chapter 45, Evolution, the Mountain-Sealing Black Tortoise. That's the spirit sword from the Hall of Inheritance. You actually contracted that spirit sword. How is that possible? The present practitioners all stared at the sword spirit in utter shock. They knew they couldn't last even 3 minutes against this sword spirit. And this kid had actually bound it. This kid must be a freak. Anyone else who wants a share of this, step forward. Jang Fong swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice devoid of emotion. Hearing this, the crowd shuddered and instinctively took half a step back. Some professionals who had been frozen in place suddenly found themselves inexplicably standing at the front. They nearly lost their minds with fright. They scrambled backwards several paces, fearing that one more step might seal their fate. In an instant, the entire group retreated as if fleeing. Ouyang Yue, witnessing this scene, felt a stir within her heart. A single sentence had sent shivers down everyone's spine. Only the youth before them could have achieved such a feat. The alternate space continued to collapse, and those within began crushing their teleportation stones, preparing to leave. Before departing, Ouyang Yue turned to Jiang Feng and offered her sincere gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance and for gifting me the 10,000-year-old cold ice marrow. I will remember this kindness forever. I also hope you will visit the Ouyang family in Tianjing. I will repay you properly." Jiang Fong smiled and shook his head. "All right. If I have the time, I'll certainly stop by." He then turned to Zhao Zhengrui beside him and said, "Chairman Zhao, let's head back." Right. Zhao Zhengrui nodded repeatedly. Yet deep within, he was profoundly shaken. Jiang Fong had actually managed to contract a sword spirit. Was this truly something a beast master could accomplish? Somehow, it felt like they weren't even the same profession. Even if he was merely tagging along with Jiang Fong this time, he'd still make quite a splash. Though standing on the shoulders of a giant, he could still look down on everyone else. As for that Ruan Yuan, Jiang Fong had the Hades hound devour him like a snack. Upon returning to the Beastmaster Association, Jiang Fong naturally shared some treasures with them. Upon seeing these items, Zhao Zhenrui's eyes nearly popped out of his head. After clearing several dungeons outside, Jiang Fong raised his level to Tier 3, level 120. He now had 5 tamed beasts, and level 120 was precisely the threshold to contract a 6. He then proceeded to the beast incubation room, where he encountered the newly hatched black tortoise. The young Xian turtle was only as big as Jiang Feng's palm, its shell a rocky gray. Jiang Feng briefly checked its information. Black tortoise rare. Grade, gold. Level, LV1. Strength, 2,472. Stamina, 3,284. Agility, 1,400. Spirit, 1,637. Combat power, 2,792. Skills, Mystic Stab, Mystic Water Impact, Mystic Rock Shield. Evolution points required, 10,000. The base stats for a gold tier rank are indeed impressive. Jiang Feng nodded to himself before using the contract art to bind it. Su Wanru, watching from the side, found herself unable to tear her gaze away from Jiang Feng's focused expression. They say a man is most handsome when he's focused and serious. But Jiang Feng was already handsome to begin with, and his earnest expression made him utterly flawless. With the contract successfully established, Jiang Feng summoned the mystic turtle into his beast taming space. "Thank you for looking after it all this time." Jiang Feng lifted his gaze and offered her a faint smile. "And nothing, it's what I should do," Su Wanru replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she waved her hands hurriedly. Jiang Feng nodded, then extended his consciousness into the beast taming space. He retrieved several experience pills, each containing 50 million experience points, and administered them to the black tortoise. This would allow the black tortoise to level up rapidly, eliminating the need to enter dungeons and grind monsters slowly. Although Jiang Feng cleared dungeons at a rapid pace, it couldn't keep up with the Xian turtle's exponentially increasing experience requirements. Each of these 50 million experience pills was worth over 100 million. Yet Jiang Feng felt not a shred of regret. After all, money was merely a number to him. He just happened to possess a long string of such figures. Without batting an eye, Jiang Feng fed the Xian turtle several experience pills in quick succession. Under the potion's influence, the Xian turtle's aura surged relentlessly. Its body swelled rapidly, resembling a small mountain. Its level skyrocketed from LV1 to LV92. Amidst this level surge, it even advanced to quality tier. It transformed into a diamond-grade Xian ice turtle. Mystic Ice Turtle Rare. Grade, Diamond. Level, LV92. Strength, 145,000. Stamina, 195,000. Agility, 104,000. Spirit, 110,000. Combat power, 180,000. Skills, Frozen Water Armor, 100-mile freeze. Evolution points required, 500,000. Do evolution points increase after leveling up or advancing in rank? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow slightly, musing inwardly. But he had more than enough evolution points to spare. What he lacked was the evolution residue. Begin evolution. Without hesitation, he applied the evolution points to the Xian ice turtle. Consuming 500,000 evolution points, the Xianbing AO begins evolution. Crack! A sound like ancient glaciers shattering erupted through the void. The Hades hound's fur instantly crystallized into icicles, while its exhaled mist froze into falling ice crystals before dissipating. Even the crimson sky-scorching falcon spiraled rapidly through the air before soaring off into the distance. The Xianbing AO raised its head, now covered in ice spikes, its blue pupils transforming into 2 cold moons. It opened its maw to devour the frost-laden air, causing the clouds within the entire beast riding space to suddenly swirl, forming an inverted vortex of ice crystals. Boom! 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 3 ice pillars, each over a kilometer in diameter, shot up from the sea, forming a triangular enclosure around the Xian ice turtle. Even the abyssal dragon king, who had been slumbering with closed eyes within the sea, was startled awake at this moment. A pair of enormous dragon eyes stared intently at the constantly shifting Xian ice turtle before them. It was as if witnessing the emergence of a formidable being poised to dominate the world. As the ice pillars shattered and poured into its body, the black ice turtle's form swelled and grew. Its form surged, transforming from a small mountain into a colossal peak as majestic as Mount Tai. Evolution complete, Xianbing AO evolves into Jinyue Xuanwu. Current beast, mountain ceiling black tortoise. Rank, ancient. Level, LV 92. HP, 4.3 million. Defense, 1.6 million. Critical strike evolved into an ancient tier beast? Jiang Feng felt an immense surge of satisfaction. He now possessed 3 ancient tier beast tamers. And when he saw the terrifying HP and defense of the mountain-shattering black tortoise, his heart began to pound violently. He never imagined its stats would be this absurdly high. A defense of 1,600,000, even a 7th-tier professional might struggle to breach it. And over 4 million health points? That was simply absurd. Combined with the effects of his symbiosis skill, facing the attacks of a 7th-ranked practitioner, they were no more than a light scratch before him. Chapter 46, The Fate of Great Yan lies in your hands. The Great Yan Palace, its golden and jade-adorned halls shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Suddenly, the sky seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a gaping, pitch-black fissure. Several figures emerged from the rift, their overwhelming aura bringing a crushing sense of pressure. At their head stood a towering figure with golden hair and blue eyes, enveloped in a faint, flickering golden flame. Where is the Flame Emperor? His piercing gaze swept over the city below as his voice boomed like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the entire heavenly capital. This voice, brimming with unmasked arrogance and provocation, instantly ignited the fury of every practitioner within the capital. Who the hell are these foreigners, daring to run wild on our Great Yan territory? Have you had enough of living? Do you really think Great Yan has no one? How dare outsiders act so brazenly within Great Yan's borders? At that moment, a voice weathered yet commanding echoed from within the Great Yan Palace. You have trespassed into the Great Yan territory with such audacity. Could it be you have come to deliver a challenge to our Great Yan? A white-haired elder slowly emerged from the Great Yan Palace, stepping through the void as he approached them one step at a time. With each step, ripples spread across the void beneath his feet. Though alone, the terrifying aura emanating from him was in no way inferior to that of the group. The elder's appearance sent shockwaves through every practitioner within Tianjing City. For this elder, Qi Daoming, was the Grand Elder of the Great Yan Kingdom, his status and power second only to the Yan Emperor himself. When the Yan Emperor was unable to attend to state affairs, a single word from him could represent the entire Great Yan. Elder Qi, it's been a long time. Beside the blonde-haired man, a burly figure with fiery red hair and beard greeted him with a peculiar grin. Rumor has it the Yan Emperor's lifespan is nearing its end. Now that envoys from several nations have arrived, he still refuses to show himself. Could it be he has already passed away? At these words, faint, almost imperceptible sneers flickered across the faces of those beside him. How dare you? Qi Daoming's brows shot up in fury as he raised his hand to strike at the void. Above the red-haired man, an energy palm materialized from the void, slamming down with brutal force. The red-haired man's expression instantly darkened. His arms bulged with straining muscles as he attempted to block the strike. Yet his strength proved utterly insignificant against this palm strike. Boom! The red-haired man slammed directly into the ground, carving out a massive crater. The entire city of Tianjing trembled slightly. Every practitioner within the city sucked in a sharp breath. Is this the true power of Elder Qi? If you truly came to challenge Great Yan, then attack together. Though my strength may not match the Yan Emperor's, if you seek battle, then let us fight. Qi Daoming's aura instantly surged outward, unleashing a terrifying, abyss-like presence without restraint. After witnessing that palm strike, the attitude of the blonde-haired man and his companions visibly tempered considerably. Yet their eyes held little fear. If it truly came to blows, though Qi Daoming was a 9-turn law saint. But to think he could single-handedly dominate 7 ninth transformation experts? That would be nothing short of a fool's fantasy. What they didn't know was whether the Yan Emperor himself was present within the Great Yan Palace. That was the true source of their apprehension. After all, the Great Yan Empire could wage war against 10-turn powerhouses solely by relying on the Yan Emperor. Without the Flame Emperor, the Great Yan territories would have long been devoured and divided by the other nations. The blonde man spoke indifferently, raising his hand slightly as a celestial tome materialized in the void. Simultaneously, he announced, according to intelligence from the Starry Skies, the Starry Sky Great Wall now faces imminent invasion by external forces. The Starry Sky Great Wall requires sufficient new defensive forces, yet no divine sons have emerged within the Great Yan realm for a long time. They have decided to open the Great Yan Genius Tower to all nations ahead of schedule this time. Should no one from Great Yan pass the tower this time, the tower within Great Yan's borders will be handed over to Coco Nation. Upon hearing this, the practitioners within Tianjing City were immediately filled with uncontrollable rage. The significance of the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Talents to the Great Yan Empire was self-evident. Generations of Great Yan emperors and the nation's core powerhouses had all emerged through this tower. To hand over the tower to another nation would sever the path for Great Yan's own mighty warriors to emerge. Without new powerhouses emerging, the nation's strength would inevitably decline, leaving it vulnerable to even more blatant oppression from neighboring states. How could they possibly agree to such outrageous terms? You foreigners, mark my words, the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Pride will never be handed over to another nation. Exactly. As long as we stand, the tower stands. If you want to seize our Tower of Heavenly Pride, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Who in this world doesn't know that Coco Nation is nothing but a lapdog for you foreign devils? Handing over the Great Yan Tower to them would be like handing it straight to you. If Great Yan perishes and we become slaves of a conqueror, what use is the starry sky Great Wall? Better to destroy it altogether. Every Great Yan practitioner now seethed with fury, their voices rising in a furious chorus directed at the envoys of the 7 nations. Yet the blonde-haired man paid no heed to their furious shouts. In his eyes, they were no more than ants. Who would care about the rage of ants? The blonde man's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Qi Daoming, his voice icy. Elder Qi, this is the decision reached by the Star Realm experts. Should you defy their orders, you should be well aware of the consequences. We are merely conveying their orders. But if you prove as stubborn and obstinate as they, you may well bring unimaginable calamity upon the Great Yan Kingdom. Furthermore, let me make this clear, we will not leave Great Yan until the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses concludes. Their presence in Great Yan was to prevent the kingdom from resorting to desperate measures activating its protective national array. At that time, even if all nations united to breach it, it would take at least a year or two. Thus, their garrison here was designed to strike the Great Yan Kingdom completely unprepared. The blonde man had expected Qi Daoming's face to darken considerably after hearing this. Instead, an inscrutable smile flickered across Qi Daoming's face. Since this is the consensus reached by the mighty figures atop the starry sky Great Wall, my Great Yan naturally has no objections. Perhaps our Great Yan has lain dormant too long, giving you the illusion that we are easy to manipulate. Well, let's see the outcome of this Tower of Heavenly Talents. As he spoke, the image of Jiang Feng flashed through his mind. He was confident Jiang Feng would pass the Tower of Geniuses trials. For Jiang Feng's emergence signified the resurgence of Great Yan's national fortune, destined to ascend once more to the pinnacle among all nations. The blonde man seemed to have discerned the source of Qi Daoming's confidence. It must be that powerful beast tamer who suddenly emerged from somewhere within Great Yan. But since they had come, they had naturally made thorough preparations. This man must die. They would leave no spark of hope for Great Yan. The blonde man offered a cold smile. Elder Qi seems quite confident. But allow me to borrow an ancient Dian saying to advise you, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Qi Daoming naturally caught the hidden meaning in his words, replying with a forced smile. Since you have come to Great Yan under the command of the starry sky's mighty ones, it is only proper that I extend Great Yan's hospitality. Please proceed to the guest star palace to settle in. Within the guest star palace, their every move would be monitored, allowing any unusual activity to be detected immediately. After the meeting concluded, Qi Daoming immediately issued a secret order, dispatching a group of powerful warriors to protect Jang Fong. Before the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Prodigies opened, Jang Feng's safety must be guaranteed. Once the matter was settled, Qi Daoming sighed deeply within the Great Yan Palace. Jang Fong, the fate of Great Yan now rests in your hands. Chapter 47, Evolution, Eclipsing Sun Falcon, Trial. Pingcheng, Mountain Villa. Jang Fong lay on the plush bed, examining the treasures from the Great Yan Treasury. Now, he was less anxious about finding items for his beast's evolution. Instead, he began searching for items that could help his beast survive the tribulation. Only after surviving the tribulation would their power truly surge. He recalled spotting a sun essence within the Great Yan Treasure Vault, an item capable of enabling the Crimson Sky-Scorching Falcon to undergo its tribulation. But right now, his merit points are a bit low. He really needs to find a way to earn more merit points. But soon, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He discovered that within the Great Yan Treasury, one could not only exchange for merit points. There was also a method to submit treasures and obtain merit points. It was somewhat akin to a trading platform in disguise. I won't hesitate to take advantage of that. Jiang Feng's lips curled upward. He promptly pulled out a pile of treasures from his spatial ring and began uploading them according to the instructions. He had no idea how many items he'd uploaded, but with each one, his merit points skyrocketed. Merit points, 687,000. After refreshing the Great Yan Treasury, he unexpectedly discovered that the lava heart had been listed. This was the evolution material for the Crimson Sky Burning Falcon. Unexpectedly, such good fortune had come his way, truly a double blessing. Jang Fong immediately selected the sun essence and lava heart for purchase. Soon, a celestial disk materialized before Jiang Fong. From within the star chart emerged a sphere the size of a fist, entirely crimson and resembling molten lava. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the entire room skyrocketed. One could sense the immense energy contained within. Next, a crimson gold rhombic crystal slowly materialized within the star chart, surrounded by solar flare like energy rings. With these two items, the crimson sky-scorching sky falcon can both evolve and endure the tribulation. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with delight as he stored them in his beast taming space, intending to have the crimson sky-burning sky falcon consume them. Within the beast taming space, sensing the essence of the solar spirit and the lava heart, the crimson sky-burning sky falcon grew exceptionally excited. Hawk! It circled the sky for quite some time. Begin the evolution. Jang Fong clicked the evolution button on the panel. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of evolution points transformed into a white light that merged with the lava heart, forming a profound force surging toward the crimson sky-burning falcon. As the white light condensed, it enveloped the crimson sky incinerator falcon into a massive orb of light. The orb steadily solidified, much like a cocoon forming. Before long, several cracks scorched by flames appeared on the sphere. Boom! The orb erupted into raging flames, forming a sun-like orb in the sky. Screech! A deafening shriek pierced the air. The solar disk exploded outward like a nova. A massive bird, its form imposing and its entire body engulfed in dark flames, materialized. Its tail feathers trailed a 100-mile-long trail of fire, a truly spectacular sight. Evolution complete. Scarlet sky-scorching falcon, sun eclipsing falcon. Current beast, eclipsing sun falcon. Rank, Manhwa tier. Level, LV 115. Strength, 466,000. Stamina, 385,000. Agility, 405,000. Spirit, 280,000. Combat power, 570,000. Skills, Azure Flame Weaving Realm, Solar Eclipse Will Dance, Eternal Flames of Corrosion. Evolution points required for next evolution, 1 million coronal essence plus 1 million evolution points. Not bad, but it still falls short compared to ancient tier spirit beasts. Jiang Fong nodded slightly, intending to begin subjecting it to trials to further enhance its strength. He promptly administered the solar essence to it. The eclipsing sun falcon swallowed it whole, its wings stirring up a scorching hurricane. Molten gold blood seeped from its eye corners, while every feather erupted with piercing, blinding flames. The dome of the beast taming realm suddenly tore apart, crimson gold tribulation clouds churning like boiling water. 9 chains imbued with the laws of the sun's radiance descended from the cloud vortex, transforming the ground into molten lava. The molten magma coalesced into a crimson river, surging back toward the heavens. Radiating temperatures nearing 10,000 degrees, the air warped into a glass-like distortion. It surged violently toward the eclipse falcon. Screech! The sun-eclipsing goshawk let out a piercing cry, charging headlong into the terrifying crimson river. It opened its sharp beak and swallowed the entire crimson river whole. After swallowing it whole, a blinding light erupted from the sun-eclipsing gray falcon's chest. Jang Fong could even sense the agony the sun-eater goshawk was enduring at that moment. After all, a special bond existed between the Beastmaster and his beast. Though the agony transmitted to Jiang Fong was less than 1/10,000th of what the sun-eclipsing goshawk endured, this agony still made Jiang Fong grit his teeth in silent resolve. Hang in there. I believe in you, you must hold on. Jiang Fong sent his belief to the sun-eater falcon. After all, within his Beastmaster's space, any injury, no matter how severe, would heal rapidly. Within this space, the sun-eater falcon only needed to hold firm to its will. If it faced the tribulation outside, the success rate would likely fall below 70% compared to within the beast taming space. Failure during the beast's tribulation would not only inflict severe backlash but could even lead to instant death. Moreover, the Beastmaster's strength would also suffer severe damage. Of course, Jiang Fong possessed the symbiotic skill, allowing him to automatically transfer the damage to the mountain-sealing black tortoise. But Jiang Fong wasn't concerned about the failure affecting him after all, he had raised it from scratch. As his very first beast, Jiang Fong felt a deep attachment to it. Feeling Jiang Feng's encouragement, the sun-eater falcon's wings beat fiercely once more, erupting into a piercing shriek. Its eyes blazed with an unyielding fire as it soared and circled toward the sky. At this moment, peculiar solar day divine patterns swirled across its surface. This was the solar essence reshaping its power core. With each rune igniting, the flames enveloping it grew deeper. Hundreds of crimson lotus flames of retribution blossomed around its body. The terrifying heat caused the seawater below to evaporate continuously. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted within the eclipsing sun falcon, like a meteorite shattering. Colossal energy surged outward from its center, sweeping madly in all directions. The snow-silver fox's body trembled as it scrambled behind the Hades hound. An explosion of this magnitude, even its aftershock was beyond what it could endure. The slightest touch would reduce it to ashes in an instant. It was now the weakest being within this beast-taming realm. After the eclipsing sun falcon successfully weathered the first tribulation, its body underwent significant changes. Its size had surged to over 3 times its original dimensions, its wingspan now vast enough to obscure the sky. Though its size still fell far short of the abyssal dragon king and the mountain-sealing black tortoise. Its aura now carried a new, piercing sharpness. Current beast, Eclipse Falcon First Tribulation. Grade, Manhwa class. Level, 115. Strength, 566,000. Constitution, 485,000. Agility, 505,000. Spirit, 380,000. Combat power, 670,000. Skills, Azure Flame Weaving Realm, Solar Eclipse Will Dance, Eternal Flames of Corrosion. Just one trial, and all the base stats jumped by 100,000 points? Jiang Feng's mood lifted instantly as he watched the numbers on its attribute panel climb. This first tribulation was still the easiest. The later the trials, the more perilous they became. Though the power gains become truly terrifying. An ancient tier beast that had endured 9 tribulations would likely surpass even a Saint King tier beast in power. Chapter 48, Tianyan Luyu, Stunned. Alright, after 2 days of rest, it's time to find Bai Lingyue and explore that legendary tier's secret realm. Jang Fong stretched lazily after rising from his bed. Within legendary tier secret realms, there was a chance to obtain fragments of divine artifacts. Jang Fong ascended to the villa's rooftop and surveyed Pingcheng. Following the recent beast-tide invasion, Pingcheng had swiftly repaired damaged skyscrapers and buildings affected by the battle. Just as Jang Fong prepared to summon the Eclipse Falcon to head toward the Bai Group, 6 powerful auras streaked across the distant sky, hurtling toward his location. In mere blinks, the 6 figures descended from the sky and landed before Jang Fong. They radiated an imposing aura that commanded respect. The group comprised both men and women of varying ages. The eldest appeared to be in their 60s, while the youngest seemed about his own age. Yet, no hostility could be sensed from them. "You must be Jang Fong." An elderly man with a kindly expression smiled warmly as he addressed Jang Fong. The other 5 also scrutinized Jang Fong with curious eyes. "That's me," Jang Fong replied with a faint nod. "Hee, young friend, there's no need to be nervous. We are the 6 guardians of the heavenly flame, tasked by the Grand Elder to protect you closely." The kindly-looking old man chuckled softly as he revealed their identities. The 6 guardians of heavenly flame were the 6 supreme warriors selected through rigorous trials under the Flaming Emperor. "So you are the 6 guardians. My apologies for the oversight." Jang Fong offered a polite smile, though he had already discerned their identities through his true vision eye. He then waved his hand dismissively. "But you may return now. I don't require protection at this time." "Humph, bold words indeed. Do you realize how perilous your situation is?" A young woman with twin ponytails and clad in tight leather armor spoke up. She was one of the 6 guards, the Shadow Guard, a 7th-rank shadow assassin named Luo Yuni. "I don't know." Jang Fong shook his head truthfully, his gaze instinctively lingering on her curvaceous, provocative figure. Curves where they should be, slim where they should be. Truly, the slender branches bore such rich fruit, all the nourishment had gone into the fruit itself. That said, with his current strength, encountering danger. Unless he faced several 9th-rank powerhouses attacking simultaneously, with multiple traps already set. Otherwise, even if he couldn't win, they couldn't stop him from leaving. Thus, even if the Heavenly Flame's 6 commanders before him wished to harm Jang Fong, it would hardly be an easy feat. Under Jiang Feng's gaze, Luo Yuni showed no sign of shyness. In fact, she even stood up a little straighter, her posture hinting at a touch of pride. After all, Jang Fong was undeniably a handsome and pleasing to the eye man. The more he stared at her, the more it proved her own charm. As long as she didn't reveal it, who would know she was actually 28 years old? Luo Yuni spoke up. "The envoys of the 7 nations have arrived in Tianjing, demanding that the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Talents be open to all nations this time. If not a single De Yen practitioner succeeds in the tower this time, they demand the tower be transferred to Kuku Nation. Should Great Yan lose the Tower of Heavenly Pride, it will never again produce the mighty warriors needed to uphold the nation's destiny. And you are the one the Grand Elder holds in high regard, the candidate he believes holds the greatest potential to conquer the final trial of the tower. The 7 nations have coveted Great Yan for ages. How could they pass up such an opportunity? Envoys from the 7 kingdoms have surely noticed your existence and are now plotting your elimination." Hearing this, Jang Fong furrowed his brow, his gaze growing contemplative. If what she said held true, his current situation was indeed precarious. If envoys from all 7 nations attacked him simultaneously, he would likely exhaust all his trump cards. As for the 6 guards before him, Jang Fong never entertained the notion they could protect him. After all, with his current strength, dealing with the 6 guards wouldn't be particularly difficult. If real danger came, he would likely have to spare his strength to protect them instead. Seeing Jang Fong deep in thought, Luo Yuni's face finally flashed a hint of smug satisfaction. It seemed this fellow had finally grasped his predicament. On the way here, she had already reviewed Jiang Feng's information. Though he was a triple transformation beast tamer at such a young age, even possessing 2 ancient great beasts, such prowess had astonished even her. It was simply too extraordinary. No wonder the Grand Elder had ordered the Tianyan 6 beast masters to protect this kid's safety at all costs. However, their initial encounter had left Luo Yuni sensing an air of arrogance emanating from Jiang Fong. He didn't even seem to regard the Tianyan 6 beast masters with much respect. Heh, but you needn't worry too much. With the 6 masters here, any underhanded tricks the 7 nations' envoys might try will be utterly futile. Luo Yuni stepped forward, patting Jiang Feng's shoulder reassuringly. Her earlier words were meant to temper Jiang Feng's pride. All he needed to do was let them protect him properly. Don't burden her with any extra work. But upon hearing these words, Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean the envoys of the 7 nations won't openly attack me or even secretly target me personally? Hearing this, Luo Yuni felt a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected Jiang Feng to think so deeply about it. It seemed her earlier words had truly shaken him to the core. She rolled her eyes helplessly. At the very least, this is still within the borders of Great Yan. If any of those 7 nations' envoys dared to openly attack you or any Great Yan practitioner, for that matter, they'd better be prepared to stay in Great Yan forever. After all, the Great Yan Empire's foundations weren't something a few foreign envoys could shake. If they dared to act, it meant they truly had no intention of leaving alive. In that case, I can rest easy. Jang Fong breathed a silent sigh of relief. If they didn't dare strike personally, then attempting to harm him would be nothing short of a pipe dream. All right. From now on, you'll stay put in your room until the Tower of Heavenly Talents officially opens. With the Tianyan 6 guards here, not even a mosquito will get in. Luo Yuni declared with absolute confidence. Thanks. I appreciate you guys keeping watch for me. After all, there are plenty of mosquitoes living up in the mountains. Jang Fong chuckled lightly, preparing to leave. Hey, wait. Where are you going? Luo Yuni furrowed her delicate brows. Didn't I tell you to stay put in your room and not go anywhere? Young friend, we're only doing this for your own good. The kindly-looking elder from earlier instantly released his aura, addressing Jiang Feng. The others simultaneously released their auras as well. The intertwining currents of energy made the air feel oppressively heavy. If necessary, they would forcibly restrict Jiang Feng's movements. After all, the Grand Elder had issued a strict order. Even if it meant provoking Jiang Feng's disgust, they would carry it out. Are these people here to protect me, or to fight me? Jiang Feng shook his head, muttering under his breath in exasperation. He promptly summoned his beast companion. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. A colossal dragon, its length impossible to gauge, coiled in the sky behind Jiang Feng, radiating an overwhelming dragon's might. Screech! The sun-eclipsing gray falcon spread its wings for 1,000 miles, its body engulfed in surging dark flames, surrounded by hundreds of crimson lotus flames of retribution. Following closely were the mountain-sealing black tortoise, the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit, and the 3-headed hound of the netherworld. And lurking timidly at Jiang Feng's heels, the most insignificant of them all, the snow-silver fox. Seeing these formidable beast masters, the 6 celestial flames guardians were utterly dumbfounded. Did the Grand Elder truly intend for us to protect such a terrifying beast master? Chapter 49, Heading to the Bai Group. They knew Jiang Feng's power was abnormal, but never imagined it would be this god tier. An ancient great beast, an extremely rare sight under normal circumstances, was in his possession, and he had 3 of them. Most astonishingly, he could even contract sword spirits. As members of the Heavenly Flame 6 Masters, they were no strangers to extraordinary sights. But was this really something a beast tamer could achieve? Let's get started, Jang Fong said with a light chuckle. Hearing this, the Tianyan 6 guardians froze in place. Move? What exactly were they supposed to do? Faced with such an overwhelming force, even these battle-hardened veterans were utterly at a loss. The kindly-looking elder couldn't help but raise his hand to wipe the cold sweat beading on his forehead. If this battle were to be ranked among the thousands he'd experienced, the most severe they'd ever faced was merely S-class. This one could be called SSS class. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? This damn thing had transformed into a hellish escape mission overnight. Ahem, young friend, please don't act rashly. We mean you no harm. Quickly recall your beast. Making such a commotion is not good. A forced smile stretched across the old man's deeply wrinkled face. So you won't stop me? Jiang Feng asked with a faint, mocking smile. Not at all, not at all. The old man shook his head repeatedly, already drenched in cold sweat. Luo Yuni froze in place, her mind racing back to Jiang Feng's earlier words. She had thought he was overthinking things out of fear. Little did she know she had misjudged his intentions. Given his strength, it was true that unless several envoys joined forces against him, they likely couldn't have taken him down. But for Jiang Feng to possess so many terrifyingly powerful beast tamers at such a young age? This completely defied human comprehension, didn't it? Seeing they had no further objections, Jiang Feng summoned his beasts back into the beast-taming realm. Now, you guys can stay and think it over. If you decide to remain here, you can help me keep the place tidy, get rid of some bugs, clean up a bit, and so on. Jiang Feng said with a smile, well, I have matters to attend to. I shan't keep you company any longer. Hearing this, the corners of the Tianyan's 6 beast tamers' mouths twitched. After all, they were ranked among the powerful of Great Yan. Yet here they were, helping guard the house, cleaning up, and catching mosquitoes. Had anyone else said such a thing, they would have taken it as an insult. But coming from Jiang Feng, they could only inwardly grumble. There was nothing else to say. After all, his strength far surpassed that of the Tianyan's 6 guards. After a brief discussion, they decided to report this intelligence to the Grand Elder first. One of them would accompany Jiang Feng to report their situation promptly. As for the remaining 5, they planned to rest comfortably at Jiang Feng's villa. In a way, this mission had turned out to be quite comfortable. Not only could they relax and slack off, but if anything went wrong, they had this powerful beastmaster to watch their backs. As for protecting Jiang Feng himself, they dared not even entertain the thought. At this level of power, only the senior patriarch himself could provide adequate protection. But with the envoys of the 7 nations still in Tianjing, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be closely monitoring their movements, leaving him no spare hands. Lord Jiang Feng, Shadow Guard Luo Yuni will remain by your side. Should any developments arise, she will relay them to us promptly. Of course, should you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to command. We shall fulfill them to the best of our abilities. The elder spoke with utmost respect. Having witnessed Jiang Feng's beast-taming prowess, his demeanor had shifted to one of genuine respect. His mindset shifted swiftly from protecting Jiang Feng to obeying his commands. Very well. Rest here for now. I'll summon you if anything arises. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, summoning the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit to prepare for sword flight. He also brought Luo Yuni along as they headed toward the Bai Group. Old Jiang, are we really just going to rest here in this villa for now? A tall man in his early 30s behind him frowned and asked. The elder addressed as Old Jiang twitched his lips upon seeing his attire. You've already changed into your swim trunks, and you're asking me that? Heh, I thought this was going to be an extremely dangerous mission, but I never imagined it would turn out so easy. With that, the man dove headfirst into the spacious pool in the villa's courtyard and began swimming freely. The 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit sliced through layer upon layer of mist, streaking swiftly through the sky and leaving a long, trailing streak of clouds in its wake. Though flying on a sword lacked the majestic grandeur of riding other beasts, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. After all, he had fantasized about sword flight countless times as a child. Now, at last, his dream had come true. The sword spirit's speed was so immense that Luo Yuni, clinging to Jiang Feng's back, nearly lost her footing. She could only cling tightly to Jiang Feng, her twin ponytails flying wildly behind her. Though his expression remained composed, Jiang Feng could barely contain the grin spreading across his face as he felt the softness behind him. Within a minute or two, they reached the rooftop of the Bai Group building. Shortly after, Bai Lingyue arrived with Elder Mu and the Bai Group executives to greet them. Spotting Jiang Feng, Bai Lingyue approached him with obvious excitement. Jiang Feng, we've got the team ready. We're just waiting for you to tackle this legendary secret realm together. All right. Jiang Feng nodded. Noticing the woman in the tight leather outfit behind Jiang Feng, Bai Lingyue asked nervously. And who might this be? After all, this woman's appearance and figure far surpassed her own. Compared to her, Bai Lingyue felt she paled in comparison. Oh, she's a friend of mine. Her name is Luo Yuni. Hearing the word friend eased Bai Lingyue's tension somewhat. She assumed Luo Yuni was likely another helper Jiang Feng had invited to tackle the epic secret realm together. Smiling, she extended her hand and introduced herself to Luo Yuni. Hello, I'm Bai Lingyue, head of the Bai Group. Luo Yuni extended her hand with an expressionless face. Luo Yuni, Shadow Guardian of the Tianyan 6 Guardians. One of the 6 Celestial Guardians? Upon hearing her identity, Bai Lingyue and the Bai Group executives behind her couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. These were the 6 guardians serving under the Flame Emperor, each reputedly possessing terrifying power. Who would have thought such a prominent figure would be following Jiang Feng? They arrived at the Bai Group's reception hall. Numerous professionals invited to participate in the expedition to the legendary secret realm had already gathered here. Most hailed from guilds, mercenary groups, and various factions. Bai Lingyue stood on the stage, microphone in hand. After scanning the crowd, she addressed them. Welcome to the legendary tier secret realm acquired by the Bai Group. On behalf of the Bai Group, I extend our sincere gratitude to all of you. Within this legendary tier secret realm, any equipment of gold tier or higher quality must yield a 30% share to the Bai Group. Should any of you have objections to this arrangement, you may discuss it with me later. Chapter 50, Entering the Legendary Tier Secret Realm. After speaking, Bai Lingyue swept her gaze across the crowd in the hall once more, taking in their expressions. Most of these professionals had no objections. After all, they were the ones granting access to this legendary secret realm. Once inside, they might just stumble upon priceless gear and artifacts. A mere 30% profit share would still allow them to rake in a hefty sum. At that moment, inside a high-level office within the Bai Group headquarters, Bai Yuezha was personally serving tea and water to several people. A hint of worry lingered in his eyes. "Senior, may I ask, are you truly resolved to take action against Jiang Feng?" Bai Yuezha sat on the sofa, his expression hesitant as he inquired. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Feng's formidable strength truly unfathomable. Even now, recalling Jiang Feng's presence sent a chill down his spine, making him shudder involuntarily. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai. We've come prepared. Jiang Feng is as good as dead." The speaker was a monk clad in a blood-red robe, twirling a black skull bead rosary between his fingers. "Precisely. As long as you place us within the expedition team tackling this legendary tier secret realm, this very realm will become Jiang Feng's final resting place." A seductive woman spoke next, her voice soft and honeyed. Her features were exquisite, her arched brows and eyes radiating a captivating allure, the corners of her eyes slightly upturned. "But, if Jiang Feng isn't dead, once he emerges, then I will be the one who dies." Bai Yuezha's brow furrowed deeply, his heart racing, yet he still couldn't make up his mind. "I hear you were originally the head of the Bai Group, but your sister, backed by Jiang Feng, has now replaced you. If you allow her to continue expanding her influence, your position will only grow more precarious. Eliminate Jiang Feng, and the vast Bai Group will once again be yours. Wouldn't that be a tremendous blessing for you?" The alluring woman reached out, her fingers lightly tracing Bai Yuezha's chest. She breathed a warm sigh into his ear, instantly stirring a wave of heat within him. At her words, Bai Yuezha's gaze darkened with a sinister glint. Damn it, it was all because of that damn Jiang Feng. If not for his appearance, how could he have lost control of the Bai Group? The Bai Group's affairs should be in his hands alone. "Fine, I agree to your terms. But you must guarantee Jiang Feng's elimination to prevent future trouble." Bai Yuezha gritted his teeth, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Once Jiang Feng was dead, he could expel Bai Lingyue from the Bai family and reclaim his authority. That's the spirit. A man should be decisive in battle and dare to take risks to reap greater rewards. The alluring woman smiled faintly, her praise clear. "When do you plan to enter the secret realm?" Bai Yuezha asked. At that moment, a man clad in black robes spoke in a deep voice. "Naturally, we'll wait until Jiang Feng enters the legendary secret realm. Intelligence analysis suggests he possesses the ability to see through all illusions. Even if we conceal our identities and enter with the group, there's a high chance he'll detect us." "Very well. I'll arrange for your entry after they've gone in." Bai Yuezha nodded solemnly. Although Bai Yueling, that, now controlled virtually every major and minor affair within the Bai Group. But with his standing, he could still arrange for a few people to infiltrate the secret realm later. "Thank you, young Master Bai," the alluring woman murmured softly. Bai Yuezha nodded. "Rest here for a while. I'll arrange your entry shortly." With that, he exited the office. Outside, Bai Yuezha summoned Taihe. "How's the task I assigned you coming along?" Taihe bowed his head slightly, leaning close to Bai Yuezha's ear and murmuring. "Young Master Bai, it cost quite a price, but we managed to get our hands on it." Hearing this, Bai Yuezha nodded with satisfaction, a hint of savagery flickering in his eyes. "Good. This time, I'll make sure they all die in this legendary secret realm." The few individuals in the office earlier clearly weren't pushovers, and their backgrounds were shady. But since they were so confident in eliminating Jiang Feng, then he would use their hands to eliminate Jiang Feng first, before trapping them all within the secret realm. Then no one would ever know he had anything to do with it. Then he could announce to the outside world that the secret realm had malfunctioned, leaving no survivors. After that, he could regain control of the Bai Group. Then he would imprison Bai Yueling. At that moment, the man in black robes spoke to the alluring woman with a hint of displeasure in his voice. "Why bother flirting with that brat? He's nothing but an insignificant insect. Making him obedient should be simple enough." The alluring woman suddenly smiled. "What? Jealous? Didn't you just claim Jiang Feng can see through any deception? If we tamper with that boy and he catches on, won't our entire plan be ruined?" Hearing this, the man in black robes fell silent. Instead, the blood-red robed monk seated nearby flashed a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. "The practitioners entering this legendary realm are all formidable. If this monk were to drain and absorb all their blood, I might just break through to the 9th transformation in one fell swoop." As he spoke, his lips stretched into a grimacing smile that reached his ears. After Bai Lingyue finished explaining all the rules, she led the group of adventurers into a hall where a teleportation array had already been set up. The first thing that caught their eyes was the enormous, intricate teleportation array on the floor. The array was woven from countless mysterious runes and lines, the runes emitting a faint, ghostly blue glow. At the array's center lay the legendary tier entry credential, the dark glow amber. As Bai Lingyue commanded the array to activate, energy within the array instantly coalesced and surged toward the dark glow sacred amber. Immediately after, a void gate slowly opened. A group of adventurers' eyes flashed with excitement as they rushed toward the void gate. Jiang Feng. Just as Jang Fong was about to step through the portal, Bai Lingyue suddenly called out to him. Jiang Fong halted, curiosity in his eyes. What is it? Nothing. Just be careful inside. I'll wait for you outside. Bai Lingyue reminded him with a hint of worry. Though legendary tier secret realms contain top-tier artifacts, they were also riddled with countless dangers. The first wave of explorers often faced perilous situations due to insufficient knowledge of the realm. Don't worry, I'm confident, Jiang Fong chuckled lightly before stepping through the void gate. Chapter 51, Chaos Source Gold, an epic grade material. Tianyuan's Secret Realm. When Jiang Fong opened his eyes, he found himself immersed in a world of emerald green. The sun hung high in the sky, its warm rays bathing his body in a comforting glow that lifted his spirits. However, beside Jiang Fong stood only Luo Yuni, while the others had likely been randomly teleported elsewhere. Surveying the surroundings, as far as the eye could see, the ground was covered with low-grade green spirit grass, growing as thick as weeds. Green spirit grass can be used to brew inexpensive restorative potions. Though individually inexpensive, the sheer volume of these plants meant their combined value was quite staggering. However, Jiang Fong had no interest in harvesting these plants here, they were beneath his notice. His gaze shifted to the exotic flowers and fruits growing among the green spirit grass. These exotic blooms and fruits emitted unique fragrances, and some held significant value even for 4th-tier class practitioners. Flame fruit. Rarity, rare. Effect, enhances the potency of fire attribute skills when consumed. Winchime flower. Rarity, rare. Effect, increases movement speed and agility after consumption. Moon spirit herb. Rarity, rare. Effect, enhances night vision and perception. Hard to believe these just grow freely on the ground. Truly befitting a legendary secret realm, it seems there are indeed many treasures within. Before long, Jiang Fong halted his steps. A peculiar plant, nearly half a person's height, had caught his attention. More precisely, it was the deep purple fruit that plant bore. Soul-infused spirit fruit. Quality, precious. Effect, directly nourishes a cultivator's spiritual energy upon consumption, enhancing its strength and resilience. There are soul-infused spirit fruits too. Jiang Fong was slightly surprised, then his eyes lit up with delight. He hadn't expected to find a fruit capable of enhancing spiritual power here. The growth environment for these soul-infused spirit fruits is extremely demanding. They were primarily cultivated in major cultivation bases, with low yields and lengthy growth cycles. Yet here, there were nearly 1,000 soul-infused spirit fruits. These fruits held considerable value for Jiang Fong. For early-stage beast masters, spiritual power isn't particularly crucial. However, once one commands multiple beasts, simultaneously summoning them all into battle, it becomes an extremely mentally taxing endeavor. While there are items and equipment that can enhance spiritual power, they cannot provide permanent enhancement. After all, one must rely on their own strength. If he were to consume all these soul-infused spirit fruits, his spiritual energy would skyrocket by tens of thousands, if not more. Though Jiang Fong couldn't consume that many himself, he could collect them for his beast to eat. I recall your profession is shadow assassin, correct? Jiang Fong smiled warmly at Luo Yuni beside him. How did you know my profession? Luo Yuni furrowed her brow, inwardly startled. After all, she had used an item that concealed her profession. Even an 8th-tier class user would struggle to see through it. Yet Jiang Fong had still seen through it. Just a guess. Now, would you mind gathering all these soul-infused spirit fruits for me? Jiang Fong said with a cheerful smile. Free labor was free labor, might as well take advantage of it. Of course, Jiang Fong wouldn't exploit her labor for free. He would naturally offer some compensation later. It must be said, a shadow assassin at the 7th transformation level was remarkably efficient at harvesting. Just then, Jiang Fong suddenly spotted a group of humanoid monsters, each about half a person's height, approaching from the distance. Their heads were enormous and deformed, with ears that were sharp and elongated, slightly curved at the tips. Beneath their flat, collapsed noses lay wide, fong-filled mouths, the corners perpetually dripping with disgusting saliva. Goblin Warrior. Level, 110. Skills, swinging attack, thrust, piercing screech. Goblin Archer. Level, LV 107. Skills, poison shot, frenzy barrage, scatter arrow rain. Upon seeing their information panels, Jiang Fong couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. These creatures, considered low-level in external dungeons, had somehow reached over 100 levels here. But even a 100-level goblin was no more than an insect in Jiang Feng's eyes. Yet when his gaze fell upon the stone axes in their hands, his eyes suddenly lit up. His heartbeat quickened noticeably. Chaos Source Gold. Type, Material. Quality, Epic. Description, forged from the densest stone born from the primordial chaos, Chaos Source Gold crafts exceptionally sharp weapons and the most resilient armor, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Jang Fong counted roughly a dozen goblins. The total weight of the chaos source gold in their possession should be around 20 pounds. He estimated it would be enough to craft a full set of epic tier armor for himself. Though Jiang Feng possessed a symbiotic skill that could transfer damage to his beast companion, his own defensive capabilities remained low. If he encountered a world-ending forbidden spell, his beast's health would likely be drained almost entirely. But if he wore epic tier defensive armor, he'd have significantly more room for error. He absolutely had to squeeze every last gold coin out of them. At that moment, a burly goblin nearly 5 feet tall spotted Luo Yuni beside Jiang Feng. He nearly drooled with excitement. It was said that goblins possessed only one gender, and their reproduction relies entirely on capturing females from other races to impregnate them. It seemed they possessed no reproductive isolation. Gwa! Gwa! It raised its weapon excitedly, shrieking incoherently. As its voice echoed, a pack of green-skinned imps grew restless, wielding their axes as they charged toward the two. Don't you think they've taken a liking to you? Jiang Feng teased Luo Yuni with a smile. Luo Yuni's expression remained cold. This isn't funny. With that, her form flickered, transforming into a black afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the goblin's severed limbs disintegrated into the air. Just as she was about to finish off the last goblin, Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit, transforming into a streak of light to block her attack. Whoosh! Luo Yuni executed a graceful backflip midair before landing steadily. Spare one alive, I'm still waiting for it to lead me to the treasure chest. Jiang Feng approached her with a faint smile playing on his lips. Once the goblins return to their lair, they're bound to uncover more chaos source gold. Then he could outfit his own beasts with a full set of epic tier armor. Wouldn't that be delightful? Luo Yuni flicked the bloodstains off the shadow blade before swiftly sheathing it. Her movements were fluid, even carrying a touch of grace. She had no natural affection for disgusting creatures like goblins. Little one, you're saved. Now get out of here. Jiang Feng offered it a gentle smile. The lone goblin's legs went weak, its eyes filled with terror. Especially beneath Jiang Feng's smile, it seemed to glimpse something even more terrifying. It tossed aside its axe and fled for its life. After watching it run for a while, Jiang Feng instructed the sword spirit to follow it and scout out its lair. Then they'd wipe them all out at once. Chapter 52, The Dark Corrupted Earth Dragon. This weight is heavier than I anticipated. Jiang Feng crouched down, picked up an axe, and waited in his hand for a moment, practically unable to put it down. What's so special about these broken axes? Luo Yuni asked, puzzled by the delighted expression on Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng looked up at Luo Yuni, his gaze tracing the curve of her long, shapely leg, then sweeping over the peak of her breast before settling on her eyes. Can't you tell what this axe is made of? Luo Yuni shook her head. My detection spell only identified it as unknown quality. But during our spar, I did notice it was exceptionally sharp. Hearing this, Jiang Feng instantly realized her appraisal technique was vastly inferior to his true vision eye. He smiled and explained, don't be fooled by how crude these axes look, they're forged from chaos source gold. What? You mean these axes are forged from chaos source gold? Luo Yuni was stunned. That was an epic grade material. At auctions, it was sold by the gram. A single gram was worth tens of millions, and to acquire a piece of armor or weaponry, one would need at least several billion as a baseline. She once witnessed an exquisitely crafted blade made from chaos source gold at an auction. It had sold for nearly 10 billion. With this many axes combined, one could likely forge several blades. However, due to the chaos source gold's extreme toughness, the processing fees alone would be a massive expense. With Jiang Feng here, though she yearned for an axe herself, she feared he might object. She could only watch enviously from the sidelines. After all, such treasures were too precious anyone would covet them. She certainly didn't want to start an argument with Jiang Feng. And frankly, she didn't have the strength to defeat him anyway. Noticing how badly she wanted it, Jiang Feng simply handed her 2 axes. After all, he wasn't the stingy type. Thank you, Luo Yuni said, promptly storing them in her spatial ring. Before long, the sword spirit flew back. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. Let's go. Time to find out where those goblins' lair is. Today, we'll be goblin slayers. Forest, goblin lair. At the entrance to the tribe, several crude arches stood, constructed from massive beast bones. Dried animal hides and bizarre skulls hung from the arches. Scattered throughout the camp were crude shelters built from branches and vines. I'll leave it to you to handle down there, Jiang Feng said to Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni nodded, drew her shadow blade, and plunged straight down toward the goblin lair below. Boom! In the blink of an eye, she landed in the center of the camp, kicking up a cloud of dust. The goblin's screams and shrieks that followed were deafening. Hovering high above on his sword, had already used his true sight eye to roughly gauge the levels of the goblins present. The goblin king among them was only level 163. For Luo Yuni, a 7th transformation cultivator, this should pose little challenge. While Jiang Feng surveyed the situation below from above, Luo Yuni's attack was swift and ruthless. With a flash of her blade, several goblins fell dead instantly. Moreover, she hadn't caused significant damage to the items within the nest. Had Jiang Feng unleashed his beast, the goblin lair below would likely be razed to the ground in a single encounter. He raised a hand to stroke his chin, finding it rather convenient to have someone at his command. He imagined himself as a spirit master, a special advanced class. It seemed he could contract people into his own beasts. And one who would be utterly loyal to him. Next time I'll ask her if she's willing. Jang Fong mused silently, his gaze thoughtful. But if I were to bind someone as my beast companion, would that mean he could make her evolve? Just as Jang Fong was lost in his thoughts, a tremendous crash echoed, snapping him out of his thoughts. Boom! 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 Beneath the goblin lair, a tremendous tremor erupted, as if some terrifying creature was about to burst forth from the earth. As the tremors began, the entire forest shook violently. Wah! The towering goblin king, standing over 2 meters tall, raised the crystal core at the end of his chain high above his head. Luo Yuni's brows furrowed as her form blurred into a black afterimage, her blade slashing toward the goblin king. Yet before her shadow blade could strike the goblin king, a massive surge of energy erupted from the ground, hurtling toward her. Despite her lightning-fast reflexes, the energy blast still inflicted injuries upon her. Her tight leather jacket tore, revealing large patches of pale skin and startling wounds. Thud! 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 A 400-meter-long earth dragon crawled out, its back covered in towering spines of rock. Its colossal form radiated a terrifying, heart-stopping aura. Heavy chains, also forged from chaos source gold, were fastened around its body. Wah! The goblin king roared furiously, then leapt onto its back, gripping the iron chains binding the earth dragon. Seeing this, a solemn expression crossed Luo Yuni's face. Slaying such a titanic beast would prove an exceedingly difficult task. Corrupted Earth Dragon. Level 267. HP 2,210,000. Defense 1,200,000. Combat power 480,000. Skills: Corrupted Breath, Earth-Shattering Impact, Spiked Assault. Ha! You've got a mount now? Jiang Fong looked on in utter astonishment. A goblin barely over level 100. Actually riding a level 200 plus Dark Corrosion Earth Dragon? Go meet it. Jiang Fong commanded the sword spirit at his feet. In the next instant, the sword spirit transformed into a streak of light and shadow, like a silver lightning bolt, striking directly at the head of the corrupted earth dragon. Where the sword's shadow passed, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a piercing shriek. As Jiang Fong descended, he summoned the sun-eating falcon. Sensing the immense threat, the dark erosion earth dragon's massive body twisted violently. And a blazing red light erupted from its spine, forming a searing barrier in an attempt to withstand the sword spirit's assault. Yet the sword spirit's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving a deep gash in the crimson barrier before piercing straight through. Beneath its rock-like skin, it left a shocking, dozens of meters long gash. Seems taking down a million force defense beast isn't as easy as I imagined. Jiang Fong couldn't help but sigh softly. Little did he know that if these words reached Luo Yuni's ears, they would only make her eyes twitch. Seriously, 1,000,000 defense points was already terrifyingly high. Even a 9 transformation warrior couldn't achieve that. Roar! The dark erosion earth dragon let out a thunderous roar. Its mouth spewed forth a torrent of dark breath, a black flood carrying near destructive force, sweeping toward the sword spirit. Wherever the dark breath passed, the void seemed to corrode, space-warped, and a heart-stopping tremor echoed. Chapter 53, Slaying the Dark Corroded Earth Dragon. At that moment, numerous practitioners sensed the immense commotion here, rushed to the scene at breakneck speed to investigate. After all, such a commotion within the secret realm could only mean something extraordinary was unfolding. Perhaps they might even stumble upon some extraordinary treasure. As they drew near, the first sight to meet their eyes was an earth dragon stretching hundreds of meters in length. Upon witnessing the terrifying form of this earth dragon, they instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. This earth dragon possessed an incredibly high defense rating exceeding 1,000,000, utterly terrifying. However, the dragon's blood, marrow, bones, and scales were all valuable treasures. If they could work together to slay it, the rewards would be immense. But then they saw the eclipsing sun falcon soaring overhead, its wingspan spanning thousands of miles, darkening the sky. What's going on? Could 2 powerful beasts be battling? It's possible. They must be fighting over some treasure. No, look. There seem to be people standing on the backs of both beasts. Could it be 2 great beast tamers fighting over a treasure? Not sure. Let's get closer and take a look. Execute the supreme mystery slash. Jang Fong commanded the sword spirit in his mind. The blade suddenly erupted with blinding light. In the next instant, it transformed into a colossal sword shadow, slashing toward the corrupted earth dragon. The 2 forces collided violently in midair, erupting in a deafening roar. The shockwaves radiated outward in a violent spiral, emanating from the point of impact. The void trembled violently under the force of the impact, as if it might collapse at any moment. Those adventurers who had intended to draw nearer halted in their tracks at the sight of such a fierce battle, daring not to advance further. They feared being caught in the crossfire. Under the strike of the primordial mystery slash, the dark corroded earth dragon's breath instantly dissipated. A flicker of terror passed through its enormous pupils. Then, it violently thrashed its body, attempting to burrow into the ground and flee the area. The Goblin King atop the dark corrupted earth dragon's back felt his pupils contract sharply, experiencing an unprecedented dread. He urgently activated the crystal core at the tail end of the chain in his hand once more. He commanded the dark corrupted earth dragon to withstand the slash. Boom! Under the annihilating sword light. The colossal body of the darkened earth dragon was cleaved in two by the sword's light, blood gushing forth like a waterfall. The rocks on the ground shattered into dust under the shockwave, scattering into the sky. Jang Fong stood atop the sun-eclipsing goshawk's feathered back, his robes fluttering fiercely in the gale, his face bearing an expression of calm detachment. A notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations on defeating the level 267 Dark Corrupted Earth Dragon. You have gained 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating a level 163 Poison Horn Lizard. Gains 0 EXP. Warning, your level has reached 120, the maximum for the third transformation. You cannot gain further experience. Complete the 4th class quest promptly. Jiang Feng glanced at the interface before him. Current quest, 4th reincarnation. Quest requirements, possess a stellar grade beast or a beast that has endured 4 calamities. Quest duration, unlimited. Possess a stellar grade beast? Jiang Feng paused slightly, a surge of excitement stirring within him. The materials required to evolve a beast to ancient tier versus stellar tier were worlds apart. For now, it seemed far simpler to guide a beast through the 4 tribulations. Below, Luo Yuni's pupils dilated sharply. One strike. A single strike had slain a dark corrosion earth dragon over 200 levels strong, boasting 1,000,000 points of defense. Such power was utterly terrifying. Even a swordsman who had mastered the essence of the sword could never achieve such a feat. What was the origin of the spirit sword Jiang Feng had summoned? Corrupted dragon scale armor. Type, armor. Grade, dark gold. Suitable classes, all classes. Usable level, LV 100. Attributes, agility plus 60,000, defense plus 320,000, resistance plus 140,000. Additional effect, grants corrosion resistance, reducing dark attribute damage taken. Has a chance to trigger corrosion counterattack. Earth Dragon's Wrath Battle Axe. Type, weapon. Quality, dark gold. Suitable class, warrior. Attributes, agility plus 70,000, strength plus 260,000. Additional effects, high attack power, inflicts armor-piercing effect, ignores a portion of the target's defense. Attacks have a chance to trigger Earth Dragon's Wrath, dealing additional damage to enemies within range and applying a stun effect. A dark gold tier equipment, quite the unexpected windfall. Jiang Feng raised his hand, summoning the dropped weapon and armor into his spatial ring. But gazing at the massive carcass of the corrupted Earth Dragon, he still didn't know how to handle it. After all, every part of the corrupted Earth Dragon was valuable. But the spatial ring couldn't hold such a massive creature. If not preserved promptly, its corpse would rapidly disintegrate. It must be noted that the dark corroded earth dragon was a subspecies of dragon, though its bloodline paled in comparison to true dragons. Extracting its essence blood could be used by beast tamers or professionals to enhance their power. That said, when it came to true dragons, Jiang Feng already possessed a deep abyss dragon king. The essence blood of the abyssal dragon king is 1,000 times more potent than that of the dark corroded earth dragon. Elder, may I purchase this dark corroded earth dragon's carcass? At that moment, a man riding a flying motorcycle sped up. He wore brown clothing and sported a pair of mechanical glasses on his forehead. Jiang Feng scanned the man's information. Name, Zhou Jingshua. Occupation, mechanic. Level, 4th transformation, level 146. Nation, Great Yan. Strength, 91,200. Stamina, 103,600. Agility, 84,200. Spirit, 63,000. Combat power, 121,000. At this moment, Zhou Jingshua's eyes burned with desire for the corpse of this corroded earth dragon. Jiang Feng dismounted from the sun-eaten gray falcon's back and glanced at him indifferently. How much are you offering? But first, I can't sell you the iron chains on its body. They say mechanics are pretty wealthy. Alright. How about 12 billion? Zhou Jingshua hadn't expected such a powerful beastmaster to be so young. He smiled and said, I'll transfer the funds to you through the Daiyuan group account. Deal. Jiang Feng's lips curved slightly as he extended his hand. Thank you, senior. Zhou Jingshua politely extended his hand. After shaking hands, Zhou Jingshua produced a cube that looked straight out of science fiction. With a few light taps on the device, it instantly dispersed into 4 smaller cubes. These cubes began flying toward the corpse of the Dark Erosion Earth Dragon, simultaneously initiating a scan. Before long, as the cubes scanned, the Dark Corrosion Earth Dragon's corpse began to gradually vanish. After collecting the remains, Zhou Jingxua expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, senior. Now I can return to build the mechanical Earth Dragon. A mechanical Earth Dragon? Jiang Feng asked curiously. How powerful would it be? Zhou Jingxua's expression grew slightly excited. After modification, its combat capability should reach 150% of its original strength. Hearing this, Jang Fong realized that the profession of a mechanic was truly extraordinary. He promptly asked with curiosity, so, can you hand-roll a Gundam or Optimus Prime? Chapter 54, Mutation, Barrier. If piloting a mecha in battle was this exhilarating, clearing instances would be a breeze. What began as a casual joke from Jiang Fong drew a dead serious reply from Zhou Jingxua. I can. I've just been struggling to find a suitable energy source to power it. In that case, I'll bring you anything suitable I come across for your research, Jiang Fong said with a light chuckle. Hearing this, Zhou Jingxua's eyes lit up. Thank you, senior. He knew that with the formidable prowess of this beast master before him, he would surely gain access to resources far beyond his own reach. With the dark corroded Earth Dragon's corpse gone, the space before them felt suddenly empty. Jiang Fong began gathering all the chaos source gold. Watching Jiang Fong pick up these unremarkable axes and chains, a hint of curiosity flickered in Zhou Jingshua's eyes. He asked aloud, Senior, what purpose do you have in collecting these items? Nothing much, Jiang Fong replied. I just want to forge them into protective gear for my beast to wear. Hearing this, Zhou Jingshua's eyes lit up. Leave that to me. I'll forge them for you. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted. First, let me clarify this is chaos source gold. Forging it won't be easy. If you truly succeed, I'll give you the carcass of that dark eroded earth dragon for free. Chaos source gold was notoriously difficult to refine and forge. Jiang Feng had only mentioned it half-jokingly, hoping to test Zhou Jingshua's capabilities. Chaos source gold. Zhou Jingshua's expression turned startled. That's the hardest epic-grade material known to mankind. He leaned closer to the iron chain, pulling out a detector to examine it meticulously for a long while. His face lit up with excitement. It really was chaos source gold. Senior, the detector indicates there's more chaos crimson gold beneath. Immediately after, Zhou Jingxua retrieved a square box with a metallic sheen from his spatial ring. After setting it on the ground, its components began shifting and transforming into an excavator. Witnessing this, Jiang Feng silently gave him a thumbs up. Mechanics practicality at its finest. Just then, a group of other professionals arrived. However, something was terribly wrong with their appearance. Black patterns were spreading across their faces. Luo Yuni's expression instantly hardened as she raised her shadow blade before her. Help! Save me! These professionals lunged toward them like puppets being manipulated. Their faces twisted in agonized struggle, yet their attacks were ruthlessly precise. Luo Yuni's shadow blade flashed with blinding speed, the blade's edge slicing through the air between their necks before instantly withdrawing. As one of the 6 guardians of the celestial flame, she would not lightly strike down practitioners of the great flame. Yet while she hesitated to strike, the manipulated professionals dealt deadly blows with every move. Jiang Feng recognized her hesitation and suggested, use these chains to bind them first. Luo Yuni glanced at the chains that had originally bound the corrupted earth dragon. With a swift movement, she seized the chains and bound the practitioners. The practitioners struggled, only to find themselves utterly unable to break free. Then, as if sensing the strange changes happening to their bodies, they let out hysterical screams. No, no! The moment the words left their mouths, their bodies exploded in succession. These were all 5th to 7th tier professionals. Their simultaneous explosions unleashed a massive energy surge. Boom! As their bodies exploded, a powerful surge of energy swept outward in all directions. Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit, shielding himself before it. Instantly, the energy surged like a raging storm. His gaze darkened, radiating a chill. Such tactics were nowhere near enough to kill him. Clearly, the enemy wasn't trying to kill him this way, they were simply trying to disgust him. When the dust had mostly settled, Jiang Feng suddenly realized that the 3 of them had been transported to another space without their knowledge. This is bad. We've been forcibly dragged into the barrier. Luo Yuni's face was etched with grave concern. Zhou Jingxua froze, furrowing his brow. Looks like those manipulated practitioners were just a diversion. Ha ha ha, this is where you'll be buried. 3 figures descended from the sky, looking down on Jiang Feng and his companions. You're behind this? Jiang Feng's voice carried a chill as he fixed his gaze on the trio above. Simultaneously, golden light flashed within Jiang Feng's eyes as he activated his true sight eye to probe the 3 figures' information. Vikram. Class, Soul Puppeteer. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 269. Combat Power, 970,000. Affiliation, Shiva Kingdom. Mayura. Class, Enchantress. Level, 8th Transformation, Level 255. Combat power, 1.4 million. Affiliation, Shiva Kingdom. Shahid. Class, Mara. Level, 8th transformation, level 269. Combat power, 2,510,000. Affiliation, Shiva Nation. Though these three appeared indistinguishable from the Great Yan people on the surface, they were actually using some sort of disguise to conceal their true features. You must be Jiang Feng. Impressive indeed, such terrifying strength at such a young age. No wonder someone would pay a hefty price for your life. The words came from the alluringly beautiful woman. Before her words had even faded, Jang Fong summoned his sword spirit, launching it toward her at breakneck speed. With lightning-fast speed, the sword spirit instantly cleaved the alluring woman in two. Heh, kid, your temper really is annoying. Black viscous fluid oozed from the two halves of the enchanting woman's body, then re-adhered them together. Seeing her body mend, Jiang Fong remained utterly unfazed. All three were 8th transformation powerhouses, and none were practitioners of the Great Yan sect. Their information naturally couldn't escape the scrutiny of Jiang Feng's true sight eye. Whoever you are, ending your own lives now would be the easiest way out for you. Hearing this, the monk clutching the skull rosary stared at Jiang Fong without a flicker of emotion. Young devotee, harboring such intense killing intent is not a good thing. Allow this monk to purify the murderous thoughts within your heart. With that, he hurled the beads from his hand. Instantly, the skull-shaped prayer beads ignited with an eerie blue glow, magnifying 1,000-fold. Dozens of skulls instantly surrounded Jiang Fong and his two companions, their mouths spewing terrifying blue flames. Luo Yuni's shadow blade flashed in her hand, striking like a shadow as she slashed fiercely at the skulls. Yet the skulls dodged with astonishing agility. Their sheer numbers overwhelmed Luo Yuni, trapping her within their ranks. Jiang Fong had little interest in entangling himself with these three. What of an 8th transformation expert? Before his beast tamers, they were mere ants. With a flick of his thoughts, the Abyssal Dragon King, the Hades Hound, and the mountain-shattering Black Tortoise appeared instantly. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire arena, reversing the momentum between the two sides in an instant. Zhou Jingshua's eyes widened in shock at the sight of three ancient great beasts, speechless with astonishment. The three men were equally stunned by the appearance of these ancient great beasts. But soon, a look of greed flashed in the eyes of the obese monk. If he could absorb the essence blood of these ancient great beasts, he might very well ascend to the peak of the 9th transformation. Boy, your beasts may be formidable, but with your spiritual power, you likely won't be able to control them for long. Within this barrier, not only can we rapidly restore our strength, but we can also resurrect infinitely. The black-robed man let out a savage laugh, already regarding Jiang Fong as his plaything. As he spoke, his aura abruptly shifted. Several passages opened behind him, from which emerged hundreds of Pingxing citizens with blank expressions. These are all your Great Yan people. If you don't care about their lives, let your beast attack freely. Chapter 55, Good or Evil, that's not for you to judge. Your methods are utterly despicable. Luo Yuni's eyes blazed with fury. She never imagined these three would stoop to such despicable tactics. To use the people of Great Yan as leverage. Ha! Your Great Yan kingdom always preaches that all's fair in war, right? If you must blame someone, blame that kid's monstrous strength. The black-robed man let out a sinister chuckle. The alluring woman placed her delicate fingers to her lips. Jiang Fong, many among these people were once your classmates and friends. Could you really bring yourself to harm them? Hearing this, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold, disdainful sneer. You think using these innocent people will make me hesitate? Sorry, but you're barking up the wrong tree. If even one of them dies, I'll make your Shiva kingdom pay with 100,000 no, 1,000,000 lives. The monk couldn't help but snort derisively. Boy, do you truly believe you'll walk away alive? As soon as the words left his mouth, the monk's robe instantly exploded. His muscles swelled like inflated balloons, each one bulging high like hardened rock. His skin darkened, gleaming with a metallic sheen, while a sharp horn sprouted from his forehead. He planted his toes and launched forward like a cannonball. Boom! His speed was so immense it created a massive sonic boom that reverberated through the air. In an instant, the obese monk materialized before Jiang Fong. His arm, thick as a tree trunk, swung high, carrying the force of a tidal wave, and slammed down toward Jiang Feng's head. The fist's momentum twisted the air itself into distortion. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. The sword spirit flashed, its blade cutting toward the fist with equally terrifying sword energy. In that instant, fist and sword collided violently, unleashing a powerful force storm that raged outwards from the two combatants. The fat monk grunted, a piercing pain shooting through his fist. His arm trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm was sliced into shreds. Is that all you've got? Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with undisguised contempt. Humph. Don't get too cocky. This monk will see how long you can last. The fat monk gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With that, his arm began healing rapidly as he launched another punch toward Jiang Fong. He refused to believe that a mere youth who hadn't even reached the 4th transformation could sustain his beast control. Once the boy's spiritual energy began to deplete, death would be near. The black-robed man pressed his palms together, and an eerie aura erupted instantly. The space behind him warped violently. Hundreds of puppets, formed from black mist, slowly materialized from the void. These puppets varied in form. Some wielded sharp blades, others wore heavy armor. With a flick of his fingers, the puppets surged toward Jiang Feng like a tidal wave. Overestimating your strength, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Abyssal Dragon King, Hellhound, Mountain-Sealing Black Tortoise, unite your forces and annihilate them. At Jiang Feng's command, the ancient tier Abyssal Dragon King struck first. Its massive form circled once in the air before snapping its gaping maw open. A terrifyingly potent, deep blue dragon's breath gathered within its maw. Boy, do you intend to exterminate even your own kind? The black-robed man bellowed hoarsely. Luo Yuni's face darkened. Jang Fong, if your beast uses this technique, those innocent civilians will surely die. Jang Fong shot her a cold, piercing glance. His voice was filled with utter indifference as he spoke slowly. Those who stand in my way die. If you're at a disadvantage in battle, even if you play your 2 trump cards, you still can't beat 3 opponents. Hesitation invites chaos. Jang Fong was no saint, nor was he one to show mercy. Losing with the trump cards against 3 opponents? That was something he could never accept. Jiang Feng, we're your former classmates. How can you bring yourself to kill us without a shred of school spirit? Jiang Feng, have you forgotten? We even skipped class together once, peeking at the school beauty washing. Young man, I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't die here. Big brother, I don't want to die. The citizens of Pingcheng, controlled by the black-robed man, briefly regained their senses from their dazed expressions. They wept and wailed, their hearts filled with dread of death. Hearing their pleas, Jiang Feng appeared lost in thought for a moment. In reality, he was searching the Great Yan Treasury for any scrolls capable of mass resurrection. Most resurrection scrolls had a time limit. Most lasted between 60 seconds and 3 minutes. Seeing Jiang Feng momentarily lost in thought, the black-robed man felt a surge of delight. It seemed this youngster still had his reservations. Though formidable in strength, he still had weaknesses. Jiang Feng, if you strike me down, then most of Pingcheng's citizens will perish alongside me. The fat monk also raised his palm, grinning savagely at Jiang Feng as he urged. Layman, sacrificing yourself to save countless others is an act of great compassion. Your death will be remembered by all. Namu Amida Butsu. Hearing this, Luo Yuni's expression darkened further. Though she too dreaded the sacrifice of so many innocent lives. But now the Grand Elder had issued a death order. She must protect Jiang Feng at all costs. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she swung her shadow blade at the people now controlled as puppets. If someone must bear this sin, then she would shoulder it. Ha! Good and evil are not for you to judge. I have my own conclusions. Kill. As Jiang Feng's cold laughter echoed. The Abyssal Dragon King instantly unleashed a world-ending dragon breath, like a torrent of destruction. This terrifying dragon's breath seemed poised to obliterate everything within the barrier. The puppets, struck by the apocalyptic dragon's breath, were instantly devoured like fragile pieces of paper. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of puppets vanished without a trace, leaving not a single shred behind. The people below were likewise obliterated in an instant, leaving not a single trace of remains or blood. This can't be possible. The black-robed man's face instantly turned ashen white, his eyes filled with terror. He never imagined Jiang Feng's beast mastery could be so formidable. Effortlessly obliterating the puppets he had painstakingly with immense effort. These puppets were all over level 200, with every resistance maxed out. Chapter 56, Jang Fong, snap out of it. Even the fat monk and the alluring woman suffered significant injuries under the terrifying might of that apocalyptic dragon's breath. Even the barrier began to violently tremble. Feeling the barrier's tremors, Jiang Feng's lips curled into an amused smile as he remarked. Seems your barrier isn't quite as impenetrable as you thought. The 3 from Shiva Kingdom were now utterly panicked. They had believed that while the hostage wouldn't force Jiang Feng to surrender immediately, they could at least tie his hands, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Yet he had preemptively eliminated the hostage. Even his own kin seemed like mere ants before him. Offending such a ruthless individual was truly spine-chilling. Though the 3 sustained significant injuries, as long as the barrier remained intact, they could recover their injuries in a very short time. They knew that Jiang Feng's control over so many beasts must have drained his mental energy beyond measure. Their only chance of victory lay in waiting for his spiritual energy to deplete. At this moment, Jiang Feng could distinctly feel their injuries rapidly healing. He commanded his beasts. Break the barrier first. Then we'll present these 3 heads to the 7 nations' divine envoys as a greeting gift. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon King gathered immense energy in its maw once more, preparing to unleash it upon the surroundings. The mountain-sealing black tortoise immediately unleashed its skill. Heaven and earth returned to the void. Its mountain-like paw slammed down onto the ground. Boom! 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 A violent earthquake shook the entire barrier, causing the space within to flicker incessantly. The barrier struggled to hold, seeming on the verge of collapse at any moment. The recovery rates of the three from Shiva Kingdom slowed considerably. Their expressions darkened. If Jiang Feng's Beastmaster continued unleashing such terrifying abilities unchecked, this barrier might not last 3 minutes. At that moment, a pink glow flickered in the enchanting woman's eyes. Mind-binding seal. As she unleashed the technique, an invisible wave spread toward Jang Fong. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Feng's mind faltered slightly, his expression turning complex. His gaze locked onto the alluring woman, his eyes brimming with a rising restlessness. Jiang Fong, it's me. Make your beast stop attacking immediately. I'm in such agony right now. The moment the words left her lips, Jiang Fong actually raised his hand, halting his beast's attack. The Abyssal Dragon King, the mountain-sealing Black Tortoise, and the three-headed Hound of the Netherworld all halted their skill releases. Yes, that's right, Jiang Fong. I knew you still cared for me. A meaningful smile played at the corners of the enchanting woman's lips as she beamed at Jiang Fong. Jiang Fong, come here. I want to hug you. At that moment, Luo Yuni watched in horror as Jiang Fong, completely defenseless and even looking mesmerized, began walking toward the alluring woman. Her expression instantly turned grim. She shouted urgently, Jiang Fong, what are you doing? Snap out of it. She's the enemy. Yet no matter how fiercely Luo Yuni shouted, Jiang Fong remained unmoved, continuing to walk toward the seductive woman in a daze. Luo Yuni's brows furrowed tightly. She darted forward, determined to stop Jiang Fong. Lady devotee, do not disrupt our important business. The obese monk let out a savage laugh, launching himself like a cannonball as he swung a fist toward Luo Yuni. Luo Yuni swung her shadow blade to meet the monk's fist, sparking a blinding shower of sparks. Then she was sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. But Luo Yuni knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Fong, you must stay conscious. Gripping the blade's hilt with her free hand to brace herself, she shouted at Jiang Fong with her last ounce of strength. It's useless to call out to him. In his eyes, I've already become the woman he once loved most deeply. I never imagined he was such a hopeless romantic. The deeper the love once felt, the deeper the fall. The alluring woman sneered at Luo Yuni. This was the perfect opportunity to make Jiang Fong wear the slave collar and become one of their Shiva Kingdom people. With Jiang Fong on their side, they could secure greater advantages when dividing the Great Yan Empire's territories in the future. Hearing this, Luo Yuni felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Faced with such seductive tactics under these circumstances, unless the individual possessed unwavering resolve, no one could bring them back to their senses. After all, that fat monk's methods were too bizarre. The hardened flesh of his body was so incredibly tough that it could actually stand toe-to-toe with her shadow blade. While her shadow blade fell short of the epic tier hardness of Chaos Source Gold. Yet beneath the epic tier, few metals could rival its strength. Moreover, the monk's strength was brimming with explosive power. With him blocking her path, closing in on Jiang Fong to forcibly awaken his consciousness proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, she had no choice but to change tactics, shouting at the beasts. Protect your master. He's in danger now, only you can save him. Yet the beasts paid no heed to Luo Yuni's words. The three-headed hellhound even lifted a paw to scratch its ear. Yunshi, is it really you? Yunshi? Jiang Fong had now approached the enchanting woman, his expression tinged with excitement. Yes, Jiang Fong, it really is me. You worthless woman. Now that you know my power, you want to cling to me like a leech? Jiang Feng's previously infatuated expression instantly turned cold and harsh, tinged with disgust and contempt. You think a few sweet words will win my forgiveness? Unless you kneel down and lick my shoes right now, you can forget it for the rest of your life. The others present froze upon hearing this. The alluring woman, in particular, looked utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Fong, who had been perfectly fine moments ago, suddenly change so drastically? Wasn't she the woman he once loved most deeply? It sounded like that woman had betrayed him? This was the first time she'd ever encountered such a situation. What? Think kneeling before me and licking my shoes is too humiliating? Then you're doomed to never be mine. Jiang Fong snorted coldly through his nose, his voice dripping with contempt. In his eyes, this alluring woman had now transformed into his ex-girlfriend, Lu Yunshi. When his family fell on hard times and he had nothing left, she chose to abandon him. What was even more infuriating was that they had hooked up with someone else the very next day. Jiang Fong felt utterly blind for ever having fallen for such a gold-digging trash. He should have discarded her the moment they parted ways. The seductive woman's expression grew rigid. If she continued to show no reaction, Jiang Fong might regain his senses. To make Jiang Fong willingly wear the slave collar, she had to keep him ensnared in her spell. Though killing Jiang Fong would yield a massive reward, turning him into her most loyal subordinate would be an equally immense advantage. As she hesitated, the cloaked man gave her a meaningful glance, signaling her to play along for now. The alluring woman pondered briefly before kneeling before Jiang Fong, her voice sweet and intimate as she said, Jiang Fong, I was the one who was wrong before. Starting today, let's forget all the unpleasantness between us, okay? Even Luo Yuni, watching from afar, was stunned by the scene. She had once believed Jiang Fong to be a devoted man, willing to sacrifice everything for the one he loved. But she never imagined he would treat a woman he once cherished this way. Thud. Jiang Fong stomped his foot down on her face, his expression cold and contemptuous as he spat. You think alike you can just kneel and beg, and everything will be forgotten? Let me tell you, the only reason I stopped the beast tamer earlier was to humiliate you properly, ha ha ha. Killing a worthless like you right away wouldn't give me any pleasure. You're asking for death. The seductive woman could take no more. She screamed fiercely. Struggling to her feet, a poisoned hairpin appeared in her hand as if by magic. She lunged forward, driving it fiercely toward Jiang Feng's chest. A searing, heart-wrenching pain shot through him, instantly snapping Jiang Fong back to his senses. However, thanks to his symbiosis skill, all the damage was transferred to the mountain-sealing black tortoise. His wound closed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 57, but you're celebrating too soon. This can't be possible. The enchanting woman gasped in shock. Despite that devastating blow, Jiang Fong had fully recovered his injuries in mere moments. No, he must have used some kind of life-saving item. Otherwise, such a close-range strike should have been a fatal blow. Both the black-robed man and the obese monk wore expressions of astonishment. After all, her enchantment had never failed before. Yet today she encountered Jiang Fong, this utterly bizarre existence. Bring it on. Use whatever tricks you have left, Jiang Fong said calmly. Earlier in the Great Yan Treasury, he had purchased several group resurrection scrolls effective within 3 minutes. Fortunately, these commoners were of relatively low levels, allowing for consecutive resurrections. For high-level professionals, the effective group resurrection scrolls would be extremely limited. Hearing this, the alluring woman and the cloaked man visibly grimaced. After all, they had already played their hand. The obese monk, however, let out a derisive chuckle. Boy, you brought this upon yourself. With that, his figure flickered violently as both hands clamped down on the throats of the alluring woman and the cloaked man. As he tightened his grip, their expressions twisted in agony and struggle. The monk's nails pierced the blood vessels in their necks, and he began frantically draining their blood. I kindly request your cooperation. Within this barrier, you may resurrect infinitely, while this humble monk can harness your vital essence to enhance my own power. The fat monk let out a chilling laugh as he continued to siphon their essence. His aura surged relentlessly, and even his physique began to swell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the fat monk's form surged to over 100 feet tall, still swelling violently. Jang Fong wouldn't let him strengthen so easily. He immediately commanded the underworld hound to attack. The underworld hound charged like a black bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Its 3 massive heads instantly tore into the fat monk's body. Yet the next moment, a savage grin spread across the fat monk's face as his body erupted with sharp, towering spikes. The spikes were incredibly hard, and each one bore a backward-facing barb, resembling thorns. The underworld hound instantly suffered significant wounds. The Sun-Eater falcon flapped its wings, unleashing the skill, Sun-Eaters will dance. In an instant, dark flames whirled like razor-sharp blades, spreading outward at blinding speed. Space shattered like a broken mirror, fissures spreading in intricate patterns. It swept toward the fat monk like a violent storm. Seizing this opening, the underworld hound seized the moment to create distance. Terrifying nether abyss fluctuations surged from its 3 massive heads. And 3 dark energy beams slammed toward the fat monk. Boom! 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 His body emitted a series of violent thuds. Even his mutated, hardened physique couldn't withstand such an assault. The fat monk immediately shielded the alluring woman and the black-robed man with his body, forcing them to bear the brunt of the assault. Simultaneously, the earlier skull fragments coalesced into a colossal skeleton, opening its ghastly white jaws, poised to swallow Jiang Fong whole. However, his assault lasted but a moment before being shattered into dust by the Jinyue Xuanwu. At this moment, Jiang Feng's complexion appeared slightly pale. Summoning a beast directly didn't consume much spiritual energy. But the constant casting of skills by the beast left its master considerably drained. Noticing Jiang Feng's expression, a sharp gleam flashed in the fat monk's eyes. This kid's spiritual energy is finally running dry. Boy, surrender now. I can make you our puppet and spare your life. If you persist any longer, your spiritual energy will collapse. Even if you manage to endure, you'll be reduced to a useless shell. The fat monk's eyes seemed to already see the battle's end the moment Jiang Fong was defeated. This kid, merely at the threshold of the 4th transformation, had managed to push 3 8th transformation powerhouses to this desperate state. He was nothing short of a prodigy. No wonder the higher-ups ordered his execution. If allowed to grow unchecked, the 7 nations' days of peace would surely come to an end. Jiang Feng's gaze remained calm as he raised his hand, revealing a mystical talisman engraved with intricate symbols. This was the regression talisman he had obtained earlier. It could shield the user from one fatal blow and restore them to peak condition. though he currently faced no such fatal threats. Returning to peak condition would allow him to fight several more rounds without issue. Seeing Jiang Fong produce the artifact, the fat monk's face betrayed no surprise whatsoever. Instead sneering, "Young layman, try using that talisman of yours within this barrier." Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly as he immediately activated the time reversal talisman. Yet there was no reaction whatsoever. "Ha ha ha ha. You once had two paths to choose from, but now you have only one, the path to death." Once he had slain Jiang Fong, he would absorb the essence blood of these formidable beast riders. Reaching the peak of the 9 transformations was within reach. The two he now held in his grasp seemed to have transformed into blood vessels, continuously pumping an endless stream of essence blood into him. "Is that so? But it seems you're celebrating a bit too soon." Jiang Feng's eyes remained unruffled as he produced the soul-infused spirit fruit he had picked earlier. He took a bite, tender and juicy. The fruit's nectar transformed into nourishment, beginning to restore his spiritual energy. Moreover, they steadily increased the upper limit of his spiritual energy. After devouring over a dozen, a healthy flush returned to his previously pale face. This time, it was the fat monk who was stunned. "Now, are you still sure you want to drag this out as a war of attrition?" Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Damn it, what's the point of this nonsense?" The fat monk blurted out a curse. He shattered his own limits, frantically draining the essence blood from both the alluring woman and the cloaked man. In an instant, both of their expressions turned grim. "Ghost monk, what are you doing? If you keep draining like this, even the barrier won't be able to heal our wounds. Stop this at once." The fat monk's eyes glowed coldly. "Who'd have thought this brat had a backup plan? Today, only by sacrificing you two might this monk find a way to survive." As the words fell, the muscles in his arms swelled again, veins bulging like thick earthworms. He crushed the two men into a cloud of blood mist. His body then transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall. After casting a barrier, he swiftly fled. Once the barrier vanished, Jang Fong ordered the Abyssal Dragon King and the 3-headed hound of the Netherworld to pursue. Meanwhile, he cast a group resurrection scroll downward. In an instant, the blood mist permeating the air began to coalesce anew. The bodies of these Pingqing citizens began to coalesce continuously. However, they were now unconscious, lying naked on the ground. It seemed the group resurrection scroll couldn't restore their clothing. Jiang Fong looked at Luo Yuni, who was drinking a recovery potion, and said, "Take these people back first. Leave the rest to me." Luo Yuni nodded and reminded him, "All right, but be careful. That monk's physical body is incredibly resilient, even my shadow blade struggled to breach his defenses." Chapter 58, You Die With Him. The obese monk now sprinted backward at full speed. 3 terrifying beasts pursued relentlessly behind him. The colossal form of the Abyssal Dragon King obscured the sky within the secret realm, casting a vast shadow over the land below. The ferocious beasts dwelling within the secret realm trembled violently upon sensing the Abyssal Dragon King's aura. The apocalyptic dragon breath erupting from its maw poured down like divine retribution, turning the land to scorched earth wherever it touched, even distorting the very air with its searing heat. The fat monk sensed the scorching heat behind him and spun around abruptly. The skull prayer beads in his hand instantly transformed into a massive bone shield, blocking the attack behind him. The dragon's breath slammed into the bone shield with a deafening roar, barely withstanding the devastating assault. Yet the monk was sent reeling backward by the sheer force of the impact, leaving deep gashes in the ground beneath his feet. Before he could catch his breath, attacks from the other 2 beasts followed swiftly. In an instant, the fat monk launched his counterattack, moving with blinding speed, slamming a fist toward the oncoming nether prison 3-headed hound. The underworld hound instantly ignited with hellfire, its 3 heads darting aside with lightning reflexes. They seized the opportunity to bite down on his arm, their razor-sharp teeth instantly piercing through his thick limb. The fat monk was now completely surrounded by the 3 beasts. A third arm sprouted from the fat monk's back, smashing toward another head of the hellhound. However, the sun-eating falcon swiftly activated its skill, interrupting the attack. Primordial Mystery Slash. With Jiang Feng's low shout, the sword spirit pierced the void, transforming into an incredibly sharp sword beam. It pierced straight through the fat monk's chest, followed by a vertical gash of bloodlight splitting open his torso. The fat monk's body split cleanly in 2. Yet this strike failed to finish him off. The severed halves of the fat monk each used a thread of blood before reforming into 2 separate bodies. Yet these newly reconstituted bodies possessed only half the combat prowess of their original form. "Young layman, when will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Spare me, and I shall remember your kindness forever." Both halves of the fat monk spoke in unison. Facing these beasts alone, especially without the barrier's protection, was simply too daunting. Even if he didn't flee and remained within the barrier, it wouldn't hold out much longer. Yet as he spoke, he secretly crushed a talisman stone in his hand. Having witnessed Jiang Feng's ruthless methods firsthand, he knew full well the young master would never let him off so easily. Thus, his words were merely a ploy to buy himself time. They say you should help someone all the way to the end, escorting them to the Western paradise. I'll give you a hand, send you to meet the Buddha in the West. Jang Fong grinned, commanding the sword spirit to strike at the obese monk once more. The sword spirit's blade flashed once more, unleashing a wave of apocalyptic light that surged toward the two physical bodies of the fat monk, threatening to obliterate them. Yet the fat monk now wore a cold smile of his own. You wish to take this monk's life? You'll never get the chance. As he spoke, the talisman stone in his hand flashed with a brief light. But the glow was fleeting, fading into darkness moments later. What is happening? The fat monk's expression changed abruptly. The talisman stone, which had been preparing to exit the secret realm, suddenly ceased to function entirely. This shouldn't be possible. Could someone have tampered with it from outside? Now they were trapped within the secret realm, unable to escape. Under the sword's light, the fat monk's physical form was annihilated once more. At this moment, he regenerated several new bodies. However, these bodies grew smaller and smaller, eventually shrinking to the size of dwarves. Layman, wait. This secret realm has gone awry. Why not join forces to break through and escape? The fat monk pleaded anxiously. Jiang Feng sneered coldly, do you really think you're in any position to negotiate terms with me now? This monk was no saint. Though he didn't know what had happened to this legendary secret realm, he refused to cooperate with this demonic monk, determined to prevent the wretched priest from escaping. Hellhound, devour him, Jiang Feng commanded. At Jiang Feng's command, the underworld hound bared its fangs and lunged at the obese monk. All three heads attacked simultaneously, biting, tearing, and ramming. At that moment, a fragment of a soul escaped from the jaws of the hellhound. My lord, I request control over this ghost monk's physical form. Henceforth, I pledge my utmost service to you. That fragment of soul was none other than Ruan Yuan, who had been swallowed by the underworld hound moments before. Though the Hades hound was nearly draining his power dry, he had awakened a special class, granting him an undead effect. If he could now control the ghost monk's body, his strength would surge rapidly. Seeing Ruan Yuan appear, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected this fellow to still be alive. He coldly declared, you die with him. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan turned pale with terror and pleaded frantically. Master, spare my life. I'll offer the life-death curse. Should I harbor any treacherous thoughts, simply activate the curse to make my existence worse than death. As he spoke, Ruan Yuan split off a secret technique from his own forehead and offered it to Jang Fong. Jang Fong merely glanced at him before accepting the secret technique. Judging by the scrutiny of the true vision eye, no hidden attack mechanisms were embedded within it. Within mere breaths, Jang Fong had fully mastered the life-death curse. Its effects proved exactly as he had described. Once activated, it can instantly cause them to be completely obliterated, and no item can remove this effect. It could be said to be far more effective than a slave collar. Next, Jang Fong lifted his fingertip, and a streak of mystic light shot into Ruan Yuan's body. From that moment onward, should he ever betray me, even from 10,000 miles away, merely activating the life-death curse, his soul would be obliterated and sent to the afterlife. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Ruan Yuan expressed his gratitude with genuine delight. With the life-death curse implanted, he was now Jiang Feng's man. To have a peerless powerhouse like Jang Fong as his patron was undoubtedly his greatest fortune. Therefore, he felt no apprehension about the curse, only profound delight. Don't call me Master. It sounds awkward. From now on, just address me as young Master Jiang, Jang Fong said indifferently. Calling someone like him Master just felt too jarring. It would feel much more natural if it were some cute cat-eared beast girl calling him Master. Jang Fong then inquired, do you have a way to take over this ghost monk's body? Rest assured, Master. Jiang Shao, I have a way to handle this, Ruan Yuan declared with absolute confidence. With that, he darted straight into the fat monk's head. The fat monk's expression darkened instantly. He roared, you insignificant fragment of a soul dares to possess this monk? How utterly delusional. Ha. If you were a proper monk, I might have no way to deal with you. But your murderous intent runs deeper than mine. You'd better submit to my possession. Ha. Chapter 59, Possession Successful? As Ruan Yuan's mocking laughter echoed, he began forcibly overwriting the monk's consciousness. The fat monk tried to struggle, but under the beast's assault, he was forced to defend himself while simultaneously resisting Ruan Yuan. Veins bulged on the fat monk's forehead as he contemplated self-destruction to take Ruan Yuan down with him. But Jiang Feng ordered the beast to intensify its assault, leaving the monk no chance to succeed. After several minutes, the fat monk could hold on no longer. His body stiffened abruptly before slowly straightening upright. A strange smile spread across his face, his eyes growing cold and piercing. He glanced down at his hands, clenched his fists slightly, and chuckled softly. Not bad. This body may be a bit plump, but its physical constitution is extraordinary, exactly what I wanted. Jiang Feng spoke indifferently, soul possession successful? Ruan Yuan, or rather, the fat monk now lifted his head and offered Jiang Feng a humble smile. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. That demon's consciousness has been utterly devoured. From this day forward, I shall follow your lead. With that, he reintegrated the severed fragments of his being back into his core form. Jang Fong was also observing his condition. Now that Ruan Yuan had possessed this fat monk, ordinary people wouldn't notice anything amiss. An 8th-tier Moda was considered a top-tier powerhouse even in Shiva Kingdom. Later, he could be sent to infiltrate Shiva Kingdom. When the time was right, he could strike a major blow against the kingdom. However, that fat monk had clearly intended to use the teleportation stone to escape the secret realm. But it had clearly malfunctioned. It couldn't be ruled out that the fat monk's teleportation stone had malfunctioned. To confirm, Jiang Feng still intended to test whether he could leave the secret realm. Before entering the secret realm, the Bai Group had provided each participant with a teleportation talisman stone. Simply shatter it and wait a moment to exit the secret realm. But after experimenting for a moment, Jiang Feng discovered it had the exact same effect as the fat monks. It seemed the secret realm had been severed from any means of escape. In other words, unless they found a way out, they would remain trapped here indefinitely. Jiang Feng shook his head. For now, he would continue exploring this legendary tier secret realm. Perhaps a solution could be found within this legendary realm itself. Bai Group. A female employee rushed into Bai Lingyue's office with a look of urgency on her face and reported. Miss Bai, it's terrible. A major incident has occurred. White Lingyue, who had been processing documents, looked up at her in confusion and asked. What's happened to have you so flustered? Miss Bai, the legendary secret realm's formation has malfunctioned. The practitioners inside can't get out, they're all trapped, the employee exclaimed urgently. Bai Lingyue's heart sank. She immediately asked, have you summoned the array masters to inspect the situation? The adventurers who entered this secret realm for exploration were all highly influential figures. If they were truly trapped inside with no way out, the Bai Group would face serious trouble. But that wasn't her greatest concern. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Jiang Feng's current safety. The array master didn't specify the exact reason, but from what he implied, this teleportation array must have been tampered with, the female staff member reported truthfully. What? Tampered with? Bai Lingyue's expression darkened instantly, her mind immediately connecting the dots to Bai Yuezha's recent actions. With something like this happening, it was hard not to suspect him. She promptly rose and headed toward Bai Yuezha's office. Bai Yuezha was reclining on the sofa, one hand puffing on a cigar while the other arm was draped around his female secretary. Seeing Bai Lingyue approach with a grim expression, Bai Yuezha slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, looking thoroughly content. My dear sister, what wind has blown you here today? His debauched demeanor only deepened the icy glare in Bai Lingyue's eyes as she demanded. The secret realm teleportation array malfunctioned. Did you mess with it? You guessed right. I had Tai He do it. Bai Yuezha didn't deny it, but instead admitted it with surprising candor. You lunatic. Do you have any idea how much negative publicity this will bring upon the Bai Group, or the staggering compensation we'll face? White Lingyue trembled with rage, pointing her finger at him as she shouted. Clean up this mess immediately, or I'll have you fired on the spot in the name of the group. Bai Yuezha scoffed coldly. Ha! Since when did Bai Group become solely under your control? Let me tell you something, Bai Lingyue. Don't think having Jiang Feng backing you gives you free rein to act so recklessly. Now that the teleportation array in the secret realm has malfunctioned, I bet your biggest worry isn't the problems facing the Bai Group, it's Jiang Feng's safety, right? Let me tell you this, Jiang Feng is most likely already dead. Bai Lingyue glared at him, eyes wide with fury. What do you mean by that? It's simple. I arranged for 3 8th rank powerhouses to enter the secret realm. All 3 intended to take Jiang Feng's life. I merely played the role of the bird behind the mantis. Bai Yuezha sneered coldly. Once Jiang Feng is dead, you'll have no backing left. The Bai Group will inevitably return to my control. I advise you to recognize the situation now and get the hell out of the Bai Group. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to you. You madman. Bai Lingyue lunged forward, intent on slapping him. But her raised arm was firmly seized by a large, calloused hand. This man was Tai He, Bai Yuezha's trusted lieutenant. Let go of me. Bai Lingyue struggled. Bai Yuezha merely took a leisurely puff on his cigar and inquired of Tai He. Tieha, have you prepared all the documents I asked for? Tai He nodded. Miss Bai's confession and the statement regarding the destruction of the secret realm's formation have both been drafted. He then handed the stack of documents to Bai Yuezha. After briefly flipping through a few pages, Bai Yuezha smiled with satisfaction. You've done an excellent job. Effective immediately, you are the general manager of the Bai Group. Tai He's face lit up with joy. He immediately responded with respectful solemnity. Thank you, young Master Bai, for your trust and guidance. Then, Bai Yuezha turned to Bai Lingyue with a peculiar smile. My dear sister, these are your confession statements. Since I've caused such a huge mess, I'll need you to clean up my mess for me. Ha ha ha. Bai Lingyue glared at him. You want me to take the fall for you? Dream on. Rest assured. If I dared to do this, I've naturally made thorough preparations. Bai Yuezha waved his hand and instructed Tai He, take her away. The rest is in your hands. With that, Bai Yuezha rose slowly. I'll be holding a press conference shortly. I'll be the one to announce this news. Chapter 60, Holy crap, 9 dragons pulling a coffin? Within the secret realm. Jang Fong rode the sun-eating gray falcon, continuing to explore the periphery of the secret realm. Looking down from high above, the landscape stretched endlessly beneath him, seemingly boundless. Truly worthy of its legendary status, it resembled an entirely self-contained world. Here, there were starry rivers, suns, moons, and picturesque mountains and rivers. Suddenly, ahead, Jiang Feng spotted several mountain peaks floating mid-air. Mist swirled atop the peaks. And within them stood several majestic palaces. Yet, weathered by the passage of time, the palaces had grown dilapidated, dust settling everywhere. Interesting. They look man-made. Let's go take a look. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes before he directed the Sun-Eater Falcon to land near the palaces. Upon landing within the palace grounds, he noticed an inscription written in ancient, intricate characters. Yet perhaps due to the passage of time, the characters had become blurred and indistinct. Jiang Feng instructed Wan Yuan beside him, you go ahead and check for any dangers. Hearing this, Wan Yuan flashed an awkward smile. Young Master Jiang. What? You intend to disobey my orders? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. This man's sole value now lay in obeying his commands. If he had no further use, there would be no room for him to exist. Not at all, not at all. I'll scout the path immediately. With that, Wan Yuan set off toward the palace. As he scanned the area, Jiang Feng detected nothing of significance. The palace interior was completely empty, devoid of anything. Even using the true vision eye to scan revealed no hidden treasures. Young Master Jiang, look! I've found something amazing. Wan Yuan exclaimed excitedly, holding a black sphere in his hands as he approached Jiang Feng. The sphere wasn't actually black in material, it was transparent. Inside swirled a mass of flowing black mist. This gave it the appearance of a black sphere. I pried this thing out of a stone statue's hand. Though I'm not sure what it is yet, I just can't open it no matter what. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng took the black sphere and used his true sight eye to probe its information. Boundless source. Type, special item. Grade, unknown. Description, contains a sealed microcosm within, currently locked. Requires 3 Dao symbols to unlock. Upon seeing the information, Jiang Feng couldn't help but be startled. This black sphere actually contained a sealed miniature world. If he could unlock its seal, wouldn't he become the master of this miniature realm? Though Jiang Feng had no idea what lay within this miniature world. Even if it contained nothing, it would still be an absolute treasure. After all, its storage capacity would undoubtedly be hundreds of times larger than a spatial ring. He could use it to replace his warehouse, storing all useful items he acquired directly inside. However, Jiang Feng hadn't yet studied this profound symbol. It sounded like some kind of powerful talisman. Jiang Feng turned to Wan Yuan and asked, have you ever heard of the Great Principal Talisman? The Great Mystery Talisman? A thoughtful expression crossed Wan Yuan's face before he nodded. I remember now, young Master Jiang. The Great Principal Talisman is a special artifact. When fused with fire, it grants flames capable of incinerating all things. When fused with water, it transforms into frigid ice that can instantly freeze everything. It can fuse with various elements. I heard about it long ago. Gathering all 3 OE talismans apparently unlocks some kind of secret treasure. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart leapt with excitement. He pressed further, do you know where these rune symbols are, or how to obtain them? A hint of speculation flickered in Wan Yuan's eyes. Young Master Jiang, could this treasure you seek be the very one requiring 3 origin symbols to unlock? Don't pry into matters that aren't your concern. Just tell me where to obtain them, Jiang Feng said indifferently. Wan Yuan replied with trembling respect, please forgive my impertinence, young Master Jiang. I recall one essence symbol was in the hands of the Flame Emperor and another seemed to be within some secret realm. Time has blurred my memory and I can't recall the details clearly. As for the last one, its whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Hearing this, a contemplative look flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. One ordeal talisman was in the hands of the Flame Emperor. To obtain it, one would need to meet the Flame Emperor in person. But the Flame Emperor was not someone one could simply meet. If he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Talents, perhaps he would have a chance to meet the Flame Emperor. At this thought, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Oh, right, young Master Jiang, I also spotted a coffin behind that statue. Wan Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. That coffin looked like it was made of some special material. I don't know what's inside, but the coffin itself must be worth a fortune. What coffin? Take me to see it. Jiang Feng stowed the boundless source into his spatial ring. He then instructed Wan Yuan to lead the way to the coffin he mentioned. When Jiang Fong finally saw the coffin, he couldn't help but gasp. Holy, it's a 9 dragons dragging coffin. The 9 dragon statues were lifelike and vivid. But through his true side eye, Jiang Fong realized these weren't statues at all, they were genuine, dried-up dragons. Behind them, iron chains dragged a bronze coffin. Quick, get away from it. Jiang Fong instinctively took a step back, fearing the bronze coffin might pull him into another world. After all, a certain celestial emperor surnamed Yi had been forcibly transported to another planet in precisely this manner. Though Wan Yuan remained unaware of the situation. He remained on high alert, his gaze fixed warily on the bronze coffin as if facing a formidable enemy. Fortunately, the bronze coffin showed no signs of movement, allowing Jiang Fong to relax. Thinking this way, it made sense that the people inside the palace had vanished without a trace. Truthfully, Jiang Fong was itching to stow this thing inside his spatial ring. But unfortunately, his spatial ring didn't have enough space to store the 9 dragons coffin. Never mind. I'll meet up with Luo Yuni first. Jiang Fong shook his head with a sigh before riding the sun-eating gray falcon back to their previous location. He had assumed they were still agonizing over how to escape this secret realm. Instead, he saw Luo Yuni and Zhou Jingshuan tossing the unconscious citizens of Pingcheng into a peculiar teleportation device beside them. When the two saw Jiang Fong return, accompanied by the plump monk from before, they immediately grew wary. Jiang Fong, what's going on? Were you taken hostage? The words barely left her mouth when Luo Yuni's shadow blade flashed. Her entire body teleported behind the fat monk, the blade even slicing a bloody gash across his neck. Wan Yuan cried out urgently, "Sis-in-law, don't attack. I'm one of you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Luo Yuni's expression turned icy as her shadow blade sank deeper. Jiang Fong waved his hand and smiled. No need to panic. He's under my command now. The details are too complicated to explain in a few words. Just know he poses no threat to us at the moment. Though Luo Yuni didn't lower her guard completely, she did lower the shadow blade. Chapter 61, You don't understand, this is a man's romance. Jiang Fong examined the peculiar teleportation device and asked curiously. Can this teleportation device actually transport people out? Zhou Jingshua gave an awkward smile and replied. Yes, but this is an experimental prototype. The actual destination it transports people to still deviates slightly from my original settings. Jiang Fong nodded slightly, surprised to discover this fellow was a genius. He praised him aloud. Impressive. Since we can't leave this legendary realm now, just being able to teleport out would be a blessing. I'll give you the corpse of that earth dragon I found earlier. Hearing this, Zhou Jingshua froze for a moment before quickly expressing his gratitude. This would save him a significant amount of expenses. Having gained such a significant advantage, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He immediately spoke up. Thank you, senior. I will certainly do my utmost to craft suitable armor for your beast using the Chaos Source Gold. Would it be possible for me to measure your beast's dimensions now? Jiang Feng nodded. Go ahead. I'll have them suppress their aura. With Jiang Feng's permission, Zhou Jingshua's expression brightened. He immediately mounted his motorcycle and sped toward the beasts. With the data from these ancient great beasts, he might even be able to develop new mechanical beast models. Luo Yuni, standing nearby, couldn't help but voice her concern. Aren't you worried he'll leak your beast data? Jiang Feng flashed a carefree smile. You wouldn't understand. This is a man's romance. Just imagining it was enough to feel the majestic sensation of commanding a colossal mechanical beast. Given the chance, Jiang Feng couldn't help but want to experience it for himself. But compared to his genuine beast riding, the mecha's power was undoubtedly several tiers below. Luo Yuni looked utterly confused. She truly didn't understand the romance Jiang Feng had just mentioned. She spoke up. Since you've already slain those 3, I'll now go report the news to the Grand Elder. Will you come back with me? Jiang Feng shook his head. No, the legendary tier secret realm boss hasn't appeared yet. I'll stay until we defeat it. He hadn't gained much in this secret realm yet, and leaving now would be a waste. Hearing this, Luo Yuni nodded thoughtfully. Alright, but you must be careful. After Zhou Jingshua finished measuring the dimensions and data of several beasts, he approached Jiang Feng. Senior, testing is complete. I can craft it for you within 2 months at most. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Feng nodded. How many teleportation devices have you made? Could you spare one for me? I have one. Zhou Jingshua immediately retrieved a completed teleportation device from his spatial ring. However, this one will teleport you randomly to an external location, and the destination may very well be outside the borders of the Great Yan Empire. No problem. As long as it can teleport me out, that's sufficient. Jiang Feng smiled. After a brief farewell, Jiang Feng resumed his exploration of the secret realm. This time, however, he had his beast companions push through the entire way. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the entire land. Damage values flashed densely across the screen, accompanied by a constant stream of colorful lights. The ferocious beasts in their path. were reduced to experience points and scattered loot in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on defeating the level 184 Swiftwind Demon Wolf. Gains 0 EXP. Congratulations on defeating the level 164 Crimson Flame Monster. Gained. Jang Fong waved his hand, gathering the treasures scattered across the ground into his spatial ring. You picked up the item, Swiftwind Boots. You picked up the item, Demon Wolf Heart. You picked up equipment, Flame Magic Stone. You picked up. The tremendous commotion naturally drew the astonished stares of the other adventurers. Has this terrifying beastmaster gone mad? Was he trying to destroy the secret realm with this barrage of attacks? But what frustrated them most was that this was a legendary tier dungeon. Not just some low-level instance dungeon. Such a high-level instance, and he was treating it like a pond for fishing. How were they supposed to play like this? Keep in mind these adventurers are all formidable, hailing from major factions. Even they couldn't achieve such feats unless they joined forces. Yet some adventurers secretly envied the beastmaster profession. Once a beast is trained, it becomes like commanding a powerful legion of beasts. Plus, their loyalty is unwavering, no need to worry about betrayal. While some adventurers might team up to farm monsters when they meet on the road, they still guard against each other, stabbing them in the back during combat. After all, if a rare treasure drops during a monster hunt, greed can easily cloud judgment. If profits aren't clearly divided, resentment can easily fester. The real fear is that when danger strikes, they might turn against each other. However, it was rumored that the formidable Beastmaster was a guest expert of the Bai Group. Had he not stepped in to back Bai Lingyue after the auction ended, the ownership of this legendary dungeon might well have fallen into someone else's hands. Only such formidable strength could command the entire crowd. Flame Giant Peak. This towering peak, over 3,000 meters high, stood amidst the secret realm's plains. Though Jiang Feng soared through the skies atop the sun-eclipsing gray falcon's feathered back, he still found himself gazing upward at this towering peak piercing the clouds. Above the mountain peak, thousands of flying fire dragons coiled and soared. These fire dragons possessed enormous wings, each with a wingspan of over 100 meters. Their bodies were covered in thick, sturdy scales, radiating a powerful presence. They built densely packed nests upon the mountain, and the total number of fire dragons likely numbered in the tens of thousands. Blazing Flame Dragon. Level, 180. HP, 910,000. Combat power, 640,000. Skills, Blazing Storm, Flame Breath Impact. Most of these fire dragons are below level 200. Yet any single one, placed within a 6th tier dungeon, would rival the might of a boss-level beast. Given their sheer numbers, no adventurer dares approach this area lightly. Attacking would unleash a torrential assault of blazing fire dragons. Even 9th tier powerhouses might not withstand it, let alone 8th tier ones. Seeing such a vast swarm of blazing flame dragons, a hint of tension flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He had actually noticed this massive mountain peak earlier. And from afar, it stood like a pillar piercing the heavens, towering over the plain. Yet, even after sweeping the entire secret realm with his beast riding technique, he still hadn't found the boss. It seemed the only possibility was within this colossal peak. Before engaging in battle, Jang Fong retrieved his equipment. The staff, Scorched Rockstar Shatter, could boost his Beastmaster damage by 40%. A stack of resurrection scrolls, ready to revive his beasts at any moment. Life Course Hourglass, reverses 1 minute of time, allowing retreat if overwhelmed during the reversal period. Chapter 62, What are you afraid of? You go first. At that moment, numerous teams beheld the fiery bird soaring through the skies, its wingspan stretching for miles. The intense heat radiating from it was no less formidable than that of the fire dragons. Shock and bewilderment filled everyone's eyes. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to take on the entire fire dragon lair single-handedly? A man clad in ornate mage robes spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Even with 3 ancient tier beasts, he couldn't possibly take on over 10,000 fire dragons nearing level 200. Yeah, what's the difference between this and suicide? Look! His beasts have caught the attention of the dragon lair. They've been marked as intruders. By now, numerous blazing flame dragons had noticed the unwelcome guest, eclipsing sun-gray falcon. They came flapping in, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. A howling gale swept in, carrying a chilling aura of death. Seeing so many blazing fire dragons, Ruan Yuan's legs had already gone weak with fear. His face twisted with fear as he asked Jang Fong, "Young Master Jiang, are we really going to fight so many fire dragons? This could easily spell our doom right here." Though he possessed an immortal body, after being marked with the life-death seal. If Jiang Fong died, even with his immortal body, his soul would be extinguished. If his physical body perished, he could still seek a new vessel to possess. But if his soul were extinguished here, he'd truly be finished. What's there to fear? You go first. Jiang Feng ordered him. What? Young Master Jiang, did I hear that correctly? Ruan Yuan stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably. This was nothing short of a suicide mission. I'll count to 3. 3? Jiang Feng said coldly. With no other choice, Ruan Yuan steeled himself, darting forward to confront the fire dragon. He flung the skull prayer beads in his hand, instantly transforming them into countless skulls that attacked the fire dragon. His physical form began to mutate, coalescing into a massive flesh ball that slammed into the fire dragon. The blazing fire dragon, under attack, instantly opened its massive jaws and spewed roaring flames. Simultaneously, a vast swarm of blazing fire dragons swarmed out of their nests, forming a vast crimson cloud of fire. They closed in on Jiang Feng. Roar! 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 A deafening chorus of dragon roars erupted, seemingly carrying a torrent of furious rage. As a race exalted above all others, they would never tolerate such provocation from inferior creatures. Abyssal Dragon King, world-destroying dragon breath. Jang Fong roared. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon King let out an earth-shattering dragon's roar. In an instant, the heavens darkened as rolling black clouds descended, from which a colossal figure slowly emerged. Faced with this sudden upheaval, the fiery dragon horde felt an unprecedented sense of oppression wash over them. They opened their massive jaws, unleashing blasts of fiery breath toward the colossal figure within the clouds. The fiery breath attacks unleashed by hundreds of the foremost blazing fire dragons surged forth like a torrential flood of apocalyptic force. The Abyssal Dragon King's vertical pupils flashed, unleashing a world-ending dragon breath imbued with boundless dark power. Simultaneously, an overwhelming dragon's might radiated from its body. Under this terrifying pressure, the blazing fire dragons trembled, sensing the oppression from their very bloodline, and immediately scattered in flight. Empowered by the effects of the dark gold tear staff, Scorched Rockstar Shatter, the Abyssal Dragon King's damage reached a staggering 1,000,000 points. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blazing fire dragons were obliterated by the impact of the apocalyptic dragon's breath. Moreover, the apocalyptic dragon's breath continued to spread, claiming the lives of over 100 blazing fire dragons in mere moments. This scene drew gasps from adventurers within a 1,000-mile radius. Good heavens! Over 100 blazing fire dragons wiped out in a single strike. Could he truly conquer the 10,000 dragons' lair? This is utterly unbelievable. Jang Fong summoned the mountain-taming black tortoise mid-air. Its massive form crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Even the towering 3,000-meter peak swayed slightly. Knock this mountain down! Jang Fong commanded the Jinyue Xuanwu. Upon receiving the command, the mountain-taming black tortoise began advancing toward the giant peak with heavy, deliberate steps. With its powerful impact, the mountain began to sway violently. More blazing fire dragons flew out from the nest, attacking the mountain-pinning black tortoise below. They unleashed flames nearing 1,000 degrees Celsius, bombarding the mountain-pinning black tortoise. However, the mountain-pinning black tortoise possessed terrifyingly high defense. Their attacks were no more than a tickle. Yet many ants can kill an elephant. Jang Fong summoned the hellhounds to draw some of the fire. Once their attention was fully diverted, Jang Fong rode the sun-eclipsing gray falcon through the swarm of fire dragons, using the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit to clear a path as he soared toward the mountain peak. The fiery dragons slain by the sword spirit transformed into a sky-filling rain of blood, dyeing the sky a crimson haze. Before the blood mist could touch Jang Fong, it was instantly vaporized by the Sun Eater's flames. Before long, Jang Fong pierced through the clouds and arrived at the summit of the colossal peak. Perched atop the colossal peak stood a monstrous entity. A 270-level blazing flame dragon king. Its crimson vertical pupils opened, eyes blazing with boundless fury as it stared directly at the intruder before it. Its entire massive body pulsed like a volcano on the verge of eruption. As it flapped its massive wings, the clouds high above evaporated completely in that instant. The oppressive pressure it radiated was overwhelming, almost suffocating. Yet compared to the Abyssal Dragon King, it still fell slightly short. With the cloud cover gone, the colossal forms of the blazing flame dragon king and the sun-eclipsing grey falcon were laid bare before the practitioners below. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Jiang Fong roared, unleashing one of the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit's ultimate techniques. In the next instant, the 9 Extremes primordial sword spirit transformed into countless sword shadows. A dense swarm of sword shadows blanketed dozens of miles of sky, an utterly astonishing sight. The spectators watching from afar were utterly dumbfounded at that moment. A chill ran down their spines, sending goosebumps across their skin. That man wasn't merely a powerful beast tamer, but also a terrifying sword god? Is this even human? Just as everyone was frozen in shock, countless sword shadows, carrying power that could be called devastating, swirled into a vortex of blades, plunging toward the blazing flame dragon king like a raging tempest. The blazing flame dragon king's pupils contracted sharply, but before it could react, countless sword shadows struck its fiery red scales, erupting in dazzling flashes of light. 385,100, 485,450, 565,000. Damage numbers rained down relentlessly like a storm. Its wings were pierced by a dense swarm of sword shadows, robbing it of any chance to flee. Yet its formidable vitality and astonishing resilience allowed it to endure. The immense agony caused the blazing flame dragon king to unleash a deafening roar of fury. Under its roar, the blazing fire dragon's attack power surged. They began to descend upon this place in overwhelming numbers. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed tightly. He sensed his beast tamers were now in dire straits. After all, being surrounded and attacked by thousands of blazing fire dragons placed them in a perilous situation. The three-headed hellhound had already been slain. Quickly use the resurrection scroll to revive it. Chapter 63. Do you want your entire household to be wiped out? He's actually going to kill the fire dragon king. His strength is simply godlike. First-time kills of secret realm bosses come with generous rewards. I'm so jealous. The distant practitioners murmured among themselves, their faces etched with astonishment. Yet some adventurers harbored other thoughts. But that beast master doesn't look like he'll last much longer. If we time it right and land the final blow on the boss, then the fire dragon king's loot will be ours, right? Bro, that's a great idea, but do you want your entire family to lose their household registration? At those words, the adventurers who had spoken earlier and harbored similar thoughts couldn't help but shudder inwardly. That beast master was terrifyingly powerful. Stealing his boss reward would surely earn them a relentless hunt across the entire continent. Each of them had their own factions backing them, but provoking this beast master? Even their own factions wouldn't dare step in to save their lives. Their factions might even disavow them. In the end, they'd have to obediently hand over the stolen treasure themselves, kneel to apologize, and even that might not appease the beastmaster's wrath. Since we can't seize it, let's go with the flow and offer our support instead. That makes sense. Earning a favor and befriending this master could bring considerable benefits. The professionals nodded in agreement and soared toward the heights of the 10,000 Dragon's Nest. As their reinforcements poured in, a dazzling array of skills erupted, filling the sky with a continuous roar of explosions. Jiang Feng's pressure eased considerably. The blazing flame dragon king, now under assault from the sword shadows of 10,000 swords converging. Its body, which had been near death, suddenly burst into blazing flames. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as it rose from the flames, reborn. Within that roar lay the essence of its special skill, Fiery Dragon King's Wrath. The blazing fire dragon king's wrath reduces enemies' defense by 70% and attack power by 60%. It also enhances its own physical and magical resistance by 200%. It also increases the standard blazing flame dragon's attack by 60%. Duration, 10 minutes. This is its exclusive boss skill. Faced with this sudden shift, the expressions of the professional adventurers who had come to assist changed abruptly. Having previously held the upper hand, the group now found themselves struggling against the blazing fire dragon's amplified power. Outnumbered by the overwhelming hordes, they were forced to fight a retreat. They'd already used up several resurrection scrolls. At this moment, even Jang Fong began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Taking down this blazing flame dragon king seemed far from easy. For now, the only option seemed to be to avoid its sharp edge. Young Master Jiang, I can barely hold on. If we keep fighting, this body will collapse. Ruan Yuan shouted at Jang Fong. His body was already covered in blood. And it was impossible to tell which blood was his own and which belonged to the blazing flame dragon. I recall this physical form of yours can absorb blood to enhance its power? Jang Fong frowned. Simultaneously activating absolute defense, he gained temporary immunity to all damage. But defeating the fire dragon king in its rage state would still be incredibly difficult. It can, but facing hundreds of blazing fire dragons, I simply don't have time to refine their essence blood. Ruan Yuan grimaced. Young Master Jiang, perhaps we should retreat first. Continuing like this will yield little result. The other adventurers chimed in, Boss, we're nearly at our limit. Let's retreat first. Exactly. We've identified the Fire Dragon King's abilities. Once we're out, we'll devise countermeasures. Within 3 months, we'll definitely conquer this secret realm's boss. After hearing their words, Jang Fong pondered for a moment before deciding to retreat first. You go ahead. I'll cover your retreat. Got it. The adventurers began retreating rapidly. At that moment, the Fire Dragon King's crimson vertical pupils locked onto Jiang Fong. With a flap of its wings, a colossal firestorm surged toward him. It seemed the dragon had no intention of letting Jiang Fong escape. 9 extremes, primordial obliteration. Jiang Fong roared in fury, commanding the sword spirit. The sword spirit instantly transformed into 9 rainbow-colored beams, each containing a distinct aura of law. A dazzling sword light erupted from the blade like a cascading Milky Way, charging toward the Fire Dragon King with a might that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The sword light and the fiery storm collided violently mid-air, causing the very fabric of space to violently tremble as scorching air currents swept outward in all directions. Feeling the scorching heat wave behind them, the retreating professionals broke out in beads of sweat as large as beans on their foreheads. Sweat poured down their bodies like rain, and even the hems of their garments began to ignite. Turning back to the center of the battlefield, it resembled a sea of fire rising up. The temperature within likely reached an extreme heat of nearly 10,000 degrees in an instant. The Fire Dragon King roared, its wings beating once more. And the fiery tempest surged with overwhelming force, threatening to engulf the entire world. Retreat! Jiang Feng's expression turned grave as he ordered the sun-eating goshawk. Though he couldn't kill the Fire Dragon King just yet, it would find it extremely difficult to eliminate him. However, without the suppression of the reinforcing professionals, thousands of blazing fire dragons formed a solid aerial wall behind him, blocking Jiang Feng's retreat. Under the will of the blazing flame Dragon King, they were determined to completely crush this human here. The professionals who had pulled back were suddenly alarmed. Quick! Cast the resurrection spell on the boss. If the boss can't withstand the damage, the Fire Dragon King will surely redirect its firepower toward us. A warrior shouted urgently to the priest within their group. Meanwhile, some adventurers prepared to flee to safety, using teleportation stones to leave the secret realm. This secret realm's boss was simply too difficult to defeat. Yet those attempting to leave discovered the teleportation stones were utterly useless. Damn it, why won't these damn teleportation stones work? Damn it, mine isn't working either. What the hell is the Bai Group up to? Do they want us to die in this secret realm? Just as panic and chaos gripped the crowd, a sudden, strange change occurred high above in the distant sky. A massive, shadowy figure materialized, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. It was a man with jagged antennae protruding from his head, clad in flowing white robes. None other than the Holy Lord of Lanyun. The Holy Lord of Lanyun turned his phantom gaze toward Jiang Feng and chuckled lightly. Young man, watch closely. This sword strike will be spectacular. Slash. With his command, the long sword swept down with blinding speed. In an instant, a colossal blade of light erupted across the heavens, cascading like the Milky Way from the nine skies. With world-shattering might, it bore down upon the Fire Dragon King. Wherever the sword light passed, space itself tore apart, leaving behind a pitch-black fissure. Even time itself seemed to freeze in that moment. Chapter 64, The Fire Dragon King's Reward absolutely incredible. Sensing this terrifying force, the Fire Dragon King's crimson vertical pupils contracted sharply as it let out a deafening roar. Its wings flapped frantically, attempting to counter the strike with an even more powerful firestorm. Yet, the sword light of the Holy Lord of Lanyun was unstoppable. The fiery tempest was torn apart like paper before the sword's radiance. The searing flames were devoured by the sword's energy, transforming into countless sparks that vanished into the air. The sword light struck the Fire Dragon King without hindrance, sending the massive dragon's body flying backward. Scales shattered, and blood spattered everywhere. A piercing wail echoed as the colossal form crashed heavily onto the mountain peak, sending dust swirling into the sky. The Holy Lord of Lanyun sheathed his sword and stood, robes billowing, expression serene. It seemed as though that earlier strike had been nothing more than a casual gesture. Yet the terrifying aura radiating from him left everyone gasping for breath. Professionals watching from afar stared in stunned silence, their hearts trembling as if witnessing the descent of a true deity. With power like this, forget the 9th transformation, even the 10th transformation would be as insignificant as an ant before him. Jang Fong gazed at the ethereal form of the Holy Sovereign of Lanyun, his heart churning violently. Truly worthy of guarding the starry sky great wall to slay the blazing flame Fire Dragon King in his fury with a single strike. Jang Fong had once believed his own strength was sufficient to tower above all others. Yet before a true powerhouse, he felt utterly insignificant. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of desolation regarding his own power. As if reading his thoughts, the Holy Lord of Lanyun smiled faintly. Young man, do not be disheartened. It took me centuries to reach this level of power. Yet you, barely 20 years old, already surpassed me 100-fold from my youth. Your future achievements are destined to outshine mine. Hearing these encouraging words, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with renewed fighting spirit. He was right, given time, his power would surely soar above the stars. Thank you for your help, senior. Jiang Feng expressed his gratitude respectfully. Even without the Holy Lord of Lanyun's intervention, he wouldn't have perished. But his single strike had granted him the astonishing reward of slaying the blazing flame Dragon King. As the Holy Lord of Lanyun's voice and image faded away, Jiang Feng's eyes burned with intensity as he gazed at the rewards dropped by the blazing flame Dragon King. As for the remaining blazing flame dragons, they were no match for his several great beast tamers. Combined with the relentless pursuit of these professionals, they were utterly routed. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Hundreds of multicolored beams of light instantly erupted from the corpse of the blazing flame Dragon King. The blinding radiance nearly dazzled Jiang Feng. Nearly every piece of equipment that dropped shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Fire Dragon King's bow. Type, weapon. Grade, legendary. Suitable class, archer. Usable level, LV 100. Attributes, attack plus 250,000, attack speed plus 180%, critical hit rate plus 100%, critical damage bonus plus 70%. Special effect, attacks inflict fire elemental burn damage, dealing 10,000 HP burn damage per second. These stats are insane. Truly legendary quality. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, but he shook his head. Too bad I can't use it. After all, equipment only activates its effects when used by the appropriate class. Using a weapon across classes triggers an instinctive rejection. You might not even be able to draw the bow. Even if forced into use, it would be no better than a plain piece of equipment, a complete waste of its potential. Just as he was about to stow it away in his spatial ring, he suddenly recalled possessing a universal class mask. Wearing it supposedly allowed him to disguise himself as any class and gain that class's basic skills. Jiang Feng's mind raced, and he slipped the omniscient profession mask over his face. He then disguised himself as an archer. Armed with the most fundamental archer skill, Jang Fong picked up the Fire Dragon King's bow. And the longbow felt perfectly natural in his hands. He immediately aimed at the retreating blazing fire dragons. Whoosh! 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 The flaming arrows streaked through the air so swiftly they blurred into a single fiery streak. 157,444. 180,000. 200,000. Bright red damage numbers surged from the crimson flame dragon's body where the arrows struck. With the blessing of 100% critical hit rate, every arrow fired deals critical damage. Additionally, it inflicts thousands of damage per second from fire attribute scorching. However, being a fire attribute beast itself, the crimson flame dragon possessed considerable resistance to flames. But no matter how high its resistance, under this near limitless attack speed, it couldn't last even a minute. Absolutely exhilarating. Jang Fong set down the visually stunning Fire Dragon King longbow and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wearing the omniscient class mask allowed him to equip gear and items from virtually any class. Once he acquired higher tier gear in the future, he wouldn't need to sell it off. After all, money was just a string of numbers to Jiang Fong now. Most importantly, at his current level of power, he barely needed to spend money on anything. After all, only a tiny fraction of what money could buy was truly precious. After stowing away the Fire Dragon King longbow, Jiang Fong turned his attention to the next piece of equipment that had dropped. Fire Dragon King's sword. Type, weapon. Grade, legendary. Suitable classes, warrior, assassin. Required level, 100. Attributes, attack plus 350,000, physical penetration plus 80%, critical rate plus 90%, critical effect plus 70%. Special effect, attacks deal massive additional fire splash damage. Attached skill, summons the Fire Dragon King's spirit to fight for 1 minute. Another legendary tier item. A faint ripple stirred in Jiang Feng's eyes. After all, he already possessed the sword spirit, so he didn't place much value on the legendary Great Fire Dragon King sword. But soon, the next item caught his eye, and Jiang Feng's gaze instantly grew intense. Heart of the Fire Dragon King. Type, socketed item. Grade, epic. Effect, can be imbued into weapons, equipment, talismans, etc., enhancing their base attributes by 130%. 130% enhancement. Jiang Fong nearly froze in place. If the heart of the Fire Dragon King were embedded into the Fire Dragon King longbow, its base attributes would increase by 130%. This meant the Fire Dragon King's original attack power would become 575,000. Attack speed plus 310%, critical hit rate plus 230%, critical effect plus 200%. At such an insane attack speed, the bow itself would probably start smoking. Such an outrageous stat boost would leave anyone speechless. Powerful, absolutely overwhelming. Jiang Feng's heart surged with wild excitement. But what he truly coveted wasn't the Fire Dragon King longbow, it was the dark gold tier staff, Scorched Rockstar Shatter. Originally, Scorched Rockstar Shatter could only amplify by 40%, but under the blessing of the Fire Dragon King's heart, it could now reach a staggering 170%. With this amplification, the Abyssal Dragon King's attack power could surpass 2 million. And that was just for this single beast. The Eclipsing Sun Falcon could also be boosted to deal over 1 million damage. This is absolutely exhilarating. Jang Fong could guarantee that if the heart of the Fire Dragon King were put up for auction on the open market, even at a price of 100 billion, people would be scrambling to buy it. Chapter 65, Evolution. Another ancient tier beast. Coronal Essence. Type, material. Grade, legendary. Attributes, contains immense light and thermal energy, usable for forging divine artifacts, enhancing equipment, or evolving beasts. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Feng's lips nearly curled into a smile as he exclaimed excitedly. Never imagined my first raid on a legendary tier secret realm boss would yield so much loot. It even dropped the evolution material needed for the Sun Eclipsing Goshawk. By now, he had amassed a full 4 ancient tier beasts. Yet for Jiang Fong, ancient tier was merely the starting point for beast evolution. Congratulations on soloing the legendary tier secret realm boss. You have earned the title of legendary tier secret realm conqueror. Hearing the notification chime by his ear, Jiang Fong raised an eyebrow. He immediately tapped the title, its golden cursor now flashing. Legendary Dungeon Conqueror, awarded in recognition of your outstanding performance. Using this title grants a 25% boost to your base attributes within dungeon instances. A 25% boost to base attributes? Jang Fong rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering if it could amplify his 10,000 phenomena mask. After all, as a beastmaster, a 25% boost applied to his beasts would be ideal. However, the title only specified personal base attributes. Jiang Feng promptly donned his omniform professional mask. And sure enough, his base attributes had significantly increased. The sheer thrill of soaring through the skies atop an ancient great beast while firing arrows in rapid succession was almost overwhelming. Next, Jiang Feng administered the solar corona essence to the Eclipse Falcon. After deducting 1 million evolution points, he successfully evolved it into an ancient tier blazing sky falcon. Jiang Feng immediately checked its attribute panel. Eclipse Falcon Blazing Sky Falcon. Current Beast, Blazing Sky Falcon First Tribulation. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 116. Strength, 766,000. Constitution, 685,000. Agility, 645,000. Spirit, 570,000. Combat Power, 870,000. Skills, Meteorite Fire Rain, Brilliant Feather Sky Assault, Corona Wings. Evolution points required for next evolution, 3 million evolution points plus. With a combat power of 870,000, after embedding the heart of the Fire Dragon King, Pyroclastic Rockstar Shatterer, S combat power will skyrocket to over 2.3 million. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with wild excitement. This meant he would possess 2 ancient great beasts exceeding 1 million in combat power. Moreover, with the 9 Extremes Primordial Sword Spirit also serving as his mount, its combat power would surge to even more terrifying heights. With such power now at his disposal, even 9 transformation experts would bow their heads before Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jang Fong wanted nothing more than to shout to the heavens, "Who says the human race lacks an emperor? Sword, come forth!" Having successfully conquered this legendary secret realm, Jang Fong saw no reason to linger. He retrieved the mechanical teleportation device left behind by Zhou Jingshuo, preparing to depart the secret realm. But then he thought these other adventurers probably couldn't leave either. He resolved to take them along. After all, he had no idea how long it would take to repair the teleportation array outside. It could be a day or two, or it could take 10 days, 8 months, or even longer. Since they had previously assisted him, Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't abandon them. Using a sound amplifying device, he addressed them. "Any practitioners unable to leave the secret realm may follow me out." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's call, the adventurers who had already cleared most of the blazing flame dragons, they immediately converged toward the summit of the giant peak. Upon seeing such a young and handsome beastmaster up close, they all froze in surprise. They wondered if he had consumed some rare rejuvenating item or ingredient. However, they showed no disrespect toward Jiang Feng due to his youth. One of the adventurers handed Jiang Feng over a dozen spatial bracelets. "Senior, these are the equipment and materials we've gathered: 5,842 silver grade items, 2,354 gold grade items, 114 dark gold grade items, and 3 legendary grade items. We humbly offer them to you." They understood the rules well enough. If they didn't hand over the majority of their haul, this beastmaster might not let them leave so easily. Though they felt immense reluctance, it wasn't worth angering this master over such items. After all, lost gear could be reclaimed, but once life was gone, everything was lost. Jiang Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't intended to extort protection money. Still, he couldn't refuse benefits offered on a silver platter. Yet taking everything would leave him with a guilty conscience. After all, these dropped items were looted from monsters they'd fought at great risk. So Jiang Feng casually selected a few pieces of gear that would be useful to him, then returned the rest to them. He even pulled out some of his own dark gold tier gear to give them, considering it a fair exchange rather than freeloading off their hard work. "Consider these items my payment for stepping in earlier. Take back the rest. Whatever gear drops belongs to whoever it drops for. Don't even think about fighting over it, or don't blame me if I step in." With these words, the present adventurers were instantly filled with gratitude. They hadn't expected this big shot to not only refrain from demanding anything but also hand over a significant portion of the dark gold tier gear materials. "We've judged you by our own petty standards. Please forgive our presumption, Senior." "Senior, this is the token of the Mad Lion Mercenary Corps. Present this token, and the entire corps will be at your command." Upon hearing this, the other adventurers promptly produced symbols representing their respective factions. They knew this was their best chance to build rapport with this beastmaster. By assisting him now, wouldn't they gain leverage to seek his aid should their factions face trouble in the future? After all, this world wasn't just about fighting and killing, it also demanded an understanding of human relationships and social etiquette. "Very well. I appreciate your sentiments, and I accept these tokens." Jiang Feng smiled and nodded, accepting the various tokens they presented. Many of these professionals hailed from top-tier factions within the Great Yan Kingdom. They might prove useful in critical moments. After the pleasantries concluded, Jiang Feng activated the teleportation device left behind by Zhou Jingxua. He sent the entire group out. Tianjing, Guest Star Palace. The envoys from the 7 nations were also closely monitoring Jiang Feng's movements. At that moment, an elderly man with a slightly stooped posture slowly entered the Guest Star Palace, carrying a walking stick carved with a lifelike wooden dragon. He was Yi Helling, the 3rd elder of the Great Yan Kingdom, tasked with monitoring the envoys' activities. Upon reaching the hall's entrance, he instructed those behind him, "You may wait outside." Chapter 66, If my plan fails, it is heaven's will. Yes. The men nodded and withdrew. Leaning on his cane, Yi Helling entered the hall and swept his gaze across the envoys of the 7 nations. He stated calmly, "The men you sent are dead." Hearing this, the envoys of the 7 nations were all taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those were 3 of our Shiva Kingdom's 8th transformation professional warriors. The Shiva envoy immediately looked at Yi Helling with a skeptical expression. 3 8th transformation experts joining forces, and they still can't handle a mere little beast tamer? I have no need for such games with you, Yi Helling stated impassively. The blonde man, envoy of the Eagle Nation, looked down condescendingly at the Shiva Nation envoy and remarked, "It seems my expectations for your Shiva Kingdom were too high. Relying on a bunch of useless fools like you to handle things, even if you perish, Great Yan will likely remain standing." Hearing this, the envoy from Bear Nation bristled with indignation. "Don't think your position of leadership grants you such arrogance. Even if your Eagle Nation perishes, Bear Nation will endure forever." The Bear Nation envoy continued, "Had you not incited us to prepare against Great Yan, we would never have incurred their enmity. After all, relations between our 2 nations have always been amicable. One might even say we were as close as brothers." "Oh? So you're suggesting you now wish to defect from the 7 nations alliance and fight alongside Great Yan?" The blonde man asked with a look of contempt. A century ago, Bear Nation might have been able to stand toe-to-toe with Eagle Nation. But now, the long-declined Bear Nation wasn't even fit to polish the Eagle Nation's shoes. Worse still, the Bear Nation repeatedly groveled to become the Eagle Nation's lackey. But the Eagle Nation couldn't be bothered with the Bear Nation. After all, the only thing left about the current Bear Nation is its big mouth. Hearing this, the Russian envoy's demeanor visibly weakened. His words came out stammering, "Of course not. What I meant was, we need more money." He dared not betray the 7 nations alliance to fight alongside the Great Yan Empire. After all, the Great Yan Empire was now a spent force. Allying with them would only mean sharing in their destruction. It's best you haven't considered it. Should this matter succeed, all territories north of the Great Yan Empire shall be yours. After uttering these words, the blonde man swept his gaze across the envoys of the other nations. Is anyone else here looking to raise the stakes? As the most loyal lackey of Eagle Sauce Nation, the envoy from Mouth Nation hastily shook his head. He understood the veiled threat in those words. He feared that after dealing with the Great Yan Kingdom, the next target would be the Bear Kingdom. The envoys from the other nations also shook their heads repeatedly. Seeing none dared speak, the blonde man sneered coldly, "Good. Best they don't." Only the Bear Nation's envoy felt a flicker of secret delight. These nations were nothing but spineless weaklings. Such a golden opportunity to squeeze them dry, and they didn't even seize it. What a bunch of useless fools. The blonde man then turned to Yi Helling. "I've already prepared a second contingency. I've stirred up trouble in one of the minor border states of the Great Yan Kingdom. You'll post a mission within the Great Yan Kingdom's task system, secretly designating Jang Fong to accept it. Then, we'll eliminate him there in one fell swoop." Yi Helling furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Seeing Yi Helling's silence, the blonde man's voice grew icy. "Which life matters more to you, Jiang Feng's or your own grandson's? Don't forget, he's still within my Eagle Empire's borders. With a single covert order from me, his head will be delivered to your doorstep by the next day. I know what you Great Yan people dread most, the sorrow of parents burying their children. Surely you don't want to witness such a tragedy?" Hearing this, Yi Helling's expression darkened further, his eyes suppressing a surge of anger. "But what if Jiang Fong refuses? That's not something you need to worry about. I've prepared a gift for him, a gift he, as a beastmaster, simply cannot refuse." The blonde man wore an expression of absolute confidence, as if everything were under his control. As he spoke, a flash of light danced in his hand. Several dark purple tribulation crystals floated in his palm. These will aid Jiang Fong in his beastmaster trials. He won't refuse such things. The sight of the dark purple tribulation crystals made the envoys' eyes widen involuntarily, their gazes tinged with envy. Even those not of the beastmaster profession couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "What a grand gesture," Yi Helling remarked indifferently. After leaving the guest star palace, Yi Helling held the purple tribulation crystal and instructed his subordinate, "Issue the Great Yan task. Upload this reward." Hearing this, the subordinate furrowed his brow, his expression tightening with concern. "Senior Yi, are you truly intent on joining forces with them to eliminate Jiang Fong?" After all, Jang Fong was not only the hope of the Great Yan Kingdom, but also someone the Grand Elder had ordered to be protected at all costs. If this matter were uncovered, Elder Yi would likely face severe punishment, perhaps even treason charges. Yi Helling raised his head to gaze at the sky, his eyes filled with the weight of the world. He spoke softly, while Jiang Feng possesses extraordinary potential, how could he possibly shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms single-handedly? The Grand Elder may place great hopes in him, but distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Jiang Feng's growth requires time yet. Great Yan has little time left. Once I help them accomplish this task, the seven nations will place their trust in me. Then, I will direct them to attack Great Yan, charging into the apocalyptic formation I have long prepared. At that moment, the practitioners of the seven nations will suffer heavy casualties and be severely weakened. Only if this plan succeeds can we secure another 200 years of national fortune for Great Yan, prolonging the reign of our empire. Hearing this, the subordinate's expression shifted, his eyes already slightly reddened. Though this elder had reached his twilight years, his heart remained wholly devoted to the nation, so much so that he was willing to stake his own life on this gambit. The subordinate's face still bore a look of concern as he pleaded, Elder Yi, if this plan fails or even if it succeeds, your name will be forever tarnished with infamy, despised by all. Elder Yi, I implore you to reconsider. Yi Helling waved his sleeve, his voice heavy with the weight of years. If my plan fails, it is the will of heaven. The subordinate wiped his moist eyes, wanting to offer further counsel. But Yi Helling waved him off. Enough. My mind is made up. If we fail at the last moment, let posterity judge. Even if it means eternal infamy, I am willing to bear it alone. Tears welled in the subordinate's eyes as he watched Yi Helling's departing figure. It seemed to him that the already stooped form had bent even further. Since Elder Yi had made this weighty choice, he himself must carry it through to the end. Soon, he disseminated the task Elder Yi had assigned. Jang Fong and the other professionals, now out of the secret realm, stared dumbfounded at the endless expanse of volcanoes. Holy crap, where the hell did he drop us? Is this even still the mainland? Chapter 67, The Sovereign of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. Surveying the endless expanse of volcanoes, Jiang Feng mused inwardly, could we have been teleported into another dungeon again? Just then, Wan Yuan approached Jiang Feng and pointed to a nearby volcanic crater, saying, Young Master Jiang, I sense an unusual aura emanating from that volcano. Oh? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, summoning the blazing falcon to soar toward the crater. The other adventurers followed suit. Compared to the other volcanoes, this one was significantly larger, spanning an area equivalent to several football fields. An array master quickly discerned the anomaly and exclaimed in astonishment. Senior, there's actually a top-tier formation within that crater. And it must have been set up by at least several peak 9th turn array masters. This revelation instantly piqued the curiosity of the other practitioners. For several 9th turn array masters to go to such great lengths to set up an array within the volcano, suggesting that either a terrifying entity or a priceless treasure lay sealed beneath. Young Master Jiang, I sense immense yang energy gathering beneath us. Ruan Yuan said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yin energy represented death, while yang energy embodied life. Forcibly suppressing these two energies together clearly served to nourish something. If his guess was correct, this was most likely the forging of a life-death essence talisman. The life-death essence talisman could reverse the course of life and death, proving 100 times more powerful than any resurrection scroll. At this moment, numerous practitioners began coordinating their attacks against the formation beneath the volcano. Yet despite their fierce assaults, the formation merely rippled slightly, simultaneously illuminating several black runes. Despite the torrent of skills unleashed and the relentless bombardment, the formation remained utterly unmoved. The array master sighed, Gentlemen, there's no need to waste your efforts. This array isn't easily broken, and it's not a defensive formation, it's a teleportation array. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had just summoned his sword spirit, preparing to forcefully cleave through the formation. Suddenly, Ruan Yuan motioned for Jiang Feng to step aside to speak. After casting a skill to prevent eavesdropping, he spoke. Young Master Jiang, you once asked me about the Great Mystery Symbols. If I'm not mistaken, the Life-Death Great Mystery Symbol lies within this formation beneath the volcano. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined that this teleportation device had, by some twist of fate, transported him right beside the Life-Death Mystic symbol. It seems I truly am a person of great fortune. Once all three profound symbols are gathered, the microcosm within Boundless Source can be unlocked. Jiang Feng immediately asked him, then do you know how to enter this teleportation array? Ruan Yuan fell into brief contemplation before replying, from what I gleaned from the memories of a professional I once possessed, it seems an artifact called a spatial compass is required to enter. Otherwise, even if you force your way through a crack in the formation, your body will be torn to shreds by those black runes if you enter recklessly. Jiang Feng frowned. Then do you know where to obtain this spatial compass? I'm not entirely sure about that, Ruan Yuan replied. But before I entered that alternate space, it seemed to be in the possession of the Ouyang family of Tianjing. The Ouyang family of Tianjing? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in thought. He recalled that Ouyang Yue from last time was also from the Ouyang family of Tianjing. In that case, it seemed he should pay the Ouyang family a visit. Just then, Jang Fong spotted other practitioners in the distance and immediately made his way toward them. The sight of the terrifying blazing glow falcon sent shivers down the spines of the lower-tier adventurers, their legs turning to jelly. They only remembered this was a second-tier instance. How could they encounter such a terrifying beast? From the low-level adventurers' accounts, Jang Fong quickly located the instance exit. After exiting the instance, Jang Fong mentally noted its location. Just as he was preparing to head to Tianjing, he felt the Great Yan order flicker. A new mission had been posted on it. Quest: Foreign Rescue. Mission description: a severe beast invasion has occurred within the borders of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. Powerful practitioners are urgently needed to provide support. Reward: upon defeating the beasts, you will receive 3 purple thunder tribulation crystals and 500,000 merit points. Limited acceptance, 1 person. When Jang Fong saw the mission rewards, his eyes lit up instantly. 3 purple thunder tribulation crystals? These were invaluable items for a beast tamer undergoing tribulation. Without hesitation, Jang Fong accepted the mission. After all, it was limited to 1 player. If he delayed, someone else might snatch it. Accepted. Proceed to the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena within 2 days. Afterward, Jang Fong bought an electronic map on the street and summoned the blazing glorious falcon to head toward the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. The 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom was a small nation bordering the Great Yan Empire. At the blazing glory falcon's flying speed, it would only take a few hours to reach. Speaking of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena, its most famous attractions, aside from elephants, were undoubtedly its transgendered ladyboys. The Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena wasn't large. After flying for about 3 hours, Jang Fong could see the capital city below. However, he saw no sign of the ferocious beasts. Instead, he witnessed cities that had suffered immense destruction. It seemed the beasts had already gone into hiding. Even before the blazing halo falcon arrived, its terrifying aura already enveloped most of the capital city. This commotion instantly alarmed many citizens of the Wanxiang Kingdom. What is this? Within the lavish royal palace, the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, seated upon his throne, was suddenly shaken to his core. An ancient great beast master's aura. The distinction between a tamed beast and a ferocious beast lies in whether the aura carries a savage, violent essence. He hurriedly stepped out of the palace, gazing up at the terrifying fire-breathing beast that obscured the sky. He silently prayed within his heart, may this be a powerful ally sent by the Great Yan Kingdom. If this ancient tier beast came to cause trouble, half his kingdom would face calamity. Their 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom couldn't compare to the Great Yan Kingdom. Their strongest practitioners were merely at the 7th transformation level. Jang Fong mounted the blazing glory falcon and hovered directly above the palace of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. I am the sovereign of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. May I ask who you are? The sovereign of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom bowed respectfully to Jiang Feng, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Seeing Jiang Feng's youthful face only deepened his astonishment. I have accepted a mission from the Great Yan Empire to eliminate the ferocious beasts invading your realm, Jiang Feng replied. So you are an envoy of Great Yan? The ruler's eyes lit up with relief. Simultaneously, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, this was not someone seeking trouble. Jiang Feng merely gave a flat nod. After all, envoys from a superior state did not bow to the ruler of an inferior state. Thus, Jiang Feng felt no need to observe elaborate ceremonial protocols. He then inquired, has the ferocious beast that invaded the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena been tracked down? Chapter 68, Meeting the Great Yan Envoy. Well, the ruler of the Wanxiang Kingdom hesitated. Your Excellency, after that beast rampaged through several cities, it vanished without a trace. To this day, there has been no sign of it. Oh? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Could this beast have been deliberately released? The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom nodded. That possibility cannot be ruled out. We earnestly request the envoy to eliminate this beast. A generous reward is assured. Your presence in our realm is a blessing. I shall immediately arrange accommodations for you. The ruler of the Wanxiang Kingdom said warmly. Soon, under his personal supervision, Jiang Feng was settled into an elegant courtyard residence. After all, the beast hadn't appeared yet, so Jiang Feng could only wait patiently for it to show up. He might as well take the opportunity to experience the customs and culture of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena. That evening, the ruler of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena arrived at Jiang Feng's courtyard accompanied by several young men and women. The boys were handsome and well-dressed, while the girls possessed delicate features and sweet looks. They held several ornate-looking boxes in their hands. Envoy of Great Yan, these are small tokens of my appreciation. Please accept them with a smile. The ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom smiled courteously. Ah, thank you for your thoughtfulness, your majesty. Jiang Feng gave his lackey, Ruan Yuan, a meaningful glance. Ruan Yuan immediately stepped forward and accepted the boxes. After all, they had come to help eradicate the ferocious beasts. Receiving a token of appreciation was only fitting. Thus, Jang Fong did not refuse. Meanwhile, the young men and women standing behind the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom all gazed at Jang Fong with eyes brimming with tension and curiosity. They knew the overwhelming pressure brought by that ancient great beast descending upon the capital today was unlike anything they had ever experienced. Yet they never imagined the Great Yan envoy their father spoke of would be so young. The boys' gazes toward Jiang Feng were almost entirely filled with admiration and reverence. The girls' faces, meanwhile, bore traces of nervousness and a hint of bashfulness. After Jiang Feng accepted the gifts presented to him, the ruler of Wanshan Kingdom introduced him with a cheerful smile. "These are my children. They are all very sensible and well behaved." The young men and women bowed to Jiang Feng in unison. "Greetings, Great Yan envoy." Jiang Feng nodded approvingly. "Very well. These princes and princesses are all fine specimens." He could tell the ruler of Wanshan likely intended for his children to build rapport with him. But Jiang Feng had little interest in them. The ruler of Wanshan smiled and said, "I have prepared a banquet for the envoy. I hope you will grace us with your presence." "I shall decline the banquet. If the sovereign has no further business, I shall retire for the night." Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to attend a banquet with strangers. At that moment, several young boys and girls suddenly knelt on one knee, their voices unison. "Please accept us as your disciples." Take disciples? Jiang Feng froze, momentarily caught off guard. So this was the ruler of the kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena's true intention. "My apologies, but I have no intention of taking disciples at this time. Please dismiss them." Jiang Feng waved his hand, signaling them to rise. Yet after these words were spoken, the youths remained kneeling on the ground, not moving an inch. It seemed as though they would never rise until Jiang Feng accepted them as disciples. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's expression shifted slightly as he turned to look at the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom wore an awkward smile as he spoke. "Envoy, they are utterly devoted to becoming your disciples. Given their sincerity, perhaps you could." Though he knew nothing of Jiang Feng's background, the fact that such a young man could contract an ancient tier beast master was undeniable. His background and power were certainly not to be underestimated. He was likely a figure of considerable weight even within the entire Great Yan Kingdom. If he could use this opportunity to forge a connection with him, it would also serve to intimidate other smaller nations. Therefore, he would not let this chance slip away lightly. But such actions did little to convince Jiang Feng of their sincerity. Instead, they only made him feel cornered. He shot Ruan Yuan a cold glance. Ruan Yuan immediately understood the implication and barked coldly, "Did none of you hear what young Master Jiang just said?" As he spoke, a powerful aura, cold, bloodthirsty, and menacing, emanated from his body, swiftly spreading throughout the entire courtyard. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom felt an icy chill surge up from his soles to the crown of his head. It made him shiver involuntarily. Even the princes and princesses kneeling half-bent on the ground now paled, their bodies trembling. Terror flickered in their eyes as they stared at the plump monk standing beside Jang Fong. He seemed like a ferocious beast standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, its gaping maw wide open. The entire courtyard was saturated with this terrifying aura. Cold sweat poured from the princes and princesses, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if they might collapse at any moment. Each of them trembled in terror, their expressions filled with dread. "Your Excellency, please calm your anger." The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forced a stiff smile as he spoke. But Ruan Yuan showed no sign of restraining his aura. Only after the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom ordered them to rise did Ruan Yuan slowly withdraw his aura. Only when that heart-stopping aura dissipated did the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom and the princes and princesses feel as if they had been granted a reprieve. A wave of relief washed over them. "Put away your thoughts." Jang Fong cast him a cool glance before instructing Ruan Yuan, "Return what you took from them." No, the ruler of the kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena hurriedly protested. "Please forgive me, envoy. I overstepped my bounds." He hadn't anticipated that his actions would provoke Jiang Feng's displeasure, and he was instantly filled with regret. "Very well. Since the beasts haven't appeared yet, I'd like to explore the kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena properly. I happen to need a guide." Jiang Feng's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on a young girl dressed in a yellow rainbow-colored skirt. He pointed with his hand. "Horror." Following Jiang Feng's gesture, the others also turned their gaze in the direction he pointed. The girl possessed an oval-shaped beauty face, delicate features, and fair, delicate skin. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, who had been wallowing in regret moments before, instantly brightened with delight. He hurriedly addressed her. "Panna, starting today, you will serve as the envoy's personal guide around the clock. You must comply with any request the envoy makes. Understood?" He deliberately emphasized the words "any request." This was not only for the girl's ears but also a veiled message to Jang Fong. The implication was clear: Jang Fong could do whatever he pleased with her. In truth, he was eager for his daughter to develop something with Jiang Feng. If they could produce an heir, that would be an even greater blessing, establishing a blood bond. The bond between the two sides would inevitably become even stronger. Jiang Feng looked at the girl, whose expression was still a bit dazed, and asked with a light smile, "Would you like to be my tour guide?" Chapter 69. Wait, what are you doing? The girl named Punna bit her pink lips slightly. Seeing her father's excited expression, she nodded. "I'm willing." The ruler of Wanxian Kingdom beamed with delight. "Excellent. From today onward, you shall reside in this courtyard alongside the envoy." Then, with a solemn expression, he warned, "If I detect even the slightest disrespect toward the envoy, I will not let you off lightly. Father, rest assured. I will not neglect the envoy." As she spoke these words, Punna's eyes flickered, as if she had already made up her mind. She knew her father had many children, and daughters like them, possessing even a modicum of beauty, were essentially gifts used to entertain distinguished guests. She understood that while she was nominally serving as a personal guide, her primary duty was to attend to this envoy from Great Yan. Fortunately, this envoy from Great Yan appeared remarkably young, seemingly not much older than herself. Moreover, he possessed striking good looks, a tall, athletic build, and an air of extraordinary presence. Even if she had to serve this envoy physically, she found herself not entirely resistant to the idea. If anything, she felt somewhat fortunate. After all, she had witnessed her half-sister become the disciple of an old man even older than their father. Though called discipleship, it was essentially service in that capacity. And she'd heard that old man was brutally violent. After only a few days, her half-sister couldn't bear it anymore and ended up going mad. Such was the fate of princesses born to minor kings. Only by awakening an extremely rare profession could one escape such a fate. But she knew they were merely bargaining chips as women, just more valuable ones. Jang Fong remained unaware of her inner thoughts. Still, considering the pile of gifts sent by the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, he could easily send one of his daughters to serve as a guide. After all, Jiang Feng hadn't come here to antagonize the kingdom of 10,000 phenomena. There was no point in souring relations. Earlier, when he had Ruan Yuan release his aura, it was simply because Jiang Feng detested their attempts at moral blackmail. Another point was that, being on someone else's turf, they still needed sufficient intelligence from them to successfully exterminate that invading beast. You can't expect a horse to run without feeding it first. This was the art of combining benevolence with authority. Of course, this approach relies on possessing sufficient strength and confidence. Very well, I have accepted your men. Also, should you discover any traces of that beast, remember to inform me. Hearing this, the ruler of Wanxian Kingdom nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, envoy. I shall report immediately. With that, he led his children out of the courtyard. As they departed, the unselected maidens gazed at Punna with envious eyes. After all, such a young, handsome, and powerful beastmaster was precisely the kind of figure they aspired to. Yet, unexpectedly, only Punna had caught the envoy's eye. Once they had all departed, Jiang Feng's gaze returned to the girl named Punna. He then turned and headed back into the house, saying to Punna, "Come with me inside." Hearing this, Punna's face betrayed tension and a hint of panic. She hadn't expected things to develop so quickly. After all, she hadn't prepared herself mentally for this. Jang Fong glanced back and saw her standing there like a helpless little rabbit. He frowned and asked, "Trouble walking?" What was this ruler of Wanxian thinking, bringing a girl with mobility issues? "No, it's not that." Punna shook her head, her breathing becoming slightly strained. Then, gritting her teeth silently, she stepped forward and followed Jiang Fong into the room. The thought that the purity she had guarded for 17 years was to be surrendered today. For an inexperienced maiden like her, it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. Yet amidst her anxious gaze, there was also a hint of anticipation. Still, she kept urging herself onward, finally settling into a composed demeanor as she awaited whatever was to come. Once the two entered the room, Ruan Yuan sensibly walked to the doorway, closed the room's door, and simultaneously activated a sound-blocking device. He then took up guard duty at the main gate of the courtyard. This was to intercept anyone attempting to enter and spoil young Master Zhang's mood. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Feng's gaze drifted over the young woman, taking her in from head to toe. Her pair of straight, jade-like legs were full and supple, while her slender waist seemed delicate enough to grasp in one hand. She stood rooted to the spot, unable to meet Jiang Feng's gaze. Instead, she looked down at the floor, flustered and embarrassed. "Sit," Jiang Feng gestured to the sofa opposite him. "Ha?" Still flustered, Punna let out a surprised, questioning sound. "Here?" Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. "Or did you want to sit on my lap?" Oh. Punna nodded repeatedly, then prepared to slip the straps off her shoulders as she walked to stand before Jiang Feng. This scene left Jiang Feng utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that women in the kingdom of 10,000 phenomena were this open-minded? Was she actually going to take off her skirt? "Wait, what are you doing?" Jiang Feng quickly spoke up to stop her. Panna was also puzzled. Didn't the messenger just say they were going to do it? Jiang Fong was at a loss for words. It seemed she hadn't heard him clearly earlier and had misunderstood. I told you to sit down, not to take off your skirt. At those words, Panna's face flushed bright red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She'd been so nervous earlier that she hadn't heard Jiang Fong clearly. Now she was so embarrassed she wished she could sink into a hole. Jang Fong broke the slightly awkward silence, turning to her with a question. Which princess of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom are you? Your Excellency, I am the 19th princess of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena, Panna replied, her face still flushed. Hearing this, Jang Fong inwardly thought, goodness gracious, the ruler of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena sure is fertile. Curiosity piqued, he pressed further, and how many siblings do you have in total? Panna thought for a moment before answering, excluding those who have passed away and those yet to be born, roughly 42. Jiang Feng's eye twitched. The ruler of Wanxiang Kingdom was practically a breeding pig. No wonder he could use his own children as bargaining chips. So that's why he has so many. Still, Jiang Feng couldn't help but wonder, out of these 40-odd children, how many were actually his biological offspring. Being the ruler of this small kingdom was pretty sweet. He could have a harem of wives and concubines. And judging by how each of these children had such clear, delicate features, their mothers must have been top-tier beauties. No wonder everyone wants to be emperor, just spend all day expanding the harem. Unlike the Great Yan Empire, which enforced strict monogamy. Though that was merely nominal in reality, how many women the wealthy held was anyone's guess. Chapter 70, Jiang Feng's Speculation. Jang Fong then inquired about the ferocious beast ravaging the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena. Gathering more intelligence on this beast would help prevent its resurgence later. When did that beast first appear? Jiang Fong asked. Panna replied, it appeared roughly 3 days ago. It first surfaced in the northernmost city of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena. Its body was enormous, and its abilities terrifying. In less than 10 minutes, it destroyed that city. After that, it began attacking surrounding cities. Within a single day, 4 cities were destroyed, with countless citizens killed or injured. By the time most practitioners arrived to assist, it vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Jiang Fong couldn't help but ponder, furrowing his brow. Does your Wanxiang Kingdom have any sworn enemies? Panna clearly didn't know the answer either. Their country bordered several other smaller nations. While minor conflicts erupted frequently, none had escalated to such catastrophic proportions. Moreover, with Great Yan as their powerful neighbor, those smaller nations would never dare to orchestrate such a large-scale attack. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. The sudden outbreak of ferocious beasts in the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena coincided with the rewards from this Great Yan mission, rewards that happened to be precisely what he needed. Combining these two factors made the connection all too obvious. This was undoubtedly a conspiracy specifically targeting him. At this realization, a faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips, a chill glinting in his eyes. It was clear someone had lured him into the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, intending to eliminate him here in one fell swoop. After all, this was not within the borders of the Great Yan Kingdom. Had they acted within the kingdom, the Great Yan High Command and its professional warriors would never have stood idly by. Only by luring him into this minor kingdom could they avoid such complications. This must be a trap set by the 7 nations' envoys, aiming to eliminate him. Evidently, after the 3 from Shiva Kingdom failed to ambush him, they had devised this new mission. Yet one unforeseen element remained. Jiang Feng had obtained the heart of the Fire Dragon King, an epic tier artifact, within that legendary secret realm. This artifact could propel his beast-taming prowess to a whole new level. Thus, even knowing this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the envoys of the 7 nations, Jiang Feng remained unperturbed. What puzzled him most, however, was how the 7 nations could have someone issue the Great Yan mission. After all, Great Yan missions were assigned by the nation's highest authorities, its very core figures. Had the 7 nations' influence already penetrated the very heart of the Great Yan Empire? At this thought, Jiang Feng's gaze turned icy cold. Even Panna beside him couldn't help but shiver. Once he conquered the Great Yan Tower of Geniuses and obtained the divine source, it would mark the beginning of the 7 nations' downfall. He wouldn't let these people keep playing dirty tricks. Only by striking first could he seize control of the situation. Leaning back against the sofa, Jiang Feng gazed up at the ceiling and waved to Panna. All right, it's getting late. You should go rest. Hearing this, Panna flushed and stammered, Messenger, am I to sleep here tonight? Her eyes darted toward the bedroom as she lowered her voice, maybe I should take a shower first. Seeing her expression, Jiang Feng knew the girl's mind was wandering into adult territory again. He immediately replied, there are several rooms in this courtyard. Pick whichever one you like to sleep in. Oh, okay. Panna nodded, her face flushing bright red like a boiled lobster. She hadn't expected to get the wrong idea again. As she turned to leave the living room, a strange sense of disappointment washed over her. Could it be that her looks and figure hadn't caught the envoy's eye? Only after leaving the room did she realize her face was burning hot. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Maybe the messenger is just a proper gentleman? Standing at the courtyard gate, Ruan Yuan watched as Punna, her face flushed, retreated to another room. A knowing smile spread across his face. Young Master Jiang really is something. It's been nearly an hour and a half already. The next day, Jang Fong planned to explore the kingdom of 10,000 scenes, leaving Ruan Yuan to guard the courtyard. Panna led Jang Fong to a picturesque rural area, where numerous tourists in varied attire were riding elephants for photos and check-ins. Normally, one would have to queue to ride an elephant, but due to Punna's status, dedicated staff came over to assist them. Panna climbed onto the elephant's back first, then reached out to pull Jang Fong up. Jang Fong followed suit and climbed aboard. The pair then rode their elephants toward the flower-filled fields. Jang Fong noticed that within this Wanshan kingdom, there were quite a few tourists from Great Yan also enjoying the sights. Riding on the elephant's back, however, felt less comfortable than riding his own beast. After spending the morning sightseeing, Jang Fong noticed many beautiful young women standing along the roadside. Yet the moment they spoke, he could tell their voices were distinctly strained. Turns out they were all high-pitched cute girls. While undeniably attractive, once inside a room, they'd likely pull out something bigger than you. Afterward, Punna patiently guided Jang Fong through the sights and architecture, sharing the cultural stories of the place. Seeing one magnificent temple after another, then contrasting them with the dilapidated buildings where the people of Wanshan lived. This stark contrast was quite moving. Envoy, are you thirsty? I'll go buy you some water, Punna said, heading toward a nearby shop to purchase milk tea. As Jang Fong observed the tourists on the street, several men with similarly Dian features approached. Bro, you look like you're traveling alone. Visiting for the sights? One of the men asked with a friendly smile, striking up a conversation as if they were old acquaintances. Jang Fong nodded briefly, not engaging them further. We're here on vacation too. The scenery's great, the people are nice, it's pretty chill. The group grinned broadly. Bro, wanna let us show you a good time? No thanks, I don't have any money, Jang Fong replied indifferently, knowing these were all Dian locals. At the mention of no money, a subtle gleam flashed in their eyes. One of them lowered his voice. Bro, meeting us is your lucky break. I've got ways to make money, guaranteed you'll earn enough in a month to buy a gold-tier piece of gear. Hearing this, Jang Fong immediately grew wary. Something about these guys seemed off. You mean Great Yan people don't cheat other Great Yan people? Seeing Jiang Feng's interest, they quickly patted their chests in assurance. Dian people don't cheat Dian people. Lots of Dian folks have struck it rich over there and are still at it. It's a high-profit business, way better than risking our lives grinding monsters in dungeons. Chapter 71, Get in the car. Seeing Jiang Fong still hesitating, the dark-skinned man urged him on, pushing him forward. Young man, I told you we Dian people don't cheat our own. You're lucky to have run into us. If you don't believe me, I can show you right now. Jiang Fong had long known the shady dealings that went on in the Triangle region. But he never imagined he'd get caught up in it himself. How amusing. In his past life, Jiang Fong had often seen such news reports on television. Seeing people subjected to all manner of abuse only fueled the rage burning within him. Men were electrocuted with batons, had fingers chopped off, and teeth smashed, and that was considered light punishment. The worst offenders had their hearts and livers ripped out, while worthless corpses were simply fed to dogs. The women were even more pitiful. Not only were they subjected to humiliation, but they were also dragged off to be forced into prostitution. Those who ended up in the Triangle District met with the most horrific fates. Very well. I'll go with you and see for myself. Jang Fong nodded, determined to take down these scourges in one fell swoop. That's the spirit, young man. Trust us, and we'll all live high on the hog. The man hooked his arm around Jiang Feng's shoulder. My name's Kai. From now on, just call me Brother Kai. They chatted casually along the way, covertly probing for details about Jiang Fong. But Jiang Fong was tight-lipped, letting nothing slip that might give them useful information. A strange smile played on Kai's lips as he dismissed Jiang Fong as just another greenhorn fresh out of school. As for his family background and such, it didn't matter if he didn't want to talk about it. Once they got to the place and saw the tools of the trade, he'd spill everything willingly. He was confident he had 100 ways to pry the truth out of this kid. He led Jiang Fong through winding streets and alleys to a secluded spot. Parked in this secluded spot was a beat-up panel van. Young man, hop in. We'll take you straight to the company. Kai said with a smile. But just as Jiang Fong was about to climb in, Kai suddenly grabbed his arm and said, Young man, hand over your ID and passport. I'll hold on to them for you. When the time comes, I'll handle all the complicated paperwork directly. No need to be polite with your brother Kai from now on, we're family. Jiang Fong shook his head. I didn't bring any of those. You didn't bring them? Little brother, don't joke with your brother Kai. If you didn't bring them, I'll go back with you right now to get them. These are mandatory documents the company requires for registration. It won't work without them. Kai said with a troubled look. In that case, I guess I won't be going then. Jiang Fong shook his head, feigning disinterest. Hearing this, Kai grew anxious and quickly interjected. Hey, wait. How about this? Forget the paperwork. When we get to the company, just say you're Kai's guy. He'd worked so hard to find this kid, how could he let him slip away? Once Jiang Fong climbed into the van, he found it already crammed with several men and women. All of them were hoping to strike it rich with Kai's crew. A man 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Fong spotted him and immediately approached to greet him. Hey, bro, I'm Chen Huai. What's your name? He said, smiling as he extended his hand. Jiang Fong politely shook his hand and introduced himself. Jiang Fong. Nice name. Did you also find their company info on the job site? Chen Huai asked with a smile. Jiang Fong shook his head. I just met a guy named Kai on the street. He said he could help me make big money, so I followed him. Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. I hear this company is huge, with lavish decor and benefits that blow away any group company in the Great Yan region. Chen Huai's face lit up with excitement as he continued, almost talking to himself. They say working here for just 1 month could buy you a gold quality equipment item. Then I won't just be able to pay my brother's college tuition, I'll even have enough left over to buy him a full set of luxury gear. Then he'll be able to hold his head high at school. A proud smile spread across his face as he spoke. He had awakened to the life-type chef profession, a so-called trash job with no real future. He himself came from the countryside, but his younger brother had awakened as a warrior and even gained admission to the professional university. But the university tuition was a significant expense for their family. Aware of their family's struggles, his younger brother considered giving up university to join a team and work as a low-level assistant in dungeons. But Chen Huai put a stop to that idea. For people at their level, the lowest rung of society, they couldn't afford good gear or hire professional adventurers to level up with them. Even if they managed to get into a dungeon to assist others, a single misstep could easily cost them their lives. Not everyone could afford resurrection scrolls. For people of their class, even buying a few extra healing items meant gritting their teeth and using them sparingly. If danger struck in a dungeon, their lives would be in grave peril and the risk of losing limbs was all too common. Some spend their entire lives crawling through dungeons, yet remain stuck at the bottom. But entering a professional university changes everything. Within the school, not only are there specialized instructors teaching combat and various survival skills for dungeons, but instructors also lead teams into dungeons for hands-on training. Outside the university, such training would cost several times more. Moreover, outstanding performers at the professional university attract lucrative offers from major guilds and corporations. Noticing Jiang Fong was about the same age as his younger brother, Chen Huai couldn't help but ask curiously. Brother, you look about the same age as my younger brother. You must be a new student about to enroll, right? Jiang Fong shook his head. No. Hearing this, Chen Huai realized Jiang Feng's family background was likely similar to his own. He patted Jiang Fong on the shoulder encouragingly. Bro, let's work hard. When we make money, we won't be any worse off than anyone else. Jiang Fong smiled and asked, so, do you know what you'll be doing at the company? I'm a chef. I'm going to work in the company kitchen. I never imagined this Wanshan kingdom would seem poorer than our Great Yan, yet they still pay such high wages. Chen Huai gazed out the window at the dilapidated streets and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Fong asked curiously, didn't you ever suspect the company's salary offer was a scam? Don't worry, brother. I was referred by a legitimate company back in our Great Yan. You know how wild beasts have been appearing in Wanshan kingdom lately? People are scared and fleeing, so the company can't find workers. That's why they're offering such high pay. Chen Huai reassured him with a smile. Chapter 72, Bring this Mr. Lu along. After chatting idly for a while longer, Jiang Fong observed that the people here were either gamblers who'd lost money or those desperate to make a fortune. Others had shifty eyes and spoke in stammering, hesitant tones. Clearly, they knew what they'd truly be doing once they arrived at the company. Soon, the minivan drove on for an unknown duration, but the scenery outside the windows clearly grew increasingly distant from the city. The vehicle plunged deep into dense jungle. Along the way, they switched to a ferry to cross the river, then boarded another van. Hey, bro, look at that guy in the mask, isn't that Wang something or other, the internet celebrity from our Great Yan? Through the window, Chen Huai pointed at a man boarding the van and said to Jiang Fong. If big influencers like him are traveling with us, it means this company is legit. Stop worrying. Jiang Fong merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Soon, the van entered a compound surrounded by barbed wire fences. It came to a halt in a dilapidated courtyard. A group of burly men, necks inked, shoulders covered in elaborate tattoos, flicked away their cigarettes and approached, clubs in hand. They roughly yanked open the car doors and shouted at the occupants inside, "Get your asses out of there." Around the perimeter of the compound, thugs armed with spray guns stood watch. The moment the occupants stood up, they were yanked out and kicked hard. Faced with this scene, Chen Huai, whose face had been glowing with anticipation of making big money, was suddenly dumbfounded, his legs trembling with fear. This kind of scene, he'd only ever seen in movies. Jiang Fong stepped out of the car. A burly man with a tattoo on his neck still tried to kick Jiang Feng. Yet under Jiang Feng's gaze, he inexplicably felt a twinge of fear. Once everyone had exited the vehicle. On the playground, several men bound hand and foot, covered in wounds, were dragged out like dogs. Sizzle! A thug brandished a blue glowing electric baton, jabbing it viciously into their bodies while snarling threats. You worthless scum, thinking you could escape? Let me tell you, the only way out of here is lying down. No one has ever walked out of here alive. The thug then turned his menacing gaze toward the people getting out of the van and threatened. You newcomers, listen up. Anyone who tries to escape will meet the same fate. Witnessing the brutal scene, several girls shrieked in terror. But the tattooed thugs immediately slapped them, snarling, scream again, and we'll kill you. Chen Hui trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees. Clutching one thug's thigh, he pleaded. Brother, please let me go. I beg you, let me go. Ha! If we let you go, do you think you'd just hand over all your money? The man grabbed his hair, sneering with a vicious grin. At that moment, a man in his early 30s with slicked back hair stepped forward. After scanning the people getting out of the car, he praised Kai, who had stepped out of the driver's seat. Not bad, Kai. Another batch brought in. Your performance keeps getting better. Kai grinned obsequiously. Not at all. It's all thanks to General Manager Lu's guidance. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to the man, and then personally lit it for him. But after scanning the group, noticed a handsome-looking youth among them. Far from showing any panic or fear, the youth wore an expression of utter calm. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He pointed at Jiang Feng with the hand holding the cigarette. Who is this kid? After all, no ordinary person entering their compound could maintain such an unruffled expression. I picked this kid up off the street. He's got the looks. He'll be perfect for catering to those rich ladies and bosses with special tastes. He'll make us a fortune. Kai chuckled, then called out to Jiang Feng, Kid, hurry over here and greet Boss Lu. Jiang Feng's lips curved slightly as he approached Mr. Lu. So this is your lair, huh? How dare you speak to Mr. Lu like that? Kneel and speak. Seeing Jiang Feng dare to show disrespect to Mr. Lu, Kai immediately lunged to kick him. But Jiang Feng merely gave him a cold glance. A flash of blade light later, a crimson line appeared across Kai's throat. Jiang Feng took a step back. Kai's vision spun, his world blurred, and he tumbled backward. The scene left everyone utterly stunned. They hadn't even seen how Jiang Feng had struck. Lu's eyes widened in horror, his pupils shrinking as he shouted urgently, Quick! Get that kid! But the tattooed thugs dared not approach Jiang Feng. Another flash of swordlight, and their eyes rolled back in unison. Even the thugs armed with spray guns along the courtyard walls were decapitated in that instant. You're not a low-tier professional. Mr. Lu backed away in terror, his eyes filled with sheer dread. That damn Kai had actually brought back such a terrifyingly powerful individual. As Jiang Feng approached, Lu Zong stammered, Don't kill me. I'll give you all the money. Don't worry. I won't kill you yet. I'll go inside and see what's happening before deciding how you'll die. Jiang Feng grinned. Ending him now would be too easy. With that, Jiang Feng summoned the blazing glory falcon. The moment its massive form appeared, it was like a sun obscuring the sky, causing the temperature throughout the entire park to skyrocket by dozens of degrees. An ancient great beast tamer. Lu's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined that damn Kai would bring a big shot with an ancient tier beast master into the park. Wasn't this like an old man eating arsenic, craving a longer life? At that moment, people inside the building sensed the commotion outside and hurried to the hallway to look. When they saw the enormous fire-breathing beast hovering above the skylight, they all sucked in their breath in unison. Some enforcers immediately grabbed their shotguns, taking positions on the second-floor corridor and firing at Jang Fong. Before they could even aim, sword light sliced through their necks, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless. Chaos quickly engulfed the entire complex. Many thugs, seeing the situation turn dire, scrambled to flee outside. But every single one attempting to flee lost a leg beneath the flashing sword light. Killing them outright would be too easy. They deserved to feel the pain they had inflicted on others. To Jang Fong, these men were not worthy of being called human, mere beasts clad in human skin. Jang Fong turned to Chen Hui, who was rising from the ground, and said with a sly smile, Take this Mr. Lu with us. We'll pay a visit to his torture chamber. Chapter 73, Run for your life. Even 8th rank powerhouses are like ants. Chen Hui swallowed hard. He hadn't expected the youth before him to be a beast master as well. That terrifying fire-breathing beast in the sky alone was proof enough of his formidable power. Upon entering the punishment chamber, Jiang Feng surveyed the array of torture devices scattered throughout. Pliers, whips, iron chains, cages, and more. Among them, a person was locked in a wooden cage, submerged in water. Unwiped bloodstains stained the walls and floor throughout the room. A single glance revealed the inhuman suffering endured by those who had passed through this place. Jiang Feng turned to Mr. Lu behind him. Would you kindly demonstrate how each of these instruments is used? Hearing this, Mr. Lu's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees before Jiang Feng. Sir, I had nothing to do with this. I was just following orders. But Jiang Feng ignored his pleas for mercy, instead instructing Chen Huai to strap him to the electrified chair. As the switch was flipped, a fierce current surged through his body. Mr. Lu's body convulsed violently, emitting shrill, piercing screams. Increase the voltage. Mr. Lu is a triple transition professional. This level of current might work on an ordinary person, but it's nowhere near enough for him. Jiang Feng said flatly. Upon hearing this, Chen Huai immediately increased the voltage. And Mr. Lu instantly let out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing violently. The intensified current surged through his body, even curling his hair from the shock. A wisp of white smoke rose from his head. You mentioned earlier that you're acting on someone's orders. That means your operation has more than just this facility. Once you've finished using the equipment here, take me to the other locations. I'll deal with them one by one. Within just a few hours, Jiang Feng had dismantled 6 or 7 such facilities in succession. By then, the masterminds behind these operations could no longer sit idly by. These facilities were their cash cows. A single facility could generate billions in annual revenue for them. Now, with 6 or 7 of them taken down, it directly severed hundreds of billions in income sources. The 4 major families of the Tri-region swiftly reached a unanimous decision: the damned Beastmaster must be eliminated. Even if he possessed an ancient great beast, he must die here. After all, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. That damned bastard must die. Soon, the 4 major families offered 1 billion credits to hire the Tri-region's top assassin to eliminate that Beastmaster. Triangle region assassins lived lives of constant danger, licking blood off the edge of their blades. Faced with a 10 billion yuan bounty, even an ancient tier Beastmaster couldn't deter them from accepting the mission without hesitation. By the time Jiang Feng had slaughtered his way through the final enclosure, the surrounding trees twisted like wooden dragons, encircling the entire compound. Several top-tier assassins from the Triangle region chose to join forces against Jiang Feng. At such a young age, you possess an ancient grade beast tamer. Seems your backing is formidable. A man with a scar at the corner of his eye sneered coldly. But someone's offering 1 billion for your head. No matter how powerful your backers are, they won't be able to save you in time. With that, he drew a broad blade and swung it fiercely toward Jiang Feng. The blade's edge whipped up a whirlwind that surged toward Jiang Feng. The other assassins unleashed their skills in a torrent. Facing the onslaught of these assassins, Jiang Feng remained unhurried and composed. Among these assassins, the highest ranked was nearly an 8th transformation. Jiang Feng immediately commanded his sword spirit to act. A flash of the sword spirit's light instantly claimed the lives of several assassins. You fools think you can kill me? You're delusional. Jiang Feng sneered. The scarred man's broad blade halted mid-swing in the air. Jiang Feng's lowered fingertip flickered lightly, and the cold gleam instantly split into a myriad of sword shadows. The scarred man dodged instantly, his heart racing with terror as he activated a defensive artifact to block the onslaught. This kid's spirit sword was truly bizarre, far more dangerous than ancient great spirit beasts. Yet the moment the scarred man's barrier materialized, it shattered instantly beneath the sword shadows. This can't be possible, the scarred man cried out in disbelief. Soon, his form was swept away by the countless sword shadows, reduced to a sky-filling mist of blood. Run! Even an 8th tier powerhouse is like an ant before him. The remaining assassins shouted frantically, their eyes filled with boundless terror. At the same time, Jiang Feng noticed a shadowy figure darting toward him from the ground. He immediately pointed a finger, and the sword spirit transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the earth. Yet the attack inflicted no damage whatsoever on the dark figure. Boy, your spirit sword is indeed formidable, but you're still too young. How could you possibly stand against my shadow shift technique? A cold, mocking voice echoed silently in Jiang Feng's ear. A dagger coated in ink poison instantly pierced Jiang Feng's chest. With this strike, he was certain Jiang Feng was doomed. The 10 billion gold bounty was undoubtedly his to claim. But he didn't know Jiang Feng possessed the monstrous skill known as symbiosis. It allowed him to instantly transfer any damage he suffered to his beastmaster. Like mages, beast tamers feared close combat with assassins. Jiang Feng, however, was a complete exception. He didn't fear close combat at all. Instead, he could use himself as bait to lure opponents into close combat. Is it that I'm too young, or that you're too arrogant? Jiang Feng seized his wrist, a cold smile curling his lips. A streak of light erupted from the ground, soaring skyward and cleaving the assassin's body clean in two. Even in death, the assassin couldn't comprehend it. That fatal strike had clearly landed. Why had this man emerged unscathed? Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the assassins felt their minds go blank. He didn't die? No way. The scene of the major assassin's ambush abruptly reversed, and they began fleeing in panic. The 4 major families had been utterly ruined by them. Facing such a monster, they wouldn't have taken the job for 5 billion, let alone 10. But now it was too late for regrets. From their appearance to the start of combat, it took less than 3 minutes before they began their retreat. Jang Fong donned the omniscient mask and drew the Fire Dragon King's bow. With a single draw of the bowstring, a flaming arrow materialized. Whoosh! 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 Jang Fong relentlessly drew and released arrows at the fleeing assassins. With a 180% attack speed, he turned the assassins' backs into hedgehogs. Damn it! Why is this kid so terrifying? He can even transform into an archer. Is he some kind of monster? The fleeing assassins cursed their misfortune. Though their backs were pierced like hedgehogs, they had no time to pull out the flaming arrows. Because if they slowed down, they'd never make it out alive. Of course, part of the reason was that Jiang Feng had no intention of exterminating them completely. After capturing 2 severely wounded assassins, Jiang Feng stepped before them, his face twisted in contempt. You call yourselves assassins? Tell your employer next time to send some trash that can actually make me break a sweat. Chapter 74, a joke? Wipe out your Wei clan, and the money's mine. Yes, sir. Please spare our lives. The 2 assassins begged for mercy in unison. Who hired you? Jiang Feng asked calmly. They say to uproot the weeds completely. Even if several compounds were dismantled, as long as the mastermind behind them remained unrooted, they would inevitably rise again, establishing new compounds in other hidden locations. The 4 great families of Triangle District hired us to kill you. I'll take you straight to them, one of them blurted out urgently. Jiang Feng nodded, his expression unreadable. I know the rules of your trade: take the money and eliminate the trouble. But if you want to live, tell me where the 4 families are. As he spoke, Jiang Feng planted a life and death curse upon them. If you fail to follow my orders, don't blame me for activating the life and death curse within you, sending you to a death filled with agony. Triangle District, Wei family. A colossal firebird, its wings darkening the sky, raced toward the Wei residents at breakneck speed. The Wei family's powerful members sensed the aura of the blazing heavenly falcon and couldn't help but show shock on their faces. This was an ancient great beast. Especially Wei Warren, the head of the Wei family, whose face darkened considerably. According to intelligence reports, the perpetrator behind the consecutive attacks on the estates of the 4 great families was none other than a beastmaster riding an ancient great firebird. Unexpectedly, the assassins they sent out not only failed their mission but also led this beastmaster straight to their doorstep. Without delay, Wei Warren ordered the younger generation of the family to take refuge in the basement. The basement offered protection from outside scrutiny and contained enough supplies to sustain them for a month. Even in the worst-case scenario, they could preserve the Wei family bloodline. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. He knew the powerful beast tamer had come seeking revenge, but as long as the Wei family was willing to pay to avoid disaster, matters would surely not escalate to the final stage. Simultaneously, he had dispatched men to summon the warlord overlord of the Triangle region to bolster their position. Even if they couldn't intimidate the beast master, they could at least secure some room for maneuver. After all, the 4 great families had established their roots in the Triangle region through essential connections. With underhanded tactics now impossible, negotiations must proceed openly. Sir, this is the Wei family, one of the 4 great families. An assassin pointed down at the sprawling villa covering hundreds of square meters. Jang Fong gave a slight nod, immediately commanding the blazing glory falcon to launch an attack on the villa below. Boom! 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 The blazing halo falcon flapped its wings, unleashing the skill meteorite fire rain. In an instant, countless fireballs resembling meteors slammed down upon the Wei family's villa. However, the Wei family had already activated their defensive formation, holding back the blazing halo falcon's assault. Yet under the falcon's relentless barrage, the Wei family's defensive formation began to shake violently. I'll see just how long your defensive array can hold out, Jiang Feng murmured, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He wasn't in a hurry to take down the Wei family. Instead, he was waiting for the other 3 major clans to arrive. That way, he could take them all down at once and avoid the tedium of picking them off one by one. Wei Warren's face twisted with anxiety as he hurriedly soared toward the skies above the Wei family estate. Bowing toward Jiang Feng perched on the fiery falcon's back feathers, he pleaded. Elder, it was my Wei family's blindness that offended you. Please calm your anger. Yet his words did nothing to halt the fiery falcon's assault. Wei Warren declared loudly, Elder, my Wei family is willing to offer 200 billion credits and an epic tier equipment piece to you. We hope to turn hostility into friendship. Ridiculous. Once I destroy your Wei family, won't everything you own become mine anyway? Jang Fong sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with scorn. Hearing this, Wei Warren's face darkened with displeasure. He then continued to raise the stakes. If you deem that insufficient, my Wei family is willing to gift you 50% of the park's annual profits. In that case, let's discuss it. Jang Fong summoned the blazing halo falcon back into his beast taming space before stepping into the courtyard of the Wei family villa. Seeing room for negotiation, a flicker of relief crossed Wei Warren's face. He promptly ordered servants to bring fine tea to entertain Jiang Fong. Sitting in a recliner, Jang Fong eyed the steaming tea and quipped, "Head of the Wei family, this tea isn't laced with poison, is it?" "How could I dare?" Wei Warren replied with a forced smile, simultaneously flattering him. "I never imagined a young master like you would possess an ancient tier beast. It's truly astonishing. For my earlier offenses, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." "It's not about daring or not," Jiang Fong replied. "I saved your face, and you sent men to kill me. That's only fair, isn't it?" Jiang Fong said with a smile. Yet that smile sent a chill down Wei Warren's spine. He hastily offered a fawning apology. "Please forgive my foolishness, Your Excellency. It was a momentary lapse of judgment that led me to make such a reckless decision. I, Wei, hereby pledge to donate 60% of the Wei family estate's annual profits to you, Senior. Furthermore, I shall present you with one legendary great equipment piece each year." Hearing this, Jiang Fong sneered coldly, "Mr. Wei, with all the ill-gotten gains you rake in year after year, haven't you ever felt the slightest twinge of unease? Do you realize your wealth is stained with blood, destroying countless families?" Wei Warren forced an awkward smile. "Your Excellency speaks the truth. From this day forward, I, Wei, shall wash my hands of this trade and retire from the world." Jiang Fong sipped his tea, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "For someone like you, steeped in endless sins, do you truly believe a simple retirement can erase everything? Mr. Wei, do you think the world works that easily?" At these words, Wei Warren's smile twisted into a grimace. "How does Your Honor propose to resolve this?" "Only death can wash away your sins and serve as a warning to the world," Jiang Fong stated bluntly. Wei Warren frowned. "So you're saying I must die?" "No. What I mean is that you and every member of the other three great families must die." Jiang Feng's smile held a bitter chill. "If you do not die, the people's anger cannot be appeased." "Humph. Don't think that just because you possess an ancient great beast, you can dictate the fate of my Wei family with a single word. After so many years of development, the Wei family boasts a formidable number of powerful individuals. Your actions clearly signal you want to destroy us completely, a mutually assured destruction that benefits neither of us." Seeing that the other party was determined to eliminate him at all costs, Wei Warren's stance hardened. "Is that so? But who said I only have one ancient great beast?" As soon as Jiang Fong finished speaking, he summoned two beasts. Roar! The moment the Abyssal Dragon King appeared, it completely obscured the sky. In an instant, dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled, and a colossal dragon its length impossible to gauge twisted and turned within the swirling mist. A pair of enormous dragon eyes pierced through the dark clouds, gazing down with contempt upon the Wei family members below. "What? Impossible. You actually have another ancient great dragon king." Wei Warren's eyes widened in utter shock. The Wei family's elite warriors were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 75, Have you heard of the law of smoke without injury? Quite surprised, aren't you? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a playful smile as he spoke. The Wei family's practitioners all swallowed hard, instinctively gulping back saliva. "Quick! Just keep his beast tamer occupied outside. Once we take this kid down, his beast tamer won't be able to make a splash." A Wei family practitioner blurted out, his eyes burning with fervor. Jang Fong was now within arm's reach. Killing him would also net them two ancient great beast mounts. If auctioned on the black market, they could fetch a hefty sum. Not only could they rebuild the park this brat destroyed for the Wei family, but they'd also rake in a huge profit. The destroyed park was insignificant, they could simply rebuild it with money. As for the paparazzi who got away, they'd just lure another batch back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than multicolored elemental flames erupted around the Wei family members. Three assassins blurred into afterimages, lunging straight for Jiang Feng's throat. Icicles suddenly materialized in the air, clearly sealing off Jiang Feng's escape route. Clang! Jiang Feng swept his hand, and the sword spirit burst forth from the void. Where the sword chi swept, over a dozen heads flew skyward simultaneously, gushing blood columns staining the entire courtyard crimson. Seeing this, Wei Warren's pupils contracted sharply. Why can you still wield a sword? Aren't you a beast tamer? How could a beast tamer wield a sword? This utterly shattered his worldview. Impossible. This can't be. Wei Warren staggered backward, his face frozen in horror. The remaining Wei family practitioners screamed and fled in panic. In a single exchange, he had slain over a dozen 5th and 6th tier Wei family members. What could they possibly do against this monstrous youth? I advise you to cease your futile resistance, for today, the Wei clan shall be annihilated. Jang Fong strode across the blood-soaked ground, his eyes gleaming with cold, ruthless intent. Not flaying these men alive was already the utmost mercy Jiang Fong could muster. Just as Jiang Fong was about to deliver a swift end to Wei Warren, in the corner of the courtyard, an elderly steward-like figure formed hand seals. A forest of spiked rock pillars instantly surged 10 meters high from the ground, piercing toward Jiang Fong. As the spines closed in on piercing Jiang Feng's body, Wei Warren's face twisted into a grimace of survivalist satisfaction. Do you think you, a wet behind the ears brat, can destroy the Wei family that has stood in the Triangle region for over 50 years? Die! Wei Warren roared, then channeled a surge of mystical energy into his palm, intent on obliterating the youth into nothingness. After the rock spike pierced Jiang Feng's body, the mystical energy wave twisted the void, crashing toward him with overwhelming force. Boom! A cloud of dust instantly billowed from Jiang Feng's position. Every member of the Wei family who witnessed the scene couldn't help but break into delighted smiles. That damned brat is finally dead. Though young and exceptionally talented, he was far too arrogant. Have you ever heard of the smoke without injury principle? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as his figure gradually emerged from the dust cloud. What? Wei Warren's pupils dilated in shock. That brat wasn't dead after all. Consider that earlier the rock spikes combined with his mystical energy blast. Unless this kid had 1,000,000 hit points. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand what they considered a guaranteed fatal strike? Yet the reality stood before them. Jang Fong remained unscathed, as if he hadn't suffered a single scratch. Run! Wei Warren bellowed urgently. He refused to engage this monstrous youth in further combat. But Jang Fong gave them no chance. With a flick of his fingertips, the sword spirit split into countless sword shadows midair, instantly sweeping toward the Wei family members. In an instant, the Wei family members fled in disarray, yet none could evade the onslaught. A crimson line appeared on each victim's neck before their bodies tumbled to the ground. Witnessing this bloody scene, Jiang Feng's eyes remained utterly still, as calm as an ancient well. The Wei family had committed so many sins such a swift death was actually a mercy for them. Jang Fong commanded the assassin behind him. Go and eliminate every last surviving member of the Wei family. Not even a single dog should be spared. Yes, sir, the assassin replied, trembling with fear. Having witnessed the earlier scene, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. This youth is truly terrifying. Even as cold-blooded killers who slaughtered without mercy. Compared to Jiang Feng's detached indifference, treating human life as worthless as an ant, they seemed like greenhorns just starting out. It was as if Jiang Fong hadn't just killed someone, but merely disposed of livestock. Jiang Fong, however, sat back in his original seat and poured himself a cup of tea. He waited here for the representatives of the three major families to arrive. Every so often, assassins would approach, leading a group of young children. Sir, these are the Wei family's young ones. How shall we handle them? The children, upon seeing the corpses and blood strewn across the floor, immediately burst into wails. One little boy even picked up a long sword from the ground, shouting, "You damned villain! I'll make you pay with your life." But before he could charge at Jiang Fong, the assassin stopped him. Jiang Fong scanned the children. In their eyes, he saw hatred, fear, and rage. Sir, might we spare them? After all, these children are innocent, the assassin murmured. Hearing this, Jiang Fong chuckled. Who knew an assassin like you could harbor such a saintly heart? Leaving them alone in this world, don't you fear they'll be lonely? Let's reunite them with their families. Yes. The assassin nodded, then swiftly dispatched them with a single stroke. Just then, hundreds of people swarmed outside the Wei residence. Among them were representatives from the three major clans, along with men in military uniforms. As they entered the Wei family courtyard and witnessed the gruesome scene of bodies strewn everywhere, their hearts were stirred by a violent wave of emotion. Beyond that, a hint of secret delight lingered in their hearts. After all, the four great families had controlled the Triangle region, dividing the spoils among themselves. With the Wei family, who held the largest share, now destroyed, the three remaining families would naturally receive a larger portion. You wiped out the entire Wei family, the burly man in military uniform frowned and asked. That's correct. Jang Fong surveyed them in turn. You represent the three major families? General Mas. This brat dared to wipe out the Wei family right under your nose. He clearly doesn't give a damn about you. A man in white robes incited the military-clad giant. Marseille shot a stern glance at Jiang Fong and barked. Boy, you've made your move on my turf. Don't you owe me an explanation? Hearing this, Jiang Fong chuckled lightly. What kind of explanation do you want? Seeing Jiang Fong didn't seem to harbor deep-seated grudges, General Masai continued. I've heard you wiped out the four great families' compound. Plus, you have an ancient tier beastmaster. Even assassins hired by the four great families for 10 billion couldn't touch you. I've always valued talent. If you're willing to serve me, I'll overlook this incident and even make you my second in command. Jiang Fong shook his head. And what if I refuse? Chapter 76, The Great Yan Royal Decree. Young man, I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. General Masai has taken a liking to you, consider yourself fortunate. An aide beside Mas immediately snapped. Yet Mas merely waved his hand with a smile, his words tinged with menace. Young man, I know your extraordinary abilities at such a young age must come from backing unimaginable to ordinary folk. But remember this isn't your Great Yan Kingdom, this is the Triangle region. Here, my word is law. Even with your powerful connections, if I capture you, punish you, and hand you over to Great Yan, no one will dare criticize my actions. On the contrary, if you choose to work under me, money, status, women, you can have your pick. The reason Masai could offer such generous terms was entirely because Jiang Fong was worth it. With Jiang Feng's combat prowess at his disposal, he would no longer be confined to the small triangle region. Ruling as a petty warlord over a small triangular region could no longer satisfy his ambition and desires. These four major families not only ran various scams but also controlled the flower trade. Over the years, they had amassed an unimaginable fortune for him, wealth rivaling that of a nation. Yet even with such vast wealth, he remains unsatisfied. After all, the four major families were merely his tools for making money, while he himself was just a black glove milking profits between three nations. He had long harbored ambitions to expand his territory beyond the Triangle region, even unifying the surrounding small nations. After hearing the words of the man known as General Marseille, Jang Fong smiled and quipped, "You want me to join you? Fine. Then wipe out the remaining three major families right now." General Marseille's face lit up with delight at the suggestion. But when Jiang Fong delivered his next sentence, his expression darkened instantly. These three major families were his money-making tools. If he wiped out these last three families, where would his future income come from? After all, not just anyone could take over and continue running such a lucrative operation. If that were the case, he would have driven out the four great families long ago and gone solo. The members of the three major families grew furious upon hearing this. Who would have thought this brat would speak so arrogantly, openly declaring his intent to wipe out their three major families? General Masai, this brat shows us no respect whatsoever. We should teach him a lesson. The white-robed man from earlier roared angrily. Jang Fong summoned the blazing halo falcon and the abyssal dragon king directly from his beast summoning space, unleashing their abilities upon the members of the three major families. The appearance of these two ancient tier beast tamers instantly brought immense pressure upon the crowd. The blazing halo falcon flapped its wings violently, unleashing meteor-like flames that surged toward the three major families. The abyssal dragon king unleashed its world-ending dragon breath, sweeping across a vast area. In an instant, the three major families suffered heavy casualties. Within a 100-mile radius of the Wei family's estate, everything was engulfed in a raging sea of fire. "You brat, you're asking for death!" General Masai roared, his body surging with a crimson aura 3 Shanghai. He seized the 2-meter-long black iron greatsword thrust toward him by his deputy. The Taotai patterns engraved upon the blade seemed to devour the very essence of blood. Blood prison 8 desolations /. As the heavy sword descended, crimson sword chi coalesced into skeletal demonic faces. The ground was plowed open, leaving a 5-meter-deep trench. Flames along its path were devoured by the sword chi, leaving only pitch-black trails in their wake. This was the pinnacle combat technique of his bloodthirsty warrior profession. Jiang Feng's robes billowed as he flickered his fingertips, summoning the sword spirit to transform into a myriad of blade shadows that collided with the descending crimson sword chi. In the blink of an eye, General Mas was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death. The assassins behind Jiang Fong were stunned into silence. A single man against so many, yet he held them in utter contempt. Such invincible prowess was truly heart-stopping. The commotion drew the attention of officials from the three neighboring nations of the Triangle region. After all, this was their money-making territory. And such a major disturbance naturally demanded their attention. But the scene before them left them utterly stunned. "Who are you, and why are you causing trouble on our turf?" The three men exuded an imposing presence, commanding respect without needing to raise their voices, as they barked at Jiang Fong. A golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he scanned the identities of the three men and the soldiers behind them. They were all officials from the three small nations. Therefore, Jiang Fong refrained from attacking them. "I'm merely purging the scum of Great Yan here. Is this also your concern?" Jiang Fong inquired, raising an eyebrow. The trio's expressions turned icy. "This is not your Great Yan territory. Even if they have committed crimes, they must first be punished by us. Cease your actions immediately and cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we will unite the forces of the three nations to apprehend you." Their voices boomed with an authority that brooked no refusal. The surviving members of the three great families all showed a glimmer of hope on their faces. It seemed their salvation had arrived. Though their actions were capital offenses, this was not Great Yan. Even if this kid was absurdly powerful, he still had to comply with the laws of the three nations. Just then, Jiang Fong retrieved the Great Yan Imperial Edict from his spatial ring and held it before them. "Do you recognize this?" The trio's expressions instantly changed. This is the Great Yan Imperial Seal." The Great Yan Imperial Seal carried immense weight, seeing it was akin to witnessing the Emperor of Yan himself. Not to mention them, even their sovereign would bow in reverence before the bearer of the Great Yan Imperial Seal. Who would have thought this young man actually possesses the Great Yan Imperial Edict? The Great Yan Imperial Edict cannot be forged or replicated, so they harbored no doubt about the authenticity of the one in Jiang Feng's hands. Jiang Feng's lips curled up. "Very well. It seems you have some sense. If you persist in obstructing my actions, I shall regard it as contempt toward Great Yan, equivalent to declaring war on our nation. Hearing this, the three men were terrified out of their wits. After all, they couldn't bear such a grave accusation. Their three nations were merely vassals to the Great Yan Empire. If they truly provoked a war with the Great Yan Empire, the battle would be fought in the morning, and by noon they would be incorporated into the Great Yan Empire's territory. Upon seeing the Great Yan Imperial seal, the members of the three great families wore expressions of profound despair. Who would have thought this brat possessed the Great Yan Imperial seal? No wonder he dared to act so brazenly in the Tri-Kingdoms region. It wasn't just his terrifying strength, it was the Great Yan Empire backing him. This time, the three great families had truly reached the end of their rope. You will assist me in apprehending every member of the three major families. Not a single one shall be spared. I will personally escort them back to Great Yan. Furthermore, from this day forward, no more enclaves shall exist in the triangular region. Should I discover any, I won't hesitate to reduce the triangular region and your nations to scorched earth. Jiang Feng's icy gaze fixed on them as he issued his command. Chapter 77, The Ferocious Beast Appears. Hearing this, the three reluctantly agreed, though their hearts were filled with resentment. After all, this man held the Great Yan royal decree, his words carried immense weight. Thus, they had no choice but to relinquish their profits from the Triangle region. After purging the scourge from the Triangle region, Jang Fong entered a shop and embedded the Fire Dragon King's heart into the scorching Rockstar Shatterer. The effects of the scorched Rockstar Shatterer were now vastly enhanced. After spending several more days exploring the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, there was still no sign of the ferocious beast. News of the triangular region's destruction spread throughout every street and alley. Everyone held awe for that terrifyingly powerful beast tamer. Naturally, the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom could surmise that this beast master was none other than Jiang Feng. Over the past few days, he had repeatedly, sometimes deliberately, sometimes casually, asked Punna if she had been with Jiang Feng. Hearing these questions, Punna flushed crimson and shook her head repeatedly. At this, the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom sighed deeply and spoke earnestly. This envoy from Great Yan not only possesses extraordinary strength, but his status is also terrifying. If you could win his favor, even your father would be proud of you. These words made Punna's face flush instantly, turning as red as a boiled lobster. It wasn't that she was unwilling to offer herself, but she simply didn't know how to broach the subject. She couldn't just strip naked and crawl into someone's bed, could she? Yet, driven by her father's expectations, Punna gritted her teeth and agreed. Over the next few days, Jang Fong watched as Punna wore various sheer outfits and long white stockings, dropping subtle hints in his presence. Yet the style suited her so poorly it bordered on comical, leaving Jiang Fong speechless. Still, Jiang Fong understood her mission and didn't refuse her. He merely invited her to sleep in the living room. Upon learning that Punna was now permitted to sleep in Jiang Feng's living room, the ruler of Wanshan Kingdom's eyes lit up. He encouraged Punna to keep up her efforts. On the fourth day, Jiang Fong finally received word of the ferocious beast's appearance. It had appeared in a medium-sized city named Hushan City, located in the southwest of the Wanshan Kingdom. Hushan City. Wails, cries of agony, and the thunderous crashes of collapsing structures echoed relentlessly. The city lord's residence had long been reduced to rubble, with broken walls and debris strewn everywhere, countless bodies lying haphazardly. The air thick with the pungent stench of blood. A monstrous beast, massive as a mountain, stood in the city center. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black scales, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Its blood-red eyes burned with savagery and a thirst for blood. An oppressive aura emanated from its body, suffocating all within sight. The lord of Hushan City lay helplessly in a pool of blood, clad in tattered armor. Of the three guild masters of Hushan City, only two remained and they were barely clinging to life. One of them, a towering figure with bulging muscles, wielded a massive battle axe. This was Song Kai, leader of the Yunzhan Guild. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at the ferocious beast before him. That damned beast had appeared a mere 3 minutes ago and already destroyed half of Heishan City. Damn beast, I'll fight you to the death. Song Kai roared furiously, channeling every last ounce of strength into the battle axe in his hands. The battle axe instantly blazed with dazzling light as he charged toward the savage beast. Yet when the axe struck the beast's body, it left only a faint gash. What? How is this possible? Song Sai's face twisted in disbelief and horror. He was a peak 7th tier axe warrior. A full power swing like that hadn't even managed to seriously wound it. The beast lowered its head, casting a contemptuous glance at Song Kai, its eyes brimming with disdain. Then, it raised its massive claw and swung it lightly. Boom! Song Sai's body flew backward like a... Blood gushed from his mouth as his gaze grew unfocused. Staring at the beast with terror, his face drained of color as he whispered. It's over. Hushan City is doomed to perish. Now only Pang Sa, the guildmaster of the Mages Guild, remained. Having witnessed Song Sai's gruesome death, his heart was utterly consumed by terror. Knowing he was no match for this ferocious beast, he was about to flee when he saw the city lord, who had been lying in a pool of blood, rise once more. Wiping the blood from his lips, he roared at the beast. As long as I stand, the city stands. To destroy Heshan City, you'll have to step over my dead body. With that declaration, he charged headlong at the beast, which loomed like a mountain. Boom! Before he could even strike, the beast raised its foot and crushed him into a blur of blood and flesh. Though the city lord had fallen, his unyielding will ignited the fighting spirit of the assembled professionals. Pensa, too, forced down his fear. Though he lacked the power to slay it. But if he could stall it long enough for reinforcements to arrive, there might still be a chance. If he fled now, the entire city of Heshan would be reduced to ruins. Pensa growled lowly as his staff blazed with intense light. Shards of ice rained down upon the monstrous beast like a torrential storm. The beast was caught off guard by this sudden assault. Yet only fine cracks appeared on its hard hide. The beast roared in fury, instantly opening its gaping maw. A torrent of scorching dark breath erupted from its maw, instantly vaporizing the sky-filling icicles while sweeping toward Pensa. Pensa's face paled as he swiftly swung his staff, conjuring a protective shield before him. But in the blink of an eye, the shield began to tremble violently. It couldn't withstand the beast's terrifying power. Quick! Support President Pensa with everything you've got, or we'll all die. The adventurers' expressions turned urgent as they launched relentless attacks at the beast. The beast unleashed its blazing dark breath toward the resisting adventurers. Though most of the professionals were instantly killed or wounded, it finally bought Pensa a moment to catch his breath. Forbidden spell, world-destroying lightning. Pensa roared, raising his staff high. This was his ultimate skill. Once unleashed, it would instantly drain his mana reserves. But in this life-or-death situation, there was no room for caution. As his voice echoed, the gem atop the staff blazed with dazzling light. The surging power contained within erupted violently toward the heavens. In the next instant, the sky darkened with storm clouds, and bolts of lightning descended from above, striking the ferocious beast with fury. Lightning flashed, and deafening booms echoed. The beast struggled desperately within the lightning, letting out agonized howls. Yet soon, a look of unbridled fury flared in its eyes as it charged toward Pensa, ignoring the damage it was taking. Roar! The beast swallowed him whole. Pensa let out only a piercing scream before being chewed and swallowed alive. With that, the city lord and the 3 guild masters all fell in battle. The citizens and adventurers within the city were utterly overcome with despair. Wails and screams of terror echoed throughout the entire city. The beast stood in the city center, letting out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The city trembled, the earth cracked. In that moment, it felt as if the apocalypse had descended. Chapter 78, The Hourglass of Fate, Rewinding Time. Meanwhile, Jiang Fong, who had yet to arrive, rode atop the fiery wings of the celestial falcon, racing toward Heshan City at breakneck speed. After several minutes, he finally spotted from above a monstrous beast, its form as vast as a mountain, rampaging through the city. Countless citizens were being brutally slaughtered. Jiang Feng activated his true vision eye, and golden light instantly swirled within his gaze. Primordial Savage Beast. Level, 300. HP, 6,800,000. Combat Power, 3,270,000. Skills, Savage Overlord Stance, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Dark Blaze Breath. Jiang Feng frowned, surprised that this ferocious beast was a whopping level 300. He immediately summoned his sword spirit, Primordial Mystery Slash. In an instant, the sword spirit transformed into a dazzling streak of light, slashing toward the beast terrorizing Heshan City. The sword light tore through the void, reaching the rampaging beast in mere blinks. Facing the descending blade, the monstrous beast's massive form abruptly dodged to the side. Yet its speed proved far too slow for the sword spirit. The sword spirit, now a streak of light, struck with terrifying force, its blade cutting into the beast's body. Swoosh! The strike carved a long gash across its body, black blood gushing relentlessly from the wound. Roar! The primordial beast roared in fury toward the heavens. Had it not dodged in time, it would have been gravely wounded by that strike. A pair of blood-red pupils locked onto the blade as it swung toward it once more. Its thick scales bristled, and its massive frame assumed a defensive posture. We must find a way to drive it out of Heshan City. Otherwise, this battle will spell the city's ruin. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in thought as he commanded the sword spirit to launch a fierce assault, driving the beast back. Simultaneously, he drew the star-shattering staff, amplifying the sword spirit's attack power significantly. If it could be slain with minimal disturbance, that would be ideal. But the beast's hide was far too tough, and its health bar was downright absurd. Otherwise, given the sword spirit's combat prowess, it would have been annihilated. The ancient beast of the wilderness retreated step by step under the sword spirit's assault. Yet just as it was about to retreat beyond the city walls, it suddenly let out a fierce roar and charged violently toward the sword spirit. Outside Heshan City, several black-clad figures witnessed Jiang Feng arriving within the city atop his beast mount. They began chanting incantations, activating the apocalyptic formation they had long ago set within the city. Their objective was not only to eliminate Jiang Feng, but to obliterate the entire city of Heshan along with him. In an instant, a dazzling array glow erupted around Heshan City. Within this vast formation, countless violent energies surged forth, indiscriminately obliterating everything in their path. Witnessing this scene, Jang Fong was instantly taken aback. He hadn't expected them to play so dirty. It seemed he had been far too careless. Above the sky, a massive black vortex appeared. Resembling a black hole, it emitted a heart-stopping suction force. It seemed poised to swallow everything within He Mountain City whole. In an instant, howling winds swept through, sand and stones flew wildly, and countless crumbling walls and debris were sucked into the black vortex. Countless practitioners and citizens were sucked in, their bodies torn apart by the vortex. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed as he summoned the Abyssal Dragon King, commanding it to join the blazing sky falcon in attacking the vortex in the sky. Let's see how much you can swallow. In the next instant, the Abyssal Dragon King unleashed its apocalyptic dragon breath, unleashing terrifying dragon breath relentlessly at the black vortex in the sky. The blazing Halo Falcon unleashed its Halo Feather Assault, relentlessly pounding the black vortex. Empowered by the star-shattering staff, their combined combat power soared to over 2 million. The black vortex began to emit violent tremors, its suction weakening slightly. Just as the surviving professionals within the city believed they were about to shatter this bizarre black vortex, the black-robed figures outside the city began amplifying their magical power, continuously reinforcing the formation. The vortex within the city regained its stability, even beginning to devour the attacks of the two great beasts. Jang Fong summoned 2 more ancient tier beasts. The appearance of 4 ancient grade beasts instantly made the practitioner's eyes widen in shock. Who would have thought this terrifying beast master possessed 4 ancient grade beasts? After all, possessing even 1 ancient grade beast would make one among the most elite beast masters in the entire 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. Yet this man possessed a full 4. The powerful aura emanating from these 4 ancient grade beasts overshadowed even the primordial ancient beast. The black vortex in the sky trembled violently once more. Everyone believed this time, the beast master would surely overcome the crisis. But Jiang Feng's brow furrowed instead. He couldn't shake a nagging sense of foreboding. Sure enough, moments later, the black vortex in the sky began to multiply and reflect the damage it had absorbed. This terrifying force reduced the entire city of Hashan to ruins in an instant. Every living soul within the city was utterly annihilated. Jang Fong and his beast companion also suffered significant backlash. But swiftly, Jang Fong activated the Life Trajectory Hourglass. As the Life Tide Hourglass activated, Jang Fong found time itself had slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl. Everything around him seemed to freeze in place. In the blink of an eye, everything around him began to rapidly reverse. Every scene before Jang Fong played out like a reverse play video. The sensation was profoundly surreal. Is this the power of time reversal? A hint of astonishment flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Soon, as he realized everything around him shifting once more, he found himself back at the very moment he had just let the sword spirit strike down. After his recent ordeal, Jiang Feng naturally had no intention of flying into the city again. That ancient beast of the wilderness was merely bait. He began circling outside the city atop the blazing heaven falcon. As long as he stayed outside the formation, he wouldn't be trapped like a caged beast. Jang Fong then activated his true sight eye to scan the information outside the city. Soon, he spotted several hidden figures lurking in secluded spots. "Heh, you think you can lure me into a trap?" A cold smile curled Jiang Feng's lips. "Let's see how I wipe out your little rat gang." He then drew the star-shattering staff, commanding the blazing falcon to launch an assault on their hiding places. Boom! 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 The black-clad figures were utterly stunned. Never expecting Jiang Fong to spot them so quickly. Chapter 79, Mission Accomplished, Obtain the Heist Crystal. Under the sudden barrage of attacks, the black-clad figures suffered heavy casualties. Yet they must lure Jiang Fong into Hashan City, for a deadly formation had been set within. Once Jiang Fong stepped inside, no matter how many resurrection methods he possessed, he would eventually be drained to death. But Jiang Fong had already discerned their intentions. He would not set foot within Hashan City. This left them utterly perplexed. The leader of the black-clad figure's expression darkened. Judging by Jiang Feng's actions, it seemed he had already discovered the apocalyptic formation set up within the city. After all, they had spent several days meticulously arranging it here to conceal their presence. Logically, there should be no flaws whatsoever. Could that kid actually possess prophetic abilities? At that moment, within Hashan City, a dazzling sword beam erupted from the blade of the sword spirit, shattering the void as it slashed toward the ferocious beast. Roar! The ferocious beast let out a deafening roar. The immense shockwave reduced every building within 100 meters of its center to ruins. Simultaneously, its aura surged rapidly, and its form continued to swell. It was unleashing the primal power within its body. Boom! It raised its massive claw and struck out at the incoming sword light. A massive energy fluctuation exploded in the air. In an instant, terrifying shockwaves radiated outward from the collision point, sweeping across the surrounding area. Amidst the dust, the beast's claws were covered in a dense web of sword marks before shattering completely. Countless splatters of foul-smelling black blood spurted from the wounds on its forepaws. Feeling the terror of the blade before it, the beast's eyes flickered with intense fear. Facing the returning sword light, the beast's pupils flickered incessantly. A pair of enormous wings erupted from its back, frantically flapping as it attempted to flee toward the city gates. Seeing the colossal beast attempt to flee, the black-clad figures swiftly cast their secret techniques to restrain it, forcing it to remain within the city walls. Thus, the beast could only fly along the outskirts of Hushan City. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of energy pierced through the air, carrying a devastating aura as it slashed down toward its head. Roar! The beast let out another furious roar of resentment. Yet as the roar echoed, its body was engulfed by dazzling sword light. In the blink of an eye, it shattered completely, crashing violently into the city below. Boom! The entire city of Hushan and the surrounding 100-mile radius felt a powerful tremor. Every structure within the city collapsed, claiming countless lives among both professionals and civilians. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained calm. He had intended to minimize casualties, but that was clearly impossible now. Especially since the city had long been sealed within a world-ending formation once stepped into, it meant certain death. The beast is dead. Now it's time to deal with you. With a flick of Jiang Feng's wrist, the sword spirit returned to his side. The black-clad figures stared in shock at the slain primordial beast. They never imagined Jang Fong could slay it so effortlessly. For a moment, a strong urge to retreat surged within them. But it was too late. A flash of swordlight, too swift for the naked eye to follow, severed every one of their heads from their bodies. Jang Fong extracted the beast's heart and opened the Great Yan task interface. He submitted the quest. With the successful submission, Jang Fong received 3 purple thunder tribulation crystals and 500,000 merit points. With these 3 tribulation crystals, he could now subject his beast to the tribulation. De Yen, Tianjing. Yi Helling, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly heard his subordinate report. Elder Yi, Jiang Fong has completed the mission and slain that ferocious beast. Hearing this, Yi Helling's eyes snapped open, revealing a look of astonishment. He sprang to his feet. What? You say Jiang Fong killed that ferocious beast? Yi Helling's eyes held disbelief and astonishment. The subordinate nodded. That's correct. He has presented the beast's heart and submitted the mission. Upon receiving the confirmation, Yi Helling's heart trembled uncontrollably. After all, Eagle Sauce Nation had set up a deadly trap this time. Yet even that hadn't been enough to eliminate Jiang Fong. It seemed Jiang Fong truly was the future hope of Great Yan. Could I have been wrong all along? Yi Helling sighed heavily, his expression deeply conflicted. He was both delighted by Jiang Feng's extraordinary prowess. Yet he couldn't help feeling guilty for having treated Jiang Fong as a sacrificial pawn earlier. But soon, he shook his head. After all, he had done it all for the sake of Great Yan. Even if Jiang Fong discovered the truth later and came to settle accounts, he wouldn't utter a single word of complaint. The strength Jiang Fong had now displayed was more than enough to become a pillar among the Great Yan's elite warriors. If he could pass the trial of the Tower of Heavenly Prodigies, he might well become the next emperor of the Great Yan. At this thought, a glimmer of delight flickered in Yi Helling's cloudy old eyes. Arriving at the capital of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom, Jiang Fong informed the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom about his slaying of the ferocious beast. He also intended to return home. Upon hearing this, the ruler of the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena wore a look of regret. He had hoped Jiang Fong might stay a little longer. Yet now he was departing so soon. After all, with Jiang Fong a formidable beast tamer stationed here, the smaller nations surrounding the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom dared not act recklessly. Now that Jiang Fong was suddenly departing, and his daughter had yet to bear him an heir, his departure now left the ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom with profound regret. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom attempted to offer words of persuasion, but Jiang Fong waved him off. In that case, I wish the envoy a safe journey. The ruler of the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom sighed. Seeing Jiang Fong prepare to depart, Panda's expression twisted with conflict, her eyes flickering with reluctance. Summoning her courage, she called out to Jiang Fong, "Envoy. Is there something you need?" Jiang Fong turned to look at her. This, that. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, momentarily too embarrassed to speak. Should she stay here or follow Jiang Fong away? After all, these past days had been not only carefree and joyful. Even her brothers and sisters now looked at her with envy and a newfound respect. She knew all this attention came solely because she was by Jiang Feng's side. After spending these days with him, she found Jiang Fong to be a truly decent person, and life by his side had been quite good. Deep down, she truly wished to leave with Jiang Fong. But after all, her role was merely that of Jiang Feng's tour guide. Jiang Fong seemed to read her thoughts instantly. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I won't take you with me. After all, the Kingdom of 10,000 Phenomena was her home. If she were suddenly taken away, she'd likely find herself in unfamiliar territory back in Great Yan. Besides, Jang Fong couldn't possibly keep her by his side for every single thing he did. Hearing this, Punna's eyes instantly dimmed. Though she had mentally prepared herself for this possibility. Hearing Jiang Feng's refusal spoken aloud still sent a sharp pang through her heart. Her head dropped once more, her eyes reddened, and her delicate fingers fidgeted unconsciously. But when I return to the kingdom of 10,000 visions next time, I still hope you'll be my guide. A gentle smile spread across Jiang Feng's face. Hearing this, Punna suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Then she smiled and nodded joyfully. Okay. Chapter 80, Why the Serious Face? As Jang Fong rode the blazing sky falcon toward the Great Yan Kingdom. Midway, a figure cloaked in black materialized in midair, blocking his path. Young upstart, your journey ends here, the cloaked figure's voice rasped with a cold chuckle. I didn't expect you lot to still be clinging to hope. But whatever tricks you have, bring them all out now. Don't delay my journey. Golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he scanned the cloaked figure with his true vision eye. A 9 transformation expert from Eagle Nation. An intense, bone-chilling aura emanated from the figure's body. His sinister eyes beneath the cloak fixed intently on Jiang Fong as he spoke with a wicked tone. You sharp-tongued brat, rest assured I'll personally escort you back to Great Yan. Only your corpse will make the journey. Hopefully in your next life, you'll remember this, when facing an enemy, it's best to strike first. Before the words had fully faded, the cloaked figure vanished instantly, leaving not a trace of his presence behind. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. Though he could no longer sense the man's presence. His movements could not escape the scrutiny of the true sight eye. Suddenly, mist churned behind Jiang Fong as a withered claw, brimming with terrifying power, lunged toward him. Clang! The sword spirit shot through the air, manifesting several sword shadows that slashed at the withered claw. The cloaked figure uttered a sound of puzzlement. His concealment techniques were undoubtedly top tier, even a peak 9th transformation expert would struggle to see through them. Even if someone could see through it, they couldn't possibly detect it in such a short time. This sensation felt as though there was nowhere to hide before this young man. Boom! In that instant, the withered claws were sliced into countless fragments by the sword's light. Yet the next moment, the withered claw coalesced once more, surging forward with terrifying momentum as it lunged toward Jiang Fong. The blazing falcon flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of meteor-like flames that slammed into the withered claw. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, their shockwaves sweeping through the void at breakneck speed. In that instant, countless sword shadows of the sword spirit surged toward the cloaked figure. His robes were shredded by the sword light, revealing the eerie face concealed beneath the cloak to Jiang Fong. His face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color, his cheeks sunken. Holy, the ultimate reward guy? Jiang Fong couldn't help but exclaim. How many times did he have to reward himself to end up looking like this? The cloaked figure, clearly wary of the sword spirit's power, swept his sleeve to activate a defensive scroll. Under this protective scroll, he was immune to any damage for a full minute. As a 9 transformation powerhouse, his strength wasn't just in his own abilities, it was also in his collection of rare and precious equipment and items. A cold, cruel smile then spread across his face. Though I know not how you acquired such absurd abilities, once I slay you, I shall search your memories and forcibly extract every last one. In an instant, his body swelled explosively. His once emaciated frame transformed into an abnormally massive form. His face became covered in black bristles, and his head swelled to the size of a boulder. His arms and legs swelled to the thickness of water barrels, their fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. Simultaneously, Jiang Fong could sense his power surging uncontrollably. Ha! You can actually transform into a beast. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, but there was no trace of fear. Within mere breaths, the cloaked figure had fully transformed into a savage gorilla. Clenching his fist, now brimming with explosive power, he slammed it toward Jiang Fong. Amidst the sky-filling meteor fire, the fur on his body ignited. Yet to him, it caused only minor scrapes. Kid, die. The beast-transformed cloaked figure roared, his fist tearing through the air with terrifying, overwhelming force. Such a blow would likely overwhelm even a fierce beast with 1,000,000 hit points. Jang Fong immediately summoned his sword spirit, striking directly at the fist. Where the two collided, the void trembled, sending violent spatial ripples surging outward. What? A piercing scream erupted from the black-robed figure as his arm was severed by the sword's energy. Had he not been protected by a special defensive scroll? His arm would have been pierced clean through by that blade, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Interesting. The sword you wield is no ordinary blade, it possesses a sentient spirit. The black-robed man's eyes burned with intense greed. A treasure of this caliber ranks among the highest tier of sacred grade artifacts. The black-robed man gave a chilling smile. Boy, you're no ordinary beast tamer. An ordinary beast tamer couldn't possibly command a sword spirit. When did I ever say my profession was a beastmaster? Jiang Feng's lips curved into an enigmatic smile. At that moment, the cloaked figure attempted to press his attack against Jiang Fong. Yet, under the sword spirit's counterstrikes, he was forced to retreat temporarily. After several exchanges, Jang Fong realized this guy's strength and defense were not only ridiculously exaggerated. Even his speed was beyond expectations. Truth be told, he truly lived up to his reputation as a 9-transformation powerhouse. Facing the sword spirit's assault, a golden light shot forth from the black-robed man's hand. It was an attack formed by 7 curved blades. Under Jiang Feng's true vision eye, he discovered that each of these 7 curved blades was of holy tier quality. What a grand gesture! A flicker of intense desire flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. If he could acquire these 7 scimitars, they would become his ultimate trump card. Though their combined strike would pale in comparison to the sword spirit's might, it could buy him several crucial minutes. Boy, watch me smash you and your beast companion into mincemeat with a single punch. Ha! A savage grin twisted the black-robed man's face as he unleashed another punch toward Jiang Feng. Simultaneously, behind Jiang Feng, a withered claw materialized once more, reaching to seize him. Yet Jiang Feng uttered only a single word, spoken with utter calm: stop. The moment the word left his lips, the black-robed man, now transformed into a raging gorilla, found himself utterly immobilized. His body felt bound by the very forces of heaven and earth, unable to control even his own limbs. Jang Fong produced a life-death talisman and planted it into the man. Under Jiang Feng's control over his life force, the black-robed man seethed with resentment yet could only submit to Jiang Feng's will. Why the sudden silence? Jiang Fong asked, his expression amused as he looked at him. Chapter 81, The Blazing Falcon, Facing Tribulation Once More. While the effects of the life dominion were still active, Jiang Fong ordered him to surrender all spatial artifacts on his person. Though the controlled black-robed man desperately resisted and tried to stop it, he couldn't move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as his spatial bracelet was handed over to Jiang Fong. Jiang Fong picked up the spatial bracelet and glanced inside, discovering quite a few valuable items. Among them, an item named the Saint Tier Quality, Creation Blue Lotus, caught Jiang Feng's attention. This item essentially functioned as a permanent health lock, rendering the user invulnerable to all damage. Its effect was nothing short of extraordinary. Fortunately, he possessed the god-defying skill of life-form domination. Otherwise, if that guy activates the Creation Lotus, dealing with him will likely require considerable effort. Once the control effect took hold, the cloaked figure roared in fury. Boy, what have you done to me? Though he sensed the strange force binding him had vanished, he could distinctly sense that his body had been cursed. Nothing much. Just a life and death curse. If you disobey my orders, I can take your life anytime. Jang Fong said with a calm expression, then turned to instruct Ruan Yuan beside him. From now on, this guy is yours. He's your little brother. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's face lit up with excitement. Having a 9th transformation expert as his subordinate felt incredibly satisfying. Hey, hurry up and call me Master Ruan. Ruan Yuan shouted at the black-robed man. Hearing this, the black-robed man's anger flared, and he was about to strike at Ruan Yuan. But suddenly, he felt as if his heart had been seized in an iron grip, as though it would be crushed in the next instant. If you don't behave, you'll die right here, Jiang Feng remarked with a dismissive glance. The cloaked figure could only hold back for now. His spatial bracelet contained an item capable of dispelling such curses. But right now, that kid had snatched his spatial bracelet. Oh ho, weren't you shouting quite arrogantly just now? Ruan Yuan walked up before him, a mocking smile playing on his lips. The black-robed man had now reverted to his true form. His eyes still burned with fury as he glared at Jiang Feng, unwilling to accept defeat. He never imagined this kid possessed such bizarre abilities capable of even manipulating him. Seeing his attitude, Ruan Yuan delivered a sharp slap across his face. What's that look on your face? Still not convinced? Get down on your knees before Master Ruan. Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the air. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on the black-robed man's face. You're asking for death. The black-robed man erupted in fury. As a 9-transformation powerhouse, when had he ever endured such humiliation? He immediately summoned a withered claw, formed from condensed magical energy, and hurled it toward Ruan Yuan. Yet the moment the withered claw materialized, Jiang Fong activated his life-death talisman, causing it to disintegrate instantly. A tiger stripped of its teeth and claws held no threat whatsoever in his eyes. Seems you still don't understand the situation, Jiang Fong murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. He then activated the life-death talisman once more. The excruciating agony unleashed by the life-death talisman felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at the black-robed man's heart. His body convulsed violently, his features contorted in a hideous grimace, as if he were determined to resist the curse's power to the very end. Alas, the spell's power was simply too overwhelming. All the black-robed man's trump cards were stored within his spatial bracelet. Without the secret treasures within the spatial bracelet, he had no way to break the life and death curse. After a fierce struggle, the black-robed man's vitality grew dangerously weak. He hastily raised his hand and cried out. Wait! I surrender! Who would have thought that after a lifetime of hunting others, he'd be outmaneuvered by this brat? Since you admit defeat, why not call me Master Ruan? Ruan Yuan sneered. Master. Master Ruan. The cloaked figure bowed his head, yet a cold, murderous intent still flashed in his eyes. The humiliation suffered today would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Jang Fong shook his head. Enough. This one must not be spared. Absorb his flesh and blood to enhance your own strength. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up with delight. Then I'm truly grateful, young Master Jiang. A series of eerie, cackling laughs erupted from his mouth as he unleashed a palm strike directly at the black-robed figure. The black-robed man instantly sensed danger and prepared to block the attack. But Jiang Fong, standing nearby, unleashed the life-death curse. Powerless to resist, the black-robed man spat a mouthful of blood under Ruan Yuan's strike. Immediately, a powerful suction erupted from Ruan Yuan's palm, frantically absorbing the black-robed man's blood. Young Master Jiang, I've now reached the peak of the 8th transformation. I'm just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 9th transformation. After absorbing the black-robed man's flesh and blood, a look of delight spread across his face. He never imagined he'd have the chance to ascend to the 9th transformation in this lifetime. Jiang Fong nodded. Glancing at the black-robed man, now nothing but skeletal remains, he continued guiding the blazing heaven falcon toward the Great Yan Empire. Simultaneously, he began contemplating how to utilize the Calamity Crystal. These tribulation crystals possessed extraordinary power, suitable for any beastmaster's tribulation. Now possessing 3 tribulation crystals meant he could undergo the beast tribulation 3 times. But how to allocate these 3 calamity crystals proved somewhat troublesome for Jiang Fong. The blazing heaven falcon had already undergone 1 tribulation, leaving the remaining 3 crystals for his other 3 ancient tier beasts. Yet to complete his 4th transformation quest, he needed either a 4th tier beast to undergo the ordeal or to contract a star-level beast. After much deliberation, Jiang Fong decided to use all 3 tribulation crystals on the blazing glorious falcon. After retrieving the 3 tribulation crystals, Jiang Fong began the tribulation process for the blazing glorious falcon. He recalled that the first tribulation had boosted the blazing glorious falcon's base attributes by 100,000 points. He wondered how much its combat power would surge after enduring 4 calamities. With that thought, Jiang Fong channeled his spiritual energy to offer 1 tribulation crystal to the blazing halo falcon. After consuming the tribulation crystal, the flames engulfing the blazing halo falcon surged with unprecedented ferocity and intensity. The surrounding space began to boil and warp. Even Ruan Yuan, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but show a look of shock. It must be noted that subjecting a beast to tribulation was an extremely dangerous endeavor. Although beasts undergo immense enhancement after completing the tribulation, the slightest mishap during the ordeal could trigger a backlash. And such damage was irreversible. At best, the beast's rank would plummet. At worst, instant death was entirely possible. A prudent beast tamer would only subject their beast to the ordeal in a secure location, after repeatedly confirming its condition, before subjecting it to the ordeal. Yet, unexpectedly, while they were still on the road, young Master Jiang had this beast undergo the ordeal. What kind of audacity would it take to do something like that? The blazing halo falcon's flames now burned with ferocious intensity, its flight through the sky resembling a colossal meteorite. Jiang Fong could sense its energy depleting rapidly. He summoned it into the beast-taming realm, where its condition could be swiftly replenished. Chapter 82, Journey to the Great Yan Celestial Capital. Accountability. Boom! After the blazing sky falcon's flames reached a terrifying temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, its wings flapped, and countless sparks rained down upon the entire beast-taming space like a celestial tribulation. Jiang Fong distinctly sensed its aura had grown several times more powerful. Blazing celestial falcon successfully completed its tribulation. Current beast, blazing sky falcon second tribulation. Level, LV 116. Strength, 966,000. Constitution, 845,000. Agility, 915,000. Spirit, 780,000. Combat power, 1,050,000. Skills, Meteorite Fire Rain, Brilliant Feather Sky Assault, Corona Wings. Evolution points required for next evolution. During the second tribulation, did the base stats increase by 200,000? A look of delight flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. If one were to endure 4 tribulations, how much more would be added? Driven by curiosity and doubt, Jiang Feng once again subjected the blazing halo falcon to the ordeal. Typically, after enduring tribulations, other tamed beasts would appear extremely weakened. But within Jiang Feng's god-tier beast taming space, such issues simply didn't exist. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, the blazing halo falcon had fully recovered to its peak condition. Continue enduring the tribulation. Jiang Feng fed it another tribulation crystal. Soon, the blazing glorious falcon's aura surged once more. The temperature of the flames on its body surged once more, setting the entire beast-taming space ablaze. The space twisted and warped, and the surrounding seawater began to boil. Both the Abyssal Dragon King and the mountain-sealing Black Tortoise felt as if they were bathing in a boiling cauldron. This time, the flames engulfing the blazing Halo Falcon likely approached the extreme heat of 100,000 degrees. Such terrifying heat could instantly melt even alloy steel into a pool of molten iron. The entire beast taming space seemed to transform into a molten furnace. Under such extreme heat, the blazing Halo Falcon's physical form was undergoing relentless tempering. Jang Fong, concerned that the other beasts might be affected, summoned them out first. He had no idea how much time had passed. Finally, amidst a piercing shriek, the blazing glorious falcon completed its ordeal. Before Jiang Feng's eyes, its information appeared. Blazing Sky Falcon successfully completed its tribulation. Current beast, Blazing Halo Falcon 3 Tribulations. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 116. Combat power, 1,360,000. My combat power has already surpassed 1 million? Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such a massive surge of over 300,000 in combat power. Keep going, strike while the iron's hot. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jang Fong administered the final tribulation crystal to the Blazing Glow Falcon. After enduring 2 consecutive trials, the Blazing Glorious Falcon's wings had transformed into dazzling gold. Its body had also grown significantly larger. As flames surged upward, the Qi Huang Sky Falcon's feathers ignited once more. This time, the flames were no longer red, they were golden. The flames now reached temperatures exceeding hundreds of thousands of degrees. Its aura surged forth like the fury of dozens of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, sweeping through the beast-taming realm. Endless flames blazed fiercely, radiating dazzling brilliance. Golden waves of flame surged and roared through the void, its vast aura flowing like an ocean. Perhaps due to enduring 2 consecutive trials, the body of the blazing celestial falcon seemed on the verge of collapse, its surging energy threatening to explode at any moment. This is bad. Did I rush things too much? Jiang Feng's brows furrowed deeply as he closely monitored the blazing Halo Falcon's ordeal. Enduring trials was like rowing against the current. Progress was essential. If this trial failed, all previous trials would ultimately become nothing but a bubble. Jang Fong immediately produced the Transformation Blue Lotus and administered it to the blazing Radiant Sky Falcon. Under the Transformation Green Lotus S enhancement, the blazing Glorious Falcon's condition eased somewhat. However, the situation remained far from optimistic. Besides silently praying for the Qi Huang Sky Falcon, there was nothing else they could do. After all, within the beast-taming realm, no matter how severe the injuries the Blazing Glory Falcon sustained, they would heal. But at present, if the Blazing Glow Falcon's state became unstable, it risked exploding instantly. Even its remains would vaporize in an instant. Young Master Jiang, we've entered the territory of Great Yan. Jiang Fong heard Wan Yuan's voice in his ear and slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the 3 ancient tier beasts beside him, Jiang Fong spoke slowly. Very well. Proceed immediately to the Great Yan capital to demand accountability. The envoys of the 7 nations have repeatedly targeted me. If I don't show them a thing or two, they might start thinking I'm a pushover. Understood, young Master Jiang. Ruan Yuan nodded, his heart trembling. Young Master Zhang's grand procession to the capital this time would surely lead to a major upheaval. Though the outcome remained uncertain, it would undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed. As 3 ancient great beasts cleared the path ahead, the gathered practitioners of Great Yan were utterly stunned. Gazing up at the 3 colossal beasts soaring through the sky, their massive forms obscuring the sun, they felt both dread and awe. Who possessed such power to command 3 ancient tier beasts? This was a sight they had never witnessed before. In the cities Jiang Feng passed through, nearly half the urban landscape was shrouded in shadow. Professionals and citizens alike pulled out their phones, recording videos and uploading them online. The moment these videos surfaced, they instantly caused an uproar across the internet. In the major cities of the Great Yan Empire, many had implemented flight bans. Violators faced penalties ranging from fines to immediate detention. Yet not a single enforcement officer dared to step forward and intervene in these no-fly zones. After all, the sheer intimidation of 3 ancient great beasts exerted an overwhelming pressure upon them. After all, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. It was highly likely they'd be instantly obliterated by those ancient great beasts before even getting close. No one would risk their life for the sake of a rule. Facing the overwhelming pressure from the 3 ancient great beasts, the city lords steeled themselves and approached to inquire. However, Jiang Fong had no inclination to engage with them. After he produced the Great Yan royal seal, the city lords obediently retreated. They gazed in the direction the 3 ancient great beasts had departed, which seemed to be precisely the capital of the Great Yan kingdom, Tianjing. At that moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming also sensed an extraordinary aura rapidly approaching from the direction of Tianjing. Could it be Jiang Fong has returned? Qi Daoming murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the dark silhouette on the horizon. He never imagined that in such a short time, Jiang Fong had already grown to this level. 3 ancient great beasts? Only those ancient monsters who hadn't yet been laid to rest possessed such profound foundations. And how old was Jiang Feng? Barely 20, perhaps? Chapter 83. Where are the envoys of the 7 nations? Come forth and meet me. The envoys of the 7 nations also sensed the aura of the 3 ancient great beasts, each furrowing their brows. Who would have thought that brat actually made it back alive? The blond man from Eagle Sauce Nation's eyes flickered as he held a glass of red wine, taking a light sip. Gazing at the ancient great beast traversing the void in the distance, he appeared deep in thought. At that moment, Jang Fong had already arrived above the capital city of Tianjing in the Great Yan Kingdom. His gaze swept over the central palace of the capital before settling upon the guest star palace on the opposite side. His expression remained impassive as he declared, "Where are the envoys of the 7 nations? Come forth and meet me." At that moment, the Grand Elder Qi Daoming stepped forward before Jiang Feng. "I have heard of your affairs, but now is not the time to stir trouble." He knew Jiang Feng had made such a grand entrance into the capital to settle accounts with the envoys of the 7 kingdoms. But this was a critical moment, and he didn't want Jiang Feng to cause any trouble. Jiang Feng paid no heed to the Grand Elder's words, his gaze fixed firmly upon the guest star palace. "What? Are the envoys of the 7 kingdoms nothing but a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows?" Jiang Feng's cold voice echoed, causing the faces of the 7 nations' envoys within the guest star palace to flush crimson. This young upstart was utterly insolent, daring to insult them so blatantly. Yet the professionals in the capital were filled with excitement and elation. Who would have thought this beastmaster would be so unyielding? He showed the envoys not the slightest bit of courtesy. This was the true bearing of a great Yen master. You must understand that from the very beginning, when the envoys from the 7 nations suddenly arrived in Great Yan, their arrogant demeanor had already rubbed them the wrong way. Thus, Jiang Feng's words stirred their hearts to a boiling point. "You must be Jiang Feng. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. A peerless talent like yours is a rare gem even among the 7 kingdoms." A magnetic voice echoed through the guest star palace. Then, the blonde-haired man materialized directly opposite Jiang Feng. The other envoys swiftly stepped forward, their feet hovering in midair as they positioned themselves behind the blonde man. These 7 individuals likewise radiated a powerful, formidable aura, making the 3 ancient great beasts seem almost insignificant by comparison. Even Wan Yuan, standing beside Jiang Feng, couldn't help but feel a chill. These were 7-9 transformation powerhouses. Whether he could even last a minute before them was doubtful. Yet Jiang Feng's expression remained utterly calm. "You've attempted to assassinate me multiple times. It's time to settle this debt." "Ha! Boy, never mind what evidence you might have. Just look at you daring to show such disrespect with only 3 ancient great beasts. Is this how the Great Yin treats its guests?" The Shiva Kingdom envoy sneered coldly. Though the combined might of 3 ancient great beasts was formidable compared to their 7-9 transformation masters, the gap was not just a little bit. This brat's arrogance knew no bounds. "Do we even need to discuss evidence with the likes of you?" Jiang Feng snorted coldly, then a flash of sword light shot out, striking directly at the envoy who had just spoken. None of the onlookers had anticipated Jiang Feng striking without warning. Boom! Under the lightning-fast sword strike, the Shiva envoy's eyes darkened instantly as he raised his arm to block. Yet the sword's power was beyond ordinary. His arm was severed in an instant. Witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. This beast master could wield a sword? And with a single strike, he severed the 9 transformations envoy's arm. Their mouths gaped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. "You dare injure me, boy!" The envoy's rage boiled over. The severed stump of his arm regenerated in the blink of an eye. His surging aura shot skyward, carrying a terrifying aura of malice. Behind him, a colossal, grotesque Buddha statue materialized in the void. The statue possessed 4 thick arms, each grasping a triangular golden trident. This was the illusory form of Shiva, the god of Shiva Kingdom. "So what if I've wounded you? Today, I shall not only sever one of your arms, but also drive you all out of the borders of my Great Yin Kingdom." Jiang Feng's expression was icy cold, his gaze burning with intensity. "Elder Qi, if you don't provide an explanation for today's events, this young man may not be able to protect himself." The Eagle Nation man raised his hand toward the Shiva Nation envoy, signaling him to hold his position. He had been fretting over lacking grounds to arrest Jiang Feng, but never expected this hot-headed youth to strike first. After all, they were envoys representing their respective nations. Jiang Feng dared to openly attack them, envoys of their respective nations, and spoke insolently. This undoubtedly gave them leverage to pressure Jiang Feng or the Great Yin Kingdom. Qi Daoming hadn't anticipated Jiang Feng acting so impulsively. But Jiang Feng must be protected. Confession? You lured Jiang Feng to the kingdom of 10,000 phenomena, intending to eliminate him once and for all. Do you think I am unaware of this? Qi Daoming's expression turned stern as he confronted them. Hearing this, the blond man's eyes flashed with surprise. He glanced down at Yi Helling standing before the guest star palace. But soon, a smile spread across his face. "I'm sure there must be some misunderstanding here. Perhaps we could sit down and discuss this properly." After all, openly confronting them here would benefit none of them. Shi Daoming naturally caught the hidden meaning in his words. He turned to Jiang Feng and said, "Jiang Feng, put your beast back. It's best not to make this situation any more dramatic." Shi Daoming didn't want to leave no room for maneuver. They were envoys from the 7 nations. Attacking them would undoubtedly be seen as a provocation against the 7 nations. If the 7 nations used this as a pretext to declare war on the Great Yan Empire, it would lead to devastating consequences. However, Jiang Feng's gaze swept over the envoys of the 7 nations like a knife, his voice cold as he said, "Elder Qi, your words are unnecessary. Today's matter is a personal grudge between them and me. I, Jiang Feng, will never allow myself to be slaughtered at will." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Feng summoned the sword spirit once more to attack them. The blade flashed with a fierce, piercing light once more. Countless sword shadows surged forth like a storm, assaulting the envoys of the 7 nations. Though Jiang Feng had no certainty of slaying them, he could certainly teach them a lesson. The 3 ancient great beasts also unleashed their ferocious battle intent, vast and overwhelming like a boundless ocean. In an instant, the battle erupted. Seeing Jiang Feng's unyielding and fierce temperament, Shi Daoming could only sigh softly. He recalled how, in his youth, he too had been as fearless and heroic as Jiang Feng. Yet now, with age and greater power, he had grown timid and hesitant. With a flick of his wrist, he erected a sturdy barrier below, shielding the city from the battle's fallout. Facing Jiang Feng's attack, the blonde man sneered coldly, "Jiang Feng, do you realize that your actions today have violated the rules between nations? If you remain obstinate, today's events will not end well." Jiang Feng, however, showed no fear. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "Rules? When did you foreigners ever give a damn about rules?" Chapter 84, The War Begins. At that moment, Shi Daoming addressed the Great Yan sovereign-level powerhouse. "The envoys of the 7 nations sought to slay our Great Yan's quasi-godson. Their crime is unforgivable. Guards, seize the envoys of the 7 nations. They shall await the emperor's judgment." Hearing this, the guardian of the nation hesitated for a moment before immediately moving to seize the envoys. The blonde man, who had maintained his composure until now, also looked grim. "Are you truly willing to risk offending the 7 nations over a mere youth? If you truly wish to know, very well. I shall tell you, Jiang Feng bears the destiny of our Great Yan nation." Shi Daoming's expression was resolute. "Waging war against your 7 nations is merely bringing it forward." Hearing this, the blonde man's expression darkened completely. Though he preferred to avoid a full-blown confrontation, there was no other way out now. If blame must be placed, it lay solely with their previous failures to eliminate that boy. "You brought this upon yourselves." The Shiva envoy roared in fury. Behind him, the ethereal form of Shiva instantly erupted with overwhelming might. As 4 arms swung, unleashing a barrage of golden light blades that swept toward Jiang Feng. Simultaneously, the envoy from the Bear Nation clenched his fist with brutal force. Thunderous energy surged upon his fist, swirling like countless thunderous stars emerging. Thunderous divine patterns flickered across his fist. As he unleashed his punch, intense ripples erupted throughout the surrounding space. The Abyssal Dragon King opened its maw, unleashing a world-ending dragon's breath. The attack slammed toward them. Yet against the combined might of 2 9 transformation powerhouses, the Abyssal Dragon King's world-ending dragon breath proved somewhat feeble. Jang Fong drew forth the star-shattering staff, boosting the attack power of his 3 beasts by 170%. The underworld hound and the mountain-anchoring black tortoise immediately unleashed the surging power within their bodies, meeting the onslaught head-on. Boom! A tremendous wave of sound erupted where their attacks collided. In an instant, the heavens turned upside down, and space itself collapsed. Cracks erupted across the void, resembling abyssal chasms. Even the protective barriers within the city below began to shake violently. Fortunately, as the capital of the Great Yan Kingdom, Tianjing City naturally harbored countless powerful cultivators. They immediately acted in unison, channeling their magical power to bolster the barrier's stability. As they watched the battle unfolding in the heavens, their eyes occasionally flickered with astonishment. A battle between 9th transformation experts was nothing short of earth-shattering. Even a 5th transformation practitioner who stumbled into it would likely be shattered into fragments by the terrifying shockwaves. Within Tianjing City, many people pulled out their phones to livestream the magnificent battle unfolding before them. In Pingcheng, Bai Lingyue also witnessed the battle through a livestream. The moment she saw the ancient great beast being ridden in the heavens, Jiang Feng's figure immediately flashed through her mind. She was astonished by how unfathomably deep his current power had become. Yet at the same time, she couldn't help but worry about his safety. After all, the envoys of the 7 nations were all 9th transformation powerhouses, their methods and depths unfathomable. The live feed barely revealed the faces of those battling above, showing only blurred silhouettes. "Jiang Feng, please stay safe." Bai Lingyue could only silently pray in her heart. At that moment, at the entrance to a 2nd transformation's secret realm. After relentlessly grinding monsters and leveling up over this period, Lu Yunqi's level was nearing the threshold of the third transformation. As an ice mage, she was constantly receiving invitations from major guilds. She had even received an acceptance letter from the Sacred Magic University. She had become the object of everyone's admiration. She had no shortage of admirers and sycophants. In the past, she would have been flattered and overwhelmed. But she had grown accustomed to her status. Ordinary young talents no longer caught her eye. At that moment, a girl who had been leveling up alongside Lu Yunqi stared at the live-streamed battle on her phone, her face filled with awe and wonder. The chat was flooded with shocked comments, while excited netizens continuously spammed the screen. Great Yan is unbeatable. The 7 nations envoys better log in now. I've been fed up with these foreign envoys for ages. Today I finally get to see them get thoroughly beaten. That beast master is seriously strong. And he looks so young and handsome. I want to marry him. Master, I want to bear your children. The screen was flooded with comments, making it nearly impossible to see the battle. Shanshan, what are you watching so intently? Lu Yunqi called out to the girl watching the livestream, then added. Hurry up and get ready. We're about to enter the next dungeon to farm monsters. By the time Holy Magic University starts, I'm going in as a third-class ice mage. She'd been so busy diving into dungeons and grinding monsters lately that she hadn't had the heart to follow the hot topics online. Of course, she had heard the team leader mention that a terrifyingly powerful beastmaster had recently emerged in Great Yan. But what did that matter to her? As long as she could enter Holy Magic University at a third transformation level, she would gain the Academy's favor and access to its resources. Then, she wouldn't just gain access to higher-level circles, but also rub shoulders with those exceptionally gifted children from prominent families. This would greatly aid her future growth. Yunqi, hurry and watch this livestream. Doesn't that man standing atop the dragon's head look familiar to you? A girl named Shanshan hurriedly placed the live stream screen in front of Lu Yunqi. What man? Lu Yunqi looked at the live battle footage with a puzzled expression. But the moment she saw the scene, her eyes widened in shock. She shook her head violently, exclaiming, impossible. It absolutely can't be him. Although Jang Fong had also awakened as a beastmaster, his current abilities were nowhere near sufficient to contract an ancient tier beast. And 3 ancient tier beasts at that. Based on her guess, Jang Fong was probably still toiling away in some beginner dungeon, working like a slave for others. How could the beastmaster standing before them, capable of battling a 9 transformation expert, possibly be that good for nothing Jang Fong? Right? You think he looks just like Jang Fong from our class too, but I don't think it could be him either. Shanshan chuckled softly, surprised that Yunqi had recognized the figure's silhouette at a glance. So she teased, Yunqi, come clean, aren't you still hung up on Jang Fong? After all, you said that when Jang Fong heard you'd awakened as an ice mage, he broke up with you voluntarily to avoid holding back your future. In a way, that kind of man is actually pretty decent. Hearing this, Lu Yunqi's eyes flicked away. She hadn't told anyone that it was actually she who had dumped Jang Fong, believing he wasn't good enough for her. Instead, she told others that Jang Fong had initiated the breakup because he felt unworthy of her. Chapter 85, Professional Advancement, Demigod. Lu Yunqi's expression turned cold. Shanshan, you know Jang Fong and I were never meant to be on the same level. So please, don't mention him in front of me. All right. Shanshan nodded before returning her attention to the live stream. Just as Lu Yunqi was about to leave, she suddenly heard Shanshan yell, ah. What's wrong? She glanced back at Shanshan. Shanshan immediately held her phone's live stream directly in front of Lu Yunqi's face. Look. That's definitely Jang Fong. In the footage, Jang Fong rode atop the Abyssal Dragon King's head. The next second, the Abyssal Dragon King's aura shifted abruptly, unleashing a terrifying dark abyssal storm that swept across the heavens and earth. The entire live stream screen darkened. Jiang Feng's figure vanished into the darkness. No, impossible. How could it be Jang Fong? Lu Yunqi shook her head repeatedly, her expression filled with shock and disbelief. How could Jang Fong have grown so powerful in such a short time? A flood of complex emotions surged through her heart. Yunqi, it is Jang Fong. Do you really think there are 2 people in the world who look exactly alike? Shanshan remarked from the side. Hearing this, Lu Yunqi bit her red lips tightly. Truthfully, she had recognized Jang Fong at a glance. After all, she had shared countless intimate nights with him. She even knew the exact number of eyelashes on his face. But she simply refused to dare not believe that in such a short time, Jang Fong had become a top-tier beastmaster. She had always believed she and Jang Fong belonged to 2 different worlds. Yet his ascent had been nothing short of astonishing. In a sense, she and Jang Fong truly belonged to different classes. From now on, Jang Fong would be someone she would have to look up to. The thought filled Lu Yunqi with overwhelming regret. How could she have broken up with him when he was at his lowest point? Had she not ended things, she too could now stand beside Jang Fong, basking in the admiration of all. At that moment, the blonde envoy from Eagle Nation's eyes glowed with icy coldness. He extended a finger, its surface radiating a golden glow like molten metal, its tip entwined with arcane runes. These runes surged and intertwined at his fingertip, filled with an ancient aura. Instantly, a palm imbued with terrifying killing intent materialized, crashing down toward Jiang Feng. Even those far away could sense the overwhelming might within that palm, a force potent enough to tear the heavens apart. Seeing this, Jiang immediately intervened to shield Jiang Feng. His magical power surged, instantly forming a massive barrier before Jiang Feng. Boom! A thunderous explosion of energy reverberated, like rolling thunder. The void trembled violently. After withstanding the blow, the barrier shattered into fragments in an instant. But in that very instant, the envoy from Bear Country vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was already standing less than a meter in front of Jang Fong. Boy, your life ends here. A chilling smile spread across the Bear Nation envoy's lips. Then, a series of thunderous booms erupted from within his body. His strength tripled in a short span of time. As a 9-transformation powerhouse, his combat strength already approached 3 million. With this threefold boost, it soared to a staggering 9 million. At such close range, even the flaming emperor himself stepping in couldn't save this kid's life. Daoming's pupils dilated in horror. That single punch would likely obliterate Jang Fong instantly. He tried to intervene again, but was blocked by 2 9-transformations envoys. Elder Qi, we are your opponents. If you dare kill my great Yan quasi-godson, I will make your nations pay with everything they have. Daoming roared in fury, causing countless fissures to appear in the surrounding space. From within these cracks emerged innumerable chains, each glowing with an eerie light. With a tearing sound, the chains instantly pierced through the bodies of the 2 envoys. However, as 9 transformations practitioners, they possessed abundant vitality and self-preservation artifacts. By the time Daoming attempted to shield Jang Feng, it was already too late. Yet, mere seconds earlier, Jang Feng's information panel flashed with the notification, blazing heavenly falcon successfully endured the tribulation. Simultaneously, a mission submission panel materialized before his eyes. Current quest, 4th transformation. Requirements, possess a stellar tier beast or a beast that has endured the 4th tribulation. Time limit, none. Task status, completed. Submit? Note, this quest can be converted into a class advancement for 1 million evolution points. Upon seeing this information panel, excitement flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected another opportunity for a profession advancement. Without hesitation, he murmured, confirm. The next second, a dazzling light erupted from Jiang Feng's body, his eyes radiating boundless divine brilliance. Professional advancement complete. Class, Demigod. Level, LV 120. Strength, 283,000. Stamina, 254,000. Agility, 200,550. Spirit, 308,400. Combat power, 353,200. Skills, Sovereign of all living things, Lifelock, Divine Might, Divine Affinity, Demigod Realm, True Sight, Command Spirit Control, Summoning. Divine Might. Description, release the awe-inspiring presence of a deity. In the eyes of all beings, you shall be the supreme god. Cooldown, none. Life lock. Skill description, locks your health bar. No damage from any attack can reduce your health. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 3 days. Divine affinity. Skill description, each time you level up, you permanently increase your Beastmaster's base attributes by 5%. Cooldown, none. Demigod domain. Skill description, the domain rapidly expands around you, controlling the surrounding space. Enemies cannot escape the domain, and their combat power decreases by 10% per second. Cooldown, 3 days. Holy, that's insane. Upon reading the skill description, Jang Fong felt a chill run down his spine, utterly stunned. Holy, they just turned me into a demigod? This was the first time he'd ever seen someone's profession listed as demigod. And that person was me. This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Facing the terrifying punch from the Russian envoy, Jang Fong immediately activated Lifelock. Boom! The fist slammed into Jiang Feng's body, sending out a tremendous shockwave. Over 9 million damage points were unleashed, striking Jiang Feng with full force. Unparalleled force surged violently, causing the very space around Jiang Feng to begin collapsing. Damn it! The divine son of Great Yan is dead. Even if it takes the might of an entire nation, I will make the 7 kingdoms bury him. Daoming erupted with overwhelming fury, causing spatial tremors that instantly rippled across the entire sky. At that moment, the very heavens and earth changed color. He had staked the Great Yan's last shred of fortune on Jang Feng. Now that Jang Feng was dead, the Great Yan's destiny was severed. The 7 kingdoms would soon face the Great Yan's most terrifying wrath. Even national annihilation would be no obstacle. Chapter 86, Execution of the 7 Nations Envoys. Your power is formidable, but it's a pity you met me. Jiang Feng's voice echoed from the void. Despite sustaining nearly 10 million points of damage, under the effect of the Lifelock skill, he hadn't shed a single drop of blood. What? How could you still be alive? The envoy from Bear Country's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was his fatal strike. 9 million damage would instantly kill even a level 200 ferocious beast. Yet the young man before him remained unscathed. How could this be possible? He was certain that under the force of his punch, the kid wouldn't have had a chance to use any life-saving items. Even if he had one, it would have shattered instantly. Was this kid some kind of immortal freak? Not only was he utterly stunned, but everyone present froze in disbelief. The world fell silent. Qi Daoming, snapping out of his daze, immediately approached Jiang Feng's side. He scrutinized Jiang Feng's current state. He found Jiang Fong completely unharmed. You're truly unharmed? Qi Daoming stared at Jiang Fong in disbelief. Jang Fong gave a light chuckle. Rest assured, senior elder. To me, this is but a mere breeze. He then turned his gaze toward the envoys of the 7 nations. Now it's time for me to show my true abilities. The moment the words left his mouth, they felt a dizzying sensation, then found themselves seemingly immersed in a vast, star-filled galaxy. This is a domain. How could you possibly possess a domain? The envoys from the 7 nations were utterly panicked. After all, domains were something only 10th-rank powerhouses could wield. Within a domain, everyone falls under the control of its caster. How could this kid possibly unleash a domain? Jang Fong offered no reply, instead releasing the 4 Cataclysm Blazing Glorious Falcon. Current beast, Blazing Glorious Falcon 4 Tribulations. Grade, Ancient. Level, LV 116. Combat power, 1,870,000. The Blazing Sky Falcon radiated golden crimson flames. The blinding golden light completely filled the entire demigod realm, nearly blinding them. With a combat power of 1,870,000, amplified by the star-shattering staff, it surged directly to over 5 million. Witnessing Jiang Feng's prowess, the envoys of the 7 nations all felt a pang of dread. Yet within this domain, 7 against 1, victory was not entirely beyond their reach. Though their power would be diminished within the domain, slaying this youth would shatter it. Without further hesitation, the 7 envoys unleashed wave after wave of skills, attacking Jiang Feng with relentless fury. Overwhelming power surged relentlessly within the demigod's domain. Yet their attacks failed to inflict any damage. Instead, their own power steadily diminished. Within 10 seconds, their combat power had diminished by a full 100%. The only reason they could still barely hold on was due to the various life-saving items they carried. As they witnessed their own power steadily eroding, yet Jang Fong and his beast remained utterly unscathed. At that moment, the eyes of the 7 nations' envoys filled with profound despair. Young man, if you spare me, the Bear Nation pledges a century of peace with Great Yan. The envoy of Bear Country began pleading. My Shiva Kingdom too will maintain a century, no, 3 centuries of peace with Great Yan. Jang Fong ignored their supplications, commanding the Blazing Glorious Falcon to continue its assault. Under the Falcon's assault, the envoys' bodies instantly exploded in flames. By slaying envoys of other nations, you have severed all ties between our countries. The Eagle Nation envoy glared at Jang Fong with icy eyes, seemingly trying to pressure him. So what? Do you think I still fear your 7 nations? Jang Fong scanned the blonde man's information with his true sight eye. It turned out this body was merely one of his avatars. You're mistaken. Behind us stand the mighty warriors of the Starry Sky Great Wall. The blonde man spoke with detached calm. For years, 10th transformation masters had journeyed to guard the Starry Sky Great Wall. It wasn't merely out of some lofty sense of duty to protect the world. Rather, it was because the treasures on Blue Star that could catch their eye were now few and far between. Only the boundless expanse of the cosmos held countless treasures. Yet wherever people gather, disputes and entanglements inevitably follow. The guardians of the Starry Sky Great Wall hail from various nations, and they are not united as one. To prevent the Starry Sky Great Wall from being overrun by outsiders, therefore, they must control and screen those permitted to come. What of the Starry Sky's mighty warriors? Anyone who stands against me, even a god, will meet my blade. Jiang Feng's expression remained impassive. Today, no words of yours will save your lives. Boom! 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 As the blazing falcon flapped its wings, countless golden flames surged toward them like a meteor storm. An aura of annihilation filled the entire demigod realm. Terror gripped their faces as every magical artifact they deployed shattered into oblivion. In the end, they could only meet their demise with eyes full of resentment. By the time Jiang Fong dissolved the domain, the figures of the 7 nations' envoys had been utterly annihilated. Elder, I have slain the envoys of the 7 nations. Should war break out, I stand ready to face it alone. Jiang Fong spoke calmly to Qi Daoming. Hearing this, Qi Daoming's heart trembled. He never imagined Jiang Fong could single-handedly eliminate the envoys of the 7 kingdoms. Could it be that Jiang Fong was actually a 10th transformation powerhouse who had reincarnated through soul possession? Especially the domain he had previously unleashed, only a 10th tier powerhouse could comprehend such a feat. Since he's killed them, then let him kill. Qi Daoming sighed softly. Our delaying tactics were meant to buy you time to grow stronger. But now that your power has reached such terrifying heights, Great Yan no longer needs to lie low. It's time. The Great Yan has remained silent for too long, letting them think we're easy to bully. At that moment, Yi Heling approached Jiang Fong, his eyes filled with remorse. Qi Daoming introduced him to Jiang Fong. This is third elder Yi Heling. Yi Heling addressed Jiang Fong frankly. Jiang Fong, it was I who issued the Great Yan mission sending you to the 10,000 Phenomena Kingdom. If you harbor resentment toward me, you may strike me down right here. This old man will utter not a single word of complaint. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. He had been intending to search for the traitor. But he never expected this person to step forward himself. But he never imagined it would be the third elder of Great Yan. Jiang Feng's gaze immediately shifted to Qi Daoming. Yet Qi Daoming's expression showed neither surprise nor anger. For he had known of this matter since the mission was first issued. Chapter 87, Declaring War on the Seven Nations. After the first elder's explanation, Jiang Feng finally understood the third elder's purpose. Once he grasped the full story, Jiang Feng's lingering resentment dissolved. After all, this mission had earned him 3 calamity crystals and allowed him to advance his profession. His profession had now ascended to demigod. That million evolution points were certainly well spent. Especially the passive skill Divine Favor, it was nothing short of game-changing. Every time he leveled up, it granted his tamed beasts a 5% boost to their base attributes. And it was a permanent boost. If he were to level up 100 times, he could grant his tamed beast a whopping 500% increase in base attributes. That's easily 100 times more powerful than the epic Fire Dragon King's heart. Truly a god-tier skill. At this thought, Jiang Feng's heart surged with boundless excitement. Below, the great flame practitioners erupted in stunned murmurs. This young beast tamer had single-handedly annihilated the envoys of 7 nations. Such power was utterly terrifying. His name would surely be forever etched into the annals of Great Yan's history. But slaying the envoys of the 7 nations today meant he had officially severed ties with them. A war between nations was brewing, and a storm of bloodshed was bound to follow. Upon learning that their envoys had perished in the Great Yan Empire, the rulers of the 7 nations. This was an unmistakable act of contempt toward their nations. How could they possibly tolerate such an insult? After deliberating, they resolved to launch a simultaneous war against Great Yan. Before long, a series of messages appeared on everyone's information panels. Eagle Nation prepares to declare war on Great Yan. The victor will gain a boost to national fortune. Shiva Nation prepares to declare war on Great Yan. The victor shall gain a national fortune boost. Country K is preparing to launch a national war against Great Yan. The victor will. Bear Nation prepares to. Seeing 7 nations consecutively declare war on Great Yan, the nation's professionals all wore uneasy expressions. Qi Daoming's expression also darkened. Though he had anticipated that war between the 7 nations and Great Yan was inevitable, he hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. All eyes now turned to the Grand Elder, wondering how he would decide. These consecutive declarations of war by the 7 nations were nothing more than an attempt to intimidate the Great Yan Empire. Yet if they yielded without a fight, the Great Yan might never hold its head high among the nations again. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Daoming spoke with solemn resolve. De Yan shall accept this challenge. The next instant, a notification appeared on everyone's interface. Great Yan declares war on Eagle Nation. The victor will gain a boost to national fortune. Great Yan declares war on Shiva Nation. The victor shall gain a boost to national fortune. Note, the national war will commence 1 month from now. All professional players from each nation are advised to prepare accordingly within this period. Note, the mighty defenders of the starry sky Great Wall cannot intervene in the wars between nations. Note, due to the large number of nations participating in this war, the victor will receive a special reward, qualification to open the sacred realm. Seeing that the national war would commence in 1 month, Jang Fong couldn't help but let a peculiar curve lift the corners of his mouth. He had assumed hostilities would commence immediately, but now he must wait an entire month. If I just level up non-stop during this month, won't those 7 nations be blown to smithereens? However, the mention of the sacred realm access later piqued Jiang Feng's curiosity. What exactly was this sacred realm? As the senior elder Qi Daoming and the third elder Yi Heling saw the qualification for opening the sacred realm, their eyes flashed with a hint of fervor. Elder Qi, Jang Fong asked, his expression puzzled, what exactly is this sacred realm? Qi Daoming's eyes flickered as he spoke slowly. The sacred realm is the opportunity for all 9th transformation cultivators to advance to the 10th transformation. Moreover, within the sacred realm lie various divine grade artifacts, equipment, items, and more. Rumor even has it that within the sacred realm lies the chance to ascend to godhood. The source of divinity was the opportunity obtained by the Great Yan ancestors from the sacred realm. However, the last time the sacred realm opened was 1,000 years ago, so the information that has trickled down to the present is rather scarce. Hearing that the sacred realm held god-tier artifacts and equipment, Jiang Feng's throat moved slightly, his eyes burning with fervor. Moreover, the sacred realm held the possibility of ascending to godhood. For someone like Jiang Feng, a demigod, the prospect of truly ascending to godhood was an irresistible temptation. At that moment, Shi Daoming addressed Jiang Feng, you are the pivotal figure in this national war. In half a month, the Great Yan Genius Tower will open. I hope you can pass. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I'm confident. Jiang Feng nodded with a smile before inquiring, may I request an audience with the Yan Emperor? After all, Ruan Yuan had mentioned that an ordeal symbol was in the Emperor's possession. If he could persuade the Yan Emperor to grant him this profound symbol, he would be one step closer to unlocking the miniature world within the boundless source. Upon hearing this, Shi Daoming sighed. The Yan Emperor's lifespan is nearly spent. He has already entered a state of deep slumber. Therefore, you cannot see him for now. However, on the day the national war begins, we will personally awaken the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor, knowing his time was nearly up, had entered a state of self-induced slumber. He intends to give his final contribution to Great Yan in his last moments. This national war determined the rise or fall of Great Yan. Victory would allow Great Yan to endure for several more years. But if we fall, the Great Yan may never rise again. The national war would be the moment the Flame Emperor displayed his might to subdue all corners of the realm and also the moment of his demise. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Jiang Feng's eyes. The Emperor of Yan had devoted his entire being to the Great Yan Empire, his heart still bound to it even in his final moments. Such unwavering devotion to the nation could not help but move Jiang Feng. He resolved that on the day of the Great Yan's national war, he would reveal his true strength. He would show the Yan Emperor that the Great Yan had worthy successors. I understand, Jiang Feng nodded solemnly. Shi Daoming spoke again, within this month, whatever you require, just tell me. I will coordinate resources from across the entire Great Yan Empire to provide them for you. Thank you, Grand Elder. Jiang Feng instinctively bowed. Shi Daoming smiled. No need for thanks. The future of Great Yan rests upon your shoulders. You are its sole hope for renewed prosperity. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with resolve. He took a deep breath. In that case, I shall handle everything. After Jiang Feng departed, he received some materials from the Grand Elder that were needed for the beast taming trial. He then headed to the high-level instance to grind monsters. All he needed now was to level up to enhance his beast taming prowess. Within half a day, Jiang Feng swept through multiple high-level instances within the capital. His level skyrocketed, reaching the fourth transformation at level 150. Under the buff of the passive skill, Divine Affinity. The beast's base attributes including defense, spirit, agility, constitution, combat power, and more, permanently increased by 150%. Combined with the star-shattering staff's 170% boost, he now possessed a total enhancement of 320%. A pure powerhouse. Chapter 88, Chance Encounter with Ouyang Yue. My level's been grinding along nicely. Time to pay the Ouyang family a visit. Jiang Feng planned to visit the Ouyang family to borrow the spatial compass, then head to the previous instance to retrieve the life and death mystic symbol. Just as he was about to head to the Ouyang residence, he unexpectedly ran into Ouyang Yue on the way. She wore a white dress, revealing her long, fair legs, making her quite eye-catching. Senior, I never expected to run into you here. Ouyang Yue approached Jiang Feng with a delighted expression, greeting him warmly. Jiang Feng's eyes also showed surprise at encountering her here. No need to call me senior, just call me Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. He could sense that her aura now felt considerably more robust than before. It seemed her cultivation had advanced considerably after absorbing the 10,000-year-old frost essence. All right. Ouyang Yue nodded, then suddenly found herself at a loss for words. The scene of Jiang Feng battling the Seven Nations envoys had already gone viral across Great Yan and even abroad. Jiang Feng inquired, by the way, does your Ouyang family happen to possess an artifact called the spatial compass? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yue nodded. Yes, we do. Does the senior need this item? The 10,000-year-old ice marrow he had gifted her last time had boosted her strength several-fold. She naturally cherished this kindness deeply. Indeed. If possible, I'd like to borrow it for 2 days, Jiang Feng said, nodding slightly. Ouyang Yue agreed readily without hesitation. I'll inform the elders of the family about this matter. They certainly won't refuse. After all, given Jiang Feng's current status and reputation, the Ouyang family had no grounds to refuse. This was an opportunity to forge ties with a top-tier beastmaster. Anyone else would only be green with envy. Jiang Feng, there's something I'd like to ask of you. I wonder if you'd be willing. Ouyang Yue inquired, a hint of hesitation in her expression. Tell me what it is first. Jiang Feng replied, knowing he needed to understand the nature of the request before committing to accept or decline. Ouyang Yue explained, the 3 major families hold a joint trial every year. Teams that pass the trial receive rewards contributed by each of the 3 families. This time, I'm still short 1 archer or warrior with formidable strength below the 6th transformation. Would you be able to recommend someone for me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. After all, for him, it was merely a matter of creating a secondary account to help her pass the trial. He planned to do her this small favor first, then borrow the spatial compass. 2 days later, Jang Fong arrived at the rendezvous point wearing the omniscient mask. He saw 3 people standing beside Ouyang Yue. One was a fair-skinned, plump man, smiling broadly as he chatted with the other 2. The other 2 were a burly man and a voluptuous woman in her mid-20s. A flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he instantly scanned the 3 individuals' information. The fair-skinned, plump man was a blood warrior at the 4th transformation stage. The burly man was a light knight. As for the curvaceous woman, she was a pupil mage. Noticing Jang Fong approaching, Ouyang Yue stepped forward and greeted him, "Hello." She felt strangely familiar with the mask he wore. "MHM." Jang Fong nodded. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice, Ouyang Yue's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Jiang Fong himself to come assist, and she blurted out, "Jiang." Jiang Fong preempted her with his introduction, "Yes, my name is Jiang Chen. 4th tier archer class." Hearing this, Ouyang Yue's heart skipped a beat. With Jiang Fong joining them, this trial would be easily passed. But it seemed Jiang Fong didn't want to reveal her identity, so she didn't say much. She then introduced the other 3 teammates to Jiang Fong. The first was the voluptuous woman. "This is Lu Shangling, an instructor from Tianjing Academy. Her profession is pupil master," Ouyang Yue introduced. "Hello," Jiang Fong said. "Hello, I'm Pang Qingfeng, a 5th transformation blood warrior." The fair-skinned, rotund man beamed at Jiang Fong. The burly man, however, wore a noticeably colder expression toward Jiang Fong. "This is Wang Long, a 5th transformation light knight," Ouyang Yue continued the introductions. Jiang Fong paid no mind to the man's cool reception. Ouyang Yue explained, "This trial's rules for the 3 major families are to kill the marked beasts in the 6th tier instance, Linghuan Yusen, as quickly as possible. Points will be awarded based on their strength. The team with the highest points will be crowned the champion of this trial." Afterward, Ouyang Yue led the group to the center of the square to register their team. Numerous 5-person teams crowded the bustling square. Among them were many descendants of the 3 great families, as well as students from various academies. Their faces all appeared youthful. The rules for the 3 great families competition stipulated participants must be under 30 years of age and not affiliated with any faction as professionals. Of course, the joint trials of the 3 great families served 2 purposes. First, to train the younger generation of the families. Second, to select and recruit talented professionals. "Everyone, the trial is about to begin. You may now enter the secret realm." As the middle-aged man on the stage announced this, the teams that had completed registration were the first to enter the instance portal set up ahead. The teams still waiting to register immediately voiced discontent, complaining, "Hold on. We haven't even finished registering yet. How come they get to go in first? Is that fair?" The middle-aged man merely glanced at them before replying indifferently, "Being able to complete registration early is also a measure of strength." At this, the teams fell silent. Yet their faces betrayed a palpable sense of urgency, each hoping to complete the registration process swiftly. After all, entering first meant they could secure the marked beasts first, earning higher points. The rewards offered by the 3 great families were exceptionally generous. Moreover, if they caught the attention of the 3 great families, they could instantly reach the pinnacle of success. Each of the 3 great families controlled vast conglomerates with immense resources and influence. For the professionals participating in this trial, it was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for an interview. Securing a position within any of the 3 families' enterprises guarantees a starting annual salary of at least 1 million. Seeing at least a dozen teams still waiting in line ahead, Pang Qingfeng felt a surge of impatience. He turned to Ouyang Yue and said, "Miss Ouyang, you are, after all, the prodigal daughter of one of the 3 great families. Could you possibly let our team cut in line and go ahead?" Chapter 89. Holy crap, that's insane. No. Ouyang Yue's refusal was unequivocal. Everything must follow the trial's rules. If people started gossiping, it would only cast doubt on the fairness of this competition. After all, this wasn't solely organized by the Ouyang family. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng looked utterly speechless. Wasn't this just a case of turning a blind eye? Wang Long, standing nearby, remarked coldly, "If we hadn't been waiting for this guy, we'd already be inside." His words were clearly meant to stir resentment toward Jiang Fong among the others. "Look," Pang Qingfeng interjected, "he is, after all, Miss Ouyang's friend. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to speak like that?" Pang Qingfeng reminded him. This Wang Long thought his job as a paladin gave him every right to be arrogant. What's there to be so cocky about? You'd think he was a paladin if you didn't know better. Then he grinned at Jang Fong and said, "Don't worry, buddy. I'll tank the damage for you later. You just focus on dealing damage from the back." "All right." Jang Fong smiled. He'd get to experience being a marksman for once. After over 10 minutes, they finally entered the spirit-haunted forest dungeon. A hazy, green forest stretched out before them. The squads that had entered earlier had already claimed the marked beasts, their eyes fixed warily on the newcomers. After all, the rules of this trial made no mention of prohibiting the snatching of others' points. True to their expectations, the later arriving teams were now eyeing the rapidly departing squads with predatory intent. After all, plundering weaker teams proved far more efficient and quicker than grinding through monsters. Upon entering the instance, Jang Fong instinctively reached to summon his beast to clear the area. Just then, Yang Yue's voice rang out, "Let's move on. The deeper we go into the instance, the higher the points we'll earn for slaying the beasts within." Wang Long also drew his weapon, the Great Sword of Light, a dark gold tier piece of equipment. This was the perfect gear for his class, offering flawless synergy that dramatically amplified his burst damage. This nearly made Pang Qingfeng drool with envy, as he himself only possessed gold-grade equipment. Seeing Pang Qingfeng's envious expression, Wang Long snorted coldly, "What a provincial bumpkin." Pang Qingfeng retorted indignantly, "It's just a dark gold weapon. I have a friend who has one too. What's so great about it?" That was until Jiang Feng drew his own Fire Dragon King longbow. The intense heat emanating from the Fire Dragon King longbow startled the others, causing them to gasp in astonishment. "That's an epic tier longbow." Pang Qingfeng's eyes widened as he leaned in close to Jiang Feng, scrutinizing every detail of the Fire Dragon King longbow. Even Yang Yue's face betrayed a look of astonishment. But she knew that with Jiang Feng's strength, defeating a high-difficulty boss wasn't particularly difficult. Wang Long, upon seeing the Fire Dragon King longbow, appeared even more astonished. Who would have thought this guy possessed an epic tier bow? At an auction, it would undoubtedly be the grand finale item. A fourth transformation archer wielding an epic tier bow. Just who was this guy? As the group ventured deeper into the dungeon, they witnessed numerous intense battles erupting in various locations. Some were clashes with ferocious beasts, others were skirmishes between rival squads. Yang Yue chose not to intervene, as this was one of the trial's unspoken rules. She had her own principles. She wouldn't prey on weaker squads. A level 170 Shadow Berserker Bear lies ahead. We should spread out and encircle it first. The voice belonged to Lu Shangling, an instructor from Tianjing Academy. Shadow Berserk Bears possessed astonishing defense and explosive power, and unlike other bear-type beasts, it possessed shadow power, and when unleashing its latent potential, its speed could reach several kilometers per second. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng nodded, keeping watch for any movement as he circled around the perimeter. Yang Yue, however, unleashed her magical power directly, causing a massive block of ice to plummet from the sky. Boom! The ice block slammed directly into the Shadow Berserker Bear. The Shadow Berserker Bear was instantly frozen solid into a massive block of ice. At that moment, Wang Long leaped forward, wielding the Great Sword of Light as he swung it down at the Shadow Berserker Bear. Crack! Cracks instantly appeared across the massive ice block. Roar! The Shadow Berserker Bear let out a furious roar, instantly shattering the ice encasing its body. Its pair of crimson eyes blazed with boundless fury. The next second, the Shadow Berserker Bear swiped its massive paw, sending Wang Long flying. Lu Shangling immediately activated her eye technique, forcibly restraining the Shadow Berserker Bear. Seeing Yang Yue about to act, Jang Fong chuckled lightly, "You pinned down its movement. I'll handle the damage." Yang Yue nodded in response before casting her Ice Seal spell once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they shot forth in a long, continuous line of fire, the damage values on the Shadow Berserker Bear skyrocketed. Holy crap, that's insane! Pang Qingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He couldn't tell if this was Jiang Feng's skill or the effect of that epic tier longbow in his hands. The absurdly fast attack speed left everyone speechless. Before long, the Shadow Berserker Bear was engulfed in a hail of arrows. A terrifying surge of power erupted from its body, shrouding it in a dark, eerie glow. The next instant, its form vanished from its original position. When it reappeared, its massive claws slammed down toward Jiang Feng's head. If he couldn't block it in time, his head would likely explode like a watermelon. Watch out! Yang Yue's expression turned alarmed as her magical energy surged, instantly summoning an ice wall to block the attack. Jang Fong drew his bow like a full moon, leaping onto the ice wall in a single bound. He unleashed a volley of arrows toward the Shadow Bear Cuckoo below. Under the hail of arrows, the Shadow Berserker Bear was pierced like a hedgehog, its body now ablaze as a fiery beast. Pang Qingfeng immediately rushed to Jiang Feng's side. His blood energy surged as he delivered a punch directly to the Shadow Rage Bear's body. Boom! The thunderous impact sent the Shadow Berserker Bear flying several meters away. Haha, that punch was crucial, right? Pang Qingfeng flashed a toothy grin at Jiang Feng. Not bad. Jiang Feng smiled faintly. At that moment, Wang Long raised his glowing greatsword once more, stepping forward to strike at the Shadow Berserker Bear. However, before the blade could touch the Shadow Berserker Bear, it was incinerated by the scorching effect of the Fire Dragon King longbow. After the Shadow Berserker Bear's demise, an energy mark flew from its body and attached itself to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's interface displayed an increase in his points. Ha! Why did the points only go to me? Jiang Fong asked curiously. Beside him, Pang Qingfeng stared at the shadow berserker bear's corpse. Why didn't it drop any loot after being killed? Chapter 90, The Yang Family's Prodigy. Ouyang Yue explained, this dungeon was jointly created by the three major families. Killing the beasts only grants points, no loot drops. Moreover, only the player who delivered the final blow receives the points. After the trial concludes, the team's total points are the sum of each member's individual points. Hearing this, Pang Qingfeng felt somewhat deflated. This was a level 170 beast, after all. In a normal instance, with good luck, it might even drop a dark gold tier item. But he quickly turned to Jiang Feng with a cheerful smile. Bro, our teamwork was absolutely unbeatable. Once we're out, let's exchange contacts. Want to run dungeons and farm monsters together? Sure, but it depends on when I'm free. Jiang Feng didn't refuse the offer. After all, he found the chubby guy rather likable. After that, Jiang Feng drew his Fire Dragon King longbow and unleashed a volley of arrows at the emerging beasts. After several consecutive engagements, the four began supporting Jiang Feng, adopting a 4-protect-1 tactic. It wasn't that they wanted to play support, it was simply that Jiang Feng's firepower was overwhelming. Especially his draw speed, it was like a human Gatling gun, damn it. Wherever they fought, the surrounding woods burst into intense flames. At that moment, on a blue light panel outside the instance, displayed the point standings of each squad within the instance. The leaders of the three major families could instantly see the shifting scores of each team with a single glance. Some teams plummeted instantly from mid-ranking to dead last. Others shot up dozens of spots from the lower ranks. It was obvious that the teams at the front had their points snatched away by those surging up from behind. When they saw Ouyang Yue's team steadily climbing the rankings, the Ouyang family's high-ranking members wore satisfied smiles. A senior member of the Yan family, one of the three great clans, offered flattering praise. Miss Ouyang's prowess is astonishing. I believe she might just lead her team to claim the top spot in this trial. After all, Ouyang Yue had awakened the rare Holy Ice Mage class. This was something all three great families envied deeply. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiao, the head of the Ouyang family, smiled even more broadly, though he remained courteous. Not at all. Your Yan family's younger generation is equally formidable. In response, the expression of the senior member from the Yang family, one of the three great clans, remained impassive. While the Ouyang family had awakened a Holy Ice Mage, the Yang family had produced a prodigy of their own. While not rare professions, they were a one-in-a-million dual class combination, the Heavenly Thunder Mage and the Swift Wind Swordsman. Each of these professions stood alone as elite classes, let alone the fusion of both into one. Currently topping the dungeon points leaderboard was the Yang family's prodigy, Yang Yongming. He dominated the leaderboard with 10,000 points, a staggering 3,000-point lead over the runner-up. Thus, when the Yan family claimed Ouyang Yue could claim first place, they naturally scoffed at the notion. Inside the dungeon, Jang Feng's team swept through the dungeon with an utterly outrageous combat style. Even the flying beasts in the sky were shot down. Many noticed their team, especially when they saw the epic tier Fire Dragon King longbow in Jiang Feng's hands. Shock and envy flashed in their eyes. Up ahead, they spotted one team surrounding another. At its head stood a youth with a handsome, refined face. He swept his gaze over the surrounded squad and declared with an air of arrogance, "Transfer all your points over here. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking them by force." Hearing this, the besieged squad looked uneasy, but some refused to hand over their points. The next instant, a thunderous attack ripped through the air, striking the professional who refused to yield. The impact caused the professional to convulse violently before collapsing to the ground, soiling himself. Witnessing this gruesome fate, the remaining squad members reluctantly transferred their points. After all, suffering such a humiliating fate in public was utterly mortifying. Even passing squads found their path blocked by the thunder. My rule is simple: pluck the feathers from the geese that pass, and strip the hides from the beasts that roam. The voice of the handsome young man rang out, his gaze fixed on the teams preparing to leave. What gives? These points were earned through our hard work hunting beasts. A squad leader protested indignantly. Why? Because I have the strength. The handsome youth snorted coldly, then a powerful surge of electricity instantly enveloped them all. In his eyes, the squads and the marked beasts were merely tools for him to accumulate points. His points had crushed the second-place contender by a landslide precisely because of these two methods of earning them. After sensing his astonishing power, the other professionals had no choice but to hand over their points. This guy is way too aggressive, openly plundering others' points like that. Pang Qingfeng couldn't stand the sight of that dashing young man. Ouyang Yue gazed at the handsome youth suspended mid-air. His name is Yang Yongming. He's the prodigy of the Yang family, possessing dual professions. Jang Fong also studied the information panel of the man named Yang Yongming with keen interest. Thunder Mage, Swift Blade Warrior? His strength likely far surpasses other practitioners at the same level. Let's go. There's no need to waste time fighting him, Ouyang Yue said. While she didn't exactly despise Yang Yongming's actions, she certainly harbored no fondness for him either. Yet Yang Yongming immediately spotted Ouyang Yue. With a flash of movement, he appeared before the group. Yue, it's been a while. I heard your skills have improved significantly. How about we spar? Yang Yongming wore a confident smile on his lips. Beside him stood a stunning woman clutching an emerald green bow. In his eyes, among all the adventurers venturing into the secret realm this time, only Ouyang Yue, the holy ice mage, was worthy of being his opponent. But I have no interest in fighting you, Ouyang Yue flatly refused. At that moment, the woman with the emerald bow noticed the Fire Dragon King longbow in Jiang Feng's hands. Her eyes lit up with delight. She turned to Yang Yongming and pouted. Young Master Yang, I really like that bow and arrow. Yang Yongming glanced at Jang Fong, who wore the 10,000 phenomena mask, then his gaze settled on the longbow. The next second, the Fire Dragon King longbow's information appeared before his eyes. An epic tier longbow? Yang Yongming was taken aback. Epic tier weapons were priceless pieces of equipment. He then addressed Jang Fong, name your price. I want that bow. Sure thing. Sell me the woman beside you, and this bow is yours. Beneath the mask, Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of mockery. Chapter 91, Ouyang Yue's Warning. Hearing this, Yang Yongming's brows furrowed, his expression darkening instantly. This reckless fool dared speak to him like that it was nothing short of a provocation. Pang Qingfeng secretly shot Jiang Fong an admiring glance. This was the Yang family's prodigy, a revered figure of unparalleled talent. Anyone who dared to tease him like this would likely lose half their life. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Fong and coldly demanded, Who do you think you are, daring to covet my woman? Oh? You were the one eyeing my longbow first. Jiang Feng's tone held not a shred of fear. Ouyang Yue addressed Yang Yongming with a cold expression. I advise you to treat my friend with respect. Provoke him, and I fear even your entire Yang family won't be able to protect you. At these words, not only did the expressions of the few people in the squad shift visibly, all eyes turned to the masked Jiang Fong, their minds racing with speculation about the true identity of this fourth-tier archer. Hearing this, Yang Yongming's brow furrowed. Had anyone else uttered those words, they would likely have dismissed it as mere bragging. But coming from Ouyang Yue, it carried weight. After all, Ouyang Yue held a status equal to Yang Yongming's. Both were prodigies that the two great families of Tianjing held in high esteem. Yet Ouyang Yue delivered it with a warning tone. This clearly indicated that the masked man beside her was no ordinary figure. Though Yang Yongming had acted somewhat recklessly, it didn't mean he was foolish. Upon hearing those words, he naturally abandoned any thoughts of causing trouble for Jang Fong. After all, a fourth-tier archer possessing an epic-tier longbow was itself a testament to the formidable power backing the masked man. Of course, though he thought this privately, he still needed to save face publicly. His expression carried a hint of cold arrogance as he declared, For Yue's sake, retract what you just said, and I'll let it slide. After all, as a prodigy, he couldn't help but carry a certain pride. But the stunningly beautiful woman clutched by Yang Yongming didn't believe Ouyang Yue's words for a second. After all, the Yang family was one of the three major powerhouse families in Tianjing. How could someone hiding behind a mask possibly have such deep connections? Most crucially, Jiang Feng's earlier words had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Being treated like merchandise felt like being treated like a whore. And she genuinely coveted that legendary Fire Dragon King longbow. Young Master Yang, that man's words were clearly meant to belittle you. If you can swallow your pride, the rest of us certainly can't. As she spoke, the exquisite woman pressed her chest against him. Most men wouldn't risk losing face in front of such a beauty. But upon hearing those words, Yang Yongming slapped her across the face. Smack! A sharp, crisp sound echoed through the air. A bright red handprint appeared on the exquisite woman's face. Yue is my friend, and her friends are my friends too. If you dare speak like that again, you can get out right now. Yang Yongming's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Making enemies over a woman? That wasn't his style. After all, women were merely tools for his amusement. Witnessing this scene, the others were stunned, their conviction about Jiang Feng's terrifying status only deepening. The exquisite woman, struck by that slap, dared not utter a sound. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. It seemed Yang Yongming wasn't some brainless prodigy after all. Seizing the shift in topic, Yang Yongming turned his gaze back to Ouyang Yue and proposed. How about we have a sparring match? If you win, I'll transfer all the points I've earned to you. If you lose, you hand over all your team's points. What do you say? As he spoke, several members of Yang Yongming's team had already surrounded them. Clearly, whether Ouyang Yue agreed or not, they intended to seize the points by force. Within this trial dungeon, even if killed, one would only be forcibly ejected from the instance. There was no risk to one's life. Ouyang Yue recognized this fact immediately, choosing combat without hesitation. In an instant, a fierce aura erupted from her body. A powerful icy force radiated outward from her, rapidly spreading across a 100-meter radius. Good. Very good. Let me see what you're made of. Yan Yongming's lips curled upward as a heart-stopping thunderstorm erupted around him. Simultaneously, an epic wind thunder sword, crackling with lightning, materialized in his hand. The synergy of his dual professions propelled his combat prowess to new heights. The extraordinary spectacle erupting between them was sharp and intense. Numerous practitioners were drawn to the scene by the extraordinary spectacle. Look! It's the prodigies of the Yang and Ouyang families displaying their formidable power. To witness a battle between prodigies with our own eyes, this should be quite the spectacle. I wonder who holds the upper hand in strength. That's obvious. Yan Yongming, with his two top-tier professions, is clearly the stronger one. Alright, who dares to bet against our team? I'll put all our team points on the line. Damn it, Yan Yongming already took all your points. What are you betting with? Trying to get something for nothing, huh? Then we'll bet 1,000,000 Federation credits on Yan Yongming's victory. Alright, we're in. Overhearing the professionals' conversation nearby, Pang Qingfeng's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. Hold on, don't start fighting yet. Let me place my bet first. He wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity to rake in extra cash. The others understood his reasoning. After all, this money was practically free money. After placing their bets, Pang Qingfeng stood before Jang Fong and declared, "Brother Jiang, I'll cover your back this time. We absolutely have to secure this victory." "Got it," Jang Fong replied with a confident smile. As Yan Yongming and Ouyang Yue commenced their duel, both teams' members plunged into all-out combat. The exquisite woman's gaze remained fixed on Jang Fong. Even now, her face throbbed with lingering pain. She drew her bow and unleashed a volley of arrows at Jang Fong. The whistling arrows swiftly closed in on Jang Fong. At that moment, Pang Qingfeng clasped his arms together, the armor on his forearms directly blocking the incoming arrows. His Blood Warrior class not only granted him exceptionally high health, but his passive talent also boosted his defense. Compared to warriors of the same level, his health and defense were roughly 60% higher. He was essentially a human meat shield. Jang Fong reacted just as swiftly, raising the Fire Dragon King longbow in the next instant and drawing it back with a fierce pull before releasing an arrow toward the exquisite woman. Under the overwhelming barrage of fire, the exquisite woman found herself nearly without a place to hide. She could only scramble for cover, hiding behind a thick ancient tree. At that moment, an assassin blurred into motion, streaking toward Jang Fong. Chapter 92, Do you need me to intervene? If they could eliminate this archer, the battle would swing back under their control. Wanlong, why the hell are you tanking? Get the hell back here. Pang Qingfeng watched the guy still acting as a tank, trading blows with the enemy, and his temper flared. Wanlong remained impassive upon hearing this, for he had bet everything on Yang Yongming's victory. So he'd been holding back the entire time. After all, he knew that no matter how powerful Ouyang Yue was, she was still just a mage class. Yang Yongming, however, was not only a thunder mage but also a swordsman. In a battle with such a disadvantage, the odds of victory were clearly slim. At that moment, Lu Xiangling immediately activated her eye technique, drawing the assassin into her illusory realm. Yet the assassin class player clearly held back, and in the split second before being trapped in the illusion, he had already launched a flying dagger toward Jang Fong. Pang Qingfeng tried to intervene, but the archer in the distance gave him no chance. Seizing the opening, Jang Fong unleashed another volley. A long string of flaming arrows pierced the assassin's body. Yet the flying blade failed to pierce even Jiang Feng's skin. The entire scene left everyone dumbstruck. Holy, Brother Jiang, you're still alive? Pang Qingfeng stared wide-eyed at Jiang Fong, utterly incredulous. In such a short time, he'd had no chance to use his life-saving items. Moreover, life-saving items were extremely expensive. And unless absolutely necessary, even if expelled from the instance, most people wouldn't use them lightly. What they didn't know was that Jiang Feng's symbiosis effect had upgraded, allowing him to redirect damage into his beast space even without summoning his beast. It could be said that Jiang Feng's current health pool was in the millions. Even if the two prodigies, Yan Yongming and Ouyang Yue, unleashed their most powerful skills simultaneously, they couldn't possibly take down Jang Fong in an instant. What ordinary people saw as geniuses and powerhouses were merely the threshold for facing Jang Fong. Within just a few exchanges, Yan Yongming's 4 teammates were all knocked offline, forcibly ejected from the instance. Pang Qingfeng stared blankly at the vanishing figures, feeling like his own tanking role had become redundant. Ha! Those useless fools got taken out that fast? Yan Yongming, locked in combat with Ouyang Yue, caught a glimpse of the others being forcibly ejected from the instance. Still, in his eyes, it was all thanks to the power of that epic tier Fire Dragon King longbow in Jiang Feng's hands. Fine. Let them see that true prodigies aren't compensated for by numbers alone. With Yan Yongming's cold shout, his aura surged once more. Rolling bolts of celestial lightning crackled across the sky. Suddenly, they crashed down upon the forest below, like apocalyptic thunderbolts. Countless spectator squads were instantly swept out of the instance. Yan Yongming is simply too powerful. That must be his ultimate skill as a thunder mage, right? Indeed. And his other class, the swordsman, also possesses a ultimate skill. Who among the younger generation of Great Yan could possibly rival him? Looks like the prodigy from the Ouyang family is doomed to lose this time. After all, sheer numbers aren't an advantage against overwhelming power. Pang Qingfeng's face instantly drained of color. It's over. I bet everything I own on this. I'm ruined. He wanted to slap himself silly right then and there. He felt like dying. At that moment, Ouyang Yue's expression turned grave as her magical power surged to its fullest, causing the frigid aura to intensify once more. From the raging blizzard emerged a majestic ice dragon, its body stretching nearly 1,000 feet. Its massive jaws opened wide, lunging toward Yang Yongming to devour him. Is this your ultimate skill? Then witness my self-created fusion technique. Yang Yongming's lips curled into a sneer. A dazzling purple lightning glow erupted from the wind thunder sword in his hand. With a sudden burst of power, he swung his sword at the ice dragon. This strike was called the Thunderbolt Gale Slash. A ferocious gale, carrying terrifying thunder, tore through the void, striking down with unstoppable force. The spectacle was immense and awe-inspiring. Boom! The ice dragon barely lasted 2 breaths under this strike. Its icy head began to shatter violently, followed by its entire 1,000-foot-long body disintegrating. All present stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen in shock at the scene. As the ice dragon shattered, Ouyang Yue also suffered severe injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She had lost. Yet the surging thunderous sword energy showed no sign of stopping. Swept toward Ouyang Yue with overwhelming force. Just as everyone thought she was about to be forcibly expelled from the dungeon, a figure stepped before her. Need me to step in? Jang Fong looked at her, his voice carrying a hint of gentle amusement. Ouyang Yue stared blankly at the masked Jiang Feng, momentarily speechless. Behind him, a thunderous sword she carrying the might to annihilate all things surged toward them in an instant. Jang Fong sheathed his longbow and met the surging thunderous sword energy with a palm strike. Boom! 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 The surging sword energy Jiang Fong blocked could advance not an inch further. Yet Jiang Fong himself stood immovable, as solid as a mountain. On either side of the blade energy, it carved a trench over 10 meters deep into the ground. At that moment, everyone was utterly stunned. The masked archer had actually caught Yang Yongming's signature strike with a single hand. How was this possible? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have dared believe it was real. Yang Yongming, suspended in midair, stood frozen in disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. His strike was so devastating that not even a 4th-tier cultivator would dare to block it head-on, let alone a 7th-tier powerhouse. And now, seemingly blocked by a casual palm strike? You! How could you possibly block my strike? In that moment, this top-tier prodigy was plunged into self-doubt. Ever since he had created this peerless sword technique, no one at his level had ever managed to block it. It could be said he had never missed. I'll give you another chance. If you can injure me within 10 minutes, our team's points will all be transferred to you. Jang Fong looked at Yang Yongming, his gaze as still as a calm lake. Truth be told, Jang Fong held genuine admiration for Yang Yongming's prowess. After all, the Great Yan Empire needed strong warriors. Given time, Yang Yongming might well become a legendary powerhouse renowned across the land. Yang Yongming's heart burned with rage at Jiang Feng's gaze. He could clearly sense that it was the gaze of a superior looking down upon an inferior. As an unparalleled prodigy, his pride absolutely refused to tolerate such treatment. And what's more, this guy was practically the same age as him. Are you looking down on me? Raging flames burned in his eyes as his aura erupted uncontrollably. The sky instantly darkened with storm clouds, and countless thunderclaps roared like the heavens' wrath. Though I don't know how you blocked my strike, you shall pay for your arrogance. Chapter 93, Will you follow me? Outside the instance, numerous adventurers had been forcibly ejected. The high-ranking members of the 3 major clans couldn't help but frown at the sight. They certainly don't recall setting up a boss capable of instantly wiping out large groups of adventurers in the secret realm. What on earth was going on? Soon, as the returning adventurers explained the reason, they finally understood. Yet they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The prodigy of the Yang family possessed such terrifying strength. Though only at the 5th transformation level, their explosive power was utterly comparable to that of 7th transformation experts. The expression on Ouyang family head's face darkened slightly. Judging by this, his daughter would likely struggle to defeat Yang Yongming. The Yang family elders wore smug expressions. Their family's prodigy alone could suppress the prodigies of the other 2 major families. At that moment, Yang Yongming's spiritual energy surged violently within him. The heavens and earth were stirred by swirling winds and crashing thunder. The forest below swayed violently in the gale. The onlookers, all practitioners, paled at the sight and hastily retreated. Jang Feng's sleeves flapped wildly in the gale, yet his body remained utterly still amidst the raging winds. Yang Yongming's long sword transformed into a coiling dragon, its tip densely covered in thunder patterns. In the next instant, he swung his sword at Jiang Feng. The surging sword energy coalesced into a terrifying whirlwind, carrying boundless, frenzied thunderous power that rippled through space. In the blink of an eye, it reached Jang Fong. With this strike, he would make this audacious upstart who dared to look down on him understand what absolute power truly meant. Yet Jang Fong merely raised his hand slightly, effortlessly blocking the raging sword energy. This strike, which should have been devastating, didn't even leave a scratch on Jiang Feng's hand. Shock. An indescribable look of shock spread across Yang Yongming's face. The same stunned expression spread across the faces of the onlookers in the distance. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Yang Yongming's pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief. Immediately, he unleashed wave after wave of sword energy from within his body, striking at Jiang Feng. Raging thunder sword chi surged down like a violent storm. Simultaneously, countless rolling thunderbolts, like divine punishment, pounded down upon Jiang Feng. Even a 7th transformation expert couldn't withstand his full power assault. Yet even under such a ferocious onslaught, Jiang Feng remained unmoving. The forest around him had been reduced to scorched earth by the thunderous sword chi. Yet Jiang Feng stood rooted to the spot, not shifting even an inch from the very beginning. Holy crap, is this guy even human? That terrifying defense, even a 7th rank powerhouse specializing in defense would be left in the dust. You're absolutely right, but let's keep it civil, shall we? Everyone was stunned, especially considering this guy was just an archer class. Could he possibly be wearing some god-tier protective gear? Yet after scrutinizing him closely, they detected no aura of any item around Jiang Feng. That guy was actually taking Yang Yongming's attacks head-on with his bare body and emerged completely unscathed. Yang Yongming, suspended in the sky, was utterly dumbfounded, even questioning whether he was hallucinating. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would have been finished with a single strike by now. Yet the howling winds roaring in his ears made it painfully clear this was no illusion. Even unleashing his ultimate trump card felt like punching cotton against this god-tier defense. How the hell did you pull that off? Yang Yongming fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng as his aura steadily weakened. This time, he had given it his all, yet hadn't managed to scratch the guy. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. Simple. I'm just using defensive power to block your attacks. Hearing this, Yang Yongming nearly lost his composure, furious enough to spit blood. He knew full well this man possessed terrifying defensive power, but how could he have such absurdly high defense? Could it be that this guy was also a dual-class character? A marksman class as an archer, and a tank warrior class? Your skill is impressive. Perhaps one day you'll grow strong enough to break through my defenses. As he spoke, Jiang Feng slowly removed the mask from his face. Beneath the mask was a youth with a jade-like complexion and extraordinary handsomeness. It's you. Yang Yongming's pupils dilated as he stared at Jiang Feng's face in disbelief. This shock surpassed even the moment he'd witnessed Jiang Feng deflect his attack. This was the same man who had single-handedly annihilated the envoys of 7 nations, a peerless beast tamer of legendary strength. Such power was beyond even his own reach. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they stared at Jiang Feng. Who would have thought this revered titan would participate in the 3 great families' trials? Pang Qingfeng stared at Jiang Feng in utter disbelief. I just called the top-tier beast master brother? Wang Long was equally stunned. The memory of his earlier disrespectful tone toward Jiang Feng instantly drenched his back in cold sweat. He was grateful the master had a forgiving temper and didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, he would have been instantly obliterated. At this moment, Jiang Feng's mere revelation of his true form radiated an aura of invincibility. No wonder I couldn't scratch you. I lost fair and square. Yang Yongming gave a bitter smile, his mind drifting to the proverb of a mayfly shaking a tree. Your strength and talent are formidable. Would you consider joining me? Jiang Feng regarded Yang Yongming with a hint of admiration in his eyes. My goal is to conquer the cosmos. Will you become the blade in my hand? This Yang Yongming possessed both talent and strength, yet before someone like me a cheat code he still seemed so insignificant. Still, with proper cultivation, he could become a valuable asset. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yongming's entire body trembled, and the gloom in his eyes instantly brightened. To follow such a terrifyingly powerful figure, a peerless prodigy beyond compare, was an opportunity he could never pass up in his lifetime. I will follow you. Yang Yongming answered with unwavering resolve. Very well. I possess the legacy of a great master of the sword path. I shall entrust it to you now. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Feng transferred the sword path legacy of the Holy Lord of Lanyun to him. After all, as a non-swordsman, it would be of little use to him. Entrusting the legacy to him also served as finding a successor for the Holy Lord of Lanyun. The moment the inheritance was transmitted, Yang Yongming's eyes blazed with light, his expression trembling with excitement. With this inheritance, his strength would skyrocket. Thank you, Your Excellency. I swear to follow you to the death. Yang Yongming expressed his profound gratitude to Jiang Feng. This legacy was of extraordinary value, yet the Lord had gifted it to him with a mere wave of his hand. It was clear how much he valued him. From now on, just call me young Master Jiang. Jang Fong gave a slight nod, a satisfied expression crossing his face. It meant he'd have someone to assist him in future battles across the cosmos. The thought of Yang Yongming declaring years later that following him had been the luckiest decision of his life. Especially if he added, of course, that's all in the past, Jiang Fong couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 94, I just teleported right in. At that moment, on the leaderboard outside the instance, everyone watched as Yang Yongming, who had dominated the top spot, plummeted instantly to last place. Yang Yue's team's score had now taken the top spot. Shock spread across the faces of the three major clans' leaders. This meant Yang Yongming had actually been defeated. Ha! It seems the prodigy of the Ouyang family truly has the edge after all. At that moment, the faces of the Ouyang family's high-ranking members were filled with excitement. Meanwhile, the Yang family's elders were grim-faced, utterly stunned that their prodigy had lost. Yang Yue naturally became the undisputed top prodigy among the three great families. For this trial's rewards, they had indeed offered quite a few precious items. Originally, they had assumed Yang Yongming would claim first place, and these items were intended as an indirect reward for him. But unexpectedly, he had lost. This was a major loss. Sharing the same grim expressions as the Yang family elders were the professionals who had bet on Yang Yongming's victory. Many had placed hefty wagers, only to see it all go down the drain. These individuals looked as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, with some even burying their heads in their hands and weeping. Damn it, all my money's gone. Damn it, that was my wedding fund plus a huge loan. Looks like I'll have to rely on my hand for the rest of my life. I borrowed a huge sum too. Even if I had 10 kidneys, I couldn't pay it back now. Someone spoke up to console them. Look at that guy over there, he just lost 10 million and he's not even flinching. As he spoke, he pointed to a professional player with a blank, dazed expression. His gear was only high-tier silver grade. Even after losing 10 million, he remained utterly unmoved. Soon, someone wiped away tears, walked over, and patted the man on the shoulder, asking in confusion. Buddy, your gear and body parts together aren't worth 10 million. You've lost all your money, how can you stay so calm? Ha. 10 million in debt? Death settles it all. The man gave a dull chuckle, then blankly picked up a long blade, preparing to end it all. This money was borrowed from various black market platforms. Now that it was all gone, he was finished. Holy, bro, don't do this. Money can be earned back, but once you're dead, you lose everything. The professional gambler snatched the blade from his hand, stopping him from taking his own life. Hearing this, 2 streams of cloudy tears rolled down his cheeks. I'm not giving up, I just want to restart. As the trial concluded, Yang Yue led Jang Fong out. The head of the Ouyang family hurriedly led the clan's high-ranking members to greet them personally. When he caught sight of Jang Fong standing nearby, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet couldn't place where he'd seen him before. Could this be the pretty boy his daughter was keeping on the side? When the senior family member beside him pointed at Jang Fong, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. You are the top-tier beastmaster who slew the envoys of the 7 nations? The words exploded like thunder in the Ouyang family head's mind. Yet he also felt fortunate he hadn't spoken earlier. Had he unleashed a torrent of scolding? The Ouyang family would likely be expelled from the 3 great clans today. The high-ranking members of the other 2 families were equally stunned by Jiang Feng's appearance. They now understood why their own prodigy had suffered such a crushing defeat. It turned out his opponent wasn't Yang Yue, but this extraordinary beastmaster. The 2 clans shot the Ouyang family elders peculiar glances. Damn you, Ouyang family. Hiring a superpowered stand-in? That's pure cheating. But they dared only mutter their complaints under their breath. Not only could Yang Yongming not defeat Jang Fong, even if every member of the Yang family joined forces, they'd likely last only a few minutes. This one is Ouyang Shao. Greetings, Your Excellency, Ouyang Shao greeted Jang Fong with utmost courtesy. Jang Fong smiled and waved his hand. Uncle, you're too kind. Uncle? Ouyang Shao froze upon hearing this, momentarily doubting his own ears. Such a terrifying beastmaster was actually calling him uncle? After all, though this beastmaster appeared so young, his actual age was likely greater than even his own great-grandfather's. Not just him, even the high-ranking members of the 3 great families found it hard to believe Jang Fong was only 20. How could a mere 20-year-old become the master of several ancient great beast tamers? Truthfully, it wasn't their fault. After all, if this truth were spoken aloud, even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. At this moment, a senior member of the Yang family noticed something amiss and murmured in confusion. Hold on, wasn't this trial instance set to only allow access to practitioners below the 6th transformation? Is there a problem? Then how did that beastmaster get in? At this question, everyone froze in shock. They had implemented multiple layers of verification specifically to prevent over 6-tier powerhouses from entering. Even if a higher-tier powerhouse tried to conceal their rank, they'd be detected instantly. At this point, Ouyang Xiao also asked Jiang Feng with some curiosity, "Sir, I wonder what method you used to conceal your cultivation level." "Method? I just teleported straight in." Jiang Feng chuckled. This statement stunned them. Could it be that the instance had malfunctioned? A 7th-tier elite from the Yang family attempted to enter the instance but was immediately blocked. Could it be that this top-tier beast master, whose strength was unmatched, hadn't even reached the 6th tier? Then what is your current level? Ouyang Xiao cautiously inquired. 4th tier, level 150, Jiang Fong answered directly. This single statement left the three major families' leaders in a state of stunned silence. You possess several ancient great beast tamers, yet you claim you haven't even reached the 5th transformation? Was he treating them like fools? I never expected you to be so witty and humorous, sir. Ouyang Xiao's smile seemed slightly stiff. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, "Oh, right. I heard from Yue that you wish to borrow our Ouyang family's spatial compass?" "That's correct. Would it be possible for you to lend it to me, uncle?" Jiang Feng inquired. Ouyang Xiao gave an awkward chuckle. Unfortunately, it was borrowed by the Rose Guild's leader half a month ago. The Rose Guild ranked among the top 10 guilds in Great Yan. Moreover, the guild only accepts female members, with specific requirements for appearance and physique. Thus, its members were all female adventurers, each quite attractive. However, Ouyang Xiao quickly added, "I've already notified them to return it promptly. But it seems their guild is facing some issues at the moment, making it temporarily unavailable. If you need it urgently, you could go directly to their guild to retrieve it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded. "Then I'm truly grateful, uncle." He knew the Rose Guild must be facing a thorny problem, one even the Ouyang family couldn't easily resolve. Ouyang Xiao clearly hoped he would help retrieve the spatial compass for them. Chapter 95, The 10,000 Poisons Sect. The Rose Guild was located in Yunhai City, in the southern part of the Great Yan Empire. With a population nearing 10 million, Yunhai City was an exceptionally bustling metropolis. Jang Fong immediately summoned the Blazing Heaven Falcon to Yunhai City. Simultaneously, he sensed a peculiar force within him since advancing to the demigod profession. He crossed his legs on the fiery falcon's feathered back, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed this force within him. As Jiang Feng channeled it, the force surged through his limbs and bones like a tidal wave. The sensation felt like a profound cleansing of his very essence, utterly mystical. As impurities and toxins continuously exuded from his skin, Jiang Feng, already handsome, underwent a profound transformation. His skin grew fairer, his facial contours more defined, his jawline sharp and pronounced. His profile now radiated a certain rugged determination. Beneath his clothing, his physique was now perfectly proportioned, with defined abdominal muscles radiating a unique beauty. A divine aura emanated from his brow. He was practically unrecognizable compared to his former self. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd undergone a complete transformation. Beyond the physical transformation, his stats had skyrocketed. Perched atop a mountain peak where clouds churned like a sea, a simple courtyard stood. In the courtyard, over 100 children were submerged in poisonous fats. Their faces contorted with agony. Their skin covered in dense clusters of black toxins and fist-sized pus-filled boils. Some had even been reduced to a foul-smelling mass of putrid liquid by the venomous water. An elder with hair streaked black and white stood at the front, carefully observing the children immersed in the cauldrons. In less than 10 minutes, more than half the children had been corroded by the venom. Is this batch of children's constitution still inadequate? A sinister gleam flickered in the old man's eyes. To successfully forge the 10,000 poison body, he had already sacrificed nearly 10,000 children for experimentation. And these children were all carefully nurtured by him. Yet to this day, not a single one had proven capable of withstanding the venom's corrosive effects. As his gaze shifted, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze locked onto a small girl with fair skin in the corner. Her eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat forming densely on her forehead as she writhed in agony. The pitch-black venom seeped into her skin, rapidly turning her body dark. Yet, as time passed, she had completely absorbed the venom, her flesh regaining its fair and delicate appearance. This scene caused the old man's breathing to grow slightly ragged. Has she finally succeeded? He stared at the child as if he had found a priceless treasure, simultaneously sensing the aura of profounding poison emanating from her. Yet to forge the 10,000 poisons body, several most precious ingredients were still required. Most had already been gathered, leaving only one sacred grade 9 depths sacred heart lotus remaining. Once this little girl fused with the 9 depths sacred heart lotus, she would possess terrifying venomous power and an indestructible body. She would become the 10,000 poisons body, a power lost to legend for centuries. Centuries ago, a being possessing the 10,000 poisons body had once emerged. With his venom alone, he transformed an entire nation into a land saturated with deadly toxins, barren and lifeless, where even the slightest contact meant certain death. To this day, the ruins of that nation remain known as an absolute forbidden zone. Should his experimental method succeed, it would bring the 10,000 poisons body back into the world. It would also make the 10,000 poisons sect's name reverberate across the world. Seeing the poisonous liquid in the vat where the little girl was submerged had dried up, the old man hastily poured the contents of the other vats where children had already dissolved into venom back into the little girl's vat. After all, this vat of poisonous liquid was not cheap to produce, it couldn't be wasted like this. At that moment, a figure flickered into existence behind him, reporting in a low voice. Chairman, our operation has failed. Though we released the miasmic poisonous mist within the Rose Guild, our men were also killed by the Rose Guild's powerful fighters. The purpose of this operation was to retrieve the sealed, Saint-grade material, the 9-depth Sacred Heart Lotus. The Rose Guild had acquired a sealed Saint-grade material at an auction, the 9-depth Sacred Heart Lotus. Unfortunately, the failure of this operation meant the Rose Guild would inevitably tighten its defenses. It would be exceedingly difficult for their people to infiltrate the Rose Guild again. Upon hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "In that case, dispatch men to arrest key members of the Rose Guild en masse. I believe by holding their lives as leverage, the Rose Guild will inevitably yield to our demands." Yes. The figure nodded in agreement before vanishing once more. Outskirts of Yunhai City. Several men ambushed a woman clad in combat gear. She was one of the core members of the Rose Guild, named Shinchunying. "Hehe, sweetheart, you're not getting away." The leader of the group leered unabashedly at her pretty face and voluptuous curves. "They say every woman in the Rose Guild is top tier. Wonder what it'd be like to savor one?" Shinchunying's expression darkened instantly. "Who the hell are you?" she snapped coldly. As she spoke, power surged within her, ready to strike back at the men. Yet the next moment, her body felt as though it were being devoured by a million ants, the agony overwhelming. Her complexion instantly drained of color. "Heh, I advise you not to waste your strength. The more you struggle, the faster the toxin will spread through your body." The leader sneered coldly, "If you cooperate willingly and let us have our fun, I can give you an antidote to alleviate the poison." Hearing this, Shinchunying instantly guessed their identities and demanded, "Are you from the 10,000 Poisons sect?" Only the 10,000 Poisons sect excelled at poisoning silently and without trace. "Correct. If you know what's good for you, cooperate quietly. We won't take your life." The leader's lips curled into a smug grin as he slowly approached her. A pair of rough hands prepared to give her a thorough massage. "Even if I die, I will never be defiled by you beasts." A cold glint flashed in Shinchunying's eyes. The 10,000 Poisons sect was notorious for its depravity and treachery. They also had a habit of stealing and abducting children. Anyone confirmed to be a member of the 10,000 Poisons sect was executed on the spot, without any legal recourse. Moreover, these Wantua sect members had invaded their Rose Guild, clearly coveting the guild's treasures. As she spoke, Shinchunying swung her weapon, preparing to strike back. Yet the very motion of her arm triggered excruciating pain, draining her of all strength in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, unable even to muster the energy to stand. "Heh, no need to resist so fiercely," the leader remarked as he approached her. He then pulled a poison pill from his spatial ring, flashing a sinister grin. "You know what this is? This little thing used to be called the Union Powder. Once swallowed, if you don't unite with a man within half an hour, you'll drop dead." Chapter 96, Holy, testing officials with this? "And once it takes effect, it'll strip you of all reason, turning you into a heat-crazed." At these words, Shinchunying's face turned as white as paper. She'd rather kill herself or sew herself shut than be defiled by these beasts. But now she couldn't summon any power within her body, leaving her completely at their mercy. The leader immediately pried her lips apart with his fingers and shoved the poison pill inside. He then forced a bottle of water down her throat, making her swallow it all. Panic flashed in Shinchunying's eyes as she frantically reached to gag herself, trying to vomit it out. But the man seized her wrist. His eyes burned with lust, and he licked his lips unconsciously. He didn't need to use force at all. All he had to do was wait for the poison to take effect, and this woman would become a toy for them to toy with. "You damned beasts!" Shinchunying's beautiful eyes turned bloodshot. In her despair, she felt nothing but humiliation. She had always kept herself pure, still a virgin to this day. Yet now she was about to be defiled by these beasts of the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even if she wanted to die now, she couldn't. Seeing Shinchunying's expression of utter humiliation, the members of the 10,000 Poisons sect wore lewd, unrestrained grins. They intended to toy with this woman thoroughly before taking her back to be imprisoned. Just as they were about to unfasten the combat suit covering Shinchunying's body, they suddenly felt the air grow scorching hot, and the sky's light became blindingly harsh. "Ha! Why am I suddenly feeling so hot?" one of the Wanta sect men murmured in confusion. Surely it was this girl who had consumed the Union Powder, so why were they feeling the heat too? Could the potency be so strong it infected them all? Just as they were about to proceed, a shrill, piercing cry echoed from the sky above. The group instantly looked up to see a massive, menacing bird of prey streaking across the sky, its form a golden blaze of light. That's an ancient tier flying beast. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the blazing halo falcon. The terrifying aura emanating from the ancient great beast instantly made their legs go weak and sent shivers down their spines. They immediately halted their actions, intending to wait until this terrifying beast had departed before proceeding. Yet in the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing both arms of these men in an instant. As Jang Fong descended, terror and shock filled their eyes, as if they were witnessing a deity. Their bodies trembled violently as they cried out, "My lord, we were wrong. We renounce this woman. Please spare our lives." Xin Chunying, too, stared at Jang Fong with a look of awe, as if witnessing a god descending from the heavens. In the final moment before she lost consciousness, she hurriedly cried out, "Sir, these men are beasts from the 10,000 Poisons sect. I beg you, senior, to execute them on the spot." 10,000 Poisons sect? Jiang Feng pondered briefly. This organization seemed to be listed on the Great Yan Empire's heretical cult registry. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he instantly discerned the men's identities. So they truly are the scum of the 10,000 Poisons sect. No wonder they dared to commit such wickedness in broad daylight. Jiang Feng raised his finger slightly, and the sword spirit instantly slit their throats. When he reached Xin Chunying's side, he found her completely unconscious. Her entire body felt feverish, her face flushed crimson, and her temperature was alarmingly high. The toxins within her body had now fully taken effect. Unconscious, she felt only the burning heat within her body. Instinctively, she began stripping off her clothes, seeking relief from the scorching sensation. She even embraced Jiang Feng of her own accord, as if desperately seeking something. "Ha! I did save you, but you don't have to be this enthusiastic, do you?" Jiang Feng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But Xin Chunying, lost in the intoxicating depths of passion. Completely lost in a haze of sensual abandon. "Damn, testing officials with this?" Jiang Feng swallowed hard, his gaze lingering on her delicate form. But he quickly sensed something was off. He immediately used his true vision eye to scan the woman's information and status. So she's been poisoned with a love potion by those want-to-sect bastards. No wonder she's so fiery. Jiang Feng murmured to himself before producing an antidote pill for her to take. Before he could even place the pill in her mouth, she began sucking hard on his finger. A wave of warmth spread through his finger, causing it to twitch involuntarily. However, even after taking the antidote, Xin Chunying showed no signs of relief. This poison from the 10,000 Poisons sect is quite potent, even a high-quality antidote pill can't counteract it. Watching Xin Chunying engulfed in flames, Jang Fong shook his head helplessly. "Very well, I suppose I'll have to see this through to the end." After all, though he was a man of principle, he couldn't stand by and watch someone die. He had to find another solution. Half a day later, seeing Xin Chunying fully recovered, a faint smile touched Zhang Feng's lips. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He'd finally pulled her back from the brink of death. "Thank you for your assistance, sir. I am Xin Chunying of the Rose Guild." Xin Chunying stood up, her expression solemn as she thanked Jiang Feng. Though she didn't know how the poison had been neutralized, seeing her clothes intact, she realized she had narrowly avoided being defiled by those beasts of the 10,000 Poisons sect. During their conversation, Jiang Feng learned that the Rose Guild had acquired a sealed Saint-tier material half a month prior. However, the 10,000 Poisons sect coveted this material and infiltrated the Rose Guild's base. Just as the Rose Guild retrieved the holy tier material using their spatial compass, the 10,000 Poisons sect suddenly moved to seize it. They failed, however. Though the Want-to-sect members were killed on the spot, they released an extremely potent toxic miasma throughout the base before dying. The Rose Guild's elite joined forces to suppress the toxic mist, preventing its spread. Otherwise, half of Yunhai City might have become a toxic wasteland. But eliminating the toxins proved extremely troublesome. They tried various items to no avail. Thus, Xin Chunying was tasked with finding a solution to neutralize the toxic mist. Unexpectedly, she was ambushed midway. "No problem. I have a way to deal with the toxic mist," Jang Fong said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xin Chunying's face flushed with excitement. "You mean it? If they could clear the toxic miasma, they could retrieve the spatial compass and the 9-depth sacred heart lotus." Chapter 97, Yi Lanqing. Upon arriving at the Rose Guild, Jiang Feng discovered its base was exceptionally vast. Moreover, as he moved through the area, he noticed that everyone passing by was uniformly beautiful young women, a sight that was quite pleasing to the eye. Even the slightly older women retained an enduring charm, possessing a unique allure. Many girls were also discreetly eyeing Jiang Feng, their cheeks flushed, looking somewhat starstruck. It was well known that the Rose Guild's base rarely permitted men to enter. Especially when they caught sight of Jiang Feng's handsome face. They felt as though they'd spotted a popular male celebrity, their hearts fluttering wildly. Soon, Xin Chunying led Jiang Feng to a dedicated reception lounge for guests. She then turned to report the news to the guild leader. In a luxurious yet uncluttered office, a woman who appeared to be in her late 30s, yet still possessed an enduring charm. She was Hua Lingxi, the president of the Rose Guild. Hua Lingxi looked at Xin Chunying and asked, "Well, did you find a way to dispel the toxic miasma as I instructed?" Upon hearing this, Shen Chunying recounted her encounter with the sneak attack by the 10,000 poison sect. Hearing her account, Hua Lingxi's expression darkened. Who would have thought the 10,000 poison sect was so despicable? But the Wanta sect members were cunning indeed. Even the Rose Guild, intent on eradicating them, struggled to locate their stronghold. It was as if the enemy lurked in the shadows while they operated in the open. Especially when she heard that Shen Chunying had been rescued and that the man possessed a solution to purge the toxic miasma from the base. A flicker of hope lit her eyes. Quickly, take me to meet that powerful individual. At that moment, a tall woman entered from the conference room doorway. She immediately shot Shen Chunying a scornful look and addressed Hua Lingxi. Teacher, don't let Shen Chunying fool you. She didn't bring back any powerful expert, she clearly just paraded some pretty boy into our guild. Hua Lingxi looked at her in confusion and asked, what's going on? Before Shen Chunying could speak, the tall woman continued with a look of disdain. Teacher, you might not know this, but the man she brought back looks younger than me. Even our guild's 2 9-turn experts couldn't accomplish what he claims. How could that kid possibly manage it? In my opinion, Shen Chunying likely fell into the 10,000 poison sect's trap using this identity to infiltrate our base and steal the spatial compass and the 9-depth sacred heart lotus. Hearing this, Shen Chunying's expression darkened with anger. The woman speaking with such sarcasm was Yi Lanqing. Both she and Shen Chunying were students meticulously cultivated by guild leader Hua Lingxi. However, their relationship had always been strained, bordering on antagonistic. Shen Chunying hadn't expected Yi Lanqing to step forward at this moment to mock her and slander Jiang Feng. Seeing Shen Chunying's anger rise, Yi Lanqing's expression grew even more smug as she sneered. I was listening at the door just now. You claimed someone from the 10,000 poisons sect drugged you with aphrodisiacs. Looks like you've not only been defiled, but you've lost your mind too. How could you possibly believe that pretty boy could purge the base of its toxic miasma? At his words, Shen Chunying's expression instantly turned icy. Her voice dripped with fury as she retorted, what did you say? Could it be you don't understand what I'm saying? Yi Lanqing snorted coldly. Or has that pretty boy fried your brain? Otherwise, how could you possibly believe his nonsense? Shen Chunying gritted her teeth, pointing an accusing finger at her. Yi Lanqing, are you out of your mind? I'm your senior sister. How dare you speak to me like this? A cold glint flashed in Yi Lanqing's eyes as the aura of a 5th-tier cultivator erupted from her body, ready to teach Shen Chunying a lesson. I never considered you my senior sister. You're not worthy. Shen Chunying's expression was cold, and the aura she projected was no less formidable than hers. Enough! Hua Lingxi stood up abruptly, slamming her hand on the table as she barked at the two, calm down. Furrowing her brow, Hua Lingxi turned to Shen Chunying and demanded, what level of power does this man you mentioned possess? Shen Chunying hastily explained, Teacher, though he's young, he possesses an ancient great beast. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, Yi Lanqing couldn't help but snort derisively. You don't think before you speak. How could someone so young possess an ancient great beast tamer? Do you have any idea the immense cost involved in cultivating an ancient great beast master? Why not just say he's that terrifying beastmaster who slaughtered the envoys of the 7 nations earlier? I think he's truly scrambled your brain. Hearing this, Hua Lingxi's frown deepened. She grew increasingly suspicious that Shen Chunying had been deceived. Had ancient tier beasts become as common as cabbages? Besides that peerlessly powerful beastmaster, now another youngster had contracted an ancient great beast? Truthfully, this wasn't entirely Shen Chunying's fault. After all, when Jang Fong annihilated the envoys of the 7 nations, he had unleashed the blazing halo falcon within the demigod realm. Moreover, after absorbing the feedback energy from the demigod's power, his appearance and aura underwent a profound transformation. That's why she failed to recognize Jiang Feng's identity. Seeing the doubt on her teacher's face, Shen Chunying explained, Teacher, trust me. If you truly don't believe me, you can have him try it and see for yourself. Yi Lanqing was the first to refuse, no. If he truly is from the 10,000 poison sect, do you realize the immense loss our Rose Guild would suffer if he stole 2 treasures and fled? Shen Chunying snapped, you're just making excuses. Instead of finding a way to purge the miasma, you're doing everything in your power to obstruct the person I brought back. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're afraid that if the person I found truly removes the miasma, my achievements will forever overshadow yours. Exposed, Yi Lanqing's expression turned icy. If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. Enough. Both of you, stop arguing immediately. Hua Lingxi snapped, then turned to Shen Chunying, take me to see him now. Yes. Shen Chunying nodded in agreement, then led Hua Lingxi to the waiting room to meet Jang Fong. Yi Lanqing stood frozen in place, his expression dark and cold as he clenched his fists. Inside the Rose Guild's waiting room at that moment, several Rose Guild members peered curiously at Jiang Fong through the doorway. They never imagined a man could be this handsome. His looks could easily outshine top-tier young heartthrobs. Whether viewed from the side or straight on, his features were flawlessly perfect. He was the very embodiment of the Prince Charming they had always fantasized about. Jang Fong watched the girl stealing glances at him with a smile in his eyes, a wave of emotion welling up inside him. If being handsome was a crime, then he was undoubtedly guilty of a capital offense. Chapter 98. What? You want a slap too? Several female members, flushed with courage, were about to step forward to ask for his contact information. But a stern reprimand from behind sent them scattering in fright. Why aren't you all at your posts? What are you doing crowding around here? At the sight of the guild leader, the female members scattered like startled birds. Immediately after, 3 women approached Jiang Feng. A faint golden glow flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he took in the other two's information. The mature woman, still radiating charm, was at the 7th transformation level. Behind her stood a tall, slender woman at the 5th transformation level. However, the tall woman's gaze toward him seemed tinged with disgust. Hua Lingxi appraised Jiang Feng from head to toe while simultaneously using her appraisal skill to scan his information. Yet the next moment, her eyes widened in sudden shock. Because Jiang Feng's information was entirely filled with question marks. Class? Level, 4th job, level 150. Skills? Combat power? She couldn't even discern the class panel of the youth before her, only managing to see his level. It was well known that for any class below 6th class advancement, no hidden item could evade her appraisal skill. Unless this youth's class was some unseeable, transcendent profession. But according to Shen Chunying, wasn't he a beast tamer? Yet the extraordinary aura emanating from him, coupled with the divine radiance flickering between his brows. She could tell this youth's identity was far from ordinary. Realizing it wasn't proper to keep staring at Jiang Feng, Hua Lingxi spoke up. I'm Hua Lingxi, head of the Rose Guild. Chunying mentioned you not only saved her but also possess a method to purge the miasmic poison? Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled slightly and nodded. That's correct. Lead the way. At that moment, Yi Lanqing sneered, you really have some nerve. You think you can purge the miasma? Teacher, do you truly believe this kid has such abilities? If he really has a solution, it can only mean he's from the 10,000 Poison sect. Her gaze suddenly turned icy as she pressed him with an accusatory expression. Admitted, are you from the 10,000 Poison sect? Did you come to our Rose Guild to seize the spatial compass and the 9 abysses sacred heart lotus? Shen Chunying's expression darkened, about to rebuke Yi Lanqing when Jiang Feng spoke up. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. By the way, who are you? Hearing this, Yi Lanqing wore an air of arrogance. I am the guild leader's student and the eldest daughter of the Yi family of Yunhai City. But before she could finish, Jiang Feng raised his hand and slapped her across the face. His expression remained impassive as he asked, did I speak to you? The sharp crack of the slap echoed through the room. Everyone present froze in shock. You dare hit me. Yi Lanqing clutched the crimson handprint on her cheek, glaring furiously at Jiang Feng. She never imagined this unknown pretty boy Shen Chunying had brought back would dare to strike her. This slap is merely a lesson. If you dare to act insolently in my presence again, don't blame me for being more severe. Hua Lingxi immediately snapped at Yi Lanqing, shut it. Stop this nonsense. Apologize to him right now. Yi Lanqing stared at her teacher in disbelief. She never imagined her mentor would order her to apologize to some pretty boy. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow indifferently. I'm in a hurry. Take me to see the miasma. Alright, follow me. Hua Lingxi nodded. Yi Lanqing glared at Jiang Feng's retreating back with a vicious expression, gritting her teeth as she followed. She seethed inwardly, you'll pay for that slap. Led by Hua Lingxi, Jiang Feng arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of a fortified building. After swiping her ID card several times through the security gates, they entered a vast hall shrouded in toxic miasma. A purple light barrier encircled the entire hall, preventing the toxic mist from escaping. On either side stood 2 elderly women, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, keeping watch. Upon seeing the 2 elders, Hua Lingxi addressed them respectfully, Elder Chen, Elder Yi. The elder addressed as Elder Chen gave a faint nod and inquired, well, have you found a solution? Hua Lingxi nodded. This young man claims he has a way to dispel these miasmic vapors. She gestured toward Jiang Feng standing behind her. At that moment, both 9 transformation old women turned their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Feng. The one addressed as Elder Yi snorted coldly. You expect this wet behind-the-ears brat to purge the toxic miasma here? After all, they had tried every conceivable method to purge this toxic miasma, yet none had yielded any results whatsoever. Just then, Yi Lanqing caught up. The old crone known as Yi Lao's eyes softened instantly. Yi Lanqing immediately spoke with a pout, Great-grandmother, I kindly warned that boy not to come in. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he actually slapped me across the face. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears, and she adopted a pitifully vulnerable expression. A stark contrast to her earlier insolent and rude demeanor. Yet in the gaze she cast upon Jiang Feng, a fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of viciousness flashed. If the great-grandmother, a 9 transformations cultivator, were to intervene, she could certainly teach this brat a harsh lesson, crippling him for life. Shin Chunying's expression tightened, and she hurriedly explained, "Old Yi, please hear me out. Things aren't as she described them." "Shut up." The old crone snapped coldly, her 9 transformations aura erupting violently. "Whether it's as Chinger said or not, I ask you, is the slap mark on her face fake?" Sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Elder Yi, Shin Chunying trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. After all, the slap mark on Yi Lunching's face was indeed from Jiang Feng's hand. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. It was well known that Elder Yi was fiercely protective of his own. This matter would likely not be resolved so easily. "Boy, did you strike that blow?" The old woman fixed Jang Fong with a piercing, icy stare. "That's right, I did it," Jang Fong replied nonchalantly. "What? You want a slap too?" Hearing this, the others were stunned. They hadn't expected him to speak so insolently to a 9-turn expert. He clearly held no regard for Elder Yi. "You insolent brat! Has no one taught you how to speak?" The terrifying aura radiating from Elder Yi instantly crushed down upon Jiang Feng like dozens of towering mountains. Hua Lingxi and Shin Chunying, standing nearby, felt an unbearable pressure. They knew Old Yi was truly enraged. Yet in the next instant, Jiang Feng unleashed his demigod domain, enveloping everyone within its grasp. This is a domain. The 2 9 transformation old women were instantly stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. This was a skill only mastered by 10-turn powerhouses. Chapter 99, Successfully Obtaining the Spatial Compass. "You call me ill-mannered? Do you intend to teach me how to speak?" Jiang Feng's gaze turned cold as he looked at the old crone. As he spoke, he summoned the Abyssal Dragon King. Within the demigod realm, the Abyssal Dragon King's colossal form radiated a terrifying aura. Those present were all shaken, unable to suppress gasps of astonishment. They never imagined the youth before them was the terrifyingly powerful being who had slain the envoys of the 7 nations in Tianjing that day. Beside him, Yi Lunching's face was etched with terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She never imagined this kid could actually be that beast-taming powerhouse. This time, she had truly painted herself into a corner. Shin Chunying looked utterly incredulous. The old woman surnamed Yi, having witnessed Jiang Feng's power, swallowed hard with a pale face. Her expression was filled with terror as she hurriedly spoke, "My lord, I have overstepped my bounds. I beg your forgiveness. Weren't you strutting around just moments ago?" A cold smile curled the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth. The old woman's heart sank instantly. She hurriedly added, "If you're willing to spare me, I'll gladly give you all my treasures." The treasures of a 9 transformation powerhouse held undeniable allure for ordinary folk. But Jiang Feng held little interest in her treasures. With a flick of his wrist, the sword spirit transformed into a streak of light in the void, slashing fiercely toward her. The old woman surnamed Ye's expression turned horrified as she immediately deployed her techniques to block the strike. Unfortunately, within this semi-divine domain, her attributes and strength steadily diminished with every passing second. Under the strike, her body was instantly sent flying backward, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. A large mouthful of blood spurted from her lips, and multiple wounds torn open by the sword's energy gushed blood continuously. Witnessing this scene, the other's eyes widened in utter shock. A single strike had inflicted such devastating injuries upon Elder Yi, a 9 transformations powerhouse. No wonder he possessed the strength to slay envoys from 7 nations. This strike was merely a lesson for you. Had you not been a 9 transformations master of Great Yan, you would already be a corpse? Jiang Feng spoke with a cold, icy expression. He then commanded the Abyssal Dragon King to absorb all the toxic miasma. Whoosh! The thick toxic mist surged into the Abyssal Dragon King's maw, vanishing at a visible pace. However, the Abyssal Dragon King's vitality rapidly began to wane. The toxicity of this miasma was unexpectedly potent. Considering that the Abyssal Dragon King's various resistances had far surpassed its previous levels thanks to Jiang Feng's skill, Divine Affinity. Yet it still couldn't easily withstand the venom of the toxic mist. In less than a minute, the vast expanse of miasmic poison had been largely purged, leaving behind several oddly shaped stones. Engraved upon these stones were purple haloed inscriptions that continuously emitted miasma outward. Golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he swiftly deciphered their meaning. These very sources of miasma were responsible for saturating the entire area with toxic vapors. He immediately summoned his spirit sword and shattered them with a single strike. Only then did the ceaseless flow of toxic mist cease. Once the miasma was completely purged, 2 objects appeared in its place. One was a spatial compass floating mid-air, while the other was the 9 depths sacred heart lotus. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up with delight. He first summoned the Abyssal Dragon King into his beast-taming space to recover. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he drew the spatial compass into his hand. As for the 9 depths sacred heart lotus, Jiang Feng didn't have any particular plans for it. After all, it had been acquired by the Rose Guild. With the spatial compass in hand, he could now venture into the volcano he had encountered earlier, enter that formation, and obtain the profound symbol. I'll borrow this spatial compass for now. I'll return it to the Ouyang family later, Jiang Feng said to Hualingxi. Hualingxi snapped back to her senses and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, sir, for resolving the miasma poison for us. Please do not leave, senior. Our Rose Guild offers generous rewards in return. Hualingxi then led Jiang Feng to the guild's treasury to select items as a token of gratitude. Seeing the myriad rare treasures within the vault, Jiang Feng was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the Rose Guild's collection of treasures to far exceed his imagination. But then again, it made sense. After all, the Rose Guild ranked among the top 10 guilds in Great Yan, and its foundations were solid. After some deliberation, Jiang Feng selected several materials for beast taming and tribulation training. By his calculations, the materials he currently possessed were sufficient to forge 5 or 6 tribulation crystals. If all were used for the blazing glow falcon, it would likely succeed in forging a beast capable of enduring 9 tribulations. Not only was there not a single 9th trial beast in all of Great Yan, even across the 7 kingdoms, not a single beast that had endured 9 tribulations had ever been born. Just as Jiang Feng was about to leave, he discovered the entire Rose Guild base had been completely surrounded. An elder with hair half black, half white stood suspended in midair, surveying the entire Rose Guild. In an instant, the entire Rose Guild sounded its alarm bells. Behind the old man stood a group of bound women. The old man's gaze swept over the crowd below, finally settling on Hualingxi. His expression remained impassive as he stated, President Hua, these are all core members of your Rose Guild. If you don't want them to meet their end, hand over the 9 depths sacred heart lotus. Seeing the bound guild members, Hualingxi's expression darkened. Are you from the 10,000 Poison sect? Indeed. I am Tang Qianrong, the sect master of the 10,000 Poison sect. If you know what's good for you, hand over the item. The old man nodded slightly, his words laced with menace. Otherwise, not only will they die today, but your Rose Guild will face devastating consequences. You should know what matters more. Hualingxi would never hand over the 9 depths sacred heart lotus. Not to mention, Jiang Feng hadn't left yet. The fact that the notoriously vicious 10,000 Poison sect dared to openly surround the Rose Guild. They would never let them off lightly. Stop dreaming. You lot from the 10,000 Poison sect have made such a big fuss, perfect timing to wipe you all out. Hualingxi said coldly. Heh, seems you won't learn the consequences of provoking this old man until I show you a thing or two. Tang Qianrong gave a sinister laugh. Then, the magical power within him surged, forming a vast cloud of poison that settled above the Rose Guild. Immediately, a torrential downpour of poison rained down from above. At that moment, Jiang Feng, standing nearby, glanced at the old man suspended mid-air and remarked indifferently, since you're all from the 10,000 Poison sect, you'll all stay here today. Hearing this, Tang Qianrong's eyes flashed with contemptuous laughter. You mere brat, how dare you speak such words? But the very next second, his expression froze completely. Chapter 100, The Blazing Falcon emerges. A faint smirk touched Jiang Feng's lips as a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. A 9 transformation poison master posed no real threat to him. He raised his hand lightly, and a golden light surged from his palm. Blazing Sky Falcon, manifest. Accompanied by Jiang Feng's low command, a deafening, ferocious cry pierced the heavens. Golden light coalesced, revealing a colossal, flame-covered giant bird materializing from the void. Its wingspan stretching over 1,000 zhang, its entire body engulfed in blazing crimson gold flames. The moment the blazing Sky Falcon appeared, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. The poisonous rain falling from the heavens evaporated into wisps of green mist before touching the ground. Tang Qianrong's previously disdainful expression froze instantly, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. This is an ancient tier beast tamer? He stared in disbelief at the golden flamed giant bird before him, his voice trembling noticeably. And a blazing glow falcon that has endured 4 calamities? How is this possible? But do you really think a single ancient great beast can stand against my 10,000 Poison sect? This spreading poison gas will only cause more people to die by my venom. Jang Fong remained unmoved, his tone calm. Is that so? What if I have a second one? The words had barely left his mouth when the terrifying form of the Abyssal Dragon King materialized, instantly unleashing immense pressure. It opened its dragon maw and began devouring the toxic fumes, which vanished from the air at a visible speed. Jang Fong also noticed that after consuming the poisonous gas, the Abyssal Dragon King's resistance to toxins had significantly increased. It had even developed a new toxic ability. This was an unexpected bonus for him. No, impossible. 2 ancient tier beast masters? Who the hell are you? Tang Qianrong's pupils dilated violently, but then he seemed to remember something. Pointing at Jiang Feng, he stammered, Wait, you're that beast master. At that moment, the members of the 10,000 Poison sect, upon seeing the 2 ancient tier beast masters, were terrified out of their wits and began scattering in all directions. Especially that abyssal dragon king. It belonged to that terrifying beastmaster who had slaughtered the envoys of 7 nations in Tianjing. That terrifyingly powerful beast tamer was no one they could possibly provoke. At that moment, the blazing halo falcon let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped violently, unleashing terrifying waves of fiery heat that radiated outward. The fleeing practitioners were instantly reduced to ashes by the engulfing flames. Tang Qianrong forced himself to remain calm, forming a seal with his hands. 10,000 Poisons Transformation Array, activate. As he moved, countless green toxic vapors surged from the surrounding air, coalescing into serpentine forms that lunged toward Jiang Feng and the blazing sky falcon. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he uttered a light command, burning heaven wings. The blazing halo falcon's wings blazed with even greater brilliance, the flame's temperature surging to terrifying heights. Before the serpent-like vapors could draw near, they vaporized into nothingness under the intense heat. Tang Qianrong's face paled. He never imagined his prideful poison technique would be so easily countered. At that moment, the blazing sky falcon spread its wings fully. The flames covering its body instantly turned pure white, their heat suffocatingly intense. It let out a deafening, piercing cry before diving straight toward Tang Qianrong. Tang Qianrong's face paled as he hastily summoned a green shield to block the attack. Yet under the blazing falcon's assault, the shield crumbled like paper, instantly reduced to ashes. No! Tang Qianrong let out a piercing scream as the falcon's flames engulfed him entirely. When the flames finally dissipated, he lay charred and blackened, plummeting from the sky. The onlookers, especially the professionals who had come to apprehend the 10,000 Poisons sect, watched the scene with utter shock in their eyes. Thanks to your intervention, Lord, the Rose Guild would have suffered heavy losses today, Hualingxi said gratefully. Jiang Fong smiled faintly. It was nothing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixing on the falling Tang Qianrong. The elderly man, who should have been gravely wounded, vanished like smoke. The old man had feigned death. Jang Fong sneered coldly, trying to escape? Not so fast. He leapt onto the back of the blazing halo falcon. The blazing halo falcon let out a piercing cry, its wings beating as it transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring toward the heavens. Jang Fong closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, quickly locking onto Tang Qianrong's aura. That cold, venomous aura was rapidly moving toward the southern part of the city. Head that way. Jiang Feng pointed toward the distance. The blazing sky falcon immediately adjusted its course and accelerated its flight. In a secluded courtyard atop the mountain, Tang Qianrong burst in with a ferocious expression. Facing Jiang Feng's relentless pursuit, he stood no chance. His only option was to flee with the little girl whose body was compatible with all poisons. As for the 9 depths sacred heart lotus, though it was the most suitable fusion material, he would have to find another substitute for now. Once the 10,000 Poisons physique reached perfection, he would possess the means to make a full comeback. However, Jiang Feng, mounted upon the blazing heavenly falcon, had already locked onto the secluded courtyard. When he witnessed the scene within, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. Numerous children, barely a few years old, were submerged in medicinal vats filled with potent venom. In some vats, bleached white bones floated eerily on the surface. Clearly, they had been dissolved by the venom. Jiang Feng never imagined the 10,000 Poisons sect could sink to such inhuman, beastly acts. Stop running. Today, this place will be your grave. Jiang Feng shouted coldly at Tang Qianrong below. Tang Qianrong sneered coldly, forming a seal with his hands as a green light surged into the little girl's body. If you dare to move, I'll activate the toxins within her. She'll become a walking source of poison, and the entire district will be engulfed in toxic fumes. The little girl screamed in agony as green patterns began to emerge on her face. I advise you to stop this futile struggle. Today, you die no matter what. Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit and struck toward Tang Qianrong. You forced my hand. Tang Qianrong activated a top-tier defensive scroll to block the strike, his laughter growing feral. This girl is a half-finished 10,000 Poisons body meticulously cultivated by our 10,000 Poisons sect. Though imperfect, she's more than enough to bury every living soul within 1,000 kilometers. As his words fell, the green patterns on the little girl's body grew more pronounced, and wisps of green poisonous gas began seeping from her. The child convulsed in agony, green tears streaming from her eyes. It hurts. Save me. Jiang Feng's gaze sharpened, his expression growing even colder. He could not possibly spare Tang Qianrong, so he would have to eliminate both him and this pitiable little girl. Slash! Jiang Feng roared. Jiang Feng's sword spirit erupted with a dazzling white light that pierced the heavens, striking down with a single slash. The mystical ice barrier formed by the scroll in Tang Qianrong's hand began to crack like a spiderweb. Terror flashed through Tang Qianrong's eyes. He knew he could never withstand this strike. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision to pour all his power into the girl's body. With his power, he could temporarily transform her into a true body of 10,000 poisons, though it would last no more than 30 minutes. Yet those 30 minutes, while insufficient to gravely wound the youth, would be enough to transform half of Yunhai City into a forbidden wasteland of poison. Chapter 101, Entering the Sealing Array. Ah, boy, consider this an epic parting gift from this old man before I die. As Tang Qianrong emitted a shrill, mocking laugh, his body shattered at the same moment. The toxins within the little girl erupted instantly. Her expression twisted in agony and struggle, the green patterns on her face growing increasingly pronounced. Seeing this, Jang Fong swiftly ordered the sword spirit to end her suffering, preparing to grant the little girl a final resolution. Slash! Jang Fong commanded decisively. The sword spirit obeyed instantly, its blade flashing with a cold light as it struck down. The blade's light sliced through the air, piercing her heart with a crisp cracking sound. The toxins within her body exploded like a barrel of gunpowder, spreading instantly. The little girl's body dissolved into an endless tide of poison, green liquid churning through the air, releasing a pungent stench. The professionals who had gathered to watch turned pale at the sight. If the spread of the toxic gas wasn't stopped quickly, the entire city of Yunhai might be engulfed in this terrifying poisonous fog. Quick! Contain this poison, a practitioner shouted, panic etched on his face. Mages chanted incantations aloud, weaving spells that formed interlocking barriers of light in the air, attempting to hold back the encroaching poison. Yet the toxin's spread far exceeded their expectations, and its power surpassed all belief. Within moments, the barriers were already riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The green mist surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the surrounding area. Jang Fong watched the scene with quiet astonishment. He had believed that with the power of the sword spirit, it could be easily slain. Instead, it had directly detonated the toxins within her body. Surrounded by this poison, the little girl seemed to recover swiftly from even the most severe injuries. Realizing this, Jang Fong could only command the Abyssal Dragon King to swallow both the toxic mist and the little girl whole. After all, the Abyssal Dragon King now possessed extraordinary resistance to toxins, and consuming them would only further enhance its immunity. Otherwise, leaving the girl here risked her becoming a toxic source capable of destroying the city. Now that the spatial compass is in hand, it's time to head to that formation and retrieve the profound symbol. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he immediately prepared to head toward the previously marked instance. Simultaneously, he pulled out his phone to contact Ruan Yuan, instructing him to accompany them. After all, that guy knew a bit more and could be useful in critical moments. Young Master Jiang, have you secured the spatial compass yet? Ruan Yuan's voice carried a hint of urgency as he stared intently at Jang Fong. Jang Fong gave a slight nod, his fingertips tracing the ancient compass. A faint metallic sheen glinted between his fingers. MHM. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's face lit up with joy, his breathing becoming heavy. Great! With this, we can finally enter that sealing formation. Without further delay, the two immediately set off for the previously marked instance. The moment they reached the dungeon entrance, a chorus of gasps erupted. Look! That's the blazing halo falcon. Holy crap, it really is that legendary beastmaster. He's actually coming to this dungeon? Could there be some earth-shattering secret inside? The professionals who had been stationed at the entrance now stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with shock and confusion. They gazed at the colossal figure soaring across the sky, murmuring among themselves as they speculated about Jiang Feng's intentions. Jang Fong paid no heed to the stares around him, leading Ruan Yuan straight into the dungeon. Jang Fong walked straight to the massive volcanic crater he had seen earlier. He took a deep breath, clutched the spatial compass tightly in his hand, and dove headlong into the sealing formation. A strange force surged from the compass, enveloping them both. The surrounding scenery instantly warped, as if being kneaded and pulled by an invisible giant hand. The next moment, they found themselves in a hazy, gray expanse. Howling winds and rolling thunder echoed around them, as if they were in the midst of the apocalypse. Is this the interior of the sealing array? Jang Fong surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. The sky here resembled torn rags, streaked with unsettling gray fissures. The ground was pockmarked with irregular bumps and craters, as if it had endured a brutal, savage battle. Without the protection of the spatial compass, even the strongest warriors would be torn to shreds by this terrifying storm. Ruan Yuan said with lingering fear, his face slightly pale. The two advanced cautiously. This space seemed endless, filled only with the howling wind and deafening thunder. No other sound penetrated the void. Didn't they say there were profound symbol runes here? How come we haven't seen a single trace? After walking for a long time, Jang Fong finally couldn't help but speak up, his tone tinged with confusion as he looked at Ruan Yuan skeptically. Ruan Yuan looked equally bewildered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Young Master Jiang, I don't know either. He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. He feared Jang Fong might mistake his hesitation for deception. He knew Jiang Feng's temperament well, decisive and ruthless, with no room for ambiguity. Never mind. Let's keep searching ahead. Seeing no reason to suspect deception, Jang Fong paused briefly before deciding to continue the search. After all, they had come this far, they couldn't return empty-handed. After walking a bit further, faint black shadows began to appear in Jiang Feng's line of sight. His heart stirred, and he quickened his pace. As he drew closer, both men gasped in shock. Those dark shadows were, in fact, corpses. Some stood, some lay, each in a different posture, but without exception, all had lost the breath of life. A heavy stench of death emanated from these corpses. Their skin was shriveled and clung tightly to their bones, as if all moisture had been drained from them. Some corpses still had their eyes open, their vacant stares seemingly still holding traces of the terror they had felt in life. These people must have all come searching for the great mystery symbol. Ruan Yuan's expression grew grave as he frowned and said, "Young Master Jiang, within this grand formation, there are likely two possible outcomes. One is the land of life, where there is no danger and one can emerge alive. However, if one falls into the land of death, it is likely a journey with no return." Seeing these people consumed by death energy, Ruan Yuan knew they must have entered the death zone. Jang Fong nodded slightly. It seemed they needed to leave this death zone as quickly as possible. Even from the corpses that had been dead for who knows how long, one could still sense the formidable aura emanating from them. In life, they must have been formidable warriors. Chapter 102, Star Realm Alien Race, the Thunder Clan. Boom! Boom! The muffled thunder grew increasingly deep and heavy, each roll closer than the last, like war drums beating relentlessly against one's heart. Jang Fong summoned the blazing falcon into his beast-taming space, then strained his eyes to scan the horizon. At the horizon's edge, the world was shrouded in chaos. Ink-black clouds churned like rolling ink, thunderclouds hanging low, seemingly within reach. Blinding bolts of lightning ripped through the sky, carrying the destructive might to obliterate all, mercilessly crashing down upon the earth. It was a boundless ocean of thunder and lightning, silver serpents dancing wildly, flashes of electricity flickering endlessly, stretching beyond sight. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed as he slowly approached the sea of thunder. The closer he got, the more deafening the thunderclaps became, threatening to shatter his eardrums. The air thickened with a scorched, acrid stench. Visible waves of energy surged outward like raging storms and towering waves. Finally, Jiang Feng and Ruan Yuan reached the edge of the thunder sea. The apocalyptic scene before him sent shivers down his spine. Each thunderbolt that struck down was dozens of meters wide and as thick as a water barrel. They came one after another, relentless and unending, as if they would never cease. Jiang Feng gazed into the depths of the thunder sea, where the lightning grew denser and more frenzied. Like snarling dragons rolling and roaring within the dark clouds, unleashing a terrifying, destructive force. Even more bizarrely, despite such fierce thunderbolts striking the ground, they left no trace whatsoever, not even a hint of scorch marks. The ground remained perfectly level, as if nothing had ever happened. Young Master Jiang, every single bolt of lightning here packs the full force of an 8th-tier lightning mage's strike. Ruan Yuan's voice rang in his ear, tinged with astonishment. Jang Fong was well aware of the terror of the thunder tribulation, and the sheer density of these strikes was enough to shock the world. However, facing these thunder tribulations, Jang Fong felt no fear whatsoever. After all, he could transfer the damage to the Jinhua Xuanwu within his beast-taming space. Within his god-tier beast-taming space, the Jinhua Xuanwu's recovery speed was absurdly fast, so Jang Fong wasn't overly concerned. "Young Master Jiang, look over there!" Ruan Yuan suddenly cried out in alarm. Upon hearing this, Jang Fong looked in the direction he was pointing. The next second, he stood frozen in place for a long moment. Amidst the thunderous sea, a towering, imposing figure floated in the void. Jang Fong narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the figure within the thunderstorm. The figure remained utterly still, allowing the thunder tribulation to strike him without so much as a flicker of reaction. Jang Fong immediately activated his true vision eye to discern the man's information. Name, Lei Yao. Level, 295th tier of the 9 transformations. Constitution, Frenzy Thunder Battle Body. Race, Thunder Clan. Status, Death Chi Corrosion. Thunder Clan? Jiang Feng's eyes widened in surprise. This wasn't a race native to Earth Star. He had heard of them before. The Thunder Clan was a race from a civilized planet beyond the starry sky Great Wall. The Thunder Clan was a vast race, considered one of the stronger civilizations among the myriad races of the cosmic starry sky. The Thunder Clan member named Lei Yao now glowed with a faint blue-purple radiance, black horns protruding from his forehead. Circuit-like patterns crisscrossed his skin. With each thunderbolt strike, emitting blinding flashes as they absorbed and channeled the thunder's power. Just as Jiang Feng was about to step forward, he saw Ruan Yuan already rushing toward the Thunder Clan member, chuckling as he said, "Young Master Jiang, this fellow can actually withstand the lightning tribulation head-on. He must be carrying some top-tier treasure. Let me give him a thorough search." "Wait!" Jiang Feng barked sharply, but it was too late. Ruan Yuan had barely taken 3 steps toward the Thunder Clan member when his expression abruptly changed. His body began to tremble slightly, the color draining rapidly from his face as if some invisible force was devouring his life energy. "Back off!" Jiang Feng summoned his sword spirit to attack Lei Yao while rushing to Ruan Yuan's side, yanking him away. Ruan Yuan stumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Still shaken, he gasped for breath. "Young Master Jiang, this guy may be dead, but some kind of energy seems to be circulating within him. It can absorb life force." Jiang Feng nodded solemnly, his gaze returning to the corpse of the Lei clan member. Even under the corrosion of death energy, this corpse retained its instinct to absorb energy, truly bizarre. A Thunder Clan expert of 9 transformations strength even in death, his internal energy circulation system continues to function. Jang Fong mused, his Thunder Clan bloodline can even resonate with this Thunder Sea after death. It seemed this man had forcibly submerged his body into this Thunder Sea at the moment of death. A bold idea took shape in Jiang Feng's mind. Ruan Yuan, retreat 100 meters. Do not approach, Jiang Fong instructed. Once Ruan Yuan retreated to a safe distance, Jiang Fong took a deep breath and stepped forward slowly. With each step forward, the air around him grew thicker and heavier. And waves of invisible suction assailed him, attempting to drain the vitality from his body. Jiang Fong let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his thoughts, his god-tier beast taming space rippled slightly. The power of the mountain subduing black tortoise quietly circulated throughout his body, forming an invisible barrier. The suction force touched the barrier and vanished instantly, like a stone sinking into the sea. Stepping before the Thunder Clan member, Jiang Fong extended his palm and pressed it gently against the man's chest. In an instant, a violent surge of thunderous energy shot up his arm and into his body. Yet Jiang Fong remained utterly composed, allowing the force to rage unchecked within him. Conduct, Jiang Fong murmured. The divine tier beast control space within him suddenly trembled. The mountain-taming black tortoise let out a low, deep growl. And the violent thunder energy was instantly channeled into the beast taming space. Just as I thought, Jiang Fong murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. He discovered that though this Thunder Clan member was dead, the peculiar energy circuits within his body remained intact, continuously absorbing energy from the Thunder Sea and transforming it into a special force. A resolute gleam flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Placing both hands on the Thunder Clan member, channeling his full power as he attempted to connect that unique energy circuit to himself. This might grant his beast riding abilities enhanced lightning resistance and perhaps even awaken lightning attribute skills. It must be said, this Thunder Clan member's body was like a thunder beat itself. It could help Jiang Fong absorb the power of thunder. Just then, Lei Yao slowly opened his eyes, his purple-brown pupils sweeping the surroundings. Finally, a living soul has come here. Thunder Clan language. As he lay dying, he had forcibly transferred his body into this sea of thunder, sustaining his life with its power. But the death energy within him was too thick. Unless he could absorb another's life force, revival would be impossible. Now, at last, he had found his chance to revive. Yet he had only absorbed a tiny fraction of life force, insufficient to fully counteract the immense death energy within him. Draining the life force from these 2 humans before him would restore more of his power. But soon he sensed something amiss. This brat seemed to be treating him like a damn lightning conductor. Kid, lend me your life force to help me regain my strength. Lei Yao let out a savage laugh, then extended his sharp claws, lunging toward Jiang Fong. Yet in the next instant, a flash of sword light sliced through, cleanly severing his claws. Lei Yao's face instantly twisted with shock. Chapter 103, You? You dare to bow before me? Lei Yao immediately unleashed his thunder techniques. Amidst flashing lightning, bolts rained down, closing in on Jang Fong. Yet Jang Fong remained unflinching. With a casual wave of his hand, the blazing falcon soared out of his beast taming space, its wings unfurling high in the sky. Its golden flamed feathers shimmered brilliantly amidst the thunder and lightning. With each beat of its wings, countless golden streaks of light crashed toward Lei Yao like falling meteors. Thunderclap instantly raised his hand to meet the onslaught, using his thunderous power to block the attack. You actually possess an ancient tier beast, and one that has endured 4 tribulations at that. Surprise flashed in Lei Yao's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of greed. If he could absorb the life force of the blazing heaven falcon, he might regain 70 to 80% of his peak strength. Then he could seize the profound symbol. A cold smile curled his lips as his voice boomed like thunder. Boy, become my servant and sacrifice this blazing glory sky falcon. Otherwise, death is your only path. Jiang Fong scoffed indifferently, with you? The blazing falcon responded instantly, unleashing countless golden meteor-like flames that descended like divine punishment. Under the enhancement of Jiang Feng's divine affinity, its attributes and combat power received a permanent 150% boost. The blazing sky falcon's base combat power alone now exceeded 4,500,000. Lei Yao's heart lurched in shock. He hadn't expected this brat's beast to be so formidable. He immediately summoned all his thunderous power to defend. Amidst the crisscrossing lightning, the blazing sky falcon's assault raged like a storm, instantly engulfing Lei Yao. Golden meteor fire descended like apocalyptic divine punishment, engulfing Lei Yao. Even as he poured his full thunderous might into defense, he was relentlessly pushed back by the storm like onslaught. Facing the blazing halo falcon's relentless onslaught, a fierce glint flashed in Lei Yao's eyes. His hands swiftly formed seals as thunder elements surged wildly within him. A lightning-clad figure identical to himself split from his body. This was his secret technique, Thunder Substitute. It would detonate upon impact, its power sufficient to severely wound or even kill this brat. You think this will defeat me, brat? Lei Yao sneered savagely, commanding the lightning clone to charge straight at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's gaze grew icy as he drew the star-shattering staff, murmuring a command, "Blazing Falcon." Wings of the sun's corona. The blazing halo falcon in the sky let out a piercing cry, its wings suddenly spreading wide. In an instant, golden flames erupted from its body like the sun's corona, forming a ring of blazing light. The lightning avatar was instantly engulfed upon contact with this halo, vanishing like a firecracker meeting a cannonball. Then, the power of the solar corona continued to spread, charging directly toward Lei Yao himself. "No! This can't be!" Lei Yao screamed in terror, hastily gathering thunder energy to defend himself. But it was too late. The power of the corona wings far exceeded his imagination. The golden flames instantly breached his defenses, engulfing him entirely. A piercing scream echoed across the entire sea of thunder. When the flames dispersed, Lei Yao lay sprawled on the ground, charred black and barely breathing. Jang Fong approached slowly, looking down on this member of the Lei clan. Spare me." Lei Yao gasped hoarsely, his voice strained. "I'll submit." Jiang Fong sneered coldly, You think you're worthy to submit to me? I have a treasure." Lei Yao pleaded urgently, then produced a deep blue staff. At both ends of the staff, lifelike purple dragons were intricately carved. Lightning flickered in the dragon's eyes, radiating a formidable aura. "This is the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven Staff. One of my clan's most precious magical treasures. I'm willing to offer it up, just for my life." A flicker of interest crossed Jiang Feng's eyes, though his expression remained cold. The golden flames of the blazing falcon swirled around it, poised to strike again at any moment. Thunder Dragon Sky Shattering Staff. Type, Weapon. Quality, Near Saint Tier. Usable Level, LV 150. Attributes, Attack plus 600k, Agility plus 300k, Spirit plus 250k. Description, one of the Thunder Clan's most treasured artifacts. Grants a 150% bonus to Thunder Elemental practitioners. Can imprint thunder marks upon enemies, which can be detonated instantly to inflict fatal damage. "Hand it over," Jiang Feng commanded curtly. Lei Yao nodded reverently, then approached Jang Fong, cradling the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven Staff. But the next moment, Lei Yao's mouth twisted into a sneer, his eyes flashing with a crazed, savage gleam. He suddenly raised the staff and swung it violently toward Jiang Feng's head. A purple dragon lightning shadow materialized, its terrifying thunderous pressure engulfing Jiang Fong. "Little brat, at such close range, I'll see how this feeble beastmaster dodges it, ha ha ha." Yet the next scene froze Lei Yao's grin, turning it rigid before it began to tremble. Because beneath that strike, the brat not only caught his attack but remained completely unscathed. This can't be. Even with only 10% of my power remaining, I should still be able to kill a fragile beast tamer like you. Jiang Feng paid no heed to his shock, for this wasn't the first time he'd encountered such a thing. Everyone assumed he was a squishy beastmaster, yet even as they died, they refused to believe how terrifyingly formidable his defenses truly were. Jiang Feng snatched the long staff and examined its appearance closely. The staff was incredibly heavy, its engraved runes exquisitely detailed, as if carved from a single piece of stone. Jiang Feng drew the 10,000 phenomena mask with one hand and slipped it over his face. Then, raising the staff, he swung it down hard toward Lei Yao's head. "No! You can't kill me! I'm a powerful member of the Lei clan. If you kill me, you'll be declaring war on the entire Lei clan." Lei Yao shouted in terror. But before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded like a shattered watermelon. Boom! Lightning bolts erupted, and Lei Yao's body was obliterated, leaving nothing but scattered remains. "Nice staff." Jiang Feng chuckled, then stowed it into his spatial ring. Turning to Ruan Yuan, who had rushed over, Jiang Feng asked, "By the way, did you hear what he was screaming as he died?" Ruan Yuan gave an awkward chuckle. He said that by killing him, young Master Jiang would be declaring war on the entire Lei clan. He, too, had heard of the Thunder clan's reputation. The Lei clan was a powerful race beyond the starry skies, masters of thunder-based abilities, brimming with formidable warriors. After young Master Jiang had killed him, it was almost certain the Lei clan would come looking for trouble. If it were anyone else, Ruan Yuan would have assumed they'd be hunted down by the Lei clan. But if that person was young Master Jiang, then the Thunder clan's safety would be the real concern. Ruan Yuan continued, "But young Master Jiang needn't worry. With your strength, even if the Thunder clan sends someone, they'd be no threat." Jang Fong noticed Ruan Yuan's pallid expression, sensing his life force being eroded by death energy, rapidly fading away. Ruan Yuan had already had most of his vitality drained by this Thunder clan member. If this continued, he would likely perish here. Jiang Fong declared, "Let's go. We must leave this place immediately and head for the Land of Life." Chapter 104, Obtaining the Symbol of Life and Death. Jiang Fong and Ruan Yuan plunged deep into the Thunder Sea, racing toward the Land of Life. Ruan Yuan's face grew increasingly pallid as his vitality continued to drain away, his breathing becoming rapid and faint. Young Master Jiang, the mist ahead is growing thicker. Wan Yuan struggled to point forward, his voice weak and barely audible. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed. Ahead, a sea of white mist stretched like an invisible wall. The blazing halo falcon let out a low growl. Golden flames flickered beneath its wings, faintly resisting the deathly aura within the mist. Something's off, Jang Fong murmured, then signaled the blazing sky falcon to slow its pace. At that moment, Jiang Feng's keen eyes spotted something drifting within the mist. It was a tattered talisman, jet black in color, its edges glowing with a faint, eerie light, appearing and disappearing within the mist. Wan Yuan's eyes lit up. Ignoring his weakened state, he exclaimed excitedly, "Young Master Jiang. That's a death talisman. The death talisman from the life-death mysteries." Legend held that the life-death essence talisman split into two parts. One being the life talisman, the other the death talisman. If united, they grant mastery over the power of life and death. Jiang Feng's eyebrow arched, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. "Young Master Jiang, take it down quickly," Ruan Yuan urged, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Jang Fong did not act rashly, instead carefully observing the state of the half-talisman. He extended his hand, his spiritual energy reaching out like a thread. The moment it touched the talisman, a chill spread from his fingertips throughout his entire body. SSSSHHH. Jang Fong felt a powerful suction, as if it were draining every ounce of vitality from his body. Had he not already activated his symbiosis skill to redirect the damage, he would have been drained of life in an instant. Such potent death energy. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed with gravity as he swiftly withdrew his hand. This death talisman was like a hot potato once touched, it would voraciously absorb life force. Jiang Feng's gaze darkened slightly. No wonder it can exist within this mist without being obliterated. After a moment's thought, Jang Fong retrieved a jade talisman. Guiding it with his spiritual energy, he propelled the jade talisman toward the death talisman. The moment the jade talisman touched the death talisman, it visibly darkened at a visible speed, eventually crumbling into dust. Ha! This was a high-grade talisman, it didn't even put up a fight. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He reached out again, swiftly grabbing a corner of the death talisman. Death energy surged into his body, but the symbiosis skill channeled it to the beast. With just a little more effort from the beast, he could seal the death talisman into the specially crafted jade box. Moments later, Jang Fong exhaled in relief. Got it. Seeing Jang Fong remove the death talisman with his bare hands, Wan Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Young Master Jiang truly possesses extraordinary abilities. If this death talisman could merge with a life talisman, one could control the life and death of others. Yet Jiang Feng's face betrayed little joy, instead bearing a weighty expression. Damn it, this half-talisman's power is far too potent. The dense death energy passed through Jang Fong and was absorbed by the Jinyue Xuanwu. But even within the beast's taming space, the Jinyue Xuanwu was struggling to recover. Still, it wasn't all bad news. At least Jang Fong could vaguely sense the approximate location of the life talisman through the death talisman. Jang Fong had the blazing halo falcon soar to a high vantage point to survey the surroundings. In the distance, a patch of emerald green was faintly visible, starkly contrasting with this desolate land. The blazing glory falcon let out a piercing cry, flapped its wings, and swiftly soared toward the land of life. Upon reaching the land of life, Ruan Yuan's complexion gradually regained its color. Surprised by the vibrant environment around him, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Young Master Jiang, the life force here is incredibly potent. I feel the death energy within me being dispelled. Jang Fong nodded, his gaze sweeping over this verdant world. In stark contrast to the bleak desolation of the land of death, here the vegetation was lush and verdant, the air filled with a refreshing scent. As they continued forward, a colossal tree suddenly loomed ahead, its trunk so thick it would take dozens of people to encircle it. Its canopy spread like a vast green umbrella, shading the sky and blocking the sun. Most strikingly, the entire tree radiated a soft green glow, as if a living essence flowed within it. Ruan Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Young Master Jiang, this is actually the legendary tree of life, possessing immense vitality. No wonder it can nurture birth talismans. Jang Fong looked up and saw a white light flickering at the very top of the tree of life. It was half a white talisman, emanating a peculiar aura. That must be the life talisman, Jang Fong thought, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. The blazing falcon sensed Jiang Feng's intent and immediately spread its wings, soaring toward the top of the tree of life. However, just as the falcon neared the birth talisman, a green barrier suddenly materialized, repelling the blazing glow falcon. A protective formation, Jang Fong murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. Ruan Yuan stepped forward and respectfully said, Young Master Jiang, legend says the tree of life possesses sentience. Perhaps we must earn its approval to obtain the life symbol. Jang Fong pondered thoughtfully as he walked slowly toward the tree of life. As he neared the trunk, a gentle, life-giving aura washed over him. He extended his hand and gently touched the trunk. In an instant, a stream of information flooded his mind. Balance between life and death is the way of heaven. He who holds the death symbol may claim the life symbol. Jiang Fong understood. He retrieved the death talisman from the jade box within his spatial ring and pressed it against the tree of life's trunk. The moment the death symbol touched the tree of life, a light interwoven with black and white flared. Intricate patterns emerged on the trunk, spreading all the way to the treetop. The protective array slowly dissipated. A half-sheet of white talisman drifted down from the treetop, landing steadily in Jiang Feng's hand. The life talisman is mine, Jiang Fong nodded with satisfaction. At that very moment, the life talisman resonated with the death talisman stored within Jiang Feng's spatial ring. Both talismans flew out automatically, drawn to each other in midair, and ultimately merged into one. A complete yin-yang talisman appeared before Jiang Fong, its black and white patterns intertwined, emanating mysterious fluctuations. Talisman of Life and Death Essence. Type, Special Item. Quality, Holy Grade. Description, a mystical talisman that unites the power of death and life, enabling control over the forces of existence. The bearer can temporarily manipulate the transition between life and death, healing living beings or causing their withering. A flicker of delight crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. The Life-Death Essence talisman's power far exceeded his expectations. Young Master Jiang, congratulations on acquiring the yin-yang talisman, Wan Yuan said respectfully, his eyes brimming with envy. Just as Jiang Fong was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. On the trunk of the Tree of Life, a portal slowly opened. What is this? Jiang Fong looked at Wan Yuan in confusion. Wan Yuan was equally stunned. Legend says the Tree of Life conceals a hidden realm within a secret domain. Young Master Jiang, having obtained the Life-Death Essence talisman, it seems the tree recognizes you and is willing to open the gate to this secret realm for you. Jiang Fong pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate. Wait for me outside, Jiang Fong instructed Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement, watching as Jiang Fong stepped through the portal. Beyond the portal lay a small world brimming with vitality. At its center was a clear spring, its waters radiating a potent essence of life. Approaching the spring, Jiang Fong noticed something glistening at the bottom. Reaching in, he retrieved an emerald green seed. Seed of Life. Type, Special Item. Quality, Divine. Description, a mystical seed imbued with pure life force, capable of growing into an ancient tree of life. Its bearer may use it to restore vitality or even revive the dead. Chapter 105, Time to head to the Tower of Heavenly Pride. This is actually a god-tier seed. Jiang Feng's expression betrayed his shock. This was the first time he'd ever laid eyes on a divine grade item. Moreover, this life seed possessed such extraordinary effects. Jiang Fong promptly stored it within his system space. Of the 3 great mystery talismans, he had already obtained the Life-Death Talisman. With just 2 more, he could unlock the miniature world within Boundless Source. This prospect stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. Then he could plant the seed of life directly within to take root and sprout. Jiang Fong looked down at the clear spring pool at his feet, crouched down, scooped up some water, and took a sip. A sweetness filled his throat, followed by a surge of pure vitality flooding into his body. After drinking this sip of sweet spring water, he felt his entire being become radiant and refreshed. Fountain of Life. Grade, Unknown. Description, contains potent life energy capable of healing wounds, enhancing mental strength and various attributes, and possessing rejuvenating properties. Life spring water? This is the real deal. Jiang Feng's lips curved upward as he picked up a gold-grade water container and began filling it with the spring water. This container could hold roughly 1 ton of the spring water. At first, Jiang Fong worried he might drain the entire life spring dry. But even after filling the vessel to capacity, the water level in the spring remained completely unchanged. I'll take this much for now. I'll come back when I need more. Jiang Fong tucked the bottle away with a smile and turned to leave. As he stepped out from the Tree of Life, Wan Yuan immediately approached him. Young Master Jiang, are you alright? Jiang Fong chuckled lightly. I'm fine. We should be going now. This haul was no small matter, and his mood was greatly lifted. Time flew by, and the day of the Great Yan Genius Tower's opening drew near. The Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Prodigies had teleportation portals established in every major city. Thus, many were already itching to participate in the tower's trials. Ranking within the top 1,000 of the Tower of Heavenly Pride guaranteed decent rewards. Of course, ordinary practitioners covet the tower's ranking rewards. But the truly powerful adventurers are aiming for the rewards of the top 10. With the top spot offering a legendary grade set. Successfully completing the trials also grants the coveted Divine Essence. Once one obtains the Divine Essence, their future level advancement will surpass the 9 transformations. A 9th transformation powerhouse is sufficient to become a nation's top-tier elite. Yet before a 10th transformation powerhouse, all else is but ants. Originally, the Great Yan Tower of Heavenly Talents was open to outsiders. Foreign prodigies were barred from entering. Counting the days, today should be the official opening of the Tower of Prodigies, right? Jang Fong stretched lazily and addressed Wan Yuan beside him. Wan Yuan nodded. That's right, young Master Jiang. It's today. Alright, time to head to the Prodigy Tower's teleportation array. Jiang Fong yawned, then remembered something and asked, by the way, how much longer until you break through to the 9th transformation? Still a long way off. Ruan Yuan gave an awkward smile. After all, his current physical form could devour others' flesh and blood to enhance his strength. But following Jiang Feng meant fewer opportunities to feed on flesh. He couldn't very well leave Jiang Feng's side to go on a killing spree. If he did, Jiang Feng could make him vanish with a single thought. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. In that case, go to Shiva Kingdom incognito. Use its people to bolster your strength. Hearing this, Ruan Yuan's eyes lit up with delight. He hastily agreed with gratitude before swiftly vanishing. Afterward, Jiang Feng approached the teleportation array, finding a large crowd already gathered there. Practitioners of every profession were itching to show their skills in the Tower of Geniuses. I heard the rewards for this Tower of Geniuses are exceptionally generous. First place gets a legendary grade set. Forget legendary gear, I'd be satisfied just making it into the top 1000. Jiang Feng listened to the surrounding chatter, a faint smile playing on his lips. While the legendary grade set was undoubtedly precious, what truly captivated him was the divine source. Just then, a rift suddenly opened in the sky above Tianjing. Several figures radiating overwhelming power emerged from the fissure, their appearance instantly sending shockwaves through the crowd. Beside them followed the starfolk, including the tailed fox clan. Among them were horned sky-blue mighty ox tribesmen, pointy-eared elven tribesmen, and others. Who are those people? Someone in the crowd gasped. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the powerful auras emanating from them, and his heart skipped a beat. The auras of those humans had clearly reached the 10th transformation realm. At that moment, Grand Elder Qi Daoming turned to them, recognizing the formidable humans. Star Guardians, he addressed them, why have you brought these alien races here? A curly-haired man at the head of the group spoke indifferently. These are my friends. I wish for them to participate in the Great Yan Genius Tower this time. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in anger. Absurd! The Genius Tower is a grand event of Great Yan. How dare you allow alien races to participate? This starry sky Great Wall Guardian dares bring alien races to this tower competition? This is an outrage. At that moment, the few alien races brought along swept their gaze over the professionals below. Disdain flashed across their faces. They hadn't expected these humans to be so weak. Is this all the strength you possess? Do you truly deserve to be called heavenly prodigies? A Fox Clan maiden covered her mouth and giggled, deliberately amplifying her voice so all could hear. Human prodigies? I doubt even our cubs could be stopped by them. A burly man from the Azure Ox clan pounded his chest, producing a thunderous rumble. Jiang Feng's gaze remained impassive. Not only were these alien races participating in the Great Yan Prodigy Tower, but they also held such contempt for the human race. That said, the fox and elf women were undeniably stunning beauties. Their skin was as fair and delicate as jade, their figures exquisitely curved and graceful. Under the imposing pressure of several 10 transformation powerhouses, Qi Daoming, despite being a 9 transformation expert, could only endure in silence. He could only lament that the Great Yan lacked powerful warriors stationed at the starry sky Great Wall. Otherwise these 4 and 10th transformation experts wouldn't dare bully them so brazenly. Yet Qi Daoming tacitly accepted this because he had taken a quick look at these foreign warriors. Though they all possessed 8 or 9 transformation cultivation, they still fell significantly short compared to Jiang Feng. He was confident Jiang Feng could pass the trials of the Tower of Geniuses. As he stepped into the teleportation array, darkness enveloped Jiang Feng's vision. Then, a light appeared in the space, followed by a cacophony of noise. Immediately, a massive, ancient tower came into view. This tower stood 100 stories tall. The first 99 levels housed the duels of the participants who had come to compete. Those who reached the 100th floor would enter the final trial of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Chapter 106, Battle against the Elven Genius Maiden. Whether one could obtain the ultimate treasure within the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses, the source of divine power, depended entirely on personal fortune. Beside the tower stood a massive ranking board. Jang Fong glanced at the names on the board. Currently at the top was a storm mage named Ma Shunan, level 280, 9th transformation. However, he had only managed to reach the 60th floor of the Great Yan Genius rankings. It's worth noting one of the tower's rules. If a 9th transformation practitioner encounters a 6th transformation practitioner, the 9th transformation practitioner's strength will be suppressed to that of a 6th transformation practitioner during combat. This meant that even a 5th transformation practitioner, if exceptionally powerful, could still reach the 100th tier of the prodigy rankings. But this remains an extremely remote possibility. At this moment, Jiang Feng's 5th transformation task appeared on his information panel. Current task, 5th transformation. Requirement, clear the 100th floor of the Genius Tower. Time limit, none. Clear the 100th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride? Jiang Feng murmured softly. This task wasn't particularly difficult for him. With his current strength, claiming invincibility within the 10 transformations realm was no exaggeration. Let me see just how formidable these foreign prodigies truly are. A peculiar smile suddenly spread across Jiang Feng's face. After all, these foreign prodigies dared to challenge the Great Yan Tower while openly scorned the strength of Great Yan's practitioners. He wouldn't mind giving them a little taste of the awe that the Yan practitioners could inspire. With that, Jang Fong stepped forward, entering the tower. A flash of light erupted before his eyes, and the surrounding scenery shifted instantly. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a vast, open plain. Distant, undulating mountain ranges stretched into the horizon, and the sky was as clear as a washed canvas. Indeed, it was a splendid place for combat. Within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, the moment he revealed his Beastmaster abilities, those practitioners would immediately choose to concede defeat. Even a moment's hesitation was considered disrespectful to Jiang Feng. Within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, bound by its rules, no one could use items. Combat relied solely on one's own strength. This restriction, however, proved insignificant to Jiang Feng. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Jiang Feng's ranking information rapidly soared, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Name, Jiang Feng, profession, unknown, level, 4th transformation, level 150. Who is this Jiang Feng? His class can't even be detected by the Tower of Heavenly Pride? Whoa, a profession undetectable even by the tower? Could it be an entirely new, uncharted class? Look! Those non-human races' rankings are skyrocketing too. They're about to catch up to Jiang Feng. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers stared in astonishment at the shifting rankings. Below the 50th floor, the rankings changed as rapidly as a refresh. But above the 50th floor, the refresh time felt much longer. After all, those who had made it past the 50th floor had essentially eliminated all the weaker players. Jang Fong yawned, waiting lazily for the Tower of Heavenly Talents to match him with an opponent. Before long, a cool, detached voice drifted from nearby. Are you my opponent? Jang Fong turned to see an elf girl dressed in a jade green gown standing not far away. She had pointed ears, exquisite features, and radiated a natural aura. Jang Fong smiled faintly. An elf prodigy. Interesting. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he examined the elven prodigy. Name, Alia. Age, 372 years. Level, early 9th transformation. Occupation, Grand Elementalist. Combat power, 5,390,000. Upon seeing her age, Jiang Feng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to be so old. But he quickly recalled that the elven race possessed long lifespans and a natural affinity for magic. So 300 or 400 years was merely the age of adulthood for them. Elia watched Jiang Feng with keen interest. This human before her was strikingly handsome. It was well known that the elven race produced the most beautiful men and women, yet Jiang Feng's looks would still rank among the top even among elves. The elven maiden stood tall, her chest thrust out proudly. Though you are merely human, the fact that the Tower of Heavenly Talents matched you to me suggests you possess some skill. Come then, you strike first. Jiang Feng smiled, saying nothing more. He simply raised his hand and waved it lightly. In that instant, a piercing cry echoed through the sky. And a massive golden figure plunged from the void, a colossal raptor engulfed in golden flames. Seeing the appearance of the blazing heaven falcon, a flicker of surprise crossed Elia's eyes. An ancient tier beast? Interesting. So you're a beast master. But relying on just one ancient tier beast? You're nowhere near defeating me. As she spoke, the sky-piercing golden flames reflected in Elia's jade-green pupils, her long hair fluttering wildly in the turbulent air currents. Her toes lightly touched the void, and beneath her feet abruptly blossomed a four-colored magic circle spanning 100 meters in diameter. Four elemental pillars of light green, crimson, yellow, and blue pierced through heaven and earth. I swear by the true names of the elements. Yet as she prepared to unleash her full power, she was startled to find her strength suppressed at the peak of the 4th transformation. What's going on? Elia frowned, then her eyes widened in shock. The Pride Tower automatically adjusts your power limit? So your strength is only at the peak of the 4th transformation? But how could someone at peak 4th transformation possibly possess an ancient tier beast? Could it be that the power behind him had prepared it for him? Her slender fingers flickered lightly, and a four-colored elemental aura shimmered around her. An ancient great beast is powerful, but it's nowhere near enough to handle me. Jang Fong offered no reply, merely watching her stand off with the blazing glory falcon with keen interest. Though her power was suppressed, as a grand elementalist, Elia remained confident in her abilities. Wind dance! Alia commanded, summoning the surrounding wind elements into a raging tornado that surged toward the blazing sky falcon. The blazing sky falcon flapped its wings, unleashing terrifying golden flames that instantly obliterated the whirlwind. Countless meteor-like flames then rained down upon Elia. Seeing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Elia's eyes as she swiftly switched skills, Earth Ice Lock. Countless crystallized earth spikes shot skyward, intertwining with the swirling ice shards to form a deathly net that obscured the sky. Yet before the blazing falcon, this attack proved as fragile as paper, utterly powerless. Facing the blazing falcon's world-shattering onslaught, Alia was utterly stunned. As a prodigy among the elves, she had never encountered such a formidable opponent in over 3 centuries, especially among peers of equal rank. Ice-fire duet. Alia cried out, her hands weaving intricate seals as icy blue and scorching red elemental energies erupted around her. Chapter 107, We'll Meet Again, Jang Fong. Both attacks collided in the air, erupting in a blinding burst of light. Elia's petite form swayed within the energy storm, the shockwave hurling her hundreds of meters away, kicking up a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood spilled from her lips. Her emerald eyes held utter disbelief. How is this possible? This is only a 4th-tier battle. How can your beast be this powerful? Jiang Feng remained expressionless, offering no reply. With the enhancement of divine affinity, suppressing Elia, who was his equal in strength, was effortless. Even at her peak, resisting the blazing glorious falcon's attack would be a struggle. At the same cultivation level, it was essentially a dimension-lowering strike. The blazing glorious falcon circled above his head, golden flames cascading like a waterfall, enveloping his entire form in divine radiance. Alia forced herself to her feet, a flicker of defiance still in her eyes. Her slender fingers traced an elegant arc. I haven't unleashed my full power yet, human. Elemental fluctuations in the air suddenly grew violent. Azure, crimson, golden, and azure light swirled rapidly around her, forming a dazzling elemental vortex. The earth trembled as countless emerald vines burst from the ground, coiling like serpentine spirits toward the blazing falcon. Simultaneously, dozens of ice spears coalesced in the sky, howling as they pierced toward the golden raptor. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, gaining fresh appreciation for the prowess of this elven prodigy. The blazing falcon flapped its wings, unleashing a burst of golden flames that vaporized all surrounding vines and ice spears in an instant. But Elia had anticipated this, a faint smile playing on her lips. Elemental trap, activate. The vaporized plants and ice crystals did not dissipate. Instead, they coalesced into countless minute elemental particles in the air. Suddenly contracting inward, they enveloped the blazing sky falcon. For directions cage, lock. Alia pressed her palms together. For colored light abruptly tightened, forming a massive elemental cage that trapped the blazing falcon within. Your beast may be powerful, but before the elements, all must submit, Elia declared confidently. Yet the next moment, her smile froze. The golden flames of the blazing falcon continued to expand, beginning to devour the energy of the elemental cage. It was a consumption beyond comprehension, like a bottomless pit voraciously absorbing the surrounding elemental power. Impossible. It's absorbing my elemental energy? Alia staggered back in shock. Jiang Feng finally spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. The elemental affinity of the elven race is indeed exceptional. However, my blazing sky falcon has now endured 5 calamities, gaining a unique ability. It can feed on elements. With a deafening, earth-shaking cry, the golden flames enveloping the blazing glory falcon surged violently, instantly shattering the elemental cage. Having absorbed vast amounts of elemental energy, the blazing glory falcon grew even more massive, its golden flames blazing with dazzling brilliance. Alia's face turned pale, yet she refused to concede. As an elite of the elven race, her pride forbade her from admitting defeat. Final technique: elemental storm. Elia's beautiful face twisted slightly from the immense exertion. Yet she raised her hands high, channeling the last remnants of elemental power into her palms. A terrifying storm of elemental energy coalesced within her grasp. A hint of admiration flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. Truly worthy of the elven race's prodigy, even at a disadvantage, she could unleash such astonishing combat prowess. But all was already decided. Enough, Jiang Feng murmured. Blazing sky falcon, flame of the end. The golden raptor let out a piercing cry to the heavens, unleashing a blinding golden flame from its beak. The flame effortlessly pierced through Alia's elemental storm, slicing it cleanly in two as easily as cutting through tofu. The flame continued its advance, halting mere inches from Elia's throat. A wave of heat washed over her, and Alia felt an unprecedented threat of death. Had that flame advanced just one more inch, she would have died without a doubt. Space abruptly froze, halting their duel in its tracks. I concede, Elia murmured softly, her emerald eyes brimming with complex emotions. The space within the Tower of Heavenly Pride began to warp. With the outcome decided, both combatants would be transported out. In the final moment, Elia gazed deeply at Jiang Feng and murmured, "Human, what is your name?" Jiang Feng. Alia nodded with a complicated expression, committing the name to memory. It seemed the prodigies of other races would soon face this troublesome fellow. She admitted she had underestimated him at first, but that wasn't the primary reason for her defeat. It wasn't even a factor. Even at her peak, she would have struggled immensely to handle that ancient tier beast. "We will meet again, Jiang Feng." A brilliant flash of light erupted, and her figure vanished from the dual space within the prodigy tower. Watching her depart, Jiang Feng waved lightly, summoning the blazing glow falcon into his beast taming space to recover its energy. That said, the Tower of Genius's rules were undeniably favorable to him. Or rather, they favored summoner-type professions like his. After all, as a summoner, it wasn't his own strength that mattered, but the power of the creatures he relied upon. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Talons, he witnessed the elf Elia being forcibly expelled from the tower. Many adventurers quickly noticed this prodigy from a different race. Ha! An elite from a foreign race is nothing special after all, still defeated by our Great Yan elite. Exactly. It seems our Great Yan prodigy truly stands as the strongest under the stars. At that moment, a young man from the Azure Ox clan couldn't help but sneer coldly upon seeing the defeated Elia. Looks like the elven race is truly in decline, they can't even defeat a mere human prodigy. In his eyes, though, the elves possessed extraordinary elemental affinity. Under his overwhelming brute strength, capable of shattering any technique with sheer force, the feeble elves were no match for him. Hearing this, Elia refused to be outdone. You haven't met that guy yet. If you did, you'd probably lose pretty badly. Oof. Then I'll see for myself just how powerful this guy of yours really is. The young man of the Azure Mighty Ox clan sneered with disdain. Their clan's strength ranked among the highest, even among the myriad races across the cosmos. Even with the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses suppressing one's cultivation level based on an opponent's strength, he was confident he could utterly crush any opponent at the same cultivation level. At this moment, the rules of the Genius Tower allowed direct challenges against opponents ranked below the 90th floor. However, the prerequisite was that the challenger's cultivation level must surpass that of the ranked opponent. And since Jiang Feng had now secured the 90th floor of the Genius Tower with his absolute strength, he was also the first to reach the 91st floor. Because time flows differently inside the Heavenly Pride Tower compared to the outside world, almost at a ratio of 1 to dozens. Otherwise, with so many participants, the battle would have dragged on indefinitely. Chapter 108, An ant is still an ant. Tower of Heavenly Pride, 87th floor, Su Qing, profession, dual blade assassin, level, 8th transformation, level 226. Tower of Heavenly Pride, 88th floor, Ouyang Yue, class, Holy Ice Mage, level, 5th transformation, level 179. Tower of Heavenly Pride, 89th floor, Yang Yongming, class, Thunder Mage, Swiftblade Warrior, level, 5th transformation, level 180. 91st floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, Jiang Feng, class, Unknown, level, 4th transformation, level 150. The young man of the Azure Mighty Ox clan let out a cold laugh upon seeing the rankings. A 4th transformation unknown class could reach the top of the Tower of Heavenly Pride? Since the rule state challenges below the 90th floor, I shall challenge Yang Yongming on the 89th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. With that, the young man of the Azure Wild Ox clan leapt into the tower. At that moment, Yang Yongming sat cross-legged mid-air, his eyes closed. His reason for remaining on the 89th floor all this time was to guard against those who sought to challenge Jang Fong. Suddenly, ripples began to form within the white vortex at the entrance. A burly man, built like an iron tower, stepped inside. 2 blue ox horns protruded from either side of his head, and his entire body pulsed with explosive power. An alien prodigy? Yang Yongming opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Yet his gaze held no trace of fear as he spoke calmly. All who dare enter the Prodigy Tower must stop here. Heh, boy, you think your strength alone can make me stop? The young man of the Azure Mighty Ox clan sneered. This time, their alien race had offered substantial benefits to the powerful guardians of the starry sky Great Wall. This had secured them the chance to enter Earthstar, all for the purpose of seizing the Divine Source. If they failed to seize the Divine Source within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, they would suffer a tremendous loss. Yang Yongming rose to his feet, a dark purple longsword materializing in his hand. The young Tianqing Mangnia tribesman's aura surged violently, a mountain-like power surging within him. Boy, the might of my Tianqing clan is not something you can withstand. As he spoke, his figure flickered through the air, plunging toward Yang Yongming like a blue meteor, each step causing the void to tremble violently. Heaven-shattering fist. With a low roar, his fist erupted with terrifying force, crashing down. The void trembled violently beneath the strike, as if it might collapse at any moment. Where the fist's wind passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind countless microscopic cracks. Yang Yongming's eyes narrowed sharply. His long sword shot from its scabbard in an instant, its blade gleaming like a rainbow as it met the terrifying fist head-on. Wind and thunder slash. With his sharp command, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a fierce wind howled. Countless bolts of thunder poured down from the clouds, coiling around his body like silver serpents. With a single swing, surging sword energy transformed into a galloping purple thunder dragon, striking toward his opponent. Boom! Thunder collided with fist winds, erupting in a deafening roar. Rolling thunder crashed into the young man of the Azure Ox clan, yet only left shallow scars upon his bronze-like skin. Is this the extent of your power? You disappoint me. The Azure Ox clan youth grinned, his eyes brimming with contempt. Seems the prodigies of your Earthstar aren't all that after all. With that, he unleashed another punch. This punch carried even greater force and momentum than before, hurtling toward Yang Yongming like a bolt of lightning, as if it could tear through space itself. Before the words had fully left his mouth, another fist erupted from his hand, this time carrying terrifying force. The fist's momentum solidified into a tangible force, crashing toward Yang Yongming with overwhelming power and lightning speed. Under the impact of this punch, the surrounding space began to warp and distort, as if unable to withstand the crushing pressure of its force. Seems I can't hold back any longer. Yang Yongming drew a deep breath, unleashing the power within him in an instant. The long sword in his hand blazed with dazzling light, its blade crackling with lightning as if a true dragon roared within. Heavenly Thunder Sword Slash. This ultimate technique, forged from his deeper understanding of the sword path after assimilating the legacy of that 10th transformation powerhouse. A supreme technique born from his deeper understanding of the sword's way. Even an 8th tier powerhouse would struggle to withstand this strike. The sword's light arced like a rainbow, carrying the force of 1,000 thunders, causing the entire space to tremble beneath its strike. A blinding flash of sword light erupted. Yang Yongming's long sword seemed to transform into thunder itself, striking with the power to annihilate all. Yet, confronting this terrifying strike, the young man of the Azure Ox clan sneered with disdain, advancing instead of retreating. He met the terrifying sword light head-on, unleashing a punch with all his might. Let me show you the power of my Tianqing Mangneo clan's bloodline. As his roar echoed, a brilliant azure light surged from his fist. Beneath the terrifying wave of light, a colossal, azure-hued wild bull apparition materialized, emanating a heart-stopping aura. It radiated the terrifying ferocity of a primordial beast. The colossal ox-like shadow roared as it charged toward Yang Yongming's swordlight. The two forces collided violently midair. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. The entire 89th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride shook violently under the impact, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yang Yongming felt an unprecedented pressure. His swordlight steadily retreated under the terrifying bull's onslaught, his expression growing grim. When the shockwave finally dissipated, Yang Yongming had been violently thrown back hundreds of meters. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The young Tianqing Mangneo tribesman bore a deep, bone-exposing sword wound on his right arm. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, charging toward Yang Yongming with a maniacal laugh. An ant is but an ant no matter how it struggles, it cannot escape its fate of being crushed. His punches grew fiercer, the azure wild bull's roar carrying terrifying pressure. Yang Yongming's sword light steadily dimmed under this overwhelming force. And his body was forced back relentlessly, leaving him looking utterly battered. He had accepted his defeat to Jiang Feng last time without resentment after all, that man had single-handedly slain 7-peak 9th transformation experts. Yet now, within the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses, this alien prodigy's power had already surpassed his own at the same cultivation level. Yet he still managed to catch Yang Yongming off guard with overwhelming, domineering force. This was hard for his proud spirit as a prodigy to accept. Very well then, I'll show you what true prodigy power truly is. Yang Yongming sneered coldly, then wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes gleamed with a wild, frenzied light. His voice boomed like thunder throughout the space, while the power within him surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Above, the already dense dark clouds thickened further, as if the entire sky had been stained black with ink. Countless thick bolts of lightning darted through the clouds, unleashing deafening roars. Heavenly Thunder Sword Body, activate! With a furious roar, Yang Yongming's body swelled violently. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, all surging into his being. His aura surged relentlessly, transforming him into a living embodiment of the Thunder Emperor incarnate. This was the unique physique he had cultivated under the guidance of a 10-turn sword Dao master, capable of unleashing his power to extraordinary extremes. Chapter 109, Before that one, you are merely crushed. A violent tempest instantly swirled around him, making his robes flutter wildly. The mocking expression on the Azure Wild Bull clan youth's face froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This kid's strength was downright bizarre. He had faced countless prodigies from other tribes. But this was the first time anyone had ever made him feel such overwhelming pressure. Yang Yongming gripped his long sword tightly, the lightning aura on its blade surging to its peak intensity. 10,000 thunderbolts slash. He gripped his sword with both hands and swung it forward with a fierce slash. As the blade sliced through the air, the entire world seemed to fall silent. In the next instant, a colossal tempest surged forth, carrying boundless thunderbolts, coalescing into a colossal thunder dragon that swept toward the young Tianqing Mangneo. Wherever the thunder dragon passed, space itself tore apart, leaving behind dark, jagged fissures. The young Tianqing Mangneo tribesman's expression changed, all trace of contempt vanishing. He roared in fury, his body erupting in brilliant azure light as he began to rapidly swell and transform. True form of the Azure Wild Bull, accompanied by a deafening roar. The young sky-blue wild ox's eyes blazed with savage fury as his body transformed into a colossal sky-blue wild ox. This was the true form of the Azure Wild Ox clan once revealed. Its defensive capabilities and combat power would surge several-fold. The colossal Azure Wild Bull let out a piercing bellow to the heavens, then abruptly lowered its head. Its two massive horns pointed directly at Yang Yongming. its entire body charging forward like a mountain. Boom! The collision between the two unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Terrifying energy ripples swept across the entire space. The Thunder Dragon was torn apart by the colossal bull's impact, scattering into countless streaks of lightning across the landscape. But the Azure Bull fared no better. Countless lightning scars marred its iron-hard body. And in some places, its bronze-like scales were even split open, exposing the flesh beneath. Roar! The Azure Wild Bull let out a pained bellow, its eyes burning with even more savage fury. This brat was proving far too troublesome. So much so that it was tempted to break free from the Heavenly Pride Tower's restrictions, restore its peak strength, and crush the youth beneath its might. It lowered its head once more, its hooves stomping the ground violently as its entire body surged toward Yang Yongming like a streak of azure lightning. Yang Yongming's expression grew grave, his face turning pale. That single sword strike had drained too much of his strength. Even the hand gripping his sword began to tremble uncontrollably. Facing the young Tianqing Magnio's renewed assault, he did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight into the terrifying impact. He was here to guard this place, to prevent any challengers from testing Jiang Feng. Having chosen to follow Jang Fong, he could not abandon his post so easily. Especially since Jiang Fong had entrusted him with the legacy of that 10 transformation powerhouse. If he fell here so easily, what face would he have left to show Jiang Fong? Heavenly Thunder Sword Domain. With his low shout, the surrounding space suddenly transformed into a sea of thunder. Countless bolts of lightning darted through the air, weaving a vast sword formation that enveloped the Azure Wild Bull. Each bolt of lightning transformed into a sharp blade, piercing toward the Azure Wild Bull from all directions. Witnessing this, the young Tianqing Magnia tribesman's eyes widened in shock. He roared in fury, "Boy, you're nothing but a spent force now. How dare you unleash such a skill? Are you trying to die?" Yet Yang Yongming paid no heed to his words, relentlessly draining his own power. "Fine. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." The young Azure Wild Bull roared furiously, its massive form charging wildly through the Thunder Sword formation, shattering dozens of thunder blades with each impact. Yet more blades continuously materialized, descending in an unending torrent. Yang Yongming stood at the center of the array, his long sword whirling as he commanded countless thunder blades to attack. His face grew increasingly pale. Maintaining such an array demanded immense energy. The Azure Wild Bull's body was already covered in wounds of all sizes, yet its assault showed no sign of weakening. If anything, it grew more ferocious. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Azure Wild Bull's body suddenly erupted in a blinding azure light, shattering all the surrounding thunder swords. Its massive frame burst through the sword formation, charging straight toward Yang Yongming. Yang Yongming had no time to dodge and could only raise his sword to block. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Yang Yongming was sent flying like a. He slammed heavily into a distant wall, spewing a mouthful of blood. The young sky blue Magna did not cease his assault. He lowered his head once more, preparing to deliver the final, fatal blow. Struggling to his feet, Yang Yongming felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body was already covered in wounds, and his breath grew faint. It's not over yet. With immense effort, he raised his long sword, channeling his last ounce of strength into it. The young sky blue wild bull tribesman froze at the sight. Even in this state, the kid still refused to admit defeat. Then, a savage grin spread across his bovine mouth. "In that case, I'll put you out of your misery myself." If such a human prodigy were allowed to grow, he would become a terrifying threat. To eliminate future trouble, he must be destroyed now. Yet just as the Azure Wild Bull clan youth prepared to deliver the fatal blow to Yang Yongming, a sudden burst of light erupted from Yang Yongming's body, and his form began rapidly dissipating. This was the Prodigy Tower's protective mechanism activating, forcibly teleporting him away when his life was in grave danger. "No! I can still fight." Yang Yongming watched his body transform into streaks of light, steadily dissipating, his eyes burning with intense reluctance. The young man of the Azure Wild Ox clan sneered, "If not for the Tower of Heavenly Pride forcing you out, you'd already be dead." Hearing this, Yang Yongming's expression turned icy cold as he retorted, "Even if you defeat me, before that one, you'll be utterly crushed." Hearing this, the young man of the Azure Wild Ox clan burst into laughter, his contempt evident. "That guy you're talking about, his name is Jang Fong, right? Once you're out of the Genius Tower, you'll see how I kick him off the tower and leave him just as miserable as you are." Outside the Genius Tower, the crowd watching the rankings change suddenly noticed that the name Yang Yongming, ranked at the 89th level, had been replaced. In its place stood the name of the young man from the Azure Wild Bull clan. This can't be. A peerless prodigy from one of Tianjing's 3 great families actually fell to that foreigner. Exactly. How could this happen? The Genius Tower suppresses opponents of higher cultivation levels to match those of lower levels. Yet Yang Yongming has never lost a single battle within his own cultivation tier. This is bad. Could it be that the tower's ultimate treasure, the divine spirit source, will now fall into the hands of the foreign race? Many faces darkened, hearts filled with dread. After all, the war against the Seven Nations was only half a month away. If the divine spirit source fell into the hands of the starry sky alien race now, how could Great Yan possibly withstand the combined assault of the Seven Nations? Was heaven conspiring to destroy Great Yan? Chapter 110, Your nails are too long time for a trim. No need to panic. If I'm not mistaken, that top-ranked Jiang Feng is none other than the Supreme Beastmaster who previously slew the 9 transformations envoy of the Seven Nations. This statement instantly injected a shot of reassurance into many professionals. Exactly. And within the Genius Tower, summoned creatures retain their full power. That gives summoners an absolute advantage here. However, many began to wonder. But isn't that Beastmaster's profession listed as Beastmaster? Why wouldn't the Tower of Geniuses detect his profession? Or could it be that this terrifying Beastmaster hasn't even appeared yet? I'm not sure either. Perhaps that Beastmaster's advanced profession has reached a level beyond the Tower of Geniuses' detection capabilities. Amidst the buzzing discussions, inside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, another opponent, having witnessed Jiang Feng's beast-taming prowess, immediately chose to concede defeat. After each battle concluded, the Tower of Heavenly Talents automatically restored every participant's strength to peak condition. This ensures fairness for subsequent challenges, preventing any issues. Moreover, should a battle threaten a participant's life, the tower would forcibly remove them. This restoration includes skill cooldowns, mana reserves, and all other status effects. However, one exception applies: while a summoner's creatures can be restored, their skill cooldowns cannot be reset. This serves as one means of limiting the power of summoners. But this can only counter ordinary summoners. For someone like Jang Fong, who possesses a god-tier beast taming space, it's an exception. Even when the beast summoner exerted full effort, the recovery effect after being summoned into the beast space was comparable to that of the Genius Tower. This series of battles proved rather uneventful, save for the encounter with that elven prodigy maiden earlier. Most professionals either surrendered immediately upon seeing the ancient great beast. Those who still possessed fighting spirit rarely lasted beyond 2 minutes. After all, their levels were suppressed to match Jiang Feng's, yet his beastmaster prowess was nothing short of terrifying. It felt like he was cheating. They even secretly suspected that the divine source within the Prodigy Tower was reserved specifically for Jiang Feng. It felt like he was practically handing over his ID number. Perhaps the terrifying being who established the tower's rules back then couldn't have imagined someone of such a low level being able to contract an ancient great beast of such terrifying power? After all, a beastmaster's power is a double-edged sword. The advantages were obvious: greater strength to defeat formidable foes. But the downside was that if the beast grew too powerful and harbored resentment toward its master, it might resist or even defy commands. Such a situation is extremely perilous, potentially damaging the master's own primal essence. Thus, most wealthy families whose descendants awaken as beastmasters dare not lightly contract beasts of excessive power. If a beastmaster only at the 4th or 5th transformation level attempts to forcefully contract a primordial level beast, even under the suppression of a powerful master, the binding would be extremely difficult. Even if the contract is formed, mastering such a beast remains an immense challenge. For these beasts, acknowledging a weak beast master as their master is an absolute disgrace. I wonder if there are any more formidable alien prodigies left? I hope to have a bit more fun. Jang Fong sighed softly, his thoughts drifting to the young man from the Azure Mighty Ox clan among the alien races. Among the few elite young talents from other races, only he radiated a heart-stopping aura of overwhelming power. Within the 98th level of the Prodigy Tower, Jiang Feng's eyes brightened slightly, a hint of anticipation flickering within them. For a new challenger had arrived. A fox-tailed maiden with fluffy ears appeared before Jiang Feng. Her figure was graceful and slender, her face soft and alluring. Her snow-white thighs were even fairer than those of the celestial maiden from the elf clan. Particularly, her eyes held a hint of spring water like a lure, stirring the heart. Though other worldly races were rare on Blue Star, their absence was not absolute. Rumor had it that many wealthy individuals frequented the black market, paying exorbitant sums to acquire fox-kin women as tools for their pleasure. Even a single night's indulgence commanded a price that left ordinary professionals gazing in awe. Soon, Jiang Feng used his true sight eye to scan her information. Name, Lingji. Race, Celestial Fox Clan. Affiliation, Celestial Fox Star. Level, Peak 8th Transformation. Strength, 2,800,000. Agility, 1,250,000. Spirit, 1,600,000. Constitution, 1,081,000. Skills, 1000 Fox Illusion Technique, Fox Soul Shatter Strike, Celestial Fox Spirit Wave Shockwave. Combat Power, 3,600,000. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. These alien races seemed to enhance their strength by activating the power of their bloodline. Their power systems formed entirely distinct schools. Unlike humans, who awaken class abilities under the influence of supreme rules. Upon seeing Jiang Feng, Lingji's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected the top-ranked contender to be such an exceptionally handsome youth, and for a moment, she was completely lost in thought. Her voice was soft and sweet as she suggested, "Why not just concede defeat? That way, I won't have to expend any more effort fighting." Jiang Feng smiled indifferently, "Let's see how you fare against me first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lingji flashed before him. Her face radiant with beauty, she extended a delicate finger to lightly trace the contours of his handsome features. "A human as handsome as you is quite rare. I always feel a bit reluctant to strike." Yet the moment the words left her lips, her nails elongated sharply, instantly darting toward Jiang Feng's throat. The strike was blindingly fast, carrying a peculiar energy fluctuation. Under normal circumstances, even if one reacted in time, this strike would inflict severe injury. Yet her claws didn't even scratch Jiang Feng's skin, leaving only faint white marks on his neck. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Jang Fong glanced at her visibly shaken expression and smiled softly. "Your nails are too long. It's time for a trim." The next instant, the blazing halo falcon appeared in the sky, its golden wings unfurling to obscure the heavens. A powerful aura instantly filled the space, causing Lingji to recoil in apprehension. "An ancient tier beast master?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Lingji's beautiful eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Having reached this level, her strength was undeniable. Lingji formed hand seals, and 9 snow-white fox tails materialized behind her. Each tail entwined with peculiar runes. Thousand Fox Illusion Technique. In an instant, nearly 1,000 figures materialized throughout the space. Each duplicate radiating the same aura as the original, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Chapter 111, It's simple, because I'm the exception. Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged. Even if these illusory clones possessed the same combat prowess as her, they still posed no real threat to him. He barked a command at the blazing falcon, "Meteor fire rain." The blazing glorious falcon flapped its wings, unleashing a torrent of golden flames that rained down like hail, engulfing the entire space. The illusions dissolved under the scorching flames, but the real Lingji had already flashed behind Jiang Feng. Fox Soul Shatter Strike. A ball of deep blue energy coalesced in her palm, striking directly toward Jiang Feng's back. If this strike landed, it would severely wound his soul, perhaps even shatter it instantly. Roar! In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. Amidst crackling thunder, a colossal dragon head emerged from the void, unleashing a majestic, thunderous roar. A pair of cold, vertical pupils, glowing with an eerie light, fixed their gaze upon Lingji, the young fox spirit. Upon seeing the abyssal dragon king, Lingji's expression instantly changed wildly, her face betraying an unmistakable look of terror. This, another ancient tier beast master? Lingji's heart pounded wildly. Even a single ancient great flaming giant bird was enough to make her feel overwhelmed. Let alone the sudden appearance of an ancient grade black dragon. It was well known that the dragon race ranked among the pinnacle of all celestial races, revered as a superior species. Yet this very black dragon had willingly become this human's mount. If word of this spread, it would cause quite a stir even across the cosmos. On one hand, it would inspire awe, on the other, it would spark envy. After all, while true dragons are considered a high-tier species, every part of a dragon is priceless. Take the dragon's essence, blood, scales, and soul, all coveted treasures. Impossible. Lingji gasped, her form rapidly retreating. How could you possibly command 2 ancient tier mounts simultaneously? Jiang Fong smiled faintly. Simple. Because I'm an exception. Facing 2 ancient great beasts radiating an overwhelming aura. Lingji swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down her pale forehead. With a flick of her wrist, the fox soul shatter strike she had prepared to unleash instantly retracted, the blue energy slowly dissipating from her palm. 2 ancient great beasts, this was beyond her limits. Jang Fong stood high above, his expression serene, his deep eyes showing not a ripple of emotion. Your strength is no small feat, but here, you are ultimately no match for me. Jiang Feng's tone was calm, devoid of any trace of contempt or mockery. Lingji clenched her teeth, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. After all, the clan had offered considerable benefits just to secure this one chance to come to Earthstar and obtain the divine source. Yet, she never imagined such an unexpected turn of events. A mere 4th transformation cultivator had managed to contract 2 ancient tier beasts. Moreover, these 2 ancient great beasts seemed to be operating at the peak of their combat strength. Given the current situation, there was truly no room for maneuver. The Tower of Heavenly Talons already suppresses 50% of my power. Add to that your 2 ancient great beasts. Lingji took a deep breath, struggling to steady her racing heart. I'm no match for you. But before I formally concede defeat, I'd like to propose a deal. What do you say? You want the divine spirit source? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, his voice sharp. After all, the only reason these alien prodigies would go to such lengths to come to Earthstar was because of the immense allure of this divine spirit source. Nothing else could possibly justify their journey. Lingji nodded, her expression no longer seductive but earnest. Indeed, the divine spirit source is of utmost importance to my celestial fox clan. If you are willing to give it to me, the Celestial Fox clan will regard you as our most honored guest and will spare no effort to fulfill all your requests. Yet when she saw Jiang Feng show no sign of interest, she grew anxious. She quickly added, I promise you this, if you are willing to bestow the divine spirit source upon my clan, from this moment onward, I will acknowledge you as my master and become your slave. Moreover, the Celestial Fox clan is willing to offer a priceless treasure. Finished? Jang Fong swept a glance over her, yet his gaze held no trace of interest. The divine origin was a treasure capable of breaking through the limits of the 9 transformations. Its value was beyond question. Even if the entire Celestial Fox clan submitted to him, he would never part with this treasure. The 9th transformation was an unattainable realm for countless beings, while the 10th transformation was a dream even the strongest 9th transformation cultivators dared not hope for. Seeing Jiang Feng's stance, Lingji gritted her teeth and said, wait. My clan possesses a treasure called the Primordial Realm, capable of replicating various artifacts including the divine spirit source. Though replicated treasures possess less than half the power of the originals, if you're willing to accompany me to the Celestial Fox Star to replicate the divine spirit source, my clan will also bestow a supreme treasure upon you. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Feng's eyes upon hearing that the Primordial Realm could replicate the divine spirit source. That this artifact could even replicate the divine origin made it an absolute treasure. However, Jiang Feng wasn't about to take her promise at face value. He replied coolly, why should I go to the Celestial Fox Star with you? If your Celestial Fox clan has laid a trap, I might not only fail to obtain the treasure, but I might not even survive the journey. I swear on my very blood. If a single word of what I say is false, may I suffer the most vicious punishment in the world. Lingji raised her hand, forcibly drawing a drop of essence blood from her brow. This blood oath held immense binding power for both the Celestial Fox clan and other races. Should they ever break their oath, they would face punishment from the supreme laws. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng paid no heed to her oath. This divine source was far beyond what her single life could compensate for. Withdraw within 3 breaths, or don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of impatience. As soon as the words left his mouth, the blazing falcon and the abyssal dragon king simultaneously unleashed their formidable auras. Since you refuse to accept my terms, then let us fight once more. As the words left her lips, Lingji's expression turned icy, her aura surging violently. The divine spirit source held the fate of her Celestial Fox clan. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes as her slender fingers swiftly formed seals before her chest. Immediately, an eerie crimson glow began emanating from her body. Strands of crimson energy surged from her body, forming a blood-red barrier around her. Celestial Fox secret art, burning essence. With a low shout, the essence blood at Lingji's brow ignited instantly, transforming into a crimson flame. The flames swiftly spread across her entire body, enveloping her completely. Jiang Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Sensing the sudden surge in her aura, he raised an eyebrow. Burning your essence blood? You're courting death. Lingji gave a cold laugh. For the divine source, it's worth the gamble. A piercing fox cry echoed as boundless power surged forth, roaring like an endless tidal wave. Chapter 112, Ancient Great Beast Masters, all revealed. The 50% of power previously suppressed within Lingji surged back like a returning tide. And fueled by the burning essence blood, her power surged relentlessly, approaching the peak of the 9th transformation. 1 minute is enough. Lingji murmured to herself, her eyes turning an eerie golden hue as 9 streaks of blue light coalesced at her fingertips. By forcibly breaking through the restrictions of the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses, she could buy herself 1 minute. That minute would suffice for her next move. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. Jiang Feng's expression flickered with surprise. Such a trump card would be forcibly expelled by the Tower of Heavenly Pride. In the next instant, Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred. 2 ancient great beasts roared thunderously in unison, charging toward Lingji. Yet Lingji did not engage them head-on. Instead, her figure flickered, darting past the 2 beasts at astonishing speed to target Jiang Feng herself. Simultaneously, she coldly declared, no matter how powerful the beasts, if the Beastmaster falls, all is lost. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes showed no panic. Instead, a faint, inexplicable smile appeared. Another fool who underestimated the strength of a Beastmaster. But she shouldn't be this foolish. Earlier, when she ambushed him, he remained unscathed. Could it be that in her desperation, she had simply stopped caring? At that moment, Lingji's 9 energy tails lashed out simultaneously. 6 coiled around the abyssal dragon king, while the remaining 3 wrapped around the blazing falcon. Celestial Fox illusion. With her command, a flicker of confusion passed through the eyes of both ancient great beasts, their movements slowing. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected her to possess such a technique. She could actually influence the minds of the blazing halo falcon and the abyssal dragon king. Seizing the moment, Lingji gathered a sliver of golden light at her fingertip and shot it toward Jiang Feng's brow. Celestial Fox Mark. Successfully imprinting the Celestial Fox mark upon Jiang Feng would grant her control over him in critical moments. Yet the next instant, the appearance of the mountain-sealing black tortoise sent Ling Shi flying backward. Three ancient tier beast masters. Ling Shi couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Had the beast tamers on Earth Star become this terrifying? Surprised, aren't you? What if I told you there's one more beast? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he summoned the underworld hound. Faced with the overwhelming might radiating from 4 ancient great beasts, Ling Shi's eyes widened in utter shock, and she instinctively sucked in a sharp breath. Possessing 4 ancient tier beast masters was a feat even the strongest on their own celestial fox star dared not underestimate. In that instant, all 4 beasts launched their assault simultaneously. Their terrifying power surged toward her like primordial chaos. Under the overwhelming assault, Ling Shi was instantly engulfed by the force. Had the genius tower not forcibly expelled her, she would surely have perished right then and there. 99th floor of the genius tower. Defeat just one more opponent, and she could reach the 100th floor to face the final trial. At that moment, a burly young man from the Tianqing Manhwa clan strode forward, his muscles bulging prominently. He had the handsome youth before him and let out a cold snort. If I'm not mistaken, you're Jang Fong, right? That's me. Jang Fong nodded indifferently. Hearing this, the young Tianqing Manhwa suddenly laughed. My name is Hetek. To have reached this point, you must be among the top prodigies of humanity. Earlier, I encountered a dual-class kid. He exhausted every last trick to defeat me, yet under the sheer disparity in power, he still fell at my feet. However, his final words left a bitter taste in my mouth. Seeing the unruffled calm in Jiang Feng's eyes, Hetuok frowned. Aren't you even curious what he said? He said I'd only be crushed before you. Ha ha ha. Isn't that laughable? As he spoke, Hetek clenched his fists and advanced step by step toward Jiang Feng. In that case, let me see what you're made of. A savage gleam flashed in Hetek's eyes. In the next instant, his muscles bulged violently, and a layer of blue scales emerged on his skin. His entire aura surged to a terrifying height in an instant. Then, he unleashed a punch, channeling all the explosive power of his muscles into his fist. It even sent shockwaves rippling through the air. But in the next instant, the Abyssal Dragon King appeared, unleashing a torrential dragon's breath toward Hetek. At the sight of the Abyssal Dragon King, a fleeting look of surprise flashed through Hetek's eyes. An ancient tier beast master? Impressive, but it won't carry you this far. Boy, show me all your cards. Otherwise, you can still admit defeat now. As he spoke, his form swelled explosively, muscles bulging like towering mountains. His entire form transformed into a 100-foot-tall, azure colossus of a bull, its eyes glowing crimson, nostrils expelling white steam. He intended to crush this man with a single blow in his most formidable form. Then, that youngster who had dared to resist him would finally understand. When the one he deemed powerful was but an ant in his own eyes, the look on his face would surely be priceless. Thus, Hetek made no attempt to conceal his power, revealing his mightiest form outright. The true form of the Azure Ox clan? Jiang Feng's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile curling his lips. Then let me show you my trump card. The blazing heavenly falcon materialized, immediately emitting a piercing cry as countless meteor-like flames slammed toward Hetek. 2 ancient tier beasts? A cold sneer flashed in Hetuok's eyes as he scoffed, humph. What good is sheer number? My Azure Wild Bull clan's physical bodies are more than capable of clashing head-on with ancient tier beasts. Yet before his words faded, the mountain-shattering black tortoise, the nether prison 3-headed hound, and the 9 extremes primordial sword spirit emerged in succession. Several terrifying auras descended with a thunderous crash. The terrifying pressure made the entire 99th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses tremble. Even Hatua, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, froze in place. This kid actually possesses so many terrifying beasts. This can't be. Hatuo's footsteps abruptly halted, his eyes brimming with disbelief. 4 ancient tier beast companions? What kind of monster are you? He had assumed this kid possessed at most 2 ancient grade beasts. But to have 4? And a spirit sword radiating such formidable pressure? Jang Fong offered no reply, merely waving his hand lightly. All 4 beasts launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of devastating assaults that swept down like a raging flood. Faced with such terrifying onslaught, even the formidable physical prowess the Tianqing Manhwa clan prided themselves on proved insufficient to withstand. Hetek suppressed his panic and attempted to resist, but his strength proved utterly feeble against the 4 ancient great beasts. The arrogance in Hetok's eyes was finally replaced by fear. Gazing at the eerily calm human youth before him, and finally understood the meaning behind the dual classer's words. Before absolute might, all struggle is futile. Chapter 113, Massive EXP Bonanza, Feast Away. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Pride, everyone watched the rankings on the 99th floor with bated breath. Would that Beastmaster powerhouse truly prevail over the alien prodigy? If the divine spirit source were seized, the Great Yan Empire might have to wait another century to produce a single 10th transformation powerhouse. With the national war imminent, the divine spirit source was their only hope. Many practitioners frowned deeply, even Ouyang Yue clenched her fists unconsciously. At that moment, within the Great Yan Palace, several powerful figures stationed at the starry sky Great Wall sipped tea with leisurely expressions. The leader, his expression devoid of warmth, addressed Shi Daoming, "In half a month, the war between your Great Yan and the 7 nations will commence. If your Yan Emperor surrenders that artifact, I can persuade the 7 nations to drop the matter this time." It must be noted that although these 10th-tier powerhouses guarding the starry sky Great Wall were not permitted to participate in this war, but with a single word from them, the 7 nations could petition Great Yan for a truce. This would be the best possible outcome for Great Yan. Yet upon hearing these words, Shi Daoming's expression turned icy. "You dream if you think the Yan Emperor will hand over that item. This battle, let it begin." Since Great Yan declared war on the 7 nations, it must have its own trump card. Hearing this, the leader's eyes flashed with displeasure, a hint of savagery gleaming within. "Very well. When the 7 kingdoms conquer Great Yan, we shall slaughter the city to demonstrate our resolve. They say the Yan Emperor cherishes his people like his own children. I'll see how many must die before he willingly surrenders it." Shi Daoming responded with an indifferent expression. "The outcome of this war remains uncertain. Who knows whether it will be the 7 kingdoms or our Great Yan that perishes." With that, Shi Daoming swept his sleeves and rose to leave. All this time, these men have coveted Great Yan for one reason alone: the Emperor's supreme treasure. At this moment, Jang Fong had reached the 100th tier of the genius rankings. Standing at the 100th level of the genius ranking felt like reaching the end of an endless starry expanse. Gazing into the distance, he could even witness numerous supernovas erupting. In that moment, he felt the insignificance of humanity, the insignificance of Earth within the cosmos. Ding! You have a quest to submit. Submit? Upon hearing the notification, Jang Fong selected submit without hesitation. Submission successful. Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the 5th transformation. However, this submission brought no advancement notification, leaving Jang Fong feeling somewhat hollow. Just as he was admiring the magnificent spectacle, a strange ripple suddenly rippled through the void. A massive tentacle coalesced from the void, slowly unfurling as black as ink. Yet this colossal tentacle was merely one among many. As Jiang Feng's gaze followed its path, more tentacles materialized across the starry sky. It resembled an octopus of infinite proportions. Golden light flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he attempted to use the true sight eye to discern its information, yet all he received was the unknown. This was the first time he had encountered an existence that even the true sight eye could not decipher. A wave of shock washed over Jang Fong. How could this thing resemble Cthulhu so much? Suddenly, its tentacles extended, enveloping Jang Fong in utter darkness. The surrounding starlight vanished instantly, replaced by boundless darkness. Within this darkness echoed the endless growls of ferocious beasts. Looks like this is probably the final trial of the Tower of Heavenly Pride. Jang Fong raised an eyebrow, then summoned his beast companion. A dazzling golden light erupted within the darkness. The figure of the blazing heaven falcon shone like the sun itself, illuminating the entire darkness. What met the eye was a seemingly endless tide of black beasts. They spread across the entire space like an endless ocean. Countless monstrous beasts with bizarre appearances growled low. Though their forms varied greatly, each bore strange tentacles. Monster, dark creature. Level, 180. Description: born from the darkness, possessing formidable devouring and corrosive abilities. After glancing at the attribute panel of this monstrous tide, Jiang Feng's face showed no trace of panic. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips. It's important to note that as adventurers progress, each level requires an enormous amount of experience points. Especially after breaking through to the 5th transformation, the consumption of experience becomes immense. Under normal circumstances, a professional could only advance 2 or 3 levels in a month. And that's only if they're constantly grinding in high-level dungeons, true workhorses. However, someone like Jang Fong, capable of summoning ancient tier beasts, possessed exceptional map-clearing abilities. This allows him to drastically shorten the time required, something others would find incredibly difficult to achieve. Of course, purchasing experience cards is another way to boost one's level. However, experience cards that grant massive amounts of experience points come at exorbitant prices and have limited uses. If used more than 3 times, experience card type items will no longer grant any experience points. It's like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. This final trial is just handing me experience points. Jang Fong gazed at the monsters over level 100, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The experience they offered far exceeded that of ordinary dungeons. If this place was hell for other adventurers, then for Jang Fong, it was undoubtedly paradise. Immediately, the mountain-sealing black tortoise, abyssal dragon king, netherworld hound, and sword spirit were summoned once more. As the torrential attacks of these ancient tier beasts descended, the ocean-like tide of monsters before him was bombarded relentlessly. Their experience points transformed into sparkling starlight, continuously surging into Jiang Feng's body. This was like harvesting chives, a satisfyingly large haul. Not only was Jiang Feng's level rapidly climbing, but the levels of his 4 beasts were soaring as well. Under the boost of Jiang Feng's skill, Divine Affinity, their attacks became even more terrifying. The dense swarm of dark creatures surging toward Jinyue Xuanwu's body were crushed into black sludge by a single stomp of his massive foot. The terrifying power fluctuations radiated outward, instantly killing a vast swath of enemies. After an unknown period of relentless purging, all of Jiang Feng's tamed beasts reached their maximum level. Jang Fong himself had now reached the peak of the 5th transformation. Empowered by the Divine Affinity, the Blazing Heaven Falcon's attack power had surged past 8 million. The Abyssal Dragon King possessed only around 6 million combat power, while the Underworld Hound's combat power had risen to over 3 million. After all, the Blazing Glorious Falcon was now a 5th-tier beast, so its combat power was naturally much higher. The Mountain Anchoring Black Tortoise had reached 2 million combat power, an absurdly high figure. After all, it is primarily a defensive beast, and its vitality has directly surpassed 10 million. The mere aura radiating from them caused the surrounding void to ripple faintly. What a splendid opportunity, Jang Fong murmured, a deep smile spreading across his face. This massive influx of experience points felt incredibly satisfying. If only he could experience this every time he broke through a level cap. Chapter 114, The Source of Divinity. Just as Jiang Fong dispatched the final monster, a sudden burst of light erupted from its body. Something seemed to fall from its body. Huh, so it drops items after all? Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed in mild surprise. After all, he had just defeated a sea of monsters without a single item dropping. Could this be the reward for completing this trial? With a thought, Jiang Fong summoned the sword spirit to retrieve the item that had fallen from a monster. With a flick of his hand, the glowing orb hovered in the palm of his hand. Talent Skill Book High Tier. Type, Skill Book. Applicable classes, any. Usable level, LV 100. Description, upon use, the practitioner may randomly comprehend one innate skill. It's actually a talent skill book usable by any class? Jiang Feng's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. After all, innate skill books were coveted by countless adventurers. This thing allows one to randomly master a talent skill, effectively granting one an extra trump card over others. Typically, after awakening a profession, one gains foundational innate skills, and advancing in that profession might also grant special innate skills. Beyond that, if one wished to comprehend a talent skill independently, aside from relying on countless hours of personal insight and training, the only other way is through talent skill books. This method is not only the simplest, but also the fastest way. Compared to countless cycles of insight and training, using a skill book for direct mastery is far quicker. However, talent skill books are extremely rare drops and carry strong class restrictions. For instance, a mage's innate skill book cannot be used by a warrior. Even so, a low-tier talent skill book can fetch an absurdly high price. Typically, low-tier talent skill books only awaken relatively weak talents. But if a warrior awakens a low-tier talent skill, even one that boosts their strength by just 1%, they can gain the upper hand against opponents of equal skill. After all, victory or defeat in combat hinges on such fleeting moments. And bridging that split-second gap requires an unimaginable amount of effort, perhaps an effort that can never be fully compensated. Seeing this high-tier talent skill book in his hands, one with no class restrictions, a flicker of delight crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. After all, who would ever complain about having too many trump cards? With a gentle clench of his palm, Jang Fong immediately chose to activate it. The talent skill book instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into Jiang Feng's body. Corresponding information appeared on the information panel before his eyes. You have successfully fused the talent skill book. Congratulations on mastering the new innate skill, teleportation. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, the user can teleport to any location within a maximum range of 2,000 meters as far as the eye can see. Note, this talent skill can be upgraded by spending 300,000 evolution points. The moment he saw the skill, Jiang Fong froze in surprise. He truly hadn't expected to awaken a skill like teleportation. With teleportation, he now possessed another powerful trump card, capable of achieving a surprise effect. But when he saw the option below to spend 300,000 evolution points to upgrade it, the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl upward. If teleportation alone was this ridiculously powerful, how absurdly overpowered would it become after upgrading? Upgrade. Jiang Fong silently commanded without hesitation. Upgrade successful. Teleportation upgraded to spatial leap. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, maximum jump distance, 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters. Not bad. A satisfied look flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. This skill would be excellent for both escaping and pursuing targets. While other scrolls or items could substitute for the skill, they were all consumables. A talent skill, however, could be used permanently. As the monsters were completely eradicated, the massive tentacle that had enveloped him within this space dispersed. Then, the tip of one tentacle moved toward Jiang Fong, bearing a fist-sized rhombic fragment that radiated a rainbow-colored glow. Source of divinity fragment. Grade, divine. Usable level, LV 100. Description, a fragment containing the primordial power of deities holding terrifying divine might. Hint, collecting the complete divine origin can grant the status of a true god. Just fragments? Jang Fong couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. If it were the complete divine origin, his demigod profession would transform into a true god. To ascend to godhood in a single moment. How thrilling that prospect was. But greed leads to indigestion, and Jang Fong wasn't one to rush things. Jang Fong reached out and took the rhombus-shaped fragment, which radiated a rainbow-colored glow. A warm sensation spread across his palm. He drew a deep breath, then swiftly integrated the divine essence into his body. The next moment, he felt as though an endless torrent of power surged through his body. Terrifying divine power continuously fortifying his body. An indescribable warmth rapidly spread from his dantian, traveling through his meridians to every part of his body. Every inch of flesh and bone underwent subtle transformations under this force's baptism. Is this divine power? Jang Fong closed his eyes, feeling the surging force within him. A faint, multicolored glow began to shimmer on his skin, flickering like distant stars, making him appear like an immortal descended from myth. Fragments of the divine source gradually melted within him, transforming into the purest energy that poured through his being. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed within his mind. Jang Fong abruptly opened his eyes, a divine light flashing within them. Simultaneously, he sensed a certain shackle within himself being utterly shattered. That was the very constraint preventing him from advancing from the 9th transformation to the 10th transformation realm. You have successfully fused the divine origin fragment. Strength plus 500,000, agility plus 300,000, constitution plus 400,000, spirit plus 600,000. You have acquired the passive skill, divine protection basic. Description, forms a divine barrier over the body, absorbing damage equal to 20% of your maximum HP, cooldown, 24 hours. Note, this skill will upgrade as more divine essence fragments are fused. Jang Fong clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Though they're only fragments, this boost is already quite substantial. What would it be like to gather the complete divine source and truly attain godhood? Jang Fong dared not imagine it, but for him, acquiring the fragments of the divine source was merely a matter of time. Chapter 115, The 9 Transformation Corpse Demon King. Great Yan Palace. Has he not emerged yet? Third Elder Yi Helling gazed toward the teleportation array of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, a look of concern in his eyes. Half a month had slipped by in the blink of an eye. With only one day left until the national war commenced, Jang Fong remained on the 100th floor of the Tower of Heavenly Pride, showing no sign of movement. By this point, regardless of whether Jang Fong had successfully obtained the divine source or not, he should have emerged by now. Yet why was there still no sign of movement? Sharing his unease was the Grand Elder, Qi Daoming, his brows furrowed as he stared intently into the distance. They no longer harbored hopes of Jang Fong obtaining the divine source. Their greatest wish now was simply for him to emerge unharmed. After all, the divine spirit source was not something easily obtained. Otherwise, how could the Great Yan Empire have gone centuries without producing a single prodigy possessing the divine spirit source? At this moment, the 7 nations had already assembled countless powerful warriors to guard the borders of Great Yan. When the war between nations commenced, the 7 nations would strike against Great Yan simultaneously. By then, the Great Yan Empire will surely fall. People of Great Yan, surrender now. Otherwise, once we set foot within your borders, rivers of blood will flow. The mighty warriors of the 7 nations sneered and taunted the practitioners within the Great Yan borders. After all, 7 nations attacking one Great Yan simply had no capacity to resist. Even if they could hold out for days, could they last a month? Or even 2? Once the defenses along the Great Yan border were breached, they could march straight to the Great Yan capital. Once the nation fell, these invading warriors would reap immense rewards. Women, gold, gear, artifacts all beckoned like tempting prizes. You want us to surrender? Screw that. You're delusional. Facing the taunts of the 7 nations' elite warriors, the Great Yan professionals glared back with fury. As the commander stationed at the Great Yan border, Shangguan Bai wore a heavy expression. To this day, the Grand Elder had yet to issue any operational directives. Tomorrow marked the start of the national war. Without any countermeasures, how could the Great Yan professionals possibly withstand the combined assault of the 7 nations' forces? Even with the Great Protective Formation activated, it would likely not hold out for long. They did not fear a bloody battle. What they dreaded was a hopeless bloodbath, one that would only lead to futile sacrifices. While awaiting developments, Shangguan Bai prepared to reinforce the border defenses with all available resources. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly sensed a heart-stopping aura. This aura was so intense that even he, a 9th transformation powerhouse, felt a pang of dread. Who's there? Show yourself. Shangguan Bai snapped his head up, blinking into the sky in an instant. His gaze swept warily over everything around him. His aura instantly flared out, a sharp energy spreading like a raging blade in all directions. The other practitioners present also sensed the dangerous aura, their expressions abruptly darkening. The next instant, a tall yet emaciated figure slowly emerged from the void before them. Several bone-like wings protruded from his back, and a putrid stench of decay wafted from his body. Beneath the exposed ribs on his chest, something unidentifiable writhed in a bloody mass. 2 crimson ghostly flames flickered within its eyes. This is the 9 Transformation Corpse Demon King. Shangguan Bai's heart raced with terror. The 9 Transformation Corpse Demon King possessed a terrifying combat power exceeding 7 million. Not only did it possess terrifying offensive power, but it also wielded methods capable of annihilating enemies across vast areas. But how had such a monstrous entity appeared within the borders of Great Yan? Logically, with Great Yan currently under a state of seclusion, the 7 kingdoms couldn't possibly have smuggled this Corpse Demon King in without warning. Act now. Shangguan Bai immediately commanded the mercenaries. If it wasn't eliminated promptly, once midnight passed, the 7 nations would exploit the chaos to breach the border defenses. Then, Great Yan would face utter catastrophe. The blade-like coalescing in Shangguan Bai's palm descended in an instant, transforming mid-air into 100 zhang-long golden blade beam, striking directly at the Corpse Demon King. Yet the Corpse Demon King merely raised a hand. A dense, grey death energy surged from his palm, rushing toward the blade beam like a tidal wave. Boom! The blade beam collided with the death energy, erupting in a deafening explosion. Yet the fierce blade light shattered inch by inch before the death energy, dissolving away as if melting within moments. The Corpse Demon King let out a savage laugh. His bone wings flapped violently behind him, unleashing a torrent of death energy that poured down like a flood. Shangguan Bai's pupils contracted sharply as an unprecedented wave of dread surged through him. Thick, grey death energy instantly engulfed the entire border outpost. All the professionals within its grasp felt a chill surge from their souls straight to the crown of their heads. Immediately afterward, their bodies stiffened, limbs heavy as 1,000-pound boulders, completely immobilized. No! Shangguan Bai's expression turned horrified as he frantically channeled his power, forming a golden protective barrier around his body that barely resisted the death energy's corrosion. But other practitioners lacked such power. Their magical energy flow slowed, their blood gradually congealed, and even their hearts began to beat more slowly. Those with weaker cultivation turned ashen, their vitality rapidly draining away. Ha 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 ha! You ants, wallow in despair. The Corpse Demon King emitted a bone-chilling laugh. The writhing flesh on his chest grew more active, seemingly reveling in the pleasure of devouring life force. Shangguan Bai gritted his teeth, forcing his body forward as he flew. A golden longsword coalesced in his hand, aimed straight for the Corpse Demon King's chest. An ant is but an ant ignorant of death. The Corpse Demon King dismissed him with contempt. With a flap of its bone wings, a barrier of death energy blocked the golden blade. Simultaneously, it spread its clawed fingers and lunged toward Shangguan Bai. Shangguan Bai instantly felt death energy coalesce around him, binding him like countless steel wires. His body froze, and the flow of his magical power became painfully restricted. Damn it! Shangguan Bai's eyes blazed crimson as he strained every ounce of strength to struggle. It watched helplessly as the Corpse Demon King closed in step by step. At that very moment, a terrifying aura, deep as an abyss, erupted from the depths of the Great Yan Palace. Immediately afterward, a streak of light shot toward the Great Yan border like a meteor. The Flame Emperor has set forth. Elder Qi Daoming's eyes snapped open as he gazed at the figure racing toward the border, his expression filled with shock. He could sense the Emperor's power surging once more, yet the aura emanating from him grew increasingly frail. Without hesitation, Qi Daoming leapt up and followed the figure toward the border. Boom! Just as the Great Yan professionals at the border were being severely wounded by the suddenly appearing Corpse Ghost King, a terrifying force descended like divine wrath, crashing violently onto the Corpse Demon King's body. Under this strike, the Ghoul King, which had been rampaging moments before, instantly dissolved into a pool of foul-smelling liquid. Chapter 116, The Great Serpent Yamada no Orochi, Slain. As the dust settled, moonlight flowed like water. A majestic figure descended from the heavens, clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns. His weathered face radiated an aura as deep as an abyss. Merely standing there, the deathly aura around him receded like a retreating tide. Emperor Yan. Shangguan Bai struggled to lift his head, his eyes blazing with excitement. At the sight of the elder radiating an unparalleled, terrifying aura, the professional warriors at the border were filled with overwhelming emotion. They cried out in unison, "We greet the Flame Emperor." With the Flame Emperor present, even if the invading forces of the 7 kingdoms attacked together, they felt not a shred of fear. Even the gravely wounded adventurers, upon beholding the Emperor's towering figure, were filled with reverence so much so that they momentarily forgot the agony of their injuries. The Flame Emperor gave a slight nod, extending his palm as a strand of golden light coalesced within it. It then radiated outward, enveloping every professional present. The wounded professionals watched in astonishment as their injuries rapidly healed, while a gentle force dispelled the death energy within their bodies. His gaze then fell upon the allied forces of the 7 nations gathered beyond the border, his eyes cold as frost. Just then, Shi Daoming hurriedly arrived, his expression troubled. Your Majesty, revealing your power now risks provoking the 7 nations elite to preemptively scheme and target you. Facing a great enemy, how can we hold back our strength? The Yan Emperor shook his head, his voice calm as he declared. The people and soldiers of Great Yan are all my subjects. Protecting them is my duty. The armies of the 7 nations, composed of professional warriors, saw that towering figure in the sky and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Was this the legendary Emperor of Great Yan? Now, witnessing his presence terrifying as an abyss, they felt a deep dread. Though it was said the Yan Emperor had only reached the 9th transformation, the overwhelming aura radiating from him rivaled that of a 10th transformation. Yet the high command of the 7 nations showed no trace of fear upon witnessing the Emperor's appearance. The governor of Iglooing Nation leapt into the air, and the commanders of the other 6 nations swiftly followed suit. Emperor Yan, it's been nearly a century since we last met, hasn't it? The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation addressed the Flame Emperor as if greeting an old friend. I've remained secluded within the Great Yan Palace all these years. Judging by the aura emanating from you, it seems no one below the 10th transformation could possibly challenge you. Shi Daoming barked coldly, since you know my emperor's strength, withdraw your troops at once. Heh, withdraw? The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation sneered coldly, then unleashed a surge of power as overwhelming as a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave crashing, but alas, I have already ascended to the 10th transformation. Hearing this, not only did Shi Daoming and the Great Yan soldiers tremble inwardly, but even the Yan Emperor furrowed his brows slightly. Who would have thought the Eagle Nation's governor had ascended to the 10th transformation? This represented the peak combat power on Earthstar utterly unmatched. With a 10th transformation expert unleashing his power, Great Yan might not survive this war. The Yan Emperor's expression remained unruffled as he spoke calmly. The 10th transformation is indeed formidable. Yet if I were to trade 1 for 1 with you, victory might still be within reach. Hearing this, the Eagle Nation governor's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated the Yan Emperor displaying such a death-defying resolve. He had assumed the Yan Emperor remained secluded within the Great Yan Palace merely to prolong his life. Yet the Emperor of Yan from a century ago had already foreseen today's situation. Such a century-long conspiracy was truly breathtaking. Though the Eagle Nation governor had broken through to the 10th transformation, he cherished his life more than anyone. Reaching the 10th transformation was an incredibly arduous feat. If he were to perish alongside the Flame Emperor, even if the Eagle Nation reaped immense benefits from this war, he wouldn't gain a single benefit. Moreover, the Flame Emperor was already a spent force. Allowing this dying man to drag him, a 10th-tier powerhouse, down with him would make this battle utterly unprofitable. Yet the Eagle Nation governor kept these thoughts hidden. 6 nations' elite warriors were here to drain the Flame Emperor's strength for him. He didn't believe the Flame Emperor still possessed the strength to match him. In that case, the Eagle Nation governor said with a smirk, his words laced with provocation, dare you step forth and face me in single combat? Since you challenge me, what have I to fear? The Flame Emperor's expression remained serene as he stepped beyond the Great Yan border, causing ripples to ripple through the void. Seeing the Flame Emperor actually accept the challenge, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flashed in the Eagle Nation governor's eyes. He hadn't expected him to actually accept the challenge. He immediately signaled to the commander of Cuckoo Nation. Without hesitation, the commander of Cuckoo Nation summoned his nation's sacred artifact. The heavens above abruptly transformed, revealing the colossal form of a monstrous creature. The creature possessed 8 heads, its eyes like red-hot irons, and 8 tails swaying behind it. Its body was colossal, stretching tens of thousands of meters across, nearly obscuring the entire sky while radiating an overwhelming aura. Shadow of the 8-headed serpent. Level, 600. HP, 300 million. Combat power, 17 million. The terrifying aura of Yamada no Orochi swept across the land. Its 8 massive heads loomed over the Great Yan forces, their crimson vertical pupils radiating boundless savagery. Faced with the Yamada no Orochi's terrifying presence, the Great Yan forces once again fell into a state of tension. Who would have thought Cuckoo Nation possessed an artifact capable of summoning mythical creatures from legend? Emperor Yan, this is merely a token of our hospitality. I wonder if you possess the strength to defeat it. The Eagle Nation's governor's smile held undisguised contempt. This trump card alone could drain more than half of the Flame Emperor's power. By then, his attempt to fight me would be nothing more than a futile struggle. It's merely a projection. Were its true form to descend, perhaps I might fear it a little. The Flame Emperor spoke coldly as he raised his hand. A golden edict radiating resplendent divine might shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the edict transformed into a colossal golden divine dragon. Forged from the very fortune of the Great Yan Empire, the golden dragon charged toward the Yamada no Orochi with terrifying might. Boom! 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 The golden dragon unleashed its devastating power, spewing a torrent of dragon's breath that slammed into the head of the Yamata no Orochi. 50 million. 100 million. 150 million. The staggering damage figures flashed before their eyes, sending shockwaves through the entire Yen army. They never imagined the golden divine dragon's damage could be so terrifying. The Eagle Nation's governor and the Six Nations commanders watched the scene, their eyes darkening as shock rippled through their minds. They never imagined that even with the Great Yan Empire's current national fortune, it could still manifest such a terrifying golden dragon. If the Great Yan's national fortune were still at its zenith, wouldn't the power wielded by this golden dragon be capable of slaying gods? At that moment, the projection of the Yamata no Orochi let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its form gradually faded away, its terrifying aura rapidly dissipating. The commander of Koku Nation watched in utter disbelief. That was their national treasure and it had been utterly crushed by that golden dragon? Chapter 117, with mortal form, I battle the divine. Yet harnessing the fortune of an entire nation demands immense magical energy. The aged face of the Yen Emperor had begun to turn pale. The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation noticed the emperor's change, a cold smile curling his lips. Emperor Yen, though you've borrowed the fortune of Great Yen, your own expenditure must be considerable. That was merely an appetizer. Can you withstand the onslaught to come? Though the might of the Great Yan's national fortune had indeed startled him, could he truly withstand the coming blows? Once this night passed, they could lead the armies of the Seven Nations to invade Great Yan. The Great Yan would then be theirs for the taking, to be divided among themselves. Bring forth whatever arts you possess. I shall meet your challenge. Though the Yen Emperor's aura had weakened considerably, his bearing showed not a trace of cowardice. At that moment, the Eagle Nation turned to one of the commanders behind them. The commander instantly transformed into a streak of light, appearing before his own army in camp. As their combined magical power surged, countless streams of energy converged high in the sky, forming a colossal vortex. Beneath the vortex, a figure emerged clad in crimson battle robes and wielding twin-bladed war axes. An aura of majesty radiated from him, commanding the reverence of all beings, while divine light blazed in his eyes. Both the Seven Nations and the Great Yan forces before him seemed as insignificant as ants. This is a god. Shi Daoming's expression turned horrified as his information panel appeared before his eyes. Shadow of Ares, god of war. Level? Combat power, 40 million. Skills? Who would have thought the kingdom of Olympus would summon a mythical deity to battle? The flicker of hope that had just ignited among the Great Yan people was instantly doused, as if by a bucket of cold water. That was a god. How could a mere band of mortals possibly stand against a deity? The flaming emperor's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the shadow of Ares, the god of war. This projection of Ares, the war god, was far more formidable than the Yamata no Orochi from Koku Kingdom. Having already expended the nation's divine power once, their strength was now severely depleted. To think of dispatching this projection of the war god with the same tactic as before was utterly impossible. To fight a god in battle even in death, I shall not waver. A resolute expression hardened across the Yen Emperor's weathered face. In the next instant, his robes billowed violently as his aura surged, unleashing terrifying ripples that shook the very heavens and earth. Then, with a single palm strike, he lashed out at the war god Ares. In an instant, golden light surged forth, the heavens and earth trembled, and the very cosmos shifted. A terrifying power, seemingly capable of crushing half the heavens, surged forth. A mere insect dares to challenge the gods? A trace of contempt flickered in Ares' divine eyes as he raised his twin-bladed war axe, hacking directly at the palm strike. Boom! Two forces collided mid-air, sending terrifying energy ripples spreading outward like waves. The clouds in the sky vaporized instantly under this force. And the night sky was instantly illuminated by golden and crimson light, as if daylight had descended. The Flame Emperor's form was instantly knocked back hundreds of feet by the impact, his robes torn to shreds, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the shadow of Ares, the god of war, remained utterly unmoved. An ant is but an ant. To defy the gods is to overreach. Ares' voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating in every ear. The commanders of the Seven Nations witnessed this scene, their faces lighting up with even greater joy. The Flame Emperor can barely hold on. It seems this war has lost all suspense. The Eagle Nation's governor sneered coldly. The soldiers along the Great Yan border witnessed this scene, despair welling up within them. Shi Daoming clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with frustration and urgency. Though he was a 9-transformation cultivator, he found no opening to intervene in a battle of this caliber. The shadow of the war god Ares towered above, radiating divine light. His twin-bladed battle axe spun lightly in his hands, as if he were merely playing. You are but an insect. Your struggle only prolongs your agony. The Flame Emperor wiped the blood from his lips and slowly straightened his body, his aged eyes blazing with unyielding resolve. What of it if you are a god? Today, I shall fight you as a mortal. The Flame Emperor formed seals with both hands, his magical power surging. Earth's pulse flowed into him like a tidal wave. A brilliant golden light erupted from his body, illuminating the surrounding area. Ares snorted coldly, swinging his twin-bladed battle axe with a fierce swing. A blood-red axe beam sliced through the sky like a startled bird, hurtling straight toward the Flame Emperor. Instead of retreating, the Flame Emperor advanced. Clasping his palms together, he then snapped them apart. A golden wall of light materialized out of thin air, blocking the earth-shattering axe beam. Boom! The wall of light shattered, scattering into countless golden fragments. The Flame Emperor flickered and vanished, reappearing at Ares' side. Great Flame Emperor technique, thunderclap palm. The Flame Emperor struck out with a palm, lightning flickering from his palm like thunder descending from the heavens. Ares sneered in disdain, sweeping his battle axe horizontally. A crimson crescent-shaped blade of light met the thunderous strike. The two forces collided once more, erupting in a blinding flash of light. The Flame Emperor was once again forced back, but this time he steadied himself, unscathed. Interesting. An ant possesses an unyielding spirit? Ares narrowed his divine eyes slightly. Then witnessed the true might of a god. The god of war stepped into the void, causing the entire sky to tremble. He raised his twin-bladed war axe high, blood-red divine power coalescing like solid substance upon the axe blades. Axe of the war god. Ares roared as the axe crashed down, a colossal crimson axe shadow descending from the heavens, as if it could cleave the earth in two. The Flame Emperor's expression grew grave. He knew this strike could not be met head-on. His hands swiftly formed seals, conjuring a vast golden formation upon the ground. Great Flame Protective National Array. Activate. Golden pillars of light shot skyward from the formation, colliding with the crimson axe shadow. Boom! The entire border region shook violently under the impact, sending countless soldiers tumbling haphazardly. The Great Protective Formation struggled to withstand this divine strike, yet countless cracks already marred its surface. Ha 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 ha! Your defense is nothing special. Ares roared with maniacal laughter, intensifying his divine power output. The Great National Protection Formation finally collapsed, shattering with a thunderous crash. The Crimson Axe shadow, its momentum unabated, hurtled straight toward the Flame Emperor. In the critical moment, the Flame Emperor's eyes narrowed. His last reserves of magical power surged wildly within him as he raised both hands to the heavens. Immortal body. The Yan Emperor's form abruptly swelled, transforming into a golden colossus 1,000 zhang tall, the very immortal body forged from the great fortune of the Yan Empire. He extended his colossal palm, forcibly catching this earth-shattering strike. What? Ares' expression changed, clearly not expecting the Flame Emperor to possess such a hidden trump card. The golden giant seized the axe's shadow and crushed it with a fierce squeeze. The axe's shadow shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light that vanished into the air. So what if you're the god of war? Today, I shall make you understand the destiny of the Great Yan Empire must not be defiled. The golden giant strode forward, closing in on Ares, and raised his fist to strike. This punch was simple and direct, yet it contained the full force of the Great Yan nation's destiny. Ares' expression grew grave as he crossed his axes to block. Boom! The collision of their attacks shook the very heavens and earth. Ares was sent reeling dozens of meters back, his arms trembling slightly. Chapter 118, Within the Great Yan realm, gods are forbidden. Interesting. So this is what they call the power of national destiny. Ares' expression turned serious. But you are still merely mortal, while I am a god. The war god's divine radiance surged, blazing warfire igniting upon his twin-bladed battle axes. His form flickered, transforming into a crimson streak of light as he charged toward the golden giant. 1,000-blade slash. Ares' figure traced countless afterimages through the air. Each afterimage wielding a battle axe, forming a dense swarm of axe shadows that completely surrounded the golden giant. The golden giant advanced instead of retreating, swinging his fists to clash head-on with the countless axe shadows. Each collision erupted with earth-shattering roars. The commanders of the 7 nations watched the spectacle, their smiles gradually freezing on their faces. How can this Flame Emperor possess such astonishing power, actually holding his own against the war god Ares? The commander of Olympus watched the battle above, his heart filled with profound shock. At that moment, the bells of the 7 nations' encampments began to toll. 12 deep tolls echoed across the battlefield, officially declaring the start of the nation's war. The time has come. The governor of Eagle Nation's lips curled into a smug smile. A flash of greed flickered in the eyes of the commanders of several nations. The long-awaited moment had finally arrived. Dian's dungeons, artifacts, resources, and women all shall be ours today. Begin the assault on Great Yan. At the governor of Eagle Nation's command, a vast army surged into the Great Yan territory like a tsunami, the deafening clamor of battle instantly shaking the heavens. Countless assaults crashed against the Great Yan's protective national array, causing the entire formation to flicker and ripple. It was feared the Great Protective Array could hold out for no more than 10 minutes before collapsing under the combined assault of the 7 nations' armies. Witnessing this, Qi Daoming's cold brow furrowed as power surged from within him like a tidal wave. With a sweeping gesture of his sleeves, his voice boomed like thunder, "People of Great Yan, follow me and swear to defend our homeland to the death." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shi Daoming soared forward. His magical power surged as he raised his hand to cast a spell. A colossal void palm materialized, reaching out to grasp the masses of the 7 nations' armies. This single strike crushed at least thousands of enemies to death. Kill. Fight for Great Yan. Countless Great Yan soldiers roared with fury, charging like an iron torrent toward the enemy lines. Knowing they were outmatched, they still charged headlong into the enemy lines. Fear did not cloud their eyes, only the resolve to die for their nation. The 7 nations' troops unleashed dazzling bursts of skill within the crowd, and Great Yan soldiers fell one after another. Yet more soldiers filled the gaps, building line after line of defense with their very bodies. High above, the Yan Emperor's situation grew increasingly dire. Each strike from the war god Ares carried earth-shattering power. And though the golden giant was formidable, he was forced to retreat again and again. Not enough. Far from enough. Ares roared with maniacal laughter. Is this the might of your nation's destiny? Trivial indeed. A commander clad in silver armor chanted a spell, pointing his scepter toward the heavens. Summon, Medusa, Queen of Serpents. As the words fell, a fissure tore open in the sky. A being descended, its upper half the form of a breathtakingly beautiful woman, its lower half a colossal serpent. Her hair was a mass of writhing venomous serpents, and her eyes flashed with a chilling, heart-stopping glint. A single glance turned a charging squadron of great flame cavalry into stone statues. Goddess of war, Athena, we beseech your descent. Another commander began his invocation. Immediately after, a goddess clad in silver armor, wielding a spear and shield, stepped out of the fissure. Thor, god of thunder. A towering figure, wielding a massive hammer and enveloped in thunderous lightning, appeared above the battlefield. With a single strike of his hammer, thunder and lightning instantly engulfed the land for miles around, and countless Yan soldiers fell screaming. Apollo, god of light. Finally, a strikingly handsome man radiating blinding golden light emerged at a measured pace. His radiance shone as brightly as the sun, transforming the entire night into daylight. The soldiers of the Great Yan Empire felt an overwhelming sense of dread and oppression. One by one, divine projections were summoned forth. Though mere projections, the aura they emitted still sent tremors rippling across the battlefield. Countless Yan citizens sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the border, lifting their heads to gaze toward the distant horizon. The sky there was illuminated by a dazzling array of energies, as bright as day. What's happening? Why is the sky so eerie? Something's happened at the border. The foreign coalition forces must have launched their attack. Can His Majesty the Emperor of Yan hold them back? Does our Great Yan truly stand a chance? As Shi Daoming witnessed foreign deities descending one after another, his expression grew increasingly grim. Shangguan Bai was also blasted back by an attack. A metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Daoming immediately channeled a surge of healing energy into his body. Shuiguan Bai wiped the blood from his lips, then looked at the Grand Elder with a pained expression. Why do foreign lands possess the means to summon deities, while our Great Yan has none? Witnessing the terrifying power unleashed by those deities, even the sacrifice of countless Great Yan soldiers would prove insufficient. Our Great Yan has suffered a generational gap in divine lineage, so no artifacts capable of summoning deities have been passed down. Shi Daoming shook his head and sighed deeply. But even if the 7 nations can summon divine projections, they won't last long, at most 5 minutes before they dissipate. 5 minutes? Shangguan Bai's brow furrowed, a look of unprecedented gravity flickering in his eyes. But can our Great Yan soldiers truly hold out for 5 minutes? In less than a minute, every soldier who had charged out from Great Yan had perished. Meanwhile, several divine projections began launching attacks against the Great Yan's protective national formation. An unprecedented sense of despair spread through every Great Yan soldier's heart. Screech! But at that very moment, a massive golden bird soared toward the battlefield. Look! It's that Beastmaster's mount. He's come to aid us. As the piercing cry of the blazing halo falcon echoed across the heavens and earth, countless Great Yan soldiers saw hope reignite in their eyes. Even Shi Daoming's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. With Jiang Feng's reinforcement, they could hold out until the divine power dissipated. At that moment, Jang Fong, standing atop the fiery falcon's back feathers, saw golden light swirling in his eyes. Merely projections of the gods? If the true forms of these deities descended, it would still pose considerable pressure for Jang Fong. But mere projections held no fear for him. Several divine projections also noticed the approaching golden giant bird. Jang Fong pressed his toes against the falcon's back feathers, hovering in the sky. Within the Great Yan realm, the passage of gods is forbidden. As the words fell from his lips, he immediately activated the divine might skill. In an instant, overwhelming divine might surged from Jiang Feng's body, its terrifying power striking fear into all beings. Chapter 119, Those who offend Great Yan shall be slain, even gods. The projections of several deities sensed Jiang Feng's aura, their expressions shifting slightly. This was the true aura of a god, there was no mistake. Yet they were merely projections descended from the divine. Their power was but a mere fraction of their true might. Yet the divine aura emanating from the youth before them was unmistakably that of a true god. A true god is one who possesses divine essence, an existence transcending the ordinary. Had their true forms descended, they would never have destroyed this unknown deity before them. Yet as mere projections, even combined, they likely cannot match a deity wielding its full power. Moreover, their existence lasted but a mere few minutes. Witnessing the divine might radiating from Jiang Feng, the commanders of the 7 nations and their entire army were utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! When did a god appear within the borders of Great Yan? The governor of Eagle Sauce Nation's expression grew even more grim. He never imagined a deity could exist within Great Yan. What was a god? Even the peerless 10 transformation supermasters revered by the masses. Before a true god, they were but ants capable of a few feeble struggles. No, that brat was a beast tamer before. Even if he cleared the Great Yan Tower of heavenly prodigies and obtained the divine source, he couldn't have ascended to godhood instantly. The words came from the blonde man beside the Eagle Nation governor. When Jang Fong had activated his domain earlier and slain the envoys of the 7 nations, he had only cut down one of his clones. At that time, Jang Fong could indeed wield a domain. He knew full well that Jang Fong could not possibly become a true god in such a short time. As the armies of the 7 nations and the gods remained on high alert, the people of Great Yan erupted in cheers and excitement. Our Great Yan actually possesses a supreme deity. Could this be a hallucination before I die? Yes. It all makes sense now. That powerful beastmaster, so young yet commanding such terrifying beasts, he was a god all along. In that instant, the soldiers of Great Yan finally understood. Who else but a god could accomplish such an unbelievable feat? Chi Daoming stared straight up at Jang Fong, his weathered face trembling with awe. Who would have thought that Jang Fong, having obtained the divine source, would ascend to godhood? With a deity now presiding over Great Yan, which nation on earth would dare show disrespect? Even the Yan Emperor, still locked in fierce combat with Ares, showed a flicker of emotion across his weathered, aged face. After all these years, Great Yan had finally produced a powerhouse capable of upholding the entire nation. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart all these years instantly lifted. What filled him with astonishment and delight was the realization that the Great Yan would henceforth be blessed by a divine protector. It would be the first nation in the history of Earthstar to give birth to a true god. How prosperous would the nation's fortune become then? Impossible. He absolutely isn't a god, he must be using some kind of special artifact. The blond man's gaze fixed intently on Jang Fong, as if searching for some flaw in him. Upon hearing this, the governor of Eagle Nation furrowed his brow. He promptly began examining Jiang Feng's interface information. Yet he couldn't see through Jiang Feng's panel at all. But based on the blond man's earlier explanation, he was naturally aware of this beast tamer who had suddenly risen with unmatched talent. After a moment's contemplation, he ordered, "Continue the assault. Even if he is a god, he is but a false deity." The gap between a pseudo-god and a true god was as vast as heaven and earth, as different as chalk and cheese. Moreover, the 7 nations had now amassed millions of troops. Regardless of whether this youth was a pseudo-god. Even if he were a true god who had just attained divinity, his power would certainly not be solidified. Given their current strength, slaying a new deity was not beyond their reach. Moreover, slaying a deity yields a divine heart. And after a 10th transformation powerhouse fuses with it, they might even gain a chance at attaining godhood. At this thought, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the Eagle Nation's governor. Surveying the assembly of gods below and the vast ocean-like armies of the 7 nations, Jang Fong raised his hand, and the abyssal Dragon King extended from the void. Its colossal form, stretching countless shang in length, obscured half the sky. Boom! The mountain-ceiling black tortoise also descended from the void, landing amidst the armies of the 7 nations. The immense shockwave instantly crushed thousands of practitioners into a pulp, even causing the ground to sink several inches. The underworld hound unleashed its skill, dark prison roar, sweeping through a vast army of low-tier practitioners. The arrival of these 4 ancient great spirit beasts instantly annihilated over 100,000 troops charging toward the Great Yan border. Spirit tamer god? Apollo, the god of light, watched as Jiang Feng summoned these 4 ancient great spirit beasts, his brows furrowing slightly. But he remembered that the spirit tamer god had not yet fallen. Logically, before an old god perished, it was impossible for a new deity of equal divine rank to emerge. Only by merging with the divine essence of an old god could one ascend to godhood. Very well. Though I know not how you attain godhood on earth, if you obstruct me today, you become my enemy. Once you step into the divine realm, your fate will be nothing less than having your godhood stripped and enduring eternal punishment. Within the divine realm, numerous divine kingdoms existed, each ruled by a sovereign deity who reigned over their respective domains. My apologies, but your threats hold no sway over me. Jiang Feng's lips curled slightly, yet a chill flashed in his eyes. Those who dare to offend the Great Yan shall be slain even if they are gods. A long sword radiating immense power materialized beside him. Slash! The low command boomed like a muffled thunderclap, piercing the heavens and shaking the clouds. As the sword swung down, A dazzling sword beam sliced across the heavens, cleaving the sky itself in two. Wherever the blades glow past, the air itself was torn apart, emitting a piercing, shrill screech. The 7 nation warriors charging at the forefront didn't even have time to react before being swallowed by this terrifying sword energy, reduced to nothingness. Interesting. Dare to challenge me? A cold smile spread across Apollo's handsome face as he raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying divine force that collided with the sword beam. Boom! The collision of the two forces erupted in blinding light, scattering clouds across thousands of miles. The shockwave swept outward, hurling the ground troops away like fallen leaves. Even the other gods were forced to stumble back several steps under the immense force of the impact. Interesting. Apollo stepped out from the dazzling light. As a true god, even if newly ascended, one's power shouldn't be this feeble. If this were a true god, even a lesser one, his projection would have vanished under that strike. The other deities also sensed the anomaly, and a flicker of anger immediately appeared on their faces. A mere pseudo-god dares to show disrespect to a true god. Chapter 120, so-called gods are nothing special. So what if I show disrespect to a god? Jiang Feng's indifferent eyes held not a trace of fear. After all, Earth stars simply lacked the energy reserves to sustain the descent of a true god. Thus, Jang Fong held no fear of their true forms descending. A faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Under the gaze of the gods and the armies of the 7 nations, a peculiar ripple suddenly emanated from his body. Demigod domain, activate. In an instant, the space within a 100-mile radius seemed enveloped by an invisible barrier. However, Jiang Fong only drew these deities into his domain. Apollo, the god of light, was the first to sense the anomaly. His divine power was visibly draining at a rapid pace. The other deities also sensed the peculiarity within the domain. Their gazes sharpened as they simultaneously channeled their divine power to strike Jiang Fong. Though only projections had descended, their combat power was staggering. Even the weakest among them, Medusa, possessed over 10 million points. The combined assault of these deities felt like the end of the world itself, causing even space to tremble violently, a truly terrifying sight. Yet not a trace of fear crossed Jiang Feng's face. Remember, Jinyue Xuanwu's health pool exceeded 100 million, and its defense had skyrocketed by tens of millions. Combined with his own demigod domain, these divine projections would still lose 10% of their strength every second. Even with combat power of 20 million, 2 million would be eroded in just 10 seconds. In other words, the mountain anchoring black tortoise only needed to endure 20 seconds before these divine projections would face their doom. Facing the apocalyptic barrage, the mountain guarding black tortoise let out a deep, furious roar. A defensive barrier instantly materialized before him, absorbing the assaults of several deities. In an instant, the barrier began to tremble violently. Cracks spread like spider webs across its surface. Meanwhile, the other ancient tier beast tamers immediately launched their own assaults against the deities. Yet against deities whose power far exceeded their own, the beast tamers suffered crushing defeats. Inferior pseudo-god, is this the full extent of your power? A look of contempt flashed in the eyes of Apollo, the god of light. Still, I must thank you for making my descent to earth less tedious. To die by the hand of a true god is an honor for you. With that, he raised his arm. Divine light surged from his palm, coalescing into a blindingly bright beam. With a flick of his finger, the dazzling white light enveloped the entire demigod's domain in an endless radiance. Yet when this attack struck Jang Fong, it merely caused his robes to flutter in the wind. So this is what a god is, nothing special. Jang Fong stood with unyielding pride, a newfound composure playing at the corners of his mouth. The combat prowess of these gods had now been reduced to that of ordinary 9th transformation practitioners. And before a 9th transformation practitioner, calling Jiang Fong a true god would be no exaggeration. Arrogant. The war god Ares roared furiously, swinging his axe blade fiercely toward Jiang Fong. Yet despite the overwhelming momentum of this strike, its true destructive power could only inflict a maximum of 1 million damage. Arrogant? Then you'll be the first to taste my blade. Jiang Fong raised his hand, summoning the sword spirit. Supreme ultimate slash. A colossal blade of energy erupted in an instant, its might utterly terrifying. Beneath the strike, the war god Ares' form was pierced clean through, his health bar emptying in an instant. He then dissolved into a cluster of starlight and vanished. The other deities swiftly followed suit, disintegrating into starlight under the sword spirit's slash. Within the demigod's domain, Jang Fong would allow them to run rampant for no more than 10 seconds. Without special artifacts capable of resisting the demigod domain's weakening effects, they were all but ants before him. The only question was whether this demigod domain could weaken true gods. By the time the domain dissipated, the figures of the major deities had already vanished. Victory! The deities of Great Yan have won. Great Yan is invincible. The Great Yan deities are invincible. People of the 7 kingdoms, now it's your turn to tremble. The soldiers of Great Yan, seeing the projections of the most dreaded deities vanish, wore expressions of excitement and joy. Meanwhile, the commanders and soldiers of the 7 kingdoms began to tremble. The divine projections they had summoned had all been defeated by that man. Those were their greatest trump cards and pillars of reliance. Now, no matter how powerful their trump cards might be, they dared not act arrogantly before Jiang Feng. Those willing to surrender now may still live. Resist, and you will be slaughtered without mercy. You have 2 minutes to decide. After that, even surrenderers will die. Jiang Feng addressed the gathered armies of the 7 nations below. This teeming mass of people, even an ant would take ages to crush them all. Jiang Feng had no such patience. As for the commanders of the 7 nations, surrender meant death. There was no other path. Wait. We surrender. A large group of 7 nation soldiers chose to lay down their weapons, crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. After all, refusing to surrender meant certain death. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng produced the life and death mystic symbol and activated it toward the fallen soldiers of the Great Yan below. As the symbol activated, points of light drifted down from the sky like a shower of white snow. They drifted down upon the lifeless bodies of the fallen soldiers. As the white light merged into their bodies, their hearts began beating again within moments. Their bodies slowly regained sensation. As they abruptly opened their eyes, they stared in utter shock at the realization they had been resurrected. What's happening? I'm not dead. The soldiers looked around in a daze. We've actually been resurrected? The soldiers revived by the life-death mystic symbol wore expressions of utter disbelief. But when they saw Jiang Feng above them, radiating an aura like a divine being, they finally understood it was a god who had saved them. Yet this deity was none other than the former Beastmaster. They knelt on one knee, grateful for Jiang Feng's life-saving grace. Thank you, Divine Lord. We shall be your most devoted followers. Simultaneously, a quest notification appeared on Jiang Feng's interface. Triggered quest, Devout Followers. Mission description: acquiring faith power will enhance your strength. Sufficient faith power can transform you into a true deity. Requirement: accept the devout worship of your followers. Duration: unlimited. Reward: fragment of divine essence 1. Seeing this sudden task panel appear, he blinked in surprise. I merely intended to test the capabilities of the life and death mystic seal, yet I've triggered a hidden quest? Gathering enough faith energy could truly make me a deity? Meaning that with a vast number of devotees, becoming a god was within reach? And the reward for this quest? A fragment of the divine source. Now that was something to covet. Chapter 121, Are you worthy? But how exactly does one receive the devout worship of followers? Jiang Feng was momentarily at a loss. Could a simple nod suffice? Then Jiang Feng nodded. Yet the quest information showed no change. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng spoke solemnly. Since you choose to become my followers, I shall protect you from any danger you may face. At these words, the Great Yan soldiers present were deeply moved, and they all knelt down on the ground. Even the Yan Emperor and Shi Daoming bowed slightly toward Jiang Feng in respect. At that moment, the task panel emitted a sound indicating the mission's completion. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod and opened the task panel. Triggered quest, Devout Believer. Mission description: acquiring the power of faith will enhance your strength. Sufficient faith energy can transform you into a true deity. Requirement: accept the devout worship of believers. Duration: unlimited. Reward: fragment of divine origin 1. Quest status: completed. Submit? Submit. Jiang Feng gladly chose to submit. Ding. Mission completed. Reward obtained: fragment of the divine source 1. Acquired divine skill: descent. Description: you may temporarily descend using the body of a believer. Faith power gained, 500,000. Description: faith power can be used to shape your divine essence. With the divine essence in hand, you can now evolve the snow silver fox. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile. That contracted snow silver fox had been kept around all this time without a chance to prove itself, just eating for free. Now that he had obtained a fragment of the divine source, it should be able to help it evolve, right? One by one, the armies of the 7 nations knelt in submission, choosing to surrender. At this moment, the governor of Eagle Sauce Nation wore a grim expression, weighing in his mind whether to make a desperate last stand. After all, that kid had just unleashed his domain, and the power required to slay several divine projections must have been immense. His current strength was undoubtedly below his peak. If they could slay him and seize his divine heart, it could potentially aid him in ascending as a new god. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, who knew how many more years they would have to wait? But if the youth still held hidden cards, the governor would face dire consequences. At this thought, a sinister gleam flashed in the Eagle Nation governor's eyes. Nevertheless, he chose to submit for now, biding his time before revealing his claws for a fatal strike. I surrender. The Eagle Nation governor bowed his head to Jiang Feng. Seeing the Eagle Nation governor surrender, the commanders of the other 6 nations had no choice but to follow suit. After all, their greatest trump card had been exhausted. And even if they possessed other means, they were but mayflies shaking a tree in the presence of the divine. Whether you 6 commanders surrender or not, today you shall all meet your end. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Feng's indifferent expression. Hearing this, the faces of the 7 commanders darkened. Since this youth had already pronounced their death sentence, they had no choice but to fight to the death. Boy, even if we go down together, we'll show you what we're made of. The 7 commanders' auras surged violently. As 9 transformations powerhouses, they refused to believe they couldn't severely wound this brat by striking together. With that, they transformed into streaks of light, charging forward with terrifying momentum. You think you're qualified? Jang Fong sneered coldly. Behind him, 4 ancient great beasts coiled menacingly, radiating terrifying auras. Before they could even close in, the Abyssal Dragon King and the blazing Heavenly Falcon unleashed their skills, obliterating them in an instant. 9 transformations? They were no different from ants. The combat power of an average 9th transformation expert hovered around 3 million. Even slightly stronger ones rarely exceeded 5 or 6 million. The absolute ceiling rarely surpassed 8 or 9 million, and that was only achievable with the aid of various skills and artifacts. Yet in Jiang Feng's eyes, even 5 million combat power couldn't breach the defense of the mountain-ceiling Black Tortoise. The Eagle Nation's governor, witnessing this, was horrified. He immediately fled rapidly toward the rear. Simultaneously, he activated a teleportation scroll to evacuate. Earthstar was no longer an option. Escape lay only beyond the stars. Boom! Boom! Under the assault of the blazing falcon, the Eagle Nation governor plunged into the void, vanishing from sight. Seeing the Great Yan commander about to pursue, Jang Fong waved his hand dismissively. He's nothing but a stray dog. Not long after, once the armies of the 7 nations had fully surrendered, a notification sounded on the interface of the Great Yan soldiers. National war concluded. Great Yan, acting alone, has defeated the 7 nations and secured victory. Great Yan's national fortune increased by 10 million points. All Great Yan professionals receive a 10% boost to base attributes. Great Yan has obtained the qualification to open and enter the sacred realm. The Great Yan Empire will receive. A flurry of notification messages filled the entire Great Yan populace with extraordinary joy. Who would have thought this 1 versus 7 national war would end in victory? By vanquishing these 7 nations, Great Yan would absorb their collective fortune, reaching a peak of prosperity. Across the entire Earthstar, Great Yan would witness an unprecedented golden age where nations from all corners would come to pay homage. Moreover, with a deity now born within its borders, Great Yan truly deserved the title of a divine nation. Among the flurry of notifications, Jiang Feng's sole interest lay in the sacred realm. Within it lay countless hidden treasures. Even the source of divine power had been obtained by the Great Yan's ancestors from there. Undoubtedly, great opportunities lay within. Cough. The Flame Emperor suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet a faint smile flickered across his pallid face. Dian had won. They had prevailed over this unprecedented crisis. And the pivotal factor in this victory was the appearance of the youth before him, who had instantly turned the tide. With the Great Yan Empire assured of its future, his mission was complete. He could now depart with peace of mind. Emperor Yan, you. Shi Daoming's expression grew grave as he hurriedly supported the emperor. The Yan Emperor sighed. My time has come. To witness the Great Yan's fortune flourish once more before my passing is to die without shame before the hopes of all previous Yan emperors. Jiang Feng, before I depart, there is one final request I hope you will grant. The emperor's gaze fell upon Jiang Feng, his eyes softening with a touch of benevolence. Today, I entrust the weighty responsibilities of Great Yan to you. From this day forward, you shall be the new emperor of Great Yan. At this point, the emperor smiled. No, you should be called the Yan God. May you protect this land and ensure its prosperity for 1,000 years. Jiang Feng could sense the emperor's vitality rapidly fading. Within a minute, he would likely depart this world forever. Emperor Yan, this life-death essence talisman in my hand might just revive you. Jiang Feng immediately produced the life-death essence talisman and addressed the emperor. But the Yan emperor waved his hand. Though the life-death essence talisman is immensely powerful, seemingly capable of reversing the cycle of life and death, it merely restores one who died untimely to their original state. He himself was already at the end of his rope, yet with the Great Yan Empire lacking a successor, he dared not simply pass away. Chapter 122, The Snow-Silver Fox Merges with the Source of Divinity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately drew water from the fountain of life. Perhaps this life-giving water could help extend the Yan Emperor's lifespan. As the water emerged, an intense, concentrated vitality instantly radiated outward. Upon seeing the life-spring water, not only was Shi Daoming startled, but even the Yan Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the life-spring water. Where did you obtain such a precious treasure? A flicker of emotion flickered across the Yan Emperor's weathered face. A stroke of luck, I suppose, Jiang Feng chuckled softly before handing the life spring to the Flame Emperor. The Yan Emperor accepted it, his aged fingers trembling slightly as disbelief flickered in his eyes. The Fountain of Life, a legendary treasure. Never imagined I would witness it with my own eyes. The Flame Emperor gazed at the crystal-clear water in his hand. After a moment's hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. In that instant, a sudden transformation occurred. A surging wave of life energy erupted from within the Flame Emperor, like a spring breeze sweeping through winter, reviving all things. A rich green glow radiated from his body. The soldiers of the Great Yan Empire stood speechless, unable to believe their eyes. The Emperor's aged features transformed at a visible pace. Sunken eye sockets gradually filled out, loose skin began to tighten, and his head of white hair even began to show hints of black. Jang Fong watched quietly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The effects of the Fountain of Life were even more astonishing than he had imagined. The Yan Emperor's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, his gaze now several times sharper than before. He raised his hands, staring at his skin regaining its elasticity, too stunned to speak. His once stooped frame gradually straightened, wrinkles on his face gradually smoothed out. And his entire being seemed to revert to the robust vigor of his 50s. This power. I feel my lifespan has been extended by at least several decades. The Flame Emperor's voice boomed, no longer weak and frail. The green glow gradually receded inward, yet the vibrant vitality radiating from the Flame Emperor grew ever more pronounced. His aura shifted from decay to a steady, profound weight, rejuvenated with vitality. To say the Flame Emperor wasn't thrilled would be a lie. He never imagined Jiang Feng possessed such a treasure. Shi Daoming's eyes burned red. The mighty Yan Huang of years past had returned. This scene, how many times had he envisioned it in his mind? He had even begun to believe it was merely a fantasy. Yet I never imagined this day would actually come. Elder Qi, you're included too. Jang Fong took another bottle of life spring water and handed it to Shi Daoming. Shi Daoming's expression flashed with shock as he hastily waved it away. This is simply unacceptable. The life spring water possessed such powerful effects. Though he yearned for it deep down, how could he possibly accept Jiang Feng's gift without reason? Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Senior Elder, don't be so polite. If those foreigners saw us refusing, they'd think we couldn't afford it. I have plenty of this life spring water. When the time comes, distribute one bottle to each of our soldiers. Kidioming nearly froze at Jiang Feng's bold declaration, while the soldiers of Great Yan below cheered with wild delight. Who would have thought they'd get a share of this life spring water? This was a divine treasure capable of restoring the Emperor of Yan to his youthful vigor. Thank you, Divine Jiang. We shall devote our lives to you. The Great Yan soldiers bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Feng. The armies of the Seven Nations watched the life spring with intense envy, yet could only stare helplessly from the sidelines. In that moment, they too wished to become followers of Jiang Feng. The reason was simple: Jiang Feng had given far too much. Even the deities worshipped daily by the people of the Seven Kingdoms for hundreds of years had never bestowed any tangible benefits upon them. But this Great Yan deity before them? He truly was generous with his gifts. Divine Lord Jiang, we too wish to worship you. The armies of the Seven Kingdoms knelt before Jiang Feng in unison. Their expressions devoid of any unnecessary emotion, filled only with a yearning for the life spring. Very well. Since you choose to become my followers, each shall receive 3 drops of the life spring. Jiang Feng declared with a cheerful smile. Naturally, he could not give each soldier a full bottle. Yet these 3 drops were more than enough to extend the lifespan of an ordinary person. As long as you worship me with sincere devotion, the benefits will be boundless. Jiang Feng declared. A flicker of emotion crossed the faces of the Seven Nations armies, and they quickly nodded in agreement. They resolved to establish churches and recruit believers upon their return. After the battle concluded, the soldiers of Great Yan triumphantly returned home. As the victor of this war, the Great Yan Empire resolved to dispatch envoys to oversee the affairs of the Seven Nations. Henceforth, all sovereignty over the Seven Nations would be entrusted to the Great Yan Empire. And each year they would pay tribute with 100 sets of epic tier items and 50 legendary tier artifacts. This truly achieved the unprecedented feat of having all nations pay homage. The Grand Elder wished to host a grand victory banquet to celebrate this triumph in the war. Jiang Feng initially intended to decline with a wave of his hand, but the invitation was simply too gracious to refuse. After all, the victory in this war was largely due to his decisive intervention. Within the Great Yan Palace, over 1,000 tables laden with sumptuous feasts were set, inviting dignitaries from all walks of life across the Great Yan Empire. Amidst the jubilant smiles on the faces of the people, Jiang Feng wore only a faint smile. Standing before the palace, he raised his wine cup and offered a brief toast to the crowd below. He then quietly withdrew, intending to first focus on enhancing Shuayin Fox's strength. After all, he still had a long way to go before achieving true invincibility. After immersing his consciousness into the beast taming space, Jiang Feng began examining the Snow Silver Fox's information panel. Snow Silver Fox Hidden Divine Beast Bloodline. Grade, Gold. Level, LV 60. Strength, 8,741. Stamina, 7,654. Agility, 9,441. Spirit, 10,154. Combat Power, 28742. Skills: Ice Spike Piercing, Ice Flame Power. Little one, this is a fragment of the divine source. I wonder how much it will enhance your strength. Jang Fong placed the rhombic fragment, radiating a rainbow-colored glow, before the snow-silver fox. Sensing the power of the divine source, the snow-silver fox became intensely excited. Its glassy eyes fixed intently on the fragment. Then it leapt up and swallowed it whole. The fragment rapidly dissolved within the snow-silver fox's body, transforming into a pure stream of energy that coursed through its meridians. A faint silver-blue glow began to emanate from the snow-silver fox's body. The light grew increasingly intense, until it formed a luminous cocoon that enveloped it entirely. Jiang Feng involuntarily took a few steps back, squinting to shield his eyes from the blinding radiance. He could sense a formidable aura brewing within the cocoon, a power that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the bloodline of a divine beast? Jiang Feng murmured to himself, his heart pounding with awe. Within the cocoon, the snow-silver fox's body underwent a profound transformation. The fragment of the divine source had awakened the dormant divine beast bloodline within it. And though only 1% of its power had been awakened, it was enough to trigger a qualitative transformation. With a crisp crackling sound, the light cocoon shattered, dissolving into countless specks of light that dispersed into the air. Chapter 123, Evolutionary Snow Fox Girl? Jiang Feng stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the sight before him. The snow-silver fox, once no larger than a small kitten, had now transformed into a girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old. She possessed silvery white hair, skin as pure as snow, and eyes like translucent glass that still retained the fox's distinctive features. Most striking were the pair of fluffy silver-white fox ears atop her head, twitching softly with each breath. This is anthropomorphism? Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The little girl tilted her head toward Jiang Feng, her eyes sparkling with lively curiosity, seemingly fascinated by her own transformation. She tentatively took a step forward but stumbled, unaccustomed to walking on human legs. Only then did Jiang Feng notice the girl was completely naked. He quickly turned away, retrieving a set of his own clothes from the system space. After all, he wasn't some pedophile. Put these on first, Jiang Feng said, handing her the clothes while averting his gaze from her body. The little girl took the clothes and fiddled with them curiously, clearly unsure how to put them on. Jiang Feng sighed helplessly and turned to face her, guiding her step by step on how to dress. First, put your arms through the sleeves. That's right. Then the pants. After a flurry of clumsy attempts, the little girl finally managed to get dressed. Though the clothes were far too large for her, at least they covered her body. Only then did Jiang Feng turn around to carefully examine the little girl who had transformed from the snow-silver fox. He opened the snow-silver fox's information panel and discovered astonishing changes in the data. Snow Fox Maiden Divine Beast Bloodline Awakening Stage. Rank, High Grade Gold. Level, LV 65. Strength, 1,012,541. Constitution, 2,161,254. Agility, 1,404,321. Spirit, 1,635,784. Combat Power, 1,214,658. Skills, Ice Spike Piercing, Winter's Wrath, Snow God's Descent, Divine Beast Transformation Basic. My combat power just shot up to 1 million. Jiang Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The power of this divine source is truly terrifying. Activating just 1% of the divine beast bloodline yields such results. The little girl seemed to want to say something, but could only emit a fox-like cry. She frowned, looking somewhat dejected. Jiang Feng ruffled her hair and smiled. Don't worry. You've just gained human form and need time to adjust. With your intelligence, you'll pick up human language in no time. The little girl nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination. Starting today, I need to give you a name. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Since you're a snow-silver fox and have such beautiful silver hair, I'll call you Inshueta. The little girl now Inshue lit up instantly, clearly delighted with the name. She nodded happily, a faint smile curving her lips. Jiang Feng smiled as he ruffled her hair. As Inshue's divine beast bloodline awoke further, her power would surely reach new heights. At the Great Yan celebration banquet, several colossal auras descended upon the void in an instant. All were 10th transformation powerhouses, guardians of the starry sky Great Wall. Their sudden appearance stirred immediate commotion. Emperor Yan and Shi Daoming immediately stepped forward, their brows furrowed as they inquired, "What brings the esteemed elders to the Great Yan Empire?" One of them, a golden-haired, blue-eyed 10th transformation powerhouse, swept his gaze over the two before fixing it on the Yan Emperor. A hint of surprise flashed across his features as he remarked, "Ing Tian, I never imagined you would return to the world of the living." He and the Yan Emperor were peers among the mighty, known as Weiss. Back then, he had obtained the divine source, breaking through to the 10th transformation in one fell swoop. Since then, he had guarded the starry sky Great Wall for 200 or 300 years. Merely seized a stroke of fortune, the Yan Emperor replied flatly, his face devoid of emotion. Weiss did not elaborate, instead stating, "I hear your great Yan nation triumphed in the war, and the gate to the sacred realm is about to open." "So what?" The Flame Emperor met his gaze with cool detachment. "Do you still intend to vie for entry slots into the sacred realm?" The gate to the sacred realm was opening, yet only a dozen or so could enter. It was widely known that the sacred realm held countless treasures. Such coveted things would naturally attract the covetous eyes of others. "Ing Tian, you should know what the sacred realm represents. I can forego what you previously possessed, but half of the entry qualifications to the sacred realm must be given to me." Weissi's tone was unyielding, his words carrying an air of absolute certainty. As for the outcome of the Seven Nations conflict, it held no real significance for those of their caliber masters who had already reached the 10th transformation. They had guarded the starry skies and witnessed the greatest nations across other star domains. A powerful civilization could even dominate an entire star domain. Earthstar was but a mere speck in the vast expanse of the cosmos. And the nations within Earthstar were even more insignificant. "You expect me to hand over half the spots just like that? Absolutely impossible." Emperor Yan flatly rejected his demand. Each entry slot was precious beyond measure to the Great Yan Empire. He could never part with them. Wisden's brow furrowed, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet as the designated landing site, the Flame Emperor held the authority to grant others entry to the sacred realm. "Ing Tian, are you aware that in 3 months, the Abyssal Demon Clan will pass through Earthstar? Given their nature, not a blade of grass will remain standing upon this planet. The Abyssal Demons were notorious pirates who violently plundered other planets. Yet their brutal methods struck terror into countless races, inspiring both hatred and dread. If you persist in your course, without the guardians of the starry sky Great Wall to defend you, you will surely face annihilation. Do not let victory in this war make you overconfident. Remember, all below the 10th transformation are but ants." Hearing these threatening words, the Yan Emperor's gaze darkened as he fell into deep thought. Though he had never witnessed the abyssal demons firsthand, the cosmos abounded with tales of their existence. Thus, the Yan Emperor was well aware of the grave threat they posed. "Honorable Elder, you may be unaware that Great Yan is no longer what it once was. Now, a god has been born within our realm. Great Yan shall become a divine nation." Qi Daoming met Weiss's gaze, his words tinged with pride. Yet upon hearing this, Weiss and the other 10 transformation powerhouses all snorted derisively. "Even with the divine source, one cannot ascend to godhood overnight. As those who possess the divine source, don't we know this better than anyone?" Yet their smiles froze the very next second. For from the distance, a divine-like oppressive aura surged forth, weighing upon them like countless mountains, crushing their very being. A youth of extraordinary handsomeness approached slowly, his very presence radiating divine majesty. Chapter 124, Having seen the divine, why not pay homage? This can't be possible. Wise's face betrayed utter disbelief as he stared intently at Jiang Feng. He strained desperately to peer into Jiang Feng's information panel. Name? Class? Level? Yet all he saw were question marks. The 10th tier powerhouses behind Weiss were equally stunned. As 10th tier cultivators, they couldn't even see through this kid's information panel. How could this be? Had he truly ascended to godhood overnight? Jiang Feng remained composed. "Since you've seen the divine, why not pay your respects?" The next moment, a surging divine might crashed over them like a tidal wave, nearly crushing their breath from their chests. Their hearts trembled violently. Yet Vessa's expression darkened as he barked, "Boy, stop playing these godly tricks. I refuse to believe you could truly become a god just by obtaining a fragment of the divine source. If the path to godhood were truly that simple, then all of them, the 10th tier powerhouses guarding the starry sky Great Wall, would have become gods long ago." It must be understood that while 10th tier powerhouses have no level restrictions, within the 10th tier, there exists a tiered hierarchy. Typically, the peak level for a 9th transformation practitioner barely reaches 300. Those between levels 301 and 499 are known as Supreme Masters. Levels 500 to 699 are known as the Holy Realm. Levels 700 to 899 are known as Holy King Realm Masters. Levels 900 to 999 are the Holy Emperor Realm. Once one breaks through the 1000-level barrier, they enter the Great Emperor Realm. Absent the presence of divine beings, the Great Emperor Realm stands as the supreme, peerless superpower dominating countless star domains. After reaching the 10th transformation, the experience required to advance each level becomes truly colossal. However, experience isn't solely gained through defeating monsters or consuming experience pills. Absorbing the energy contained within Spirit Source Stones can equally boost one's experience points. In the cosmos, Spirit Source Stones are the universal currency. For any cultivation system, Spirit Source Stones are indispensable. Yet Spirit Source Stones are exceedingly rare across the cosmos. Measured by Earthstar's currency, a single Spirit Source Stone is worth at least 100 million Federation coins. That's precisely why Weiss was so utterly certain Jang Fong could never ascend to the divine realm. "Oh? Are you questioning this god?" Jang Fong raised an eyebrow, his gaze betraying no emotion. Though he was indeed deliberately masquerading as a deity. With the divine skill of dominion over all living beings, he was no different from a true deity. Boy, stop playing tricks before me. Do you really need me to expose you to prove you're not a god? Wiss's face darkened with fury as he barked at Jiang Feng, his divine power surging around him, ready to crush Jiang Feng's soul. Yet in the next instant, Jiang Feng murmured indifferently, "Kneel." The sovereign of all beings' skill activated instantly. Wiss suddenly found his body acting as if beyond his control, his knees buckling instantly. He knelt heavily before Jiang Feng, right in front of everyone. Thud! His knees slammed into the ground, blasting a deep, gouged-out pit. This scene left every witness utterly stunned. With just one sentence, he brought a supreme realm powerhouse of over 400 levels to his knees. Emperor Yan and Shi Dao were shaken to their cores. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Damn it, what did you do to me? Wiss's eyes widened in utter shock. He felt as though 1,000 mountains had crushed his body, leaving him utterly immobilized. At that moment, the 10th-tier powerhouse behind Weiss immediately prepared to strike Jiang Feng. But Jiang Feng merely glanced at them with a sneer. Kneel before this god. In an instant, several 10th-tier powerhouses were forcibly pinned to the ground by a force utterly beyond their resistance. Their bodies seemed to be controlled by an external force, crawling toward Jiang Feng on their knees. A single command had compelled several Supreme Realm experts to kneel, a terrifying display that sent chills down the spine. Panic gripped their hearts. The youth before them had likely truly become a god. We beseech the Divine Majesty to calm your wrath. We shall never again commit any presumptuous acts. The several 10th transformation experts behind Weiss spoke with trembling fear. Had they not witnessed how Weiss had knelt moments before? But after Jiang Feng's words, they could distinctly feel the terrifying, overwhelming power suppressing their bodies. And you? Jiang Feng turned his indifferent gaze toward Weiss. If he still harbored any defiance, Jiang Feng would not hesitate to make him take his own life right then and there. Faced with Jiang Feng's divine might and his words carrying the force of law, even the proud and arrogant Weiss could only bow his head low. I was blind and ignorant, Divine Lord. I beg your forgiveness. Jiang Feng didn't nod. Instead, he asked coolly, what exactly is this abyssal demon clan you mentioned earlier? He had no intention of letting Weiss and the others rise just yet. He'd wait until the time for the living entity's control arrived before permitting them to rise. A few extra moments on their knees would serve as a small warning. Weiss pursed his lips and spoke. It is said the abyssal demon clan is a race cursed by the gods. Their kind angered the divine, so the gods struck them with divine punishment, destroying their homeland. Since then, the abyssal demons have rampaged across the cosmos, plundering weaker planetary civilizations. Every world they conquered was reduced to a wasteland. Judging by their movements, it won't be long before the abyssal demons pass by Earth. When they do, Earth's civilization will surely face their destruction and devastation. Upon hearing news of the abyssal demons, Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a bold idea emerged in his mind. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, so, if I understand you correctly, the abyss demons must be carrying a great deal of treasure, right? Hearing this, Weiss and the other 10 turned powerhouses couldn't help but freeze in surprise. After all, any other planet's powerhouse, upon learning of an impending abyssal demon invasion, would likely be frantic with worry. Yet this youth, upon learning of the abyssal demon clan's atrocities, had instead set his sights on their treasures. But if this youth truly was a god, then the abyssal demon clan would likely gain nothing on Earth. They might even tuck their tails between their legs and steer clear of Earth entirely. After all, word had it that the abyssal demon clan's leader was only at the peak of the Saint Realm. While peak Saint Realm is terrifyingly powerful, beneath the gods, it remains as weak and insignificant as an ant. Weiss, snapping back to his senses, nodded. Indeed. Many Star Realm powerhouses hunt the abyssal demon clan, but they've always been cunning and treacherous, making it difficult to wipe them out completely. Jiang Feng gave a faint nod, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I understand the situation. I can grant you 3 entry qualifications to the sacred realm. The condition is that you must faithfully guard the starry sky Great Wall. Should any of you enter Earthstar without summons, there will be only one consequence, that is? The chilling implication hung heavy in the air. Though Jiang Feng left the final word unsaid, they all understood the outcome could only be death. Chapter 125, Special Grade, Stone Monkey. Jiang Feng felt no need for courtesy toward them. After all, the starry sky Great Wall lacked any 10 transformation experts from Great Yan. So let these 10 transformation experts serve as Earthstar's watchdogs. As for the abyssal demons, Jiang Feng certainly wouldn't pass up such a gift delivered right to his doorstep. However, with his current strength, swallowing the abyssal demons whole would likely prove quite taxing. He could still unleash divine might to intimidate them. But at best, he could only make them avoid Earthstar. To truly devour the treasures they plundered would require careful planning. Soon, the effects of the Sovereign of Life faded. And the group instantly felt a wave of relief wash over them. They scrambled to their feet, each taking a deep, silent breath. "Get out," Jang Fong said, giving them a cold glance. "As you command." Weiss and his companions nodded as if granted a pardon, then hurriedly departed. The Great Yan people present witnessed these 10 transformation powerhouses arrive with such fierce momentum. Only to slink away like frightened rats in the end, they felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The Great Yan Empire had truly risen to prominence. After the celebratory banquet concluded, Jiang Feng turned his attention to the matter at hand and inquired about the profound symbol from the Yan Emperor. Finally, the Yan Emperor handed Jiang Feng a symbol glowing with a deep blue light. This is called the Soul Profound Symbol. Its bearer can peer into others' souls, search their memories, and unleash soul attacks that inflict devastating, nearly irreparable damage. It also possesses the power to mend souls. Hearing the Yan Emperor's description, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Searching others' memories? Wasn't this similar to the soul-searching technique in the cultivation world? Moreover, soul-searching was merely a foundational effect of the soul essence talisman. Its most crucial function was inflicting soul-shattering damage. After all, even if a powerful being's physical form is destroyed, as long as their soul remains intact, they could potentially be reborn through impure reincarnation. But if the soul is utterly destroyed, then death becomes truly final. The Flame Emperor continued, "I observed you already possess the Life-Death Essence Talisman. Combined with this Soul Essence Talisman, you now hold 2. Rumor has it that possessing 3 Essence Talismans unlocks a certain supreme treasure." Yet the Flame Emperor sighed again. "Alas, rumors of this supreme treasure are scarce, so I too remain ignorant of what this legendary artifact truly is." Hearing this, Jang Fong smiled faintly as a black orb materialized in his hand. Gathering all 3 essence symbols will unlock the sealed microcosm within this boundless source. Though Jiang Feng himself didn't know what lay within, the fact that 3 essence symbols were required to unlock it alone suggested the contents of this small world were far from ordinary. Emperor Yan was taken aback by this revelation, not expecting Jiang Feng to have already located the legendary treasure. "Emperor Yan, do you know the whereabouts of the remaining essence symbol?" Jiang Feng inquired. The Yan Emperor pondered for a moment. "To my knowledge, the remaining essence symbol is no longer on Earth Star. It was taken by an alien race long ago. If my memory serves me correctly, that essence symbol should now be in the hands of the Celestial Fox Clan." "The Celestial Fox Clan?" Jiang Feng was taken aback, not expecting the symbol to be absent from Earth Star. But he recalled that Celestial Fox prodigy who had sought to strike a deal with him earlier, desiring to obtain the divine source. Her clan possessed a treasure called the Primordial Realm, capable of replicating the divine source. Now, Jiang Feng could obtain fragments of the divine source by exchanging his faith points. With his current faith points, he could exchange for 2 fragments of the divine origin. Making a deal with the Celestial Fox Clan then wouldn't be a problem. With this thought, Jiang Feng made up his mind. For now, however, he intended to first contract 2 beasts. Having fused with the divine origin, Jiang Feng would no longer face class change quests. As long as he had sufficient experience, he could level up unimpeded, without any bottlenecks. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Feng opened the Great Yan Treasure Vault to see if any suitable beasts were available for binding. After selecting the Beast Master category from the numerous classifications, over 100 pages of beast information unfolded before him. Quite a large number, but I wonder if I can find 2 suitable beasts here. Jiang Feng scanned through the entries, which ranged from black iron to diamond grade beasts. There were even a few purple gold grade beasts. He casually clicked on a few beasts, hoping to discover some rare ones. Species, Flame Bear. Grade, Silver. Skills, Flame Hammer, Flame Roar. Required merit points, 58,000. Species, Icefield Python. Grade, Gold Tier. Skills, Frozen Breath, Icicle. Required merit points, 130,000. Race, Molten Iron Rock Bull. Tier, Gold. Skills, Brute Charge, Stomp. Merit points required, 126,000. As the information panels of one beast after another appeared, none of them met his standards. Jang Fong shook his head slightly, sighed softly, and prepared to close the Beastmaster classification. Rather than searching here, wouldn't it be better to directly contract a boss in a high-tier dungeon? But just then, a Beastmaster information panel suddenly caught his attention. Species, Stone Monkey Special. Grade, Black Iron. Skills, Bite, Tumble. Merit points required, 2,000. Ha, it's actually labeled as special? Jiang Feng froze in surprise. The special designation after Stone Monkey was added by the system interface. This meant the Stone Monkey possessed a special quality. Rare beasts can undergo critical evolution. What level of power could a special grade beast possibly possess? Well, let's just redeem it first. After Jiang Feng clicked to redeem it, his merit points were deducted. A monkey appeared before him, confined within a special cage. Standing less than a meter tall, it was covered in thick, lush fur. Its eyes held a hint of intelligence as it scratched its ear and rubbed its cheek, staring intently at Jiang Feng. Soon, Jiang Fong selected the contract option. Contract successful. You have successfully contracted the Black Iron Grade Beast Master Stone Monkey. Current Beast, Stone Monkey. Level, LV2. Strength, 300. Stamina, 320. Agility, 330. Spirit, 500. Combat Power, 460. Skills, Bite, Roll. Evolution points required, 30,000. Note, evolving a special grade beast will trigger a super critical hit effect. Super critical hit effect? Jang Fong froze upon seeing this information, then his face lit up with astonished delight. Among the stone monkey's stats, only its spirit was the highest. Very good, very spirited. Jang Fong promptly stored the stone monkey in his beast taming space. Begin evolution. Consuming 30,000 evolution points, stone monkey begins evolution. Chapter 126, Stellar Great Beast, the mountain-moving sacred ape. As 30,000 evolution points transformed into countless white specks and surged into the stone monkey's body, its form underwent a tremendous transformation. Enveloped by the white specks, the stone monkey's body rapidly expanded. Its height, previously under a meter, surged past 2 meters, then 3 meters, finally stabilizing at around 4 meters. Its fur transformed from grayish-brown to a fiery blend of gold and crimson, glowing like flames. Its eyes, already brimming with intelligence, now shone like brilliant stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the void. Jang Fong stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, utterly astonished by the transformation that far exceeded his wildest expectations. Is this the effect of a supercritical hit? Jang Fong murmured to himself, his heart pounding with excitement. Congratulations! Your beast tamer stone monkey has triggered a supercritical effect, successfully evolving into a stellar-grade mountain-moving sacred ape. Current beast, mountain-moving sacred ape. Grade, stellar. Level, LV2. Strength, 850,000. Stamina, 630,000. Agility, 920,000. Mental strength, 720,000. Combat power, 1.2 million. Skills, tear heaven and earth, stir the seas, manifest the cosmos. Evolution points required, 1 million plus immortal peach. Jang Fong stared at the information on the system panel, completely dumbfounded. 1,200,000 combat power? But this is only level 2. Jang Fong couldn't believe his eyes. This creature's attributes had completely surpassed his imagination. The mountain-moving sacred ape also sensed its own transformation, glancing down at its own hands before suddenly punching the air. Boom! Something seemed to shatter in the void, sending visible ripples of air spreading outward. Jang Fong sucked in a sharp breath and silently gave it a thumbs up. Truly worthy of a stellar-grade beast master, it was impressive. Master! The mountain-moving sacred ape suddenly spoke, its voice booming like a bell. You can speak? Jang Fong asked in astonishment. After all, even when the snow silver fox evolved into human form, its speech was stammering and halting. Yet this mountain-moving sacred ape spoke with remarkable fluency and clarity. After my evolution, my spiritual intelligence has fully awakened, the mountain-moving sacred ape said respectfully. From this day forward, I shall follow Master's side, cleaving mountains and splitting rocks, stirring up rivers and overturning seas for Master. Jang Fong nodded, then handed over the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff he had obtained from that Thunder Clan expert. This staff is a gift for you. I hope you like it. The mountain-moving sacred ape gazed at the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff before it, its eyes immediately lighting up with intense delight. It swiftly took the staff in its hands and addressed Jang Fong respectfully. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this treasure. It then began swinging the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven staff, each strike accompanied by a thunderous boom. Jang Fong was quite satisfied, though he felt the mountain-moving sacred ape still lacked something. If he could forge a set of armor for it, its combat prowess would surely rise even further. Speaking of combat power, Jang Fong realized his skill, Divine Affinity, didn't seem to be taking effect on it yet. It appeared that after contracting new beasts, he would need to upgrade himself first to grant them stat boosts. At that moment, the mountain-moving sacred ape turned its gaze toward the colossal mountain anchoring black tortoise in the distance, a flash of battle intent igniting in its eyes. Jang Fong, naturally reading its intent, offered a faint smile. Go fight. In the beast taming space, no matter how severe the injuries, they can heal instantly. Why not let it have a thoroughly satisfying battle? That way, I can see just how powerful it truly is. The mountain-moving sacred ape gripped the Thunder Dragon Sky-Shattering staff, every muscle taut, its eyes blazing with battle intent. It strode slowly toward the mountain-sealing black tortoise, each step leaving deep footprints in the ground. Come fight! The mountain-moving sacred ape's voice boomed like a great bell, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The mountain-sealing black tortoise slowly raised its massive turtle head, a heavy aura of pressure flickering in its eyes. Merely rising from its massive form, its posture on all fours still conveyed an unshakable, mountain-like oppression. Boom! The mountain-moving sacred ape struck first, leaping forward like a cannonball toward the mountain-guarding black tortoise. its thunder dragon shattering heaven staff whistling through the air with a piercing sonic boom, aimed directly at the opponent's head. The earth-binding black tortoise remained utterly still, merely raising its forepaw slightly. An earth-yellow energy barrier instantly materialized. Crash! The sky-shattering staff collided with the energy barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. A visible shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact, distorting the surrounding space. The mountain-moving sacred ape did not pause. Twisting its body, the thunder dragon's sky-shattering staff flashed with lightning as it unleashed a barrage of strikes, delivering dozens of consecutive strikes. Each blow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, targeting different sections of the mountain-sealing black tortoise. Fight again! The mountain-moving sacred ape roared, and the staff's tip suddenly erupted with blinding lightning, as if a thunder dragon were roaring. It seemed to possess an innate, profound synergy with the thunder dragon shattering heaven staff. The mountain-sealing black tortoise finally moved. Its limbs plunged violently into the ground, and the mountain patterns on its carapace glowed with an earthy yellow light. Mountain might! An invisible gravitational field radiated outward from the mountain-sealing black tortoise, slowing the mountain-moving sacred ape's movements as if it bore the weight of a mountain. But the mountain-moving sacred ape refused to yield. With a furious roar, every golden hair on its body stood on end, and unleashed even greater power from within, forcing its back straight against the gravitational pull. Break! The thunder dragon shattering heaven staff crashed down upon the mountain-sealing black tortoise's head with devastating force, yet the beast's body showed not a single scratch. Instead, the mountain-moving sacred ape's body was sent flying backward by the impact. As the dust settled, the sacred mountain-moving ape lay dozens of meters away, yet the fighting spirit in its eyes only intensified. Interesting. The mountain-moving sacred ape grinned, baring its sharp fangs. Again! Gripping the thunder dragon's sky-shattering staff with both hands, its body suddenly swelled 100-fold. Muscles bulged like mountain ranges, and its overall aura surged explosively. Emulate heaven and earth. After its transformation, the mountain-moving sacred ape soared to over 400 meters tall. The thunder dragon shattering heaven staff in its grasp grew larger, its thunder patterns becoming more pronounced. Then, with a thunderous crash, it swung the staff. Boom! The energy fluctuations unleashed warped the surrounding space itself. Jang Fong, observing the battle, assessed that with the thunder dragon shattering heaven staff, possessed a true peak combat power exceeding 2 million. However, even this formidable power couldn't breach the defense of the mountain-anchoring black tortoise. Later, Jiang Feng exchanged for some experience pills in the Great Yan Treasure Vault. He elevated the mountain-moving sacred ape from level 2 to level 110, causing its combat power to skyrocket to over 4 million. These experience pills alone cost Jiang Feng tens of billions of Federation coins. The Beastmaster profession truly is a money pit. And this was just leveling up a single beast. But Jiang Feng wasn't short on money, just a bit short on resources. The kind of resources that money alone couldn't buy. Chapter 127, Celestial Fox Star, Celestial Fox Holy Mountain. 2 days later, Jiang Feng obtained the coordinates for Celestial Fox Star. He immediately retrieved a palm-sized model of a flying vessel from his spatial ring. With a wave of his hand, the vessel instantly grew to colossal proportions, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. This was the floating pagoda divine vessel he had obtained from the Lan Yun Holy Master's inheritance last time. Simply inputting the coordinates would allow it to leap directly through space to reach the destination. However, Tianhu Star was still far too distant from Earth, and it would take the flying vessel about a week to arrive. Fox Star, Sacred Fox Mountain. At this moment, the elders of the Celestial Fox clan were gathered together. Before them stood Lingji, the pale-faced prodigy maiden of the Celestial Fox clan. Lingji, how did you sustain these injuries? A middle-aged woman of the Celestial Fox clan, noticing Lingji's faint aura, frowned and inquired. Lingji's face darkened. She pressed her lips together and bowed her head. I'm sorry, Auntie. I failed to obtain the divine spirit source this time. She knew the clan had paid a heavy price to secure this opportunity for her. Yet this time, she had returned empty-handed, failing to meet everyone's expectations. She never imagined encountering such a terrifying beastmaster. What? The elders of the Celestial Fox clan all looked startled upon hearing this. We've heard that many prodigies from other clans also journeyed to Earthstar to obtain divine essence. Did you lose to them? An elder of the Celestial Fox clan frowned and asked. Lingji shook her head. I didn't lose to them. I lost to a young beastmaster from Earthstar. A beastmaster? The Celestial Fox clan elders were slightly taken aback. Does he possess numerous powerful beasts? That beastmaster possesses 4 ancient great beasts and also has special defensive abilities. Even when my attack struck him, they had no effect whatsoever. Even now, Lingji still felt a lingering sense of dread at the memory. Even when she used the Celestial Fox clan's secret arts, sacrificing her essence blood as fuel, she still couldn't defeat him. How is that possible? Could that beastmaster have used a magical artifact? The elders of the Celestial Fox clan exchanged stunned glances at this revelation. After all, Lingji was widely acknowledged as the prodigy of their celestial fox clan. Even the elders present here couldn't defeat her easily without putting in some real effort. I'm not sure either. Lingji shook her head. Though she hadn't sensed Jiang Feng using any treasure to protect himself. But she couldn't rule out the possibility that it might be some secret treasure undetectable even by the genius tower. But regardless of the truth, she had now missed her chance at the divine origin. Is this the will of heaven? The Fox clan elders sighed heavily. Without the divine spirit source, the clan chieftain could not break through to the Saint Realm. And that would place the entire celestial Fox clan under grave threat. Calculate the time our agreement with the lizard folk is due in 3 days. Must we truly bow our heads to those despicable lizard folk and become their slaves? At these words, the expressions of the other celestial fox elders grew heavy. The lizard folk had once been one of the celestial fox clan's subordinate races. But a year ago, they obtained a strange power from an unknown meteorite. Since then, their strength has surged dramatically, and a saint-level powerhouse has emerged within their ranks. As their power surged, so did their ambition. They began gradually conquering the celestial fox clan's other subordinate races. Now they even seek to subjugate the celestial fox clan itself, aiming to unify the entire celestial fox star. Thus, the lizard folk's mighty warriors issued a challenge to the celestial fox clan. They demanded a duel with the celestial fox clan's mightiest warrior. Should they lose, they would continue their submission. If the battle ends in a draw, they would establish a permanent boundary with the celestial fox clan, never to encroach upon each other again. But if the celestial fox clan's supreme warrior loses, from this day forward, the celestial fox clan shall become a subordinate race to the lizard folk. Celestial fox women shall be utterly degraded into playthings for the lizard folk's pleasure. Celestial fox men will become servants to the lizard folk. The terms of this battle left the celestial fox clan with no room for refusal whatsoever. For the lizard folk had already dispatched forces from every tribe to completely encircle the celestial fox clan. The delay in initiating hostilities stems from the lizard folk's apprehension that the celestial fox clan might still possess hidden cards. Simultaneously, the lizard clan's supreme being required time to solidify his own sacred realm strength. The celestial fox clan's supreme being is none other than the clan chieftain. Yet the clan chieftain had remained stagnant at the supreme realm for hundreds of years. He has yet to achieve a breakthrough. Only by obtaining the divine source can the clan leader achieve a breakthrough to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop, turning the current tide. Alas, despite the heavy price they paid, they still fell just short of success. Elders, do not despair. I have already dispatched envoys to Sirius to request reinforcements. The speaker was the middle-aged woman from earlier, Lingji's aunt. A woman whose grace and charm remained undimmed by time. But given the current situation, would the Wolf clan truly send reinforcements? The Fox clan elder's expression betrayed a hint of doubt. It must be noted that while relations between the Celestial Wolf clan and the Celestial Fox clan were generally amicable, facing such a predicament, it might well be a strategy of pitting one against the other. There's no need to worry about that. I'm an old acquaintance of the Celestial Wolf clan's leader. He should grant me some face. The middle-aged beauty replied with unwavering certainty. Though she spoke with confidence, her heart held little assurance. After all, the lizard folk had produced a Saint Realm powerhouse. So she wasn't sure if the Celestial Wolf clan would choose to antagonize a Saint Realm powerhouse to aid the Celestial Fox clan? However, panic had gripped the entire Celestial Fox clan. If she didn't step forward to reassure them, the clan might crumble into disarray. Moreover, the old clan chief was still in seclusion. And no one knew if he would succeed in breaking through to the Saint Realm at the last moment. If the Celestial Wolf clan was willing to come, it would at least provide the Celestial Fox clan with a sense of security. Just then, streaks of light plummeted from the heavens toward the sacred Fox Mountain. The Celestial Wolf clan has arrived. The middle-aged beauty's eyes lit up as she hurried forward with the elders to greet them. Elder Floating Light, you finally arrived. The Wolf clan elder gave a slight nod. We are aware of your situation. The clan chief has agreed to intervene, but there are several conditions. What conditions? The middle-aged beauty furrowed her brow, then added, whatever the Celestial Fox clan can offer, we shall provide generously. Very well. With Elder Ling Yun's assurance, we feel much more at ease. A hint of a smile appeared on Elder Fu Gong's face. Hand over your Celestial Fox clan's primordial realm and the profound symbol of heaven, and our Wolf clan's ancestral elder will intervene on your behalf once. Hearing this, the expressions of the Celestial Fox clan elders darkened. These two items were the Heavenly Fox clan's most treasured possessions. Wasn't the Heavenly Wolf clan taking advantage of the situation? Moreover, handing them over would only secure a single intervention for the Celestial Fox clan, not a joint effort to defeat the lizard folk. If the lizard folk retreated only to return in force someday, would the Celestial Fox clan have to trade their treasures again? Chapter 128, Refusing the Demand. Elder Fugong, aren't the Wolf clan's demands a bit excessive? The middle-aged beauty's expression grew colder. Concerning the Celestial Fox clan's precious treasures, how could she simply give them away? Elder Lingyun, do not be hasty. These 2 items were specifically requested by the patriarch himself. Elder Floating Light sneered coldly. If your Celestial Fox clan refuses to hand them over, our Celestial Wolf clan can either sit back and watch the wall crumble or choose to aid the Lizardfolk clan. He knew the Celestial Fox clan hadn't approached only the Celestial Wolf clan, other tribes had been sought for support as well. Yet most had chosen to remain bystanders. Now the Celestial Fox clan had no choice but to rely on them. Otherwise, after clashing with the Lizardfolk clan, they would surely suffer a crushing defeat. Hearing this, the Celestial Fox elders were enraged. This was blatant extortion. In that case, please leave. The Celestial Fox clan has no need for your aid. Elder Lingyun issued the order to leave directly. Yet Elder Fugong showed no intention of leaving. Standing nearby, he offered a warning with a forced smile. Think carefully. Without the intervention of our Wolf clan's ancient ancestor, your Fox clan will become a vassal tribe to the Lizardfolk and a laughingstock across the Star Domain. But Elder Lingyun's expression remained resolute. Even without your help, I still possess the trump card to defeat the Lizardfolk's strongest warriors. Though she currently dwelled in the late Supreme Realm, once she activated the Celestial Fox secret art, sacrificing her essence blood as the cost, she could forcibly elevate her strength, briefly reaching the power of a saint. Yet attempting such a colossal leap in power carried the risk of consuming all her essence blood, ultimately leading to violent death. Compared to her own life, the Heavenly Fox clan's most precious treasure was far more important. Since Elder Lingyun speaks thus, there is nothing more to discuss. I only hope you won't regret the choice you've made today. With that, Elder Fugong snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and departed with his followers. Yet their departure led straight toward the territory of the Lizardfolk tribe. Clearly, they intended to ally with the Lizardfolk. At that moment, the earlier Celestial Fox elder frowned and asked, Elder Lingyun, should we stop them? Allowing the Celestial Wolf clan and the Lizardfolk to unite would only worsen the Celestial Fox clan's predicament. Lingyun shook her head, her expression grave. If we rashly engage them, we risk making enemies of the Celestial Wolf clan. Under the current circumstances, it would be best not to act lightly. She sighed deeply. I never imagined that sending envoys to seek aid would be like inviting wolves into our home. At this thought, her beautiful face darkened with worry. Beside her, Lingji's eyes were reddened. Auntie, it's all my fault. I failed to seize the divine spirit source. Otherwise, our Celestial Fox clan wouldn't be suffering such oppression. As she spoke, Lingji clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug into her flesh. Lingji, you mustn't blame yourself like this. It wasn't your fault. Lingyun raised her hand to gently stroke Lingji's forehead. The prodigies of other races also failed to obtain the divine spirit source. That alone proves how formidable the beast masters of that planet are. Hearing this, Lingji suddenly conceived an idea. If they could secure the support of that Earthstar's beast master, might it resolve the Celestial Fox clan's current crisis? But she quickly shook her head inwardly, setting aside whether that beast master would even agree to come. Even if they went to seek his help now, the time required for the round trip would be far too long. Could it be, there truly is no solution at all? Lingji wiped her flushed eyes, brushing away the tears at the corners, her voice tinged with reluctance. The elders of the Celestial Fox clan remained silent. Meanwhile, at the Lizardfolk tribe's encampment, a man covered in emerald green scales sat cross-legged on the ground, a tail trailing behind him. Before him lay a jet-black crystal radiating an eerie power. Endless black mist surged from the crystal, pouring into his body. His skin began shifting from emerald green to jet black, his scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. After an unknown period, the energy within the black crystal was depleted, leaving it transparent. The lizard man slowly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed within them as he murmured to himself. It took nearly 300 dark energy crystals, but I've finally solidified my power at the Saint Realm. Once, he had been nothing more than a lowly ant among the lizardfolk, tasked with mining in the dark, sunless underground levels. But a year ago, while mining, he had stumbled upon this batch of dark energy crystals. By a stroke of luck, he succeeded in absorbing the energy within these crystals for himself. From that moment on, his power skyrocketed. He climbed step by step from the lowest-ranking miner to his current position. Now, however, the dark energy crystals were nearly depleted. To advance his power further, relying solely on the remaining crystals was no longer feasible. It is said that one of the Celestial Fox clan's most treasured artifacts, the Primordial Mirror, is also known as the Ancient Mirror of Origin. It possesses the power to replicate any treasure. If one could seize this Primordial Mirror, then one could continue replicating these dark energy crystals. With the Primordial Mirror in hand, even breaking through to the Holy King realm might not be beyond reach. At that moment, a subordinate stood at the doorway and reported, "My lord, an elder of the Celestial Wolf clan requests an audience." Hearing this, the lizard man frowned slightly, pondering the purpose of the Celestial Wolf clan elder's visit. He knew the Celestial Fox clan and Celestial Wolf clan had always maintained good relations. Could they have come to stop this battle? However, he had now solidified his power at the Saint Realm. Though the Celestial Wolf clan was formidable, if it came down to a desperate fight to the death, they wouldn't gain much either. After all, the myriad races of the Star Domain maintained a delicate equilibrium. Should any race grow weaker or stronger by even a fraction, they risk either seizing territory or facing invasion. If the Celestial Wolf clan were truly so reckless as to join forces with the Celestial Fox clan against the Lizardfolk clan, after mutual destruction, they would only invite the covetous eyes of more races. After deep contemplation, the Lizardman man nodded and ordered, "Have him come to see me." Shortly thereafter, Elder Fugang of the Celestial Wolf clan arrived at the Lizardfolk man's tent. "I am Fugang." "Greetings, Your Excellency," Elder Fugang bowed respectfully. The Lizardman man glanced at him and asked leisurely, "What brings you here?" He could instantly gauge the Wolf clan elder's strength to be roughly at the mid-supreme level. In the past, such a powerful figure would have been an existence that ants like him could only look up to in awe. But now, having grown stronger, even Supreme Realm powerhouses would bow respectfully and greet him upon meeting. This was the transformation brought by power. Only with formidable strength could one attain true standing. Chapter 129, "This time, I will ensure your clan's safety." "What brings you here?" the Lizardman asked indifferently. Elder Floating Light suddenly smiled. "I hear you intend to wage war against the Celestial Fox clan. My Wolf clan is willing to offer covert assistance." The Lizardman man snorted in disbelief. "You would aid me? How laughable." Elder Floating Light explained, "We had intended to aid the Celestial Fox clan before, but our terms were rejected. Therefore, we've decided to secretly aid you in conquering the Celestial Fox clan. In return, we simply ask for an equal share of their most precious treasures. I imagine this deal would be quite profitable for your Lizardfolk tribe, wouldn't you agree?" The Lizardman paused to consider. "In that case, we can attack the Celestial Fox clan immediately. All's fair in war. If we wait until the agreed time, there's no telling if the Celestial Fox clan's leader might break through to the Saint Realm by then." The surging Lizardman army marched toward the Celestial Fox clan's territory, their thunderous advance shaking the heavens. Seeing this, panic flashed in the eyes of the Celestial Fox clan members. They hadn't expected the Lizardfolk to strike so swiftly. Ling Yun's eyes flashed with coldness at the sight. She immediately darted forward, her body erupting with a powerful aura. She immediately engaged the Lizardman warrior in combat. Before Ling Yun could ignite her essence blood to boost her power, the Lizardman's strike sent her flying. The impact of her landing directly smashed a crater into half of the Celestial Fox clan's sacred mountain. "Heh, did you truly believe I'd give you the chance to forcibly enhance your strength?" A cold smile curled the Lizardman's lips. He was well aware of the Celestial Fox clan's secret arts, and his sudden attack was precisely to catch them off guard. "Ant!" Seeing Ling Yun sent flying by the strike, Lingji's pupils contracted sharply. She immediately rushed forward to check her injuries. Quite the beauty in the making. The Lizardman man was instantly captivated by Lingji's beauty the moment he saw her. With a swift movement, he blocked her path, raising his hand as if grasping at air. Lingji found her throat clamped in an unyielding grip. She could barely catch her breath. "If you're willing to become my woman and serve me, I might let you rule the Celestial Fox clan." The Lizardman's words carried an undeniable sneer. "You're dreaming." Lingji's face flushed crimson as the tail on her back instantly swelled, lashing out at him. Crash! A thunderous crack echoed as Lingji's tail was instantly crushed into a bloody mist by terrifying force. "Ah!" Lingji let out a piercing scream, spewing a mouthful of blood as her face turned as white as paper. "Since you refuse to submit to me, then perish alongside your entire clan." With that, the Lizardman unleashed a torrent of overwhelming might. Countless black energy blades instantly surged toward the Skyfox tribe. To those below the Saint Realm, they were mere ants. These Celestial Fox clan members were no match for him. Yet at that very moment, a colossal immortal vessel soared across the void, descending with a presence that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Seeing the fierce battle below, Jiang Feng's gaze flickered in surprise. How could they still be fighting? Both sides engaged in the battle below also spotted the enormous flying vessel, astonishment flitting across their eyes. The Lizardfolk man and the Celestial Wolf clan elders' gazes darkened upon its arrival. Could this be reinforcements summoned by the Celestial Fox clan? The atmosphere on the battlefield instantly grew tense and peculiar, with both sides halting their fighting. The elders of the Celestial Fox clan gazed at the airship with expressions of shock and uncertainty. Their hearts were filled with unease, for they too could not discern whether the arrivals were friend or foe. Soon, a strikingly handsome youth descended from the flying vessel. A unique aura emanated from the youth. Spotting the youth's figure, the gravely wounded Lingji's eyes widened in shock. She murmured, Why is he here?" But the urgency of the moment left her no time for reflection. She immediately turned to Jang Fong and pleaded, "Please save my clan, sir. Whatever the conditions, the Celestial Fox clan will agree to them." The elders of the Celestial Fox clan also immediately pleaded with Jiang Feng for aid. For now, clinging to Jiang Feng was their only lifeline. Though they knew little of his strength, that divine vessel alone proved his background was no ordinary one. Upon seeing Jang Fong, the lizard folk man, though unable to gauge his strength, he sensed this man's background was far from ordinary. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to make such an enemy. He spoke slowly, though I know not who you are, I advise you to stay out of this. It's best not to get burned. If you choose to stand aside, once the Celestial Fox clan is eradicated, the treasures recovered will be shared among all who witness this. Elder Floating Light spoke slowly, his lips curled into a grimace. Though unclear what connection this youth had to the Celestial Fox clan, his background demanded caution. Under the words of the Lizard Man and Elder Floating Light, the Celestial Fox clan elders' eyes grew even more desperate. They hurriedly spoke up, Sir, if you are willing to save the Celestial Fox clan from this crisis, we pledge to become your vassal tribe. Hearing this offer, Elder Floating Light and the Lizard Man cursed inwardly. The Celestial Fox clan actually chose to surrender at this moment? Wouldn't that render this ambush completely useless? Jang Fong was somewhat surprised. He had only intended to borrow the Great Mystery Talisman temporarily. But now the Celestial Fox clan was practically offering themselves up to him? While such an offer might be tempting to others, for Jang Fong, it still couldn't compare to the allure of the Great Mystery Symbol. Jang Fong spoke calmly, if you are willing to hand over the Great Mystery Symbol to me, I will ensure your entire clan remains unharmed this time. Hearing this, the elders of the Celestial Fox clan all lit up with excitement and hastily agreed. Without hesitation, they cast their spells, bestowing the heavenly symbol of profound meaning. Watching the heavenly symbols drift toward Jang Fong, a fiery gleam flashed in Elder Floating Light's eyes. He immediately darted forward, intent on snatching the heavenly symbol of ultimate truth. You're asking for death. Jang Fong barked coldly, summoning the Abyssal Dragon King at once. In an instant, the sky darkened with gathering storm clouds. A colossal black dragon, its length impossible to gauge, loomed within the swirling mists, its presence radiating overwhelming dragon might. A devastating dragon's breath, capable of shattering everything in its path, erupted forth, striking Elder Floating Light with devastating force. Had he not reacted in time, not even his corpse would remain? Yet even after dodging, half his body was blown away. Now, Elder Floating Light appeared utterly wretched and pitiful. While channeling his magic to heal himself, his eyes fixed in horror upon the Abyssal Dragon King looming above. That's a true dragon. It was well known that among the myriad races of the cosmos, the dragon clan stood as a superior existence. And this youngster before him could actually command a true dragon. What on earth was his background? Upon seeing the black dragon soaring above the heavens, the elders of the Celestial Fox clan couldn't help but tremble inwardly. At the same moment, after a flicker of astonishment, the Lizard Man probed with his psychic senses to detect any powerful presence aboard the flying vessel. If none were present, this young man would never leave alive today. For the essence blood of a true dragon was sufficient to elevate his bloodline. Chapter 130, Questions? Questions are also a form of time. After absorbing the true dragon's essence blood, who knew how high his potential ceiling would soar? He might even break through to become a mighty emperor-level powerhouse in the future. Moreover, the dragon's soul could be forged into weapons, multiplying their effects and power several-fold. At this thought, a cold, sinister gleam flashed in the lizardman's eyes. This time, the heavens had truly bestowed a great gift upon him. Even if the forces behind that brat sought revenge, he could seize all the treasures in Fleet Tianhu Star. After scanning the area over 10 times, the lizard man finally confirmed that the divine vessel contained only this youth. Boy, surrender the true dragon to me, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall perish here today alongside the Celestial Fox clan. With that, the lizard man unleashed his full aura, filling the entire world with an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was the awe-inspiring pressure emanating from a Saint Realm powerhouse of force utterly unbearable for anyone below that realm. No wonder you kept probing my flying vessel so many times. You were just confirming whether to strike me down. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a faint smile, his words tinged with amusement. Heh, you won't be leaving today. The lizard man let out a savage laugh before lunging toward Jang Fong. His palm transformed into a sharp, monstrous claw, intent on obliterating Jang Fong in a single strike. Who knows what other treasures this brat might be hiding? Boom! Yet in the next instant, before the lizard man could react, his entire body slammed into something. The immense impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. After wiping the blood trickling from his nose, the lizard man stared at the colossal, mountain-like Jinyue Xuanwu before him and froze in shock. This kid actually had a black tortoise too. The shell of a black tortoise could also serve as a top-tier defensive weapon. But if he could master this black tortoise, his power would skyrocket to an entirely new level. For a moment, greed consumed the lizardman's heart. You seem quite interested in my beast taming, huh? Jang Fong raised an eyebrow slightly, addressing him. Ha! True dragon essence blood, the true form of the black tortoise, which of these isn't something to drool over? The lizard man laughed wildly, flipping over. I wonder what kind of power stands behind you to grant you so many treasures to accompany you. But alas, after today, they will all become mine. Mountain-moving sacred ape, come out and entertain him. Jang Fong couldn't care less about the lizardman's words, just some delusional fool. In the next instant, the surrounding space warped, pulling the lizardman directly into the demigod realm. Though the lizardman possessed combat strength of roughly 17 million. Within his demigod domain, his power would diminish by 10% every single second. If he couldn't escape within 10 seconds, he would perish inside. Domain? The lizardman was taken aback, never expecting this kid to wield a domain. It seemed he had at least reached the supreme realm. Such formidable power at such a young age, he must be a dazzling prodigy. Now that enmity had been forged, this youth could not be spared. Therefore, he must be eliminated to prevent future trouble. Demon Heaven Claw. With a thunderous roar from the lizardman, his magical power surged instantly, coalescing into a colossal claw imprint hurtling toward Jiang Feng. A move like this was impossible to react to for anyone below the Saint Realm. Of course, Jiang Feng wasn't at the Saint Realm either, so evasion was impossible. Boom! The monstrous claw pierced through Jiang Feng's body, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion. The lizardman's lips curled into a smirk. This brat was as good as dead. Yet after this strike, Jiang Feng remained unscathed, merely his robe fluttering wildly. Impossible. The lizardman's cold, vertical pupils trembled violently. Such a blow should have gravely wounded even a Saint Realm expert. What else have you got? Bring it on. Remember, I'm giving you exactly 10 seconds. Jiang Feng remained composed, waiting out the 10 seconds before casually slaughtering this lizardman. You brat, you're too arrogant. Rage burned in the lizardman's eyes as he prepared to launch another surprise attack on Jiang Feng. Yet he was shocked to discover his power steadily draining away within this domain. He roared in fury, damn it. Why is your domain so bizarre? Fields could have various effects, but one that weakened power so noticeably? This made him feel an intense sense of unease welling up inside him. Asking counts as time too, Jang Fong said, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You're asking for death. The lizardman lunged at Jang Fong once more. If he could eliminate this brat, he could regain his full strength. He must slay him before his own power weakened too much. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of attacks struck Jiang Feng's body, yet he remained unscathed. The lizardman grew increasingly panicked with each strike. This was beyond his comprehension. Even unleashing his ultimate skill couldn't kill this damn kid. His pupils dilated as he gasped for breath, nearly overwhelmed by terror. Tired of fighting, huh? Now it's my turn. In the next instant, Jiang Feng summoned the mountain-moving sacred ape. Gripping the sky-shattering thunder dragon staff, wielded the staff without hesitation, unleashing a brutal beating upon the lizardman. The first strike left the lizardman defiant, vowing to crush him into mincemeat. By the second strike, his tone had softened slightly, though he still tried to intimidate. By the third strike, however, the lizardman had become docile, frantically dodging blows while pleading for mercy. After who knows how many blows, the lizardman lay crippled, half paralyzed. Jiang Feng then implanted a life and death talisman into him, securing the lizardman's complete submission. After all, he still possessed the strength of a Saint Realm cultivator. Killing him outright would be a waste. For now, he would keep him under control. Later, he would find a way to refine him into a puppet, making full use of his potential. As the domain dissipated, the elders of the Celestial Fox Clan, Lizardfolk Clan, and Celestial Wolf Clan all watched with tense expressions. As a result, they discovered that the lizardman, a Saint-level powerhouse, had been beaten into a sorry state. They never imagined that even a Saint Realm powerhouse could be utterly crushed before that young man. However, when the Wolf Clan elder Fugang saw the mountain-moving sacred ape that day, his heart trembled once more. Just how terrifying was this youth, to command such formidable beings? But when he focused his gaze and saw the mountain-moving sacred ape clutching a staff that flickered with lightning, his heart skipped a beat. That was one of the Thunder Clan's most treasured artifacts. How had it fallen into this youth's hands? We deeply thank you for resolving our crisis, Celestial Fox Clan. We shall honor our pledge and become your vassal clan. The Celestial Fox Clan elder immediately proclaimed. Jang Fong waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. Since I've given you the profound symbol as repayment, we're even. Yet the Celestial Fox Clan elder remained resolute in his desire to become Jiang Feng's vassal clan. After all, this youth possessed such terrifying prowess at such a young age. He had actually defeated a Saint Realm expert. The power behind him was beyond imagination. Becoming his vassal tribe would not only honor the Celestial Fox Clan but also bring immense benefits. Chapter 131, The Contract, A Million Beasts. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Jiang Feng no longer refused. After all, he had now gathered 3 great principal talismans, enough to open the boundless source's microcosm. He was intensely curious about what lay within. Jiang Feng sought out a forbidden area within the Celestial Fox Clan and began figuring out how to fuse and activate it. As the three great principal talismans floated before him, Jiang Fong retrieved the boundless source. The boundless source seemed to sense the power of the three great principal talismans, then began to violently tremble. In an instant, the three profound symbol talismans were sucked into the boundless source. The next moment, a blinding white light flashed, and Jiang Fong felt as though he were suspended in nothingness. When his vision finally cleared, he was utterly stunned. Before him stretched an endless expanse of colossal beasts. These beasts were colossal in size, even those standing a kilometer tall were unremarkable among them. The tallest stretched beyond the horizon, their peaks invisible to the eye. Moreover, they belonged to countless different species, too numerous to count. All these beasts stood motionless in place, yet they bore no trace of life. In this small world, they formed a vast, dark mass, at the very least, hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Just what kind of powerhouse could have imprisoned so many beasts here? Jiang Feng's mind was already churning with thoughts. If he could contract them all, he could dominate the entire starry sky. The thought made Jiang Feng swallow involuntarily, his heart pounding with excitement. Could the power of the life spring water revive them? Jiang Feng drew forth some life spring water and poured it over the massive beast. The water was quickly absorbed by the beast, and its toes began to twitch slightly. It seems the life spring water does have an effect. Jiang Feng's heart leapt with joy as he increased the flow. Under the deluge of life spring water, the colossal beast actually came back to life. However, the beast showed no hostility toward him, which still surprised Jiang Feng a little. Soon after, he spotted a palace in the distance. The palace floated mid-air. After a moment's thought, Jiang Feng chose to enter. Inside, a complete divine source floated before him. Divine Core. Grade, unknown. Usable level, LV 100. Description, upon use, instantly ascends the user to godhood. Grants infinite experience to practitioners. Divine Core? Jiang Feng's pupils dilated. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembling. He swiftly retrieved it. If consumed, wouldn't his level reach infinity? Just enough to bind all these densely packed colossal beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng chose to absorb the divine core. An indescribable surge of energy erupted instantly, engulfing Jiang Feng's entire body like a volcanic explosion. His body became a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the divine core's power, every cell rejoicing. Level +1. Level +1. Level +1. The notification sounds exploded in his mind like popping corn, while the experience bar surged at a speed too rapid for the naked eye to track. His level skyrocketed wildly: 180, 200, 320. Soon he broke through level 400, then 600, and was about to breach the 1000-level threshold. Simultaneously, not only was he bolstered by experience, but his body underwent a transformation. Frenzied energy surged violently through his veins, threatening to tear his meridians apart. The intense agony made him groan involuntarily. Accompanying this agony was an unprecedented sense of power. As if a mere clenched fist could shatter stars. It felt like an eternity, yet also like a mere instant. His body felt as though it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His flesh and blood began to radiate a dazzling golden light, as if forged from pure energy itself. His senses were heightened to extraordinary levels, revealing every minute detail within his field of vision. With a gentle clench of his fist, the surrounding space seemed to vibrate, humming with a low resonance. Is this the power of a god? Jiang Feng's eyes brimmed with excitement and awe. The sheer power in his every movement could shake the heavens and earth. But what was most thrilling was that Jiang Feng's level had now reached 9,999. The combat power of the Abyssal Dragon King, the mountain-anchoring Black Tortoise, the Hellhound, the Blazing Falcon, Silver Snow, and the mountain-moving Sacred Ape had skyrocketed to terrifyingly high levels. Moreover, under the effect of divine favor, the Blazing Sky Falcon underwent a massive enhancement, evolving directly into a mythic tier beast, the Great Sun Golden Crow. The Hellhound also evolved into the 9 Netherworld Imperial Hound. The Abyssal Dragon King evolved into the Black Misty Dragon Emperor. Silver Snow's once petite frame suddenly became exquisitely graceful, boasting an enviable figure with 9 tails that moved without wind. Though she belonged to the Fox clan, she possessed none of their allure. Her expression remained cold and distant. The mountain-sealing Black Tortoise evolved into the Black Tortoise Emperor. The mountain-moving Sacred Ape evolved into the battle-wielding Sacred Buddha. Witnessing his beast's extraordinary evolutions, Jang Fong could only utter 2 words: invincible. His level had now reached infinity. Even the tens or hundreds of millions of colossal beasts within this small world could now be contracted. Jiang Feng then directly produced the life spring water. Under the surge of his magical power, the life spring transformed into a torrential downpour, cascading down toward the teeming mass of colossal beasts below. The barren ground swiftly transformed into a lush green carpet, and the colossal beasts began to stir one after another. A relentless tide of terrifying auras surged forth from their bodies. Earth-shaking roars erupted from their throats. Jiang Feng immediately employed his evolved divine spirit control art, initiating mass contracts. A single contract could bind hundreds of thousands of beasts at once. Thus, Jang Fong executed the ritual 3 times, successfully binding 1,000,000 colossal beasts to his will. Swish, swish, swish. Countless colossal beasts knelt and prostrated themselves before Jiang Feng. At that moment, even the earth itself shook violently. Even though Jiang Feng had mentally prepared himself, he was still stunned by the scene before him. These colossal beasts, fueled by his continuously rising level, gained nearly 100,000 combat power per second. 60,000 combat power in a single minute. A single strike would be more than enough to obliterate an entire planet. What earth-shattering impact would unleashing these colossal beasts have? But with so many beasts, Jiang Feng also pondered whether his beast taming space could even hold them all. Perhaps it would be better to place them within the boundless miniature world. After all, the miniature world could be carried anywhere. Surveying the boundless microcosm covered in verdant grass, Jiang Feng decided to plant the tree of life here. This place was different from his beast taming space. His beast taming space only permitted beasts and beast taming materials to enter. But here, others could enter as long as he granted them permission. Next, Jiang Feng began examining his interface. Host, Jiang Feng. Class, Spirit Tamer Emperor God. Level? Strength? Spirit? Agility? Combat power? Chapter 132, the fastest clan annihilation in stellar history. Afterward, Jiang Feng closed the information panel with seemingly casual indifference. But within, a storm was brewing. What exactly is this primordial spirit-taming Emperor God? Who placed it within my profession? Now that I've found what I sought, it's time to head home. Jiang Feng slowly stepped out of the boundless miniature world. At that moment, the elders of the Celestial Fox clan all sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Feng. Their hearts trembled violently, for the youth who had emerged from the Celestial Fox clan's forbidden grounds now felt 10,000 times more powerful than before. If they had to describe the feeling in their hearts, it was akin to the insignificance of an ant confronting the heavens. Could it be that the Celestial Fox clan's forbidden territory held some unknown treasure? Yet they had sensed no fluctuations whatsoever just moments ago? Seeing the unmistakable shock etched on their faces, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Now that matters here are settled, I should be on my way. My lord, will you not stay a few more days? The Celestial Fox clan elder cautiously inquired. At that moment, Lingji stepped forward, gathering her courage to say, My lord, if you are willing, I wish to become your concubine. This time, Jiang Feng had intervened to resolve the Celestial Fox clan's crisis. She had no way to repay such a debt of gratitude. The only way to repay it was to offer herself. It is unnecessary. If this decision stems solely from my intervention against the Celestial Fox clan's enemies, it truly holds no weight. A faint smile touched Jiang Feng's lips. For you have already paid your debt. With that, Jiang Feng vanished instantly, without the slightest warning. This ability sent a chill through the elders of the Celestial Fox clan. Yet barely moments after Jiang Feng departed, hundreds of Thunder Clan warriors had already encircled the Celestial Fox Star. We detected our clan's treasure manifesting on Skyfox Star. Hand it over peacefully if you know what's good for you. It was well known that the Thunder Dragon Shattering Heaven Staff had been taken by the Thunder Clan's holy son long ago. The sacred son of the Thunder Clan had vanished centuries ago. Now that their treasure had resurfaced, it was clear someone had stolen it. They could not stand idly by. They must be executed to uphold the Thunder Clan's prestige. The Celestial Fox clan elders' brows immediately furrowed. With so many Thunder Clan experts arriving in such a fierce manner, it seemed the matter was far from simple. Had that noble lord not departed earlier, these Thunder Clan scoundrels would never dare act so brazenly now. Lingji stepped forward, her expression cold and sharp. Your Thunder Clan's supreme treasure has indeed appeared on our Skyfox Star. But I advise you not to pursue this matter further. Otherwise, the Thunder Clan will be erased from the annals of all races. Humph. What a bold claim from a little girl. Not even a Star Domain Lord would dare speak so recklessly. The Thunder Clan elder spoke coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, a bolt of heavenly thunder slammed toward Lingji. Yet in the next instant, a devastating impact erupted from the Tianhua forbidden ground, carrying the force of a storm. A colossal beast several thousand meters tall emerged slowly from the Celestial Fox Sanctuary, each step causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Not only was the heavenly thunderbolt annihilated, but the majority of the Thunder Clan's elite warriors were obliterated outright. When did your Celestial Fox clan acquire such a trump card? The elder of the Thunder Clan stared in horror as death approached. In truth, the Celestial Fox clan elders were equally bewildered. They had no idea how such a terrifying colossus could exist within the forbidden grounds. But soon, they realized it must have been left behind by that great being who had departed earlier. Assemble every Thunder Clan warrior. Surround the Celestial Fox clan. We will annihilate this colossal beast. The Thunder Clan elder roared in fury, issuing orders to the remaining Thunder Clan warriors. In the next instant, the Thunder Clan's warriors joined hands, performing intricate hand seals to forcibly open a spatial portal. Countless Thunder Clan warriors surged forth from within. Yet another colossal beast emerged from the celestial fox sanctuary. Its immense form resembled a spiked dragon, charging toward the Thunder Clan warriors. Boom! 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 Spikes erupted from the spiny-backed earth dragon, shooting skyward and piercing the arriving Thunder Clan reinforcements clean through. This is bad. That beast is far too terrifying, we must flee. The Thunder Clan warriors panicked and rushed toward the teleportation gate. But a colossal poisonous bee darted toward the teleportation gate like lightning. As the War Peak King, it could spawn over 100 billion venomous bees to attack. Though each born venomous bee possessed only supreme realm strength, it was more than enough to annihilate the entire Thunder Clan. Outside the portal, those inside were trying to escape, while those outside were trying to get in. This chaotic process lasted only a few minutes before settling into stillness. Because every member of the Thunder Clan was dead. The elders of the Celestial Fox Clan stood gaping, having witnessed the annihilation of an entire race in less than 5 minutes. This was arguably the fastest ethnic extermination in the history of the Star Domain. Divine Realm. Apollo, the god of light, stood within the temple. Bowing before Zeus seated upon the throne, he declared, God King, upon earth, there exists a human who dares to defy the gods. I wish to journey to earth personally and subject him to divine punishment. Zeus, king of the gods, was slightly surprised. A mere human? Is he truly worth your anger? Humans, fragile creatures as pitiful as ants, could actually provoke such fury in his son? He is no mere mortal, Apollo declared coldly. He is a false god. Being mocked by a false god left him deeply displeased. He must personally cast him into the most brutal dungeon. Go then. Since he is but a mere pseudo-god, let him taste your true power. Zeus said indifferently, opening a spatial portal within the grand hall. Crossing through it would lead directly to Earthstar, where the false god could be apprehended. Upon returning to Earth, Jiang Feng naturally sensed an unusual fluctuation appearing in the starry sky beyond the planet. It seemed an unwelcome guest had arrived. Immediately after, the spatial gate opened. Apollo led his 8 winged angels into the starry sky, preparing to capture Jiang Feng personally. Faced with such formidable foes, the inhabitants of Earthstar were filled with dread. The spatial gate stabilized, radiating a blinding golden light. Apollo, clad in golden armor and wielding a flaming bow, stepped forward first. The true fire of the sun blazed around him, its searing aura warping the starry sky as if a star itself had descended. 8 winged angels with wingspans that obscured the heavens followed closely behind. Their sacred radiance intertwined with an aura of grim resolve, forming an overwhelming divine pressure that threatened to suffocate all. On Earth, countless humans observing this scene through various devices felt their hearts nearly stop. That was the sun god of myth. That was the legendary Angelic Legion. Merely the aura they emitted caused the Earthstar's defense satellite systems to sound overloaded alarms, their energy shields flickering erratically. Fear spread like a cold tide, permeating every corner. Apollo's gaze burned like fire, locking onto the figure suspended in the starry void. Small, yet radiating an unsettling calm. False god, your very existence desecrates the sanctity of the divine realm. Chapter 133, God King, Destroyed. Final chapter. Apollo's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing through the cosmos, each word carrying the weight of judgment. By the command of the God King, you are to be captured and cast into Tartarus. He raised his longbow high, golden divine power gathering. A beam of light, imbued with destructive energy, gradually took shape, its arrowhead pointing directly at Jiang Feng. 8 winged angels spread out, subtly forming an encircling formation. Holy light coalesced, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Facing this power capable of obliterating stars, the smile on Jiang Feng's face only deepened. I hope you'll give my beasts a chance to stretch their legs. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the void behind him suddenly ripped open, unleashing the colossal beasts from the boundless microcosm. Roar! A deafening roar burst forth first. Then came shadows darkening the sky. A Kuanping, its size rivaling the moon, spread its wings and surged forth. Its wings like clouds hanging from the heavens, each flap stirring up spatial storms. Then came a colossal dragon, its body covered in chaotic scales, its eyes burning with flames of annihilation. A tortoise as vast as mountains, its aura steady as the earth itself. A Qilin, its body swirling with thunder of destruction, charged forth. A colossal serpent swallowing and spitting out the Milky Way. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. A million. Countless colossal beasts, each unique in form yet all radiating terror beyond measure. Like a bursting flood, surged madly from the boundless microcosm, instantly filling this star domain. The overwhelming pressure emanating from each colossal beast far surpassed that of ordinary deities. They coalesced into a torrent of terrifying power capable of making the universe tremble. The sacredness and majesty frozen on Apollo's face instantly solidified. The divine power he had channeled into his light arrows began to show signs of instability. The 8 winged angels, their faces shifting from grim resolve to sheer terror, saw the radiance of their sanctity dim. What is this? These, what are they? Monsters? Demons? So many, so powerful? Paltry pseudo-gods? Jiang Feng's voice carried a hint of derision, clearly reaching Apollo's ears amidst the roars of a million colossal beasts. Now, who is the false god? Apollo's pupils contracted sharply as boundless terror instantly devoured his pride in divine might. He didn't even have time to order an attack. Roar! The closest chaos dragon to him suddenly opened its massive jaws, bristling with fangs. It did not breathe dragon fire. Instead, it generated a terrifying suction force. Apollo felt his body tearing apart as the surrounding space collapsed toward that gaping maw. He frantically channeled his divine power, unleashing the blazing true fire of the sun in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet the pull was so brutal, so utterly unreasonable. The light arrows he hated instantly disintegrated, drawn away as pure energy. His golden battle armor groaned under the strain, its sacred radiance steadily eroded by the chaotic aura. No! Apollo roared in terror. He was the sun god. The son of Zeus, king of the gods. How could he be so easily subdued by a mere beast? He tried to draw his bowstring, but his arms were bound by an invisible spatial force, leaving him utterly immobilized. The other beasts stirred. A hideous beast covered in bone spines lashed out with a clawed and 8-winged angel. The angel reacted with lightning speed, coalescing holy light into a shield. Crack! The holy light shield shattered like thin ice. Before the angel could even cry out in agony, the bone claw smashed it into a shower of golden sparks. Sacred feathers drifted down, only to be instantly obliterated by the aura emanating from the other beasts. Crush! This was a complete, utterly one-sided annihilation. 8-winged angels were elite combatants even within the divine realm, each possessing the power to shatter stars. Yet before this million-strong horde of colossal beasts, they were like leaves tossed in a raging storm swallowed whole in an instant. Shrieks echoed in succession, only to fade into silence. Holy light was swallowed by darkness. Sacredness was torn apart by savagery. Apollo watched helplessly as the elite angelic legion he had brought was slaughtered to the last in mere moments. Not even their divine souls escaped, devoured whole by those colossal beasts radiating a stench of greed. His heart bled and trembled. Fear, unprecedented fear, gripped his soul. He finally understood the meaning behind Jiang Feng's words. Stretching his limbs? This wasn't stretching his limbs, it was a feast. A feast where gods were the meal. Stop! Just as Apollo was about to be completely swallowed by the Chaos Dragon. A roar resounding with supreme authority and overwhelming fury. Like a billion thunderclaps exploding simultaneously, shook the entire galaxy. Space itself tore apart as a figure even more majestic and awe-inspiring emerged from the rift, a thunderous scepter in hand. His gaze was like eternal ice, filled with fury and murderous intent. It was Zeus, king of the gods. Sensing Apollo's peril, he had forced his descent. Even with Zeus's composure, his pupils contracted sharply at the sight before him. A million colossal beasts. Each exuded an aura no less formidable than that of a mighty deity. And a few even made his own heart skip a beat. Apollo and his angelic legions, could they have fallen so swiftly, so utterly? How dare you! Zeus roared, his thunderstaff raised high. In an instant, endless golden thunderbolts erupted from the void, coalescing into a sea of lightning. Slanting into the chaotic dragon poised to devour Apollo and the surrounding beasts. This was the wrath of the God King. A destructive force imbued with the supreme authority of the gods. Powerful enough to cleave an ordinary divine realm in two. Yet the Chaos Dragon merely lifted an eyelid. Facing the world-shattering sea of thunder, it suddenly opened its maw and sucked it in. The golden thunder capable of obliterating entire star systems flowed into its maw like a stream into the sea, swallowed whole. It even belched, expelling a wisp of black smoke carrying a burnt scent. Zeus's face froze in fury. His pride and joy, the thunder of the God King, had been devoured like a snack? Roar! Woof! Hiss! More colossal beasts, drawn by Zeus's attack, turned their heads one after another. Their crimson or icy gazes locking onto the king of the gods. An indescribable, terrifying pressure squeezed in on Zeus from all sides. Even Zeus felt his heart leap in his chest, his divine form throbbing with pain. He finally realized he had underestimated this false god before him. Zeus hesitated no longer. His divine majesty erupted as he attempted to command these raging beasts with the authority of the gods. Yet, the only response was an even more frenzied surge of beasts. With a single flap of its wings, the Kuanping spatial turbulence swept Zeus's attack away, even turning it back upon him. No, boy. If you spare my life, I'll hand over the throne of the king of gods to you. Zeus, utterly panicked, cried out to Jang Fong. Jiang Feng's expression remained cold. You dare call yourself the king of all beings? Those gods are nothing but the hybrid creations of your own making. In the next instant, Zeus was torn to shreds by a million colossal beasts amidst his agonized screams. Even the God King proved utterly insignificant in Jiang Feng's eyes. In the boundless star domains, none could stand against him. And the book concludes. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More popular long-form novels recommended. Find short stories on Jihu, Tushio, Tomato, and other platforms with monthly subscription packages.